Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Buildings were collapsing from explosions. The guy realized that the end of the world had come. Debris was falling down. The guy remembered that the unit was cut off from the outside world. There were communication devices on the table. The soldiers were indignant that they could not contact each other. The fighter noticed that regular calls and even emergency services were not working. The soldiers raised their hands up. The young man wondered how long they could stay there and whether they were safe, and added that all military frequencies were paralyzed. The man opened his mouth and said that everything had been like that until now. A fence wall stretched along the city. The soldier remembered that his unit was in the mountains. The guy crossed his arms. The guy said that food supplies were running low and if people wanted to survive, they had to go outside the unit. The cook was holding a rod in his hands. A hat was sitting on his head. The cook was groaning. The young man noted that at such a time everyone needed to cheer up. There was soup boiling in a large bowl. The cook said that today's dish was prepared with a special sauce. The soldier raised his hand to his face and said that this Saragamton will make everyone fearless. There was some rice left on the spatula. The soldiers were sitting at the tables. The soldiers were eating food and discussing the decision to leave the unit. The guy had rice on his lips. The soldier asked if he could have more. The food flew out of the plate. The young man leaned over the table and said that they had to go. His foot hit the table. The guy clenched his fist and said that it was time for them to fight, and added that you can't call yourself a soldier while sitting in headquarters. The soldiers opened their mouths and shouted that they were determined to go into battle. The guys ran to the sides shouting. Rick was standing behind the counter with food. The young man was smiling. The guy said his name and age. The soldier's eyes sparkled red. The young man added that he was the cook in this unit. The soldiers were playing football. The light was shining through the arch. The goalkeeper blocked the ball with his hands. The soldier was holding the boy by the head. The soldiers were crowding around the glass door. One of them asked the boy if he had heard the new Nespa song. People were walking around the store and discussing today's menu. The boy was carrying a box in his hands and said that it was lunchtime and everyone ran to fill their stomachs. The soldier was holding the box by the base and said that they needed to get to the kitchen quickly. The cook's knife was cutting a carrot into many rings. The knife hit the board. Someone called the boy. A soldier ran into the kitchen and reported that there was fried squid for dinner today, but he couldn't find it. The boy turned around and was surprised by the boy's words, and added that he had asked several times to check the grocery list. The soldier was peeking around the corner and reported that the lieutenant had called and said that there would be no fried vegetables. The boy frowned. The young man stirred the contents of the bowl. The soldier splashed his hand and said that it needed to be redone. The carrot slices were lying on top of each other. Rick thought that there weren't enough workers, and he still needed to replace the food. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that there was no squid for dinner, and he didn't like vegetables. The soldiers were standing around the table. Rick said that he was exchanging fried squid for fried pork belly, and specified that there was also some pork belly left, which he had cooked earlier. The young man opened his mouth wide and said that everyone would be happy with fried pork belly. Kitchen utensils were hanging on the wall. The soldier said to get cream and chicken, and added that the lieutenant liked noodles, so they would cook it with sauce and chicken for dinner. Clouds were floating across the sky. The box was torn. A bloody boot lay near the rocks. Blood was pouring out of the bushes. Cuts were visible on the guy's legs. The monster's body was covered in scales. The monster was growling. A tongue was sticking out of the monster's mouth. A hand extended a can to the young man. The guy said that Rick had worked hard and that there was little time left until his discharge. The hand held a bottle of soda. The guy said that everything was as it was and that he was not leaving yet. There was a towel hanging around the young man's neck. Herbie said that he envied the imminent discharge and asked what the soldier would do next. The can of soda opened. The soldier said that he was thinking about training and opening his own restaurant. The guy opened his mouth and asked if a restaurant was worse than the army. Rick looked up at the soldier. The soldier was sitting on a chair and saying that being a cook was also useful and he was proud that people said they loved his food. The man was drinking soda. Herbie asked if the cook wanted to go to the restaurant where he worked and added that he would become his Sambi and teach him everything. A stream of soda gushed from the guy's mouth. The man wiped his face with his hand and said that he would not even think about it, to which the boy replied that Japanese food was good. The soldier put the jar on the table. The man walked up to the soldier, mimicked him and said that he would not walk under him. The soldier leaned his hand on the table and told Herbie to go to the warehouse for salt. The soldier stretched out his hand and shouted for the workers to start cleaning. There were all sorts of Japanese dishes on the table. The boy thought that he did not want to become Herbie's hug, but it was right to learn in a good restaurant. The soldier crossed his arms and thought that Western cuisine was much more profitable. There was a scream. Chairs were placed near the tables. Rick's face changed. The boy's cap flew off his head. He shouted what happened. The young man looked around the corner. Rick entered the room and called out to Herbie. The boy's eyes widened. The back of the monster was visible from behind the table. The tail of the monster was rising above the ground. The paw crushed Herbie's face. The boy's eye opened wide. The boy could not believe that the soldier was dead. The boy clenched his teeth. The soldier's hand was shaking. He thought that this could not be and that this mountain beast was too huge. Sweat rolled down the man's face. The fighter looked away. Blood splashes remained on the wall as an imprint. The guy opened his mouth in fear and realized that this was not a dream. Pools of blood were rolling off the body. The man extended his hand towards the other cooks and decided that they needed to be saved. The soldier waved his hand and told the guys to leave. The guy held on to the opening in the wall. The soldier was holding a box in his hands. The monster's scales overlapped one another. The monster's head towered over the soldier. The fighter closed his eyes and screamed. Rick ran into the room and shouted for the soldier to run. The hand grabbed a knife. The knives flew towards the monster. Blood flowed from the monster's mouth. The knives fell on the table. The guy hit the cabinet. The monster put its paw on the table. The man furrowed his brows and shouted that it didn't work. The monster clenched his teeth. The monster turned its head to the side. The monster's eyes were burning with red flame. Saliva flew out of its mouth. The guy crouched down. The young man was lying on the floor and asking where this monster came from in reality. The monster hit its head on the wall. The monster turned around and growled. The soldier was holding his head and asking the sergeant what was going on. The guy was crawling on the ground and shouting that he didn't know what to answer the guy. The surface under the paw cracked. The soldier turned around abruptly. The debris flew off the monster. The monster rushed at the soldier. The monster opened its mouth wide. The guy raised his hand. Liquid flew out of the cup. Rick turned around. The young man splashed the ladle at the monster. The guy looked at the monster. Liquid was running down his opponent's face. The fighter sweated and asked if it worked. The contents of the bowl gushed into the ladle. Oil flew to the sides. The young man shouted that the enemy could not stand oil. The monster covered itself with its paws. The soldier could barely stand on his feet. The soldier thought that the oil would harm even the thickest-skinned enemy, and he should tell everyone what had happened. The guy turned his head. The enemy's tail hit the young man on the neck. The soldier flew to the side. The tail was close to the fighter's body. Rick opened his eyes wide. The fighter looked at the monster and did not believe his eyes. The tail was visible behind the debris. The monster spread its paws to the side and screamed. The tail twitched. The guy covered himself with his hands. Corpses lay on the floor. The man asked himself that he, too, would soon die. A tear rolled down the guy's face. The young man opened his eyes. Skin was visible under the enemy's scales. The monster bared its teeth. The monster's eye was covered by an eyebrow. The guy realized that the enemy was blind. The scales cracked. Pieces of skin were sticking out from under the scales. The soldier bent down. The soldier bit his lip and thought that his idea might work. The knife was lying on the tile. The guy rested his hand on the floor. The enemy turned around. The young man looked at the weapon and thought that if he made even a sound, it would be the end for him. The fighter clenched his teeth and realized that his fate was in his hands. A piece of the wall fell to the ground. Debris flew off the wall. The monster turned its head. The hand was holding the knife. The leg flew up. The guy rushed at the enemy with the knife. The enemy stuck his tongue out of his mouth. Rick plunged the knife into the enemy's body. The knife stuck out from under the scales. The young man hung on the weapon. Rick stabbed the knife deeper into the enemy's body. Blood flew into the soldier's eyes. The enemy fell to the ground with the guy. The monster's eyes were glowing. Steam was coming from the enemy's body. The soldier realized that it was time to finish the enemy off without giving him a chance. The guy dealt many blows to the monster's body. Blood splashes flew off the enemy. There was blood on the knife. The knife pierced the monster. The enemy's head was lying on the ground. Blood was flying up. Tiles were visible on the ceiling. Blood was flowing along the floor. Rick was lying on the floor. The guy opened his mouth and said that he had won and killed the enemy. The enemy's body was covered with wounds. A cloud of light sparkled. Signs appeared that informed about the guy's awakening and his characteristics. A drop of sweat was running down his face. The guy wondered what it was. A sign appeared that notified that a new talent had been discovered. Trees covered the stadium. Wires stretched along the fence. The bodies of soldiers surrounded the building. A body was hanging from the roof. Rick wondered if everyone was dead. The soldier was crawling on the ground and laughing. The guy frowned and realized that this was some kind of nonsense. Signs were visible. The soldier did not understand what was happening. A finger reached for the windows. A notification appeared that a world event was about to begin. The guy rested his hand on the floor. Signs appeared with information that the first faction would receive special bonuses and the young man needed to join someone else's faction or create his own. A message appeared that Rick was not a member of a faction. The soldier looked at the window and didn't understand what this thing was and noticed that it looked like a system window in games. The system window covered the building. The soldier touched the sign and a notification appeared, which said that a world event had started. Sparks of light lit up the room. A notification appeared, which indicated the player's region. Rick stood behind a rock and wondered what capture the flag meant. The young man held his hand on his head and understood that he needed to get out of here, and he didn't have time to deal with this event. A car was sticking out of the building. Rick decided that he would find survivors. The bus had flipped over on its side. There were drops of blood on the knife. The soldier held onto the crown of a tree and thought that he needed to look around, even if he didn't find anything. The young man ran and asked himself in which direction the shots were. There were wires stretching over the road. Rick stood with his back to the wall. The soldiers crowded around the ammunition depot. The young man guessed that the people who had not decided to fight the monster had pulled out their guns and were running for ammunition. The fighter gritted his teeth and decided that he still had a chance. The monster appeared in the passage. Its paw touched the wall. The monster screamed. The guy looked at his opponent and thought that he didn't even have any oil. A star sparkled in the sky. A system window appeared, which reported that the ingredients were being analyzed. The monster ran towards its opponent with its mouth open. The table, which reported that the analysis was complete, blocked the monster's view. The guy opened his eyes wide. A message popped up that Rick had received the initial culinary secret enlightenment on caring for lizards. An image of the terrible monster appeared and the system reported that the lizard's joints were flexible and soft to ensure easy movement. Therefore, anyone with at least some skills could handle this ingredient without much difficulty. An image of the monster's head appeared and the system methodically reported that first, it was extremely important to block the airways and completely drain the blood from the body. An image of the monster's internal organs appeared and the system technically reported that the left armpit, close to the heart, can be lightly pierced, which will allow you to simply extract blood from nearby vessels. Rick, shocked, widening his eyes, exclaimed that this is it, and anxiously asked himself if this was really the method of cooking the monster that came to mind. The monster with red eyes, decisively raising his shaggy head, roared. The protagonist, looking at the approaching enemy, thought that it was approaching him. Rick, uncertainly holding his kitchen knife in his hand, wondered if everything would go as he imagined and inquired if such a method could really work. The protagonist, desperately waving his weapon, exclaimed that he did not have time to think. The guy desperately looked into the eyes of the monster, and added that hell, let's try. The monster, looking up at the air in pain, roared piercingly. The protagonist pierced the terrible monster with his kitchen knife and the system window reported that the protagonist had unlocked the skill Basic Dagger Mastery, adding that the skill was improved with the use of blade-shaped weapons. Rick, surprised at the wound he had inflicted on his opponent, said to himself that he thought his kitchen knife would get stuck in his thick skin. Hot blood spurted out of the monster's mouth, and he roared terribly. Rick confidently caught the carcass of the defeated monster, thinking that if he did everything as written, he would succeed. The protagonist desperately dragged the carcass of the defeated monster. The carcass of the monster fell with a crash between the gray buildings and the protagonist thought that he had killed it with the first blow. Bloody Rick, having satisfactorily thrown the carcass of the monster to the ground, thought that he had barely managed to drag it here. Rick picked up his kitchen knife and thought that if it weren't for the message, he could have died. The protagonist wiped his bloody face with his hand in surprise. An image of a figure falling into oblivion appeared and the protagonist wondered what this strange feeling was and added that it was as if something was slowly filling him from the inside, because he felt something like this for the first time. The setting sun shone brightly in the sky and the system notified the protagonist that he had received experience points. The protagonist looked at the pop-up window in surprise and the system notified that the protagonist had received the chef's eye. The great chef has control over all ingredients, and added that it doesn't matter whether they exist or not. An image of a display appeared and a system notification said that for targets defined as ingredients, observation can reveal the correct recipe, processing method, etc. for the target. The protagonist looked at the pop-up display in surprise. An image of a defeated monster lying in the corner appeared and Rick exclaimed in amazement, could these really be the ingredients? And wondered if these monsters were considered edible ingredients. The display flashed brightly and a system notification reported on the skill enlightenment on cooking lizards. The protagonist looked angrily at the screen and the system reported in detail that lizard meat is characterized by a light and spicy taste, and added that, however, if you overcook it, it becomes tough, and warned that if you do not remove the playful smell, the meat begins to require special attention and caution. An image of a yellowish sky appeared and the system continued to tell the protagonist about the recommended cooking method, to which he said that this information was enough for him. Rick, looking indignantly at the defeated monster, wondered if he was out of his mind to cook such a thing, and asked how he could eat a monster that ate people. Rick, looking at what was happening with excitement, thought that this was the awakening. Someone's foot hit the ground behind the protagonist. A guy with a machine gun, looking out from behind cover, asked if there was anyone here. A soldier, running up to the protagonist, shouted his name, to which he asked the soldier if he was that same Lieutenant Kim from the supply unit. Kim looked closely at Rick and asked him what he was doing here alone. The protagonist looked suspiciously at the sergeant, and he asked him what happened to him, to which he replied that it was a long story and himself asked how he ended up here. The sergeant looked at the protagonist with concern and said that he heard human voices in that direction and thought that there might be survivors here, and said that they should move to the ammunition depot, because they did not know when the monsters would appear again. Kim turned his back to the protagonist. He tore off and shouted at the soldiers to start moving quickly. The heroes quickly ran towards the ammunition depot. The protagonist tried to keep up with the group of soldiers. The evening sunset was visible on the horizon. An image of the barricades in the military unit appeared, and Lieutenant Kim asked the protagonist where all the other chiefs were, to which he replied that they were all dead. The protagonist, sighing dejectedly, exclaimed that he had nothing to apologize for. The protagonist looked down and added that they were good guys. An image of the protagonist's old comrades appeared, and he sadly thought that it seemed like he was the only one left. A soldier excitedly tore over the fence, shouted that they had a survivor, and Lieutenant Kim shouted for him to quickly go in. The soldier, coming closer to the sergeant, clearly reported that they had strengthened the defenses around the ammunition depot. An image of a tired soldier appeared. Rick looked at the soldiers critically, thought they all looked exhausted, and noticed that they were wearing completely different uniforms. The soldier, calmly walking through the military unit, said that at least they were all here, and added that it was a real relief. The setting sun brightly lit the sky, and the system notified that the protagonist had received education in primate cooking, a beginner's secret in primate cooking. The protagonist looked at the monitor with wide eyes. Rick, with wide eyes, exclaimed in shock, what kind of primate cooking were they talking about? The soldiers gloomily sat under one of the garages of the military unit. The soldiers looked angrily at the protagonist, and Rick, horrified, wondered if it was possible that they were talking about these people. Rick, looking indignantly at the system window, exclaimed what kind of nonsense was this? The soldier, casually turning to the protagonist, ordered that the sergeant come up and report, while the latter, surprised, asked again what he meant he should report, and thought that apparently the others did not see this system window. The soldier, looking closely at the protagonist, said that Lieutenant Jack was now in charge here, and added that the highest officers from each department had gathered for a meeting, and explained that upon hearing of his survival, Lieutenant Kim immediately ordered him to be brought. Rick, turning to the door leading to the headquarters, said that then he agreed to go. The guy, pointing his hand towards the door, added that immediately, as Rick, wiping the blood from his face, asked himself if Lieutenant Jack was really the only officer left. Rick, entering the doors of the headquarters, thought that it was unlikely that the monsters would attack only soldiers, and added that it was time to enter. The doors creaked open. Rick looked at the creaking door in confusion. Rick, entering the room, said that he was Sergeant Rick, and added that he had been told that he was expected. Lieutenant Jack, happily seeing a survivor, exclaimed that he really had survived. Lieutenant Jack, looking gloomily into the protagonist's eyes, said that they were apparently in big trouble. Lieutenant Kim, gesturing to a place, invited Rick to sit down and talk, and added that he could sit wherever he wanted. Rick, nodding in agreement, said that was good, to which the lieutenant said that there were still a decent number of survivors. Lieutenant Kim, looking businesslike at the documents, invited the soldiers to return to the list, and asked if they had really stopped at the transport team. Rick looked critically at the commander, and thought it was Lieutenant Jack. An image of the gray-haired commander appeared, and Rick thought contemptuously that he was a dirty, greedy, and low-level officer. An image of the protagonist's memories appeared, about how Lieutenant Jack rejected the protagonist's food and said that he would eat something else later. An image appeared of the protagonist looking at the protagonist with confusion and asking if they could organize a quick pasta for him. The lieutenant shouted something menacingly, and the hero thought that this guy was now in charge of their unit. A soldier asked if Seon Ho from the transport team was here, since their commander was Young Hai, to which another soldier replied with confusion that Sergeant Kim Young was dead. Lieutenant Jack looked at his subordinates with confusion and asked about the head of the transport team. Both soldiers sadly lowered their heads. The protagonist, watching the report, said to himself that about half of the soldiers were too weak for this. A soldier, standing nearby in the shadow of the light, said that Sergeant Park was also not in the best condition right now, so he was here instead of him, and the protagonist added to himself that only those who were still in their right minds were present here, while Lieutenant Jack, surprised, asked again what was going on here. The soldier, methodically flipping through the pages of his notebook, said that there were 7 left from the reconnaissance unit. Lieutenant Jack, looking at his notebook with notes, said that there were a maximum of 10 people left from the transport squad. The commander, sadly looking at his notes, said in a sad voice that only 1 soldier remained from the culinary squad. An image of a window with bars appeared, and the squad leader said that according to his very rough estimates, they had about 100 people, and added that the losses amounted to almost half of the battalion. A red-haired sergeant named Dave, looking cautiously at his commander, asked if he could say something, while the lieutenant, surprised, asked him what had happened. Dave, looking seriously at his immediate superior, said that he had checked with his superiors before the meeting, and explained that it looked like they were cut off from the rest of the world, to which the commander, shocked, asked what that meant. An image appeared of the sergeant calling on the phone, and Dave gloomily explained that all regular phones were not receiving a signal. An image of a computer desk appeared, and the hero added that the connection was not receiving even emergency contacts. Lieutenant Jack, surprised, looked at the guy, and he, listing, said that neither television, nor radio, nor internet, nor even military frequencies were working. The protagonist glanced at the heated conversation, and Lieutenant Jack desperately said that they were in very tight isolation. The soldiers were discussing something animatedly nearby, and the lieutenant asked in surprise if he was seriously saying that they could not contact the outside world, and suggested that North Korea had launched an EMP or something like that. The soldier looked at his superior in confusion and said that the military had protection against EMPs, so this option was excluded. The soldiers were sitting tensely in a small room, and one of them asked in confusion if they would all die here, since they had no way to contact the outside world or their families. The dark-haired soldier turned to face the officer and asked him what they should do now, since he felt trapped in his unit. The protagonist looked at the events in confusion and thought that everyone was becoming anxious. The soldiers' faces were covered in sweat, and Rick thought that when they had a clear target, the soldiers would calm down a little. The faces of the valiant soldiers radiated anxiety. Lieutenant Jack sat tensely on his box, and the hero thought that they needed a commander now, who could calm down any unrest and calmly give orders. The lieutenant nervously bit his lips and mumbled rare phrases. The soldiers unanimously stared at their superior. The fighters angrily jumped up from their chairs and shouted that even if the lieutenant did not know what to do, they themselves certainly could not do anything. An image of many boxes with supplies appeared, and noisy voices were heard shouting, "Shouldn't the lieutenant have said this in such a situation?" and added that shouldn't there be instructions for this. The protagonist tiredly put his hand to his head. The lieutenant sat tensely in the middle of this farce. Jack, rising from his seat, constructively asked, "Because they said that they lost contact." The commander looked at his subordinates and logically asked why they didn't send a couple of soldiers to contact the higher units, and explained that they needed orders from their superiors before doing anything. The soldiers looked at the commander thoughtfully. Rick looked at the commander worriedly and asked if it wasn't dangerous. The commander looked at the protagonist worriedly. An image of huge monsters appeared above on military vehicles, and Rick said that they were high in the mountains, 1,400 meters above sea level, and added that even if they went there, the road would take too much time, and explained that they needed 2 hours to get there, and, at the same time, if the monsters attacked, everything would end very badly. Another soldier looked at the commander and said that it was really too far and they should stay here. Jack looked at the protagonist indignantly and thought that this bastard had gone crazy. The lieutenant, standing in front of the soldiers, said that although it was dangerous, it was necessary, and suggested choosing volunteers and going on this expedition. The soldier turned to his superior in bewilderment. The protagonist, looking worriedly at Commander Jack, asked what other volunteers he had in mind, and wondered if he was really serious about breaking through. Lieutenant Jack looked ahead with satisfaction, and Rick thought that he did not want to command, and added that if he made a mistake in such a situation, he would have to bear the consequences, and concluded that he was trying to avoid responsibility by saying that he needed orders from his superiors. Rick angrily thought that the situation was indeed far from simple, but a commander certainly should not behave like this. Rick, pursing his lips in disappointment, thought that he expected much more from the lieutenant, calling him an idiot. The commander, raising his hand decisively, said that if anyone was against it, let them come up with a better idea, and added that if not, they needed to go look for volunteers. Another soldier, nodding his head in agreement, said that it wasn't like they had any alternatives. Jack, looking at the soldiers with satisfaction, said that this was excellent, and apparently the decision had been made unanimously, and added that the rest would sit in place until they contacted the higher-ups. Dave glared at his superior. The protagonist glared at his commander. An image of the sunset sky appeared, and the lieutenant offered to check the status of the troops and asked the protagonist how much food they had left. Rick, looking at the commander, replied that there was food for about 5 days of normal nutrition. An image of food boxes appeared, and Rick added that they had 6 weeks in case of an emergency, and concluded that given their current composition, he would say they had about 2 months. The lieutenant, looking at another of his subordinates, asked about their ammunition, and the soldier replied that they had used all the training ammunition last week, so only combat kits remained, and added that there was a lot of it, but without additional supplies they would not last long. An image of a mountain of boxes of ammunition and soldiers appeared, thoughtfully noting that after all, they were monsters. An image of the heroes dissatisfied with the circumstances appeared, and Rick stated that after this, heated discussions began on how to deal with the monsters remaining on the base. Lieutenant Jack confidently waved his hand, and the protagonist added that they constantly talked about electricity and water. The protagonist, looking angrily at what was happening around him, said that after all, the goal of contacting the authorities had been approved and the soldiers had at least calmed down. The lieutenant, writing something down in his notebook, said that that was basically it. Jack, writing down instructions in his notebook, announced that they should go and pass on his order to the others. Rick, looking at the authorities in bewilderment, asked if they were really going to end the meeting like that, and added that he had not told him the most important thing. Rick, persistently standing in front of the crowd of soldiers, asked if they weren't going to discuss awakening, while the lieutenant, surprised, asked again what awakening meant and wondered what he was even talking about. Jack looked at the protagonist with disbelief and he wondered if they hadn't said that everyone was hunting monsters, while the lieutenant simply replied that yes, they were going to shoot them and asked the protagonist what was wrong with that. Rick, looking at the situation in shock, wondered what kind of reaction that was and wondered if he was the only one awakened here. The protagonist pulled out his kitchen knife from his pocket. Rick, standing mysteriously in front of the soldiers, said that he needed to show them something. The commander, anxiously recoiling, asked why he needed a knife and inquired what he was going to do. The protagonist's kitchen knife gleamed in the lamplight. Rick, looking reasonably at the puzzled soldiers, thought that he could say whatever he wanted, but they would just think he was crazy and added that he had stabbed the monsters and that it was just a wooden table. Rick, grinning in concentration, thought that he did it with the feeling of cutting vegetables. Rick, confidently swinging the knife, struck the table. Rick, elegantly completing the movement. Rick, satisfied with the work, assessed the effect. The table was covered in dust. Suddenly, the wooden boards of the table flew apart. The soldiers exclaimed in shock at what they saw. The fighter, amazed, pointed at the table, asked how he did it, and added that the hero cut the table as if it were paper. Rick, calmly looking at the notification display, said that the talent is the basic possession of a dagger, and added that after killing the monsters that entered the kitchen, he woke up and was able to do this. Jack, incredulously looking at the protagonist, exclaimed, "Did he really just kill the monster and wake up?" The soldiers looked at the hero in surprise and Rick, understandingly stated that he also did not believe it at first. The commander looked at the protagonist with apprehension, and he logically asked if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. An image of cut boards appeared and Rick said that he had no idea how he had survived back then, but now he wouldn't be surprised if he died in 2 seconds, and added that you never know when you might run out of food and ammunition. Rick, gloomily holding his kitchen knife in his hand, said that they had no way of knowing exactly how many monsters there were, and bitterly added to himself that there were only 3 days left until his vacation, and now he would just die here. Rick, resolutely straightening up, said that he would survive and get out of here in one piece and open his own restaurant, and added that in order to survive, he needed to feed them all, and concluded that then their priority was the fact that from now on he would feed them. The system notified that the world event faction war was in progress, and added that together they would survive, and offered to create their own faction or join someone else's, explaining that the first faction would receive special bonuses, and added the goal of the quest was to awaken the entire battalion. The protagonist, anxiously turning back, asked what had happened. The soldier, excitedly bursting into the room, shouted that they had problems, because the monsters were approaching. The lieutenant worriedly looked at the soldier and asked how many of these monsters there were, while the soldier uncertainly answered that at least 5, but they were not sure. The lieutenant resolutely stood in the middle of the room, and the protagonist said that as soon as they finished the meeting, they showed up, and Jack ordered everyone to get to work, and commanded the soldiers to return to their positions and prepare for battle. Rick, irritably running to their positions, wondered why they were pushing so hard. The commander, shooting at the huge monster, shouted loudly to open fire on the terrible monster. The monster, furiously attacking, roared. The soldiers fired at the monster, and Rick thought that fortunately they had only come to where there were people, and the fighter shouted to his comrade that it felt like a whole magazine was being spent on each one, and he shouted back that he should try to save the ammo as best he could. The monster jumped over the barrier. Blood splashed in all directions, and Rick thought with satisfaction that at least the firearms worked on them. Rick, looking gloomily at his comrades in arms, thought that 20 to 30 shots at one monster was too much, and added that there was no chance that they would have enough ammo after the 10 that had attacked today. An image of boxes of ammunition appeared, and the protagonist pessimistically thought that they had said that they would hold out for now, but without supplies they would very quickly be left with nothing. The soldiers scattered around the military base, and the commander shouted that it was all over, adding that they now needed to cordon off the perimeter, check it for damage, and ordered the seniors to count their men and report. 2 dead soldiers lay under blankets, and the guy sadly stated that there were 2 victims and cursed. The protagonist, looking at the bodies, sadly asked what they would do with their bodies, while the soldier replied that they had organized a cemetery behind the unit, adding that most of them were put into body bags and buried. The soldiers picked up the body bags, and the commander ordered them to hurry. The hero looked at what was happening in shock. The commander spread his hands uncertainly, and the hero stated that the battle with the monsters was over, and the plans approved at the meeting were being implemented. Jack looked at the soldiers and asked if they were both sure they wanted to go, because first, they would need to send a request for support to a higher unit, and wait for a response. The soldier, looking confidently at his superior, said that he knew where they could safely wait out the situation, and added that they had enough fuel, provided they did not encounter monsters. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at his comrades, and the soldier said that they would stock up on ammunition, to which the commander said that he would provide them with full cover so that they could withdraw the next batch of troops. The protagonist, turning his head in displeasure, thought that now they needed to think about how to increase the number of awakened ones. Rick looked sternly at the crowd of soldiers and asked them why they could not achieve awakening, because he was sure that he himself had killed the monster. The reconnaissance sergeant looked doubtfully at the protagonist and asked him if it was because he had killed him with a gun, to which the other objected, was that really not possible? An image of a ferocious monster appeared, and the soldier said that the protagonist claimed to have killed the monster himself. The soldiers were shooting at the monster, and the boy thought that, however, they shot it from a distance so he couldn't get close, and that was the only difference. The protagonist looked at his comrades hopefully, and stated that he thought so too. The protagonist looked forward thoughtfully, and stated that there must have been some kind of energy inside them when they killed him. Rick looked at the puzzled soldiers and suggested that perhaps the monsters released this energy when they died and that the soldiers needed to be nearby to absorb it, and added that that was probably the case. Commander Jack looked sternly at the protagonist and asked if it was really necessary to meet the monster face to face. An image of the past battle appeared, and the commander asked Rick if the message had told them something about their weak spot, the armpit, and the knife had gone in their well, and asked if the hero had known about this weakness before waking up, to which he replied that he had poured oil on them, and the monster's skin had appeared. The lieutenant looked at the protagonist indignantly and asked him if he was serious about the hot oil. The soldiers surrounded the protagonist, and he said that in any case they needed to get very close, and Jack asked him if that was suicide. The soldier clapped his hands and suggested a plan of action. The blond guy spread his hands and suggested that since they could be easily killed with a few bullets, when the soldiers saw that the monster was weakening, they needed to take action. An image of a dying monster appeared, and the hero added that right before the monster died, one of the soldiers should come close and kill it. An image of the monster's hand appeared, and the hero sternly ordered to always aim for the weak spot before the monster died. The commander thoughtfully scratched his chin and suggested using a bayonet, adding that they should tell the repairmen to sharpen a couple of them. The reconnaissance sergeant confidently held out his machine gun and said that a bayonet would be safer than a sashimi knife, because the blade was longer. The protagonist looked approvingly at the crowd and noted that this was a methodical approach, and Kurt, a scout, could be weaker in a real fight. The protagonist tugged the soldier by the shoulder and thought that he was aiming for strategy. The hero confidently looked at the fighter and said that Kurt should take care of this, and then suggested that they go eat. The soldiers were standing at their posts, and the guy asked in surprise if they would really go eat at such a time, to which the hero replied that such a time was just right for eating well. The young man, holding a huge boulder in his hand, said that he was not sure about now, but he would be hungry soon. Rick, looking at the soldier in a businesslike manner, said that lunch was over and he needed to prepare dinner already, and politely asked the captain if he would allow him to go to the kitchen. The lieutenant, nodding in agreement, said that they needed to eat if they wanted to fight, and added that he would assign him 2 soldiers, while Rick gratefully said thank you. The soldiers crowded near the fence, and the commander practically stated that then they would sit down at 1900 hours and eat in turns, and insistently added that he would tell everyone about his awakening. The soldiers amicably crowded near the mess hall, and the protagonist answered, "Yes, sir." The military car drove along the forest belt. The soldier languidly looked out the window. The car left behind columns of dust. The evening sunset was visible on the horizon. The soldier headed for the open door of the mess hall. The protagonist was chopping food and wondering why the whole cooking process felt like a rest rather than work. Rick, throwing food into the vat to boil, thought that this was the effect of the talent's basic cooking ability, and added that he had thought about how to cook everything alone, but in the end there were no problems. Borscht was boiling in a huge pot, and a system notification informed that the rookie chef's deep-fried pork belly was ready, since the hero had excellent temperature control, which increased the chef's stats. The protagonist was stirring the brew in the vat, and the system informed that the protagonist's chef's sensitivity had increased to medium, and added that the cooking stats had increased slightly. The hero looked at the display and a system notification flashed that eating the rookie chef's deep-fried pork belly would increase strength and agility by 1 for a medium amount of time, while Rick wondered intriguedly if eating it would increase the stats for a certain amount of time, and thought that, however, he did not know what 1 strength and 1 agility meant. The system notified that the protagonist's chef's special sauce skill could be used, and explained that the chef's special sauce allowed delicious food to touch people's hearts, and added that a good chef could control those minds, because with the special sauce, one could change the emotions of those who ate his food, while Rick asked in surprise what the chef's special sauce skill meant. The protagonist looked at his hand and stated that there was some strange energy in his hands. He looked at his palm with horror and declared that he could partially control the emotions of those who ate his food. The soldiers were waiting for their food with discontent, and the hero thought that now everyone was panicking and shaking with fear. An image of a large mountain range appeared. Rick, waving his hand over a vat of borscht, thought that he hoped that this would help them feel a little calmer, while the system notified that the protagonist had added the chef's special sauce, calm, to the deep-fried pork belly of a rookie chef with a calm heart, and explained that it seemed that if he ate it, he would feel a little calmer. Rick looked ahead with enthusiasm and said that now they would begin to eat. A soldier, standing in a long line, hungrily asked for more. Rick, hospitably serving the food, said that they should fill their bellies. Rick, watching the reaction with doubt, wondered if it would work. The soldier, admiringly trying the dish, exclaimed that it was delicious. The dark-haired fighter grinned and asked the protagonist if he had really cooked this all by himself, and the protagonist thought that it wasn't like it would make them grow muscles or give them six-packs, because he just couldn't tell by looking at it if it worked. Rick looked at one of the soldiers and wondered if this skill was somehow bad. The fighter, turning gratefully to the cook, said, "Thank you very much for the food." The soldier, looking at the protagonist with relief, said that because of the monsters, he was so emotional that his head hurt. But now that he was full, he felt much better, and another soldier asked if he could have more, while the rest of the soldiers enthusiastically picked up on the hero, because now they were so cheerful. Rick nodded with satisfaction and said yes, of course, and thought that it seemed to work after all. The protagonist looked at the vat of borscht and thought analytically that he was not sure about the stats yet, but this skill could be good for monitoring their condition. The soldiers were eating peacefully in a small canteen. One soldier turned to another. The guy was smacking his lips at his food. Suddenly, someone's spoon fell to the floor. The guy looked ahead with alarm and thought irritably that it was them again. The door of the canteen cracked loudly and Rick said that they were not letting him catch his breath at all. A quiet evening hung over the barracks. The soldiers rushed forward and one of them shouted that the monsters were near the barracks. The protagonist ran after the crowd and thought that the shots had died down and asked himself if everything was okay. The soldiers slowly stopped. The protagonist turned to one of the soldiers and asked him what was going on, since he had just come from dinner. Rick looked ahead, puzzled. The protagonist looked at the crowd of soldiers and called out his comrade's name, who responded, surprised that Rick had come too. The protagonist walked closer to his comrades and asked what was going on. Dave looked angrily at the protagonist and said that they had seen a monster and were running after it, and his comrade added that, as Rick had said, they needed to wake up quickly. The fighter pointed to the side and said that the two were ready. The monster, lying on the ground, was making sounds. Rick, looking at the horrible creatures, said that they were still alive. Dave picked up his weapon. The guy with red hair, looking resolutely at the monster, said that he was going to stab it. Rick, looking at his comrades, said that first let those who were present at the meeting wake up, while the soldier, perplexedly asked again, why? Because these pigs will not understand if they tell them to approach the monster without a gun for the sake of some awakening. Rick, looking at the soldier, said that he thinks that first it is necessary to show that it is not so dangerous, to which he said that they cannot gather the whole squad for a table cutter show every time, and agreed that then the elders first. The guy stuck his bayonet into the monster's body with war cries. A bright light flashed and the system notified that it congratulated Dave on awakening. The hero saw a display in front of him and shouted, "Is this all real?" The protagonist looked at the fighter with enthusiasm and asked what he saw in front of him, because it was a system window that popped up. Dave grinned imperiously. An electrical charge materialized in his hand and he said that Rick was right, because he could now feel a strange energy inside his body. Rick, looking at his comrade in delight, exclaimed that he couldn't believe that they now had visual proof. The soldiers stood in front of Dave and one of them shouted, "Look how his hands are glowing," while the other soldiers, reacting in amazement, shouted, "That's amazing." The protagonist, looking at the red-haired fighter, curiously asked what his position was, while Dave replied that he was a novice mage with an affinity for electricity. Dave, proudly looking at the protagonist, stated that his skill was called Thunderstorm, while Rick, surprised, asked if there were really any mages there, and the soldier reminded him that he was the first to awaken. Rick, looking down with interest, asked if this meant that his position was determined by his actual talents. Looking at the body of the defeated monster, he said that in any case, everything was clear now, and added that awakening could be achieved by killing the monster in close combat, and explained that no one believed in it, but now that they had seen it with their own eyes, there was no denying it. The fighter, raising his weapon, declared that then he was next. The protagonist looked after him and warned him to be careful. Kurt looked at his comrade and announced that it was Sergeant Puck's turn, and Rick urged them to watch closely. The soldier stepped closer. He looked ahead confidently. Kurt, hesitantly approaching the monster, admitted that it scared him a little and noticed that it was definitely still alive. The monster opened its eyes and growled weakly. Kurt, looking at the movements of his opponent, exclaimed that it was moving. The soldier, stepping closer to the monster, told him to lie still. The hero raised his bayonet and added that he would finish quickly. Kurt, decisively, plunged his weapon into the monster's body. The monster's eyes opened furiously. The soldier made another blow. The monster bared its teeth. Kurt looked at the monster in horror and thought that it was moving. An image appeared of the monster suddenly tearing itself off the ground. The monster rushed at the soldier, and he screamed in pain. Rick looked at the horror unfolding and screamed the name of his comrade. The monster grabbed the soldier's legs with its teeth. The monster bit the soldier's limbs. Kurt, lying on the ground, cursed at the monster in pain. The antagonist's red eye flashed in the darkness. The fighter, looking worriedly at Rick, asked if they didn't need to save him. The fighter, standing at a distance, asked if he needed to shoot, and added that he needed to give the order, and he would shoot right away, while Rick categorically ordered everyone to stand still, because their comrade should finish him off himself. Rick demandingly looked towards the battle and shouted to the wounded man what he was doing, and ordered him to finish off the monster. Kurt, gritting his teeth in pain, exclaimed, "Okay." The guy, furiously grabbing his weapon, shouted that he would not allow this monster to survive. The warrior, attacking with his last strength, let out a battle cry. Kurt, successfully completing the fight, delivered the final blow. The heroes looked at their comrade in surprise. The soldiers cut their mouths in shock. Kurt writhed in pain. Kurt looked tiredly at his comrades and asked if he had succeeded. The system informed him that it congratulated him on the awakening of a new hero. The system reported in detail that the awakened Kurt had the position of a novice astronomer, while he, weakly whispering, declared that he had succeeded. A soldier, running worriedly to the wounded man, asked how Kurt was feeling, while another, panicking, shouted that what were they doing, they needed to call a medic. But another replied that their medic was only a physiotherapist and he could not cope with this kind of wound, and the fourth, persistently objected that it was better than nothing. The defeated monster groaned painfully. Kurt, turning heavily to his comrades, said that his system window had also popped up, while Rick indignantly exclaimed that he had almost had a stroke. Rick, sympathetically supporting the wounded man, stated that he was glad that he was okay. Kurt's leg was covered in blood and Rick added that for a dying monster, his bite was not too strong and noted that his leg was still in place. Taejun walked on and said that he almost gave up, while a soldier shouted that they needed to help there, and another, giving orders, added that you guys stand guard. The soldiers scattered around the area and the soldier explained that they would return as soon as the medic arrived. Night fell. The guy covered himself in energy discharges and Rick stated that thus the unrest ceased, and Kurt and Dave became awakened. The protagonist looked at his comrades and said that an army capable of fighting monsters without bullets began its formation. The soldiers were arguing on the sidelines and Rick said that the problem was that the soldiers on the battlefield were spreading the awakening process, causing a crowd in the ammunition depot. The soldiers continued to argue and the protagonist said that there were also senior officers who refused to try to awaken. The officer, standing near the wall, exclaimed that he refused. The officer, looking hysterically at the heroes, shouted that he would not do it and was not going to do it. Dave, looking emotionally at his comrade, exclaimed that he really thought that he and Kurt were not scared, and added that he had only killed mosquitoes before. The guy stuck his hand into the wall next to an officer named Carl. Dave, looking indignantly at Carl, asked if he really did not realize what was happening, and added that they, the seniors, should set an example. The dark-haired guy, looking at the soldier with tears in his eyes, said that he still couldn't do it. Carl, repeating the excuses, said that but he still couldn't do it. Carl, waving his hands, said that it didn't matter what Dave said, because he wouldn't do it, and added that they had no guarantee that he wouldn't die in the process, saying that they both could have gotten much worse. The soldier curiously looked at his comrade and asked if Carl was from the special equipment unit, while the other, confirming, said that he heard he was a real master. The soldiers watched the scene and Rick, understandingly, said that he knew, but Carl was somehow too scared, and explained that he always refused to go to high places, and could not even watch horrors. The protagonist, looking at the soldier with displeasure, said to himself that he was surprised, because he looked like he could beat up a monster with his bare hands, and added that he didn't want more people to give up on awakening because of this. The sun was shining brightly on the military base and Dave, irritated, said that he could do whatever he wanted. Carl, looking at his comrade in surprise, asked if Dave was sure and thanked him. The guy, turning to the soldier, sternly warned him that in the future they would not address him as an elder. Carl confusedly looked at the hero and he said that just being here for a long time did not make him an elder. The protagonist looked at the soldier, and Dave confidently said that being a leader is a very important role. The guy narrowed his eyes and concluded that now they needed an awakened leader. Carl nodded guiltily and Dave said that he refused this, so let him accept it. The red-haired guy glared at the coward. Rick looked at his comrades and thought he was right. Carl stood confused near the wall, and the protagonist added to himself that there was no way this guy would be a commander on the front lines after this, and added that he was famous for his qualities but did not live up to expectations. Suddenly, Carl took a step and shouted that he understood everything. Dave discontentedly moved away from the soldier and shouted that he was hopeless, and the protagonist thought that it could not end like this, because if everything was left as it was, it would affect other soldiers too. The protagonist approached Dave and asked him to step aside for a minute. He turned to Carl and ordered him to return to his position. The guy obediently bowed his head and said, "Yes, sir." The protagonist pulled Dave by the hand and told him to follow him. The soldiers dispersed throughout the military unit, and Rick thought that for the sake of the mood of the entire unit, he should not give up. The protagonist, looking sympathetically at his comrade, said that he understood his anger, but it couldn't be left like that, while Dave confusedly replied that he knew, but what else could he do? Rick, looking seriously into his friend's eyes, said that it wasn't just one person, and added that it would affect the entire battalion. An image of exhausted soldiers appeared, and the hero said that right now a decent number of guys were probably thinking about deserting. Dave looked understandingly at Rick and agreed that there were monsters around, and that was expected. The protagonist gloomily looked ahead and said that at this point enough time had passed since that incident, so it could be said that some were already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. An image of a military base appeared, and the hero said that they were in the middle of the mountains, and the descent down would take at least an hour, and besides, they had a better chance against monsters if they were in groups. Rick looked at the hero and said that was why no one had escaped yet, but people really wanted to leave, wanted to know if their families were alive. Soldiers were crowding around the base in groups, and Dave agreed that it made sense. The hero looked forward and said that this is why they must survive and make the troops stronger, because then they will not even think of running away, because they will feel safe. Dave leaned over sadly and said that there are more important things, because it is not only Carl who is afraid. An image of a cowardly Carl appeared and Rick said that if even one of them manages to remain unpunished, then there will be crowds of children whining that they cannot do it, and warned that a conflict with the Awakened may arise. Dave, wearily putting his hand to his forehead, said that everything is so difficult, and the protagonist explained that this kind of disagreement will eventually lead to division and weaken the unit. The fighter, looking cautiously at the protagonist, asked if this is really what he was talking about. Rick, resolutely looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, said that refusal is not acceptable for the awakening. The door to the bunker was open and Dave asked how they can persuade Carl. The soldiers were building a fortification, and the protagonist said that being disrespected was already humiliating enough, but it would not be enough. Carl was hammering a nail hard, and the protagonist added that he had already thought of something and asked for some time. Dave looked at his comrade and asked if he really thought it was possible, because he could see his determination, but it would not be easy, to which the protagonist replied that he would do his best. The red-haired guy looked languidly at his interlocutor leaving. Rick walked cheerfully into the distance, and wondered what could be done here at all. The protagonist ran briskly and thought that if he had another position, he would just run away from here. Rick picked up speed and thought that he was just a novice level 1 chef, and was a support who was not able to defend himself. The protagonist ran to the canteen and thought that in order to use his skills to the maximum, he needed to cook better. The soldiers were sitting in the dining room, and he thought that he didn't want this unit to be hopeless, so he would make it stronger. The protagonist burst into the kitchen. Rick tied an apron around himself. The kitchen knife was lying on the table, and the protagonist declared that he would turn Carl into a real soldier. Fried onions were crackling in the frying pan. The protagonist held the onion in his hand. Rick, decisively cutting the products, said that he would not be clever, he would cook fried rice. Shredded onions flew across the table. Carrots were cut into even slices. The frying pan was blazing with fire. The protagonist looked at the ingredients with confusion, and the system notified that the quality of the main ingredient, meat, was poor and added that the dish's stats would be slightly lowered, but the quality of the supporting ingredient, seasoning, was excellent, so the dish's stats would be slightly increased. Onions and carrots were being stirred in the pan, and the system notification informed that the protagonist had made something for certain consumers and added that if the target ate the dish, its effects would be increased. Rick raised his hand and said that he would finally add the special sauce. Oil flew around the pan and the system notified that the protagonist chef's special sauce had been added and added that the special sauce could change the emotions of the person who ate the food. Rick looked at the dish with satisfaction and thought that it should work. The sunset sky was on the horizon and Rick turned to his assistant and said that he knew Carl from the equipment division and asked him to come to the cafeteria. Rick cordially handed over the plate of food and said that it was his special dish. Carl, looking at the offered food with confusion, asked what it was, while Rick insistently replied that he just needed to eat it. Rick looked at the soldier and solicitously stated that he almost never came to eat, and added that he knew he was hungry. Carl, silently looking at the protagonist, thought about the offer. The plate stood in front of the hero. Carl, submissively looking at the protagonist, said that he would definitely eat it all. The guy picked up a spoon. He scooped up some rice. The protagonist looked at it, and thought of fried rice with chicken full of courage, and stated that the power to overcome fear calls for courage, and he tried to cook the best he could. The soldier devoured the dish, and said that it was delicious, to which Rick replied that he had seconds. The protagonist calmly looked at Carl and thought that they would talk when he was full. There is a small building, a voice calls Sergeant Rick, he apologizes. Light comes from the window, the same voice makes excuses that it is very scary. 2 people are sitting at the table. Carl looks at the table, and says that he has been like this since he was a child and he was always told to act like a man. Rick looks up. Carl puts down his glass and says that he was told that physical training would give him confidence, so he started doing physical training and martial arts, and added that it did not help at all. The guy in the purple t-shirt looked up and thought that this was the reason for his muscle mass, and said that it must have been hard for him with such a character. Carl looked down and stated that he tried to hold on more so as not to be a burden to others. He shows off his muscles and says that he thought he was lucky, People finally accepted him, but he could not imagine that something like this would happen. Carl sits across from Rick and tells him that he fought the monster right after he saw his comrade die at its paws. The guy in the purple t-shirt looked ahead and said that he was scared too. The soldier looked up. The guy looked at him and said that if he did nothing, they would just become their dinner. The monster stands and looks ahead. The creature sticks its tongue out of its mouth. Rick says that in his case, killing his comrades only brought him to his senses. The monster opened its mouth. The guy adds that it seemed to him that for just a minute his body stopped obeying him, seized by the instinct of self-preservation. He stretches his fist forward. Rick squeezes the napkin and says, besides, he has only just begun to live, he can't just die there. He closes his eyes and says that he wants to open his own restaurant, and his interlocutor notes that even under these circumstances, he is amazing. The door is open. Rick says that it took a lot of courage from him. Some objects are standing. The guy says that his grades and decisions have brought him this far. He looks ahead and says that now he wants to survive with everyone else, and adds that the other soldiers want the same. Carl clenches his teeth and says that this is wonderful. He stands up abruptly and shouts that hearing the story made him want to try it too, and thinks that he has suddenly become so bold. Rick looks at him and wonders if it was the food that did this, and adds that his eyes lit up. Carl looks ahead and says that the next monster will be his, and asks to be allowed to finish it off. The guy strikes the monster and shouts for the others to not try to come and help him. He grins and says that the moment has come to test his courage. Carl pierces the creature's skin. A squad of soldiers look at him, and Dave says that he has lost his mind, because the monster has not even passed out, and he has already run at it with his bare hands. Carl continues to fight. The guy asks Rick what he did to him, and if he wants to stop him. The man watches the battle tensely and thinks that he has gone a little overboard with aggression. Carl strikes again. Rick says that it is better to just wait, because it is better than to waste such a chance. Someone objects that he can get badly hurt, and adds that if this happens, they will intervene. The monster looks away and growls. It throws out a clawed paw. Carl watches it. He puts out his hand to meet the attack. The guy blocks the attack and grabs the monster by the head. Carl pushes the paw away. The creature opens its mouth. The soldier looks at it and shouts that he is Carl. The squad, standing nearby, supports the guy. The fighter claims that he is stronger than the monster. Dave nudges Rick and says that he can't wait to see what abilities he will have after awakening, to which Rick replies that he is glad Carl can handle it, and adds that he is unarmed, and asks if he should throw him a knife. Someone points forward and calls for the sergeant. Dave looks ahead. Carl bites the monster. He tears off a chunk of flesh. He turns his head away. Blood starts to drip from his hand. The squad watches the battle in amazement. Dave looks at Carl tensely. Rick's mouth drops open in amazement. The soldier and the monster stand opposite each other. The squad shouts what he's doing. Someone asks if this is the man who whined that he was scared. Rick tenses and wonders if he added too much sauce. He never thought the concoction would work so well. Blood splatters. The squad stands outside the building and tells Rick that Carl is beating the monster with a rock. They ask if he is dead and add that they have to stop watching and do something. Carl picks up a boulder. The soldiers look on in shock. Rick and Dave watch tensely. The boulder pierces the monster's flesh. Carl clenches his teeth. The monster lies on the ground. A soldier in a bloody uniform stands hunched over. A notification appears congratulating him on his awakening. Carl drops the rock. The guy takes a step back. He is standing with his back to the squad and starts laughing. He turns his head and shouts that he has also awakened and adds that he has a blue system panel in front of his eyes. The mountains are illuminated by the sun. A scream is heard from them that Carl is crazy and that he has succeeded. Rick says that this is the fourth awakening. The squad runs to him and shouts that he really is scary and adds congratulations to the sergeant. The soldiers approach Carl and say that this is the best fist fight they have ever seen. The guy is standing. He looks forward and says that it is all because of Sergeant Rick. Dave steps away from him. The soldiers look at him in horror. Carl stands in front of Rick. The soldiers ask what the sergeant did to him. Rick thinks that next time he will be more careful with the dosage. There were crowds of people on the parade ground. Dave asked Rick what he did, and added that Carl was now like a different person. The soldier looked angrily at the guy. He replied that he just cooked food and talked to him and nothing special. The soldier asked in surprise about his eloquence. A group of soldiers stood in front of the gate. The guy in the purple shirt answered that this is how human hearts work. Carl stood next to a colleague. Dave clarified that all they needed was to just talk to them to improve relations. The sergeant added that one should not underestimate the power of support. The guy with the orange collar turned to Dave. The soldier looked at Rick and exclaimed in surprise that it couldn't be that simple. The guy looked down and thought to himself that Dave was right and that it didn't quite seem like the truth. There were groups of soldiers standing near the warehouse. Rick added that it was all thanks to the effectiveness of his skills, but he couldn't reveal it yet. The sergeant was practicing with a blade and noted that it was different from how he had cut the table. Carl was fighting hand-to-hand with the monster. It bit his hand. The soldier struck in a jump. Rick was convinced that now, After what he had seen today, he definitely couldn't call Carl harmless. But it was safe to say that this change in character was only temporary. The soldier put his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder. Rick noted that this ability could be dangerous if used carelessly. Clouds were floating across the blue sky. Dave noticed that this gentle guy looked like a berserker, and asked if it wasn't dangerous to gain strength in exchange for sanity. The soldier gestured with his right hand and added that survival was at stake. So it was, after all, not bad. The guy replied that it was true, but there was a nuance. The soldiers were standing near the boxes of ammunition. Rick asked that all the children whose turn it was to wake up be sent to him, and noted that this was a dangerous business, so they should first be properly fed. Dave looked at his interlocutor with suspicion and asked if this was definitely a forced measure, because there was not much food left. There were canned goods on the shelves. Rick replied that in any case, most of the remaining supplies were canned food from the emergency reserve, and everything else should be eaten as quickly as possible. The boxes contained perishable food. The guy added that there was a decent amount left, and they needed to eat a lot if they didn't want it all to spoil. Dave put his hands in his pockets. The sergeant announced that he wanted to eat properly already. A drop of sweat slid down his face. Rick remembered to himself that emergency rations didn't require much cooking, and wondered if he could use his skills on them. The monster ran fast. Someone shouted that it was running. The armed men took up positions. One of them ordered to take it aside. Sparks from bullets burned on the wall. The soldier shouted to the other so that he wouldn't miss next time. The monster continued to walk despite the bullets. The commander thought that this time there were exceptions, but in general the awakening would be smooth. Parts of the monster's body were covered in sparks. A couple of warriors stood near the shelters. The bloody beast lay on the ground. The soldier asked who had just killed it. One of them said he was sorry. Dave stood next to the soldiers and said that they had screwed up again. Rick stood next to the soldiers and thought to himself that things weren't going so smoothly after all. The monster stood up. It attacked the closest soldier. Rick added that the biggest problem was that it wasn't that easy to let the monster get close enough for someone to deliver the finishing blow. The soldiers defended themselves from the monster. The bloody beast fell to its knees. Rick noted that they were too resilient and most monsters would attack until they died, making it impossible to get close to them. The monster bared its teeth. The guy noted that awakenings must be done safely. A lone lamp stood in the middle of the battlefield. The soldiers ran down the road. One shouted at the sergeant to pay attention. Another soldier didn't believe what had happened. Another noted that at least someone had enough brains. A crowd of armed men stood in the middle of the trees. A defeated monster lay beneath them. Rick stood next to the fighters. Dave noted that the job was done perfectly, and that now someone had to finish it off, and asked who was next in line. The fighters looked at Rick. He looked at one soldier and asked Chuck from the transport unit. Chuck stepped out of line. The sergeant said that his turn had come, to which he agreed. The soldier took a spear. Dave asked him if he felt confident, and added that you just need to aim for the armpit. Chuck replied that he had practiced a lot. He looked at the beast with fear. Someone told him to definitely do it. A spear pierced the monster's armpit. The soldier continued to hold the spear. The monster's eye glowed blood red. Blood was drying on Chuck's uniform. A system window appeared in front of Chuck. Chuck said that everything worked out, and the notification said that his position was a rifleman. The crowd of warriors looked at Chuck. Dave noted that this was the fifth one. Rick asked about the similarity of the shooter with the sniper. New boards appeared in front of Chuck. He looked at them and asked what was going on. Chuck threw up his hands and told the sergeant that a strange phrase appeared on one of the windows. Something flashed in the sky. The windows said that a new faction was being formed, and that they formed a faction of 5 players, which is the minimum number. Chuck continued to look at the board. Dave looked at them too. Another window appeared, which said that the large region is the 3rd faction in the RK. Dave asked what faction means. A phrase appeared on the board, which said that a new faction was being created, and that the small region is the 1st faction in RK-17. The soldiers continued to stand in front of the windows. Rick thought that he did not understand what was being said here. He looked at the newly appeared board and noticed that as soon as Chuck woke up, identical windows appeared in front of all 5 awakened. A board appeared in front of Carl, which said that a new achievement, General Collection, had been obtained, and that he had succeeded in creating a faction faster than most. The window in front of Kurt said that he would be given a special reward, a 10-fold growth elixir for coming in 3rd. The phrase on the window gave a description of the growth elixir, which said that for a limited time he would receive 500% more experience. In front of the building there was a basketball court. The soldier asked Rick what they should do now. He answered that first they should bring the awakened, and then announced an urgent meeting. Clouds were floating in the sky above the mountains. Rick commanded everyone to go back inside. Clouds continued to float in the sky. A single lamp illuminated the room. Awakened gathered in the room. Dave said that there were 10 per person, and this was starting to look more and more like a game. Chuck looked at Dave, agreed, and added that the condition for the faction to appear was 5 awakened. Rick stood by the wall and thought to himself that if the message was true, then they could develop faster with the elixir. Carl stood up and informed everyone that he was more worried about 3rd place, and that if they were in third, then perhaps there were 2 more factions, and then there were monsters outside their region. A bead of sweat slid down Dave's cheek. Lights were shining from the windows of the building. Dave said that it seemed true, and asked what happened to their families then. Chuck covered his face with his hand. The soldier added that if the military had it hard, then he could not imagine what would have happened to the rest. Rick looked down at the floor and thought that everyone was thinking about their families now. Monsters were raging in the street. The sergeant added that they could have been taken by monsters long ago. He moved away from the wall and said that there was no need to be so pessimistic. Rick looked at Dave. The sergeant added that he was also worried about the situation, but they needed to ensure their own safety first. A bead of sweat slid down Chuck's face. He replied that it was true. Rick threw up his hand and added that he didn't know, but it meant that they were ahead of others in this game, so they should think about their own safety, so they should focus on that. Dave leaned his hand on his knee. He looked ahead and said that Rick was right. There were crowds of soldiers at the training ground. Dave added that they would find and save their families only if they themselves survived. The guy crossed his arms and said that they had over 100 surviving fighters, but only 5 faction members, and asked that this did not mean that only the awakened ones counted. The soldier agreed that they needed to awaken more people. Rick lowered his head and thought that there was logic in the boy's words. The guy looked sideways to the side. The protagonist noted that it was all because the world had changed so suddenly. The soldiers stood in a group. The fighter thought that if a person is not awakened, then he is not even considered a person. The guy straightened up to his interlocutors and clarified whether the soldier is a shooter, and added that this should have affected his accuracy. The guy was asked what talent he has. The fighter opened his mouth and admitted that his accuracy and strength increases when shooting. Dave clenched his teeth and repeated the soldier's words, and then added that he was worried that they would run out of ammo sooner or later. A smile appeared on his face. The man said that there was no need to worry. The warrior ran with a machine gun. The guy admitted that he needed not 10 shots to kill an enemy, like other soldiers, but only 2. The bullets hit the monster's body. The guy took aim with a machine gun. Rick raised his eyebrows and noted that the guy's ability would save ammo and deal with the monsters faster. A hand touched his shoulder. The fighter said that from now on the guy would be responsible for subduing the soldiers. Dave was standing next to Chuck. The guy was looking sideways. Rick thought that at least this way they could relax a little, because there were 5 of them in the faction. The guy was looking into the distance. The soldier had teeth sticking out of his mouth. The guy's hair was going in different directions. Rick thought that they didn't have time to just sit and be sad, and added that they had to move forward to survive. The enemy's bloody body was lying on the tiles. The soldier asked if it was his turn. The protagonist noticed that the fighters had agreed to wake up without any unnecessary objections. The guy was covering his face with his hands and saying that he would definitely die and couldn't do it. Rick realized that some of the guys were still refusing, shaking with fear. The soldier stretched his hands forward and asked to talk to the fighter about waking up for food. Sweat was running down Dave's face. The spear pierced the monster's body. The soldier's pupils narrowed. Rick, without changing his stance, told the fighter to calm down. The man was smirking. The soldier struck the enemy. The soldiers noticed that he had become reckless. The man looked at Rick. The mountains were overgrown with green plants. Dave asked if he could ask him a question. Rick approached the man and asked what had happened so suddenly. The soldier opened his mouth and said that the young man was hiding something. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. The guy raised his hands and said that he needed to do this for the cohesion of the battalion. The man did not understand what they were talking about. Rick extended his hand to the soldier. The soldier looked down. The guys were standing under the blue sky. Dave splashed his hand. The protagonist stirred with a ladle and thought that he needed to focus on cooking, and the man did the right thing for the guy's happiness and focused on awakening the army. A plate with the warrior's characteristics appeared. Rick stepped aside and asked himself where the 82 points came from, adding that he thought that points were only awarded for killing monsters and cooking well. The information window blocked the guy's view of the wall. The fighter thought that he could use these points. The guy opened his mouth and remembered that points in games could be spent in stores. His hand reached out to the table. The young man wanted to look at the point store. A particle sewed in the room. A message appeared that notified that the point store was opening. The warrior turned his head to the system windows. The young man looked at the table and thought that with basic abilities he would not do much. The inscription point store was visible. Rick asked himself why he had not thought of this before. His finger reached for the system window. In front of the guy hung a system window with a battle axe. The finger covered the inscription on the notification. Rick opened his mouth and said that mainly items for the combat class. The fighter looked at the rye bread and said that he would only need it. The hand shook. A list of goods was visible. The guy noticed that the items were very expensive. The warrior closed his eyes and thought that he could not afford them now. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he would return to the items later, and skills and characteristics were important, so he needed to take them into account. The hand darted from side to side. The guy said that he often used chef's sauce and chef's eye. The guy tensed his face. A system window appeared, on which the basic dagger mastery was written. The soldier spread his arms to the sides. Rick remembered that this was a skill that allowed one to easily learn combat stances using a dagger, and added that he had recently trained and was pleased with the results. The knife slid in the cook's hand. The young man noticed that he had not tried to fight with bare hands, much less fence, but he was quite good at it. The fighter glanced at the knife and wondered what level the master was, if this was a beginner's level. A system window appeared, which reported on the skill initial predisposition to flame. The cook held a saucepan in his hand. The protagonist recalled that the skill appeared when he accidentally grabbed a hot saucepan, and summed up that he could hold fire in his hand for 3 seconds. The man tilted his head and noted that this was the most important skill. The information window showed a notification with the inscription initial cooking skill. Rick thought that he was accumulating data from a conversation with the man. Dave put his hands on his hips and emphasized that the dish tasted good, and its characteristics increased. The protagonist was surprised by what was said. The guy opened his mouth and said that no one else noticed, to which the man replied that they probably did not have access to the status window. The fighters ate food. The cook remembered that the effects of food do not appear as a system window. Various dishes hovered above the soldiers. The man noted that the guy could have learned about his abilities if a message had popped up. The protagonist looked at Dave and asked how he was feeling, to which he replied that everything was great and that the buffs were more noticeable. The man crossed his arms and realized that the buffs were working. The knife was lying on the board. The guy noted that at least the chef's skills were not failing in this situation. The soldier brought his hand to his mouth and thought that it would be nice to apply the buff to the entire battalion. The soldier ran into the room. The man extended his hand to the side and called the cook to help in the ammo storage. The soldier leaned over and reported that they had found a new monster, not like the lizards. The monster was looking into the distance and growling. The people came to the roof and Chad greeted them. Dave looked at the guy and said that he said it was urgent and asked him if the monster had appeared. The guy with short hair turned his head and said that he had been watching the area and that something he had never seen before had caught his eye. The guy with the short hair held out the binoculars and said that the monster looked completely different from the ones they had seen before and added that he would understand if he looked. Dave took the binoculars in his hand. Chad pointed forward and said that it was sitting there on top of the hill. Rick thought that it looked scared. The hero looked through the binoculars and wondered what kind of monster it was. Dave asked the guy if he saw the monster. He looked carefully and said that it was just another ordinary lizard. Chad looked through the binoculars. He could see monsters looking in the hero's direction and he wondered what it was. The silhouette of the unknown monster stood out among the others. Someone shouted that he had found this monster while it was moving. The guy shouted that the creature was moving. It stuck out its tongue. The monster looked at the people. They stopped watching. The hero holds the binoculars in his hand. He looked fearfully and said that the monster was approaching them. The guys looked at each other. One of them said that this creature is 3 meters long. He was told that there are also regular lizards around the monster, and that he thinks that it is some kind of boss. Dave looked at the hero and asked if these monsters really live in packs. Rick confirmed this and said that it was strange that the lizards that attacked them moved in maximum twos. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked if these came from somewhere else. Rick said that it was quite possible, and continued that there were about 20 of them walking behind that other one, that if the enemies attacked at the same time, then it would be difficult for them. At this time the monsters moved one after another. Dave pointed somewhere and said that they would have to spend a lot of ammo, and added that he did not think it would be a problem since they had Chuck. The hero looked at them. He thought that the enemies had a numerical advantage, but they already knew the weak points of the monsters. The unknown creature was running away. People were running with weapons in their hands. Rick thought that this time something was wrong. The men were shooting at the monster. The hero turned to Chad and asked when this monster appeared. The guy answered that it was this morning at dawn. The protagonist asked how the monsters behaved. The guy with short hair looked at him and said that there was nothing unusual, that all the monsters were just wandering around, that they did not show any signs of aggression. Dave smiled and asked that maybe the monsters were afraid. The hero answered that he was interested in why the enemies did not attack, since there were so many of them. Rick looked fearfully. The monsters were looking towards the base. The guy clenched his fists and shouted that the monsters were waiting for the right moment. The hero nodded his head and said that the monsters knew that a head-on attack wouldn't work, so they were just hanging around watching. Dave and Chuck looked at him in surprise and said that couldn't be true, and asked the hero if he thought those monsters were that smart. The guy looked down and asked if he knew how smart wolves were when it came to hunting, and added that those creatures walked upright, so they must be even smarter than wolves. Carl nodded his head and said that he agreed with the sergeant, and asked what would happen if they attacked first. Chad turned his head and asked if they would attack first. The rest of the people turned. Rick turned and said that they had an advantage because they were in their base, and that if they left, they would lose it. Dave came up to the fence and said that they better not go out, and continued that they just need to watch their actions and come up with a strategy. He turned to the hero and said that they would report to the company commander and find out what he thinks, to which Rick said that he should tell the guys to be careful. The protagonist looked away. Surrounded by mountains, there is a building. The guy said that when the news spreads, the army will be scared, that they need to calm the soldiers down so that they do not get upset. An unknown force emanated from the top of the hill. Clouds fly across the sky. On the table there are boxes of food, the chef's special sauce, this calm, soothing bean sprouts from the chef. People were sitting in the mess hall. One of the guys said that at least the troops are where the monsters cannot reach, that if they go out, there is a high chance of running into them. He was told that it is better to stay here. There was a dish on the table, the chef's special sauce, this is support, the chef's kimchi squid support. John stood with his comrades and told them that it was pretty scary. But now he thinks he's gotten used to it. The guy told him that he feels calmer too. In the box is meat and vegetables, the chef's special sauce, this is hope, the chef's braised pork and vegetables support hope. The people were standing and one of them said that he would be lying if he said he wasn't worried. But he believed in his family, and added that he was alive, so they should survive too. Rick looked at the situation and thought to himself that somehow they managed to keep the soldiers' spirits high, so the defense didn't crack. The protagonist, against the background of a crowd of people, looks forward and thinks that the awakenings were also successful and numbered about 20, which is almost a fifth of the battalion. Rick approached Chuck and asked if the monsters were still there. The guy told him that they were still wandering around the perimeter, only there were almost twice as many of them as when they first noticed them. A crowd of monsters stood on a hill. The young guy looked at them fearfully and asked what would happen when their number exceeded 100. The hero answered that a decent number of the awakened were shooters, so they would cope. He continued that out of about 20 awakened, they had 3 shooters, that it was insanely difficult to hit the target accurately, shooting from a regular K2 explosive rifle. People were sitting with weapons in their hands. The hero smiled and confidently said that if they counterattacked, they would not lose, and if they continued to develop at this pace, they would win. Warehouse. Rick looks at the notebook and says that the products will run out next week, and that about half of their people will be awakened. He put his hand on the products and continued that they will be able to function normally without his enhancements. The hero wrote something in his notebook and said that he was done with the inventory. The power went out in the warehouse. The guy looked at him in confusion and thought that the power had gone out. He looked up and started thinking how this could have happened and said that the maintenance department said that the generators were fine. The hero thought that it happened all over the base. The door opened slightly. Rick was standing in front of the monsters and thought that maybe this was the work of the monsters. He was looking at the same place. The hero dropped his notebook and shouted that they were in trouble. The guy ran out of the warehouse. He frowned and thought that this was dangerous. Rick was heading towards the shelter and said to himself that he said that the riflemen would cope, but only if their field of view was not knocked out. Rick was standing in the middle of an unlit street. Next to the football field there was a brick building. The guy continued that without light they were absolutely useless. The soldier extended his hand forward and shouted that they should quickly take their positions, that the shooters should go up to the roofs where there is a better view. Frowning, the man said that the rest of the awakened should focus on their tasks. The shooters took their positions. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Extending his hand forward, the man heard that all the troops had gathered in the ammunition depot, to which he replied that they should block the entrance. The man was closing the gate. The gate was locked. The guy put his hands on his hips, hearing what the situation was, to which he replied that the placement of the soldiers was almost finished. Fortunately, they still had flares, so the shooters would be able to see where they were. He did not know how useful it would be, but the ammunition was on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that well, although there were not thousands of monsters, if they did not pacify them, they would have problems. Turning his head, he asked where the awakened were, to which the guy replied that he had distributed them around the shooters. The battle positions appeared. It was heard that the magicians were divided into attack and defense, and the warriors took a defensive position. Their mood should not suffer. He helped them with this today during dinner. The man stretched his hands forward. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The soldier held an axe in his hands. Looking to the side, the guy asked what now, to which he was answered that he would use it. The protagonist smiled widely, hearing that he would go into close combat. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay in the rear? To which he replied that he was the first awakened here. Gritting his teeth, the man said that it was not like he could stop him. The cans were hanging on a rope. The soldiers shuddered. The man held a lantern in his hands. Rick looked to the side in surprise and thought that they were here. A glow appeared in the air. A view of the building opened up. The man was holding binoculars in his hands. He suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. The monsters rushed forward. Their eyes lit up brightly. The creatures were approaching the fence. A whole crowd of monsters was running forward. Looking to the side, the soldier shouted that he should give the order. Gritting his teeth, the captain responded approvingly. The creatures ran forward. It was heard that all troops should open fire. The soldiers began to shoot. The man held a machine gun in his hands. A bullet flew out of the weapon. Shots flew at the monsters. The creatures were getting closer and closer. Shots flew at them. The monster fell to the ground. The creatures wheezed in pain. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, great, his cooking works. Frowning, he added that if it weren't for the flares, they would have had a hard time. They would have had to be much more careful. The monster clenched his teeth tightly. It was heard that the boss came out. His eyes were glowing yellow. Standing on the roof, the soldier shouted that he was the most dangerous. Let them concentrate fire on him. The magazine fell out of the machine gun. The guy closed his eyes, hearing about the bullets. Pointing the machine gun, the young man said that he would put him down. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, "Stop, what the hell?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The boss looked straight ahead. It was said that his skill, the boss's eye, was used. A notification appeared that the rarest and strongest of the lizards, no one can compare with her, and her decisions are not questioned. Standing behind the fence, the hero thought that the lizard was the leader. The monster dodged the shots. It was heard that he was too fast. He dodged all the bullets. The creature ran forward. The thought appeared that they were still the same species. Frowning, the protagonist thought that no matter how strong he was, it was stupid to put himself forward, being a commander. The monster's eyes lit up, and it seemed like he was just making himself a target. Suddenly he screamed loudly. The creatures looked at each other angrily. They bowed their heads to the ground. The sound wave flew to the fence. The soldier grabbed his head and screamed. People wheezed in pain. Covering his eyes, the hero asked what kind of attack was this. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A notification appeared that he had fallen under the influence of a strong skill. The man grabbed his weapon. A message appeared that the strength and speed of all the lizards instantly increased. The soldiers clenched their teeth. It was said that all the lizards also gained bulletproofness. The man froze in amazement. A notification appeared that all nearby non-lizard creatures would receive the effect of confusion, disorganization, and inaccuracy. Messages appeared in front of the soldiers. People looked at them in amazement. Looking away, the guy asked what was going on. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that this was a problem. The soldier lowered his head and shouted that his head was spinning, to which he was asked if he was okay. All the shooters were affected. The man raised his eyebrows and asked what the effect of that ability was so strong, and another added that the monsters were over there. The man looked away sharply. The monsters were running forward at a rapid pace. The creature growled loudly. The people looked at him in amazement. The guy clutched his head and thought, "Damn, everything is exactly as the system said. Because of the confusion effect, no one can pull themselves together." Grabbing his weapon, he added that their defense is falling. Turning around, the soldier asked what they were doing. Chuck frowned and shouted that they should pull themselves together already and renew their fire. The creatures rushed forward. Shots flew at them. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Frowning, he thought that their rate of fire had dropped significantly. It must be a debuff from that special lizard. The men aimed their guns. It sounded like their bullets weren't working. Let them give all the bullets to the awakened ones. The thought came up that besides, the bullets of the awakened soldiers didn't even leave a scratch on him. Clenching his fist, the soldier shouted that if he had such power, why hadn't he used it before? Looking away, the protagonist said that the message said that it was a temporary effect, so the debuff would end soon. He was probably waiting for the right moment to attack. The boss stood still. It sounded like this monster really thought everything through. Looking at the soldier, Rick said that he should gather all the awakened ones. Frowning, he added that there was no point in long-range attacks anymore. They needed to prepare for close combat. The man looked at him in amazement. The soldiers were standing in front of the hero. They were holding treats in their hands. It sounded like good. Everyone had one. The soldiers looked at him in bewilderment. The guy closed his eyes and asked what it was, and the other added that it was for their snack. The hero grinned and said that he would tell them now. He was standing at the stove, and it was heard that as some of them could already guess, his chef skills could enhance others. The guys looked at him in fear, hearing that they all ate before they woke up, right? The soldiers shuddered, hearing that so, why did he suddenly have enough courage? They received enhancements from food. Looking away, the protagonist said that he did not know what the monsters could do, so he prepared in advance. Especially for them, the enhancements would be adapted to their abilities. Frowning, the soldier said that it was true, so there was no need to be afraid. If they stuck to the training, they would have a chance. The soldiers froze, hearing that they would do everything not to lose this place. Rick frowned and thought that now the entire battalion was reinforced. Looking at the man, he said that he was responsible for the boss. The soldier bit the cookie. Carl looked furiously and shouted that he would beat him to death. It seemed that since high-quality ingredients were used, the effects were increased. Pointing his gun, the guy asked what everyone was doing. Chuck opened his eyes wide and shouted that he could not hold back any longer. They were coming. A glow appeared around the soldiers. It was said that all stats were greatly increased for a day. The monsters were approaching the fence. The man clenched his teeth tightly. It seemed that the enhanced attack effect was applied. The creature's eyes lit up. It was heard that here they were. The monsters jumped up. Jack looked at them in fear. The guy suddenly rushed forward. The soldier stretched his arms forward. Clenching his fist, Carl shouted loudly. His fist was approaching the monster. The man struck the boss. The creature slid along the ground. The monster stretched out his hand towards the soldier. The beams rushed towards the boss. The guy attacked the monsters. The young man stretched his hand forward. The fighter covered his face with his hands. He heard that it was from the right. Let everyone stay with him. Frowning, the man shouted that they should not scatter. People dodged the blows of the monsters. The man opened his mouth in amazement. The monster raised his hand. The hero lowered his head down. The protagonist swung his weapon sharply. The hero held a knife in his hands. Frowning, Rick thought that it seemed like he needed to eat too. The creature grabbed the guy. The thought appeared that the leader of the lizards made them stronger. The hero took a cookie in his hand and thought that he would not be able to cope with them alone. He swung his fist at the monster and added that even if he were a first-class chef. The protagonist frowned. The soldiers fought the monsters. It was said that he ate the courage chocolate chip cookie prepared with passion by the novice chef. When the dish is prepared for a specific person, its effectiveness increases many times if consumed by that person. Rick swung at the monster. The thought appeared that all abilities were enhanced for one day. The hero looked angrily and thought that the chef's special sauce using the effect of average courage. Now he can control the mood of the battlefield with his average courage. Ordinary lizards are no longer a problem. The man clenched his teeth tightly. It was said that brave fighters now command the battle. The young man looked in amazement. The thought appeared that the characteristics and mood of hostile targets will decrease slightly. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that now remains. Suddenly the boss rushed forward. His eyes lit up brightly. A view of the sky opened. It was said that his allies unlocked new talents, initial fury on the battlefield. A glow appeared around Carl. The thought that the effect of medium courage neutralized the confusion. The soldiers turned around, hearing that forward. The man's eyes lit up and he shouted that a courageous fight awaited them. The creatures attacked the soldiers. It was heard that crowds of monsters were moving towards the entrance. Let them concentrate all the troops there. The fighters attacked the monsters. It was heard that he would clear the way. The man struck the creature. Carl suddenly rushed forward. He clenched his teeth furiously. The fighter ran towards the creature. The monster's eyes were brightly burning. It opened its mouth wide. They struck each other. Carl and the monster glared at each other. Smiling, the man asked that isn't it amazing? Dave looked to the side and shouted that it was as if the stats had doubled, which he did. The hero swung his hand. Dave raised his finger and said that with these upgrades they would definitely crush them. They would deal with them quickly. As expected, he was an integral part of their squad. Frowning, the protagonist said that he should not relax. They had to hold off the lizards as long as possible while he dealt with the leader, so let him focus on long-range support. Holding the weapon in his hands, the man shouted that he understood. He could count on him. The people rushed forward. It was heard that they should hold out a little longer. Victory was already near. The soldier looked at the fighters furiously. The guys started shooting from machine guns. Dave swung his fist and shouted. Rick looked away angrily. His eyes widened. He thought of Carl. The man dodged the monster's blows. He struck back at him. The boss clenched his teeth tightly. He looked down. The lizard's tail rose up. The monster grabbed the man by the throat. Carl fell head over heels. His eyes were glowing brightly. The boss swung his tail. The man fell to the ground. The monster suddenly turned around and growled. The lizard looked at him in amazement. The creature looked away. Gritting his teeth, the boy shouted that he had caught him. The soldier grabbed the monster. The boy shouted loudly. The lizard raised his hand up. His eyes lit up. He fell to the ground. The monster raised his hand up. Rushing forward, the man said that he had done a great job. Carl looked furiously. His eyes were glowing brightly. He ran towards the creature. The man swung at the creature. The fighter opened his mouth wide. The blow landed on the lizard. The monster opened its mouth in pain. The man clenched his fist tightly. He struck the creature many times. Carl tore a piece of flesh from the monster. His eyes filled with rage. The boss fell to the ground. The monsters lay on the ground. The gates were opened. It was said that they had won their first full battle against the monsters. Standing in front of the soldiers, the hero asked that everything was fine. Let them not let their guard down. There may still be monsters. Let the senior officers confirm the condition of the squad members. The soldiers laughed with joy at the victory. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they had won. The man gritted his teeth. The thought appeared that even when the soldiers' weapons were immobilized, they did it. Rick looked at the notification in amazement. It said that control over Korea had been seized. Area 17. Personnel at the party level. Assign the temporary designation Squad 423 until reaching influence at the guild level. His eyes widened. Dave stared at the message silently. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what Squad 423 was. The man stood still. Notifications appeared that the first large space captured by a person under affiliation in Korea. The achievement was completed. From here to there, everything was his. The man looked furiously. The sun was setting behind the mountains. Grinning, the hero said that they took first place. People were running near the building. Soldiers were pushing each other. They were standing in a ward. It was heard that they should bring the seriously wounded here. It was all over. Let them stay with him. People were dragging the wounded. It was heard that they should give water. Bring people in critical condition here. The thought came that after the battle the busiest were those awakened with healing abilities. A glow appeared around the man. He was healing a wound. It was said that fortunately, both healers and regular medics had coped with the situation. The guy closed his eyes. Particles appeared in the air. It was heard that the pain was gone, and now let them help with the rest. Standing near the ward, the hero said that it seemed to him that the situation was gradually stabilizing. Smiling, he added that it was a good job, to which Dave replied that he did not deserve credit for this, the others did everything for them. The guy was lying on a hospital bed. It was heard that they were both exhausted and worn out. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked what, by the way, did he see the squad leader? To which Dave replied that he did not know for sure, but it seemed that he was here before this battle began. Where did he go? It would be problematic to remove the ammunition depot together. Looking down, Rick thought that as he expected, it was a difficult fight. A view of the camp opened up. It was heard that he checked everything. How much territory they now have. He thinks they captured the entire mountain objective. Looking at the notification, the man said that everything is correct. Let him look, it is written here. Mountains appeared. It was heard that they were landed at the peak of the mountain range. The only enemy forces along the perimeter of the entire ridge were lizards. Looking to the side, the hero asked that something was wrong. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he wondered if it had something to do with their altitude values. The soldiers held shovels in their hands, and it sounded like, if you think about it, because they defeated those mountain lizards, they were mistaken for invaders, that's how. A notification appeared, and it sounded like he was thinking, and so it was. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was nice to hear that. Putting his hands on his hips, the fighter said that yes, however, to which Rick asked what else, and Dave added that he could be wrong, but the lizards had suffered huge losses from yesterday's battle, so maybe they should counterattack. Frowning, he said that this was a great chance to finish everything in one blow. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that it would be difficult. The headquarters appeared, and it was heard that yesterday's battle, although they had the advantage in terms of territory, they almost lost. There is a huge difference in the tactics of both offense and defense. The monsters ran forward. Their eyes glowed red. It was heard that if they made just one small mistake, they would all be killed immediately. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that, however, they did have awakened fighters. They could combine this with the enhancement he gave them and gain an advantage. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it was better not to rely on this enhancement anymore, to which he asked what and why. Products appeared. It was heard that high-quality ingredients and personalized tastes. Each dish takes from 4 to 7 hours to prepare. Rick stood at the stove. Gritting his teeth, the man asked that it was true, so these dishes are not so simple. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that besides, he had been preparing for the invasion long before that moment. He had started everything from scratch. He simply would not have had time. The high-quality ingredients he had prepared in advance were great for awakening the fighter's powers, although it was possible that with ordinary ones it would have been possible to achieve average awakening results. Putting his hand to his face, Dave said that he had been careless, thinking that this process was very simple. Well, then they would postpone it for later, to which the protagonist replied that it was true. He turned his head to the side. Raising his hand up, the soldier shouted that when they were done, they should come back, to which he was told that there was another truck, to which he shouted that it felt like they would never end. The monsters were lying on the ground. It was heard that it would not be possible to burn all the bodies, so where would they all be transported then? Reaching out to the window, the hero asked, by the way, he had already thought about the bonuses. A message appeared. It was heard that there were bonuses for first place. He saw them, but he doesn't know what to choose yet. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and said that he has the same thing. Dave smiled and lowered his head. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, he said that the choice is his, to which Rick replied that it is very important. How can he? To which the man added that it doesn't matter what he chooses if he doesn't have the information, he feels more confident if he chooses. The soldier stood still. It was heard that the others also trusted his choice. Let him not be afraid, everything is fine. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that they couldn't even ask the commander, since he had disappeared somewhere. Stretching his hand forward, he said that okay, then he will just choose this, a mobile fortress. The man looked at him in bewilderment and asked what and why, to which Rick replied that he was trying to guess by the name of the bonus. A tank appeared. He could hear himself thinking it would be a giant chariot, or at least a tank. They needed chariots. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that even if they didn't need it now, they would definitely need it at some point. Sooner or later they would run out of supplies, so at some point they would have to leave this place and move on. A view of the sky opened up. He could hear himself not knowing exactly what it was, but it should help them. Not bad, so they chose bonus number 2, let's go. The protagonist smiled widely. Dave looked away. Rick held out his hand and said that he would click on it then. The protagonist clicked on the notification. Looking at the message, he heard that they had chosen the mobile fortress bonus. the summoning power would be granted. A glow appeared around him. The protagonist held his hand out. Lowering his head, he said that the summoning power, he would summon the fortress right now. Rick grinned and said that he was summoning Beeman. They looked up. The soldiers froze in amazement. The hero's eyes widened. They froze, hearing that there was not enough space to summon in this place. Looking up, Dave shouted, "What's wrong? There's a huge field here. How big is she?" To which the protagonist asked what it was because there were so many bodies here. A field appeared. It was heard that then he would try to summon her near the barracks. He could try. That's what they would do. Raising his hand up, the man shouted that they should finish here themselves, to which he was answered approvingly. People looked ahead. The thought appeared, is she really that huge? The sun was setting behind the mountain. A window appeared. It was heard that there was not enough space even near the barracks. Shoes were on the floor, and someone said, "Damn, this is already starting to piss him off." Sitting on the bed, the hero said that at least he was getting experience. He got an experience point every time a person who ate his dish applied the improvement he had received. Looking down, the protagonist thought that everything was going like clockwork. The office appeared. He heard that he was getting stronger, and with this awakening the troops were also getting stronger. He would lie down for a bit. Someone knocked on the door. The man entered the room and turned to him. Smiling broadly, he said that here he was. Getting up, the hero thought that it was Lieutenant Jack. Standing in front of him, he greeted him. The protagonist silently looked forward. The lieutenant smiled, looking at him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that he heard he had a hard time. "Good job," to which Rick replied that no, this is what he had to do. Closing his eyes, the man said that there are many people who do not cope with their duties. He is not only responsible, but also a cook. The thought appeared that he did not like his praise. He opened his eyes wide. The lieutenant clenched his teeth. A thought arose that he considered himself flawless. Well, of course, he was human. Closing his eyes, the hero thought about who was brilliant only in words, but in important situations he left everything to the soldiers, backing down. Taking him by the shoulder, the man said that it was fortunate that they directed the awakened so harmoniously. At that time he went away to check the communication system in case of unforeseen situations. Closing his eyes, he added that there was no good news yet, but the protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what about the two from the transport unit who were sent to a detachment of a higher rank. Sitting on the bed, Jack said that he did not think they would return. After 10 days, even if they got in touch, they would not be helped. Rick pursed his lips. The people were sitting in the car. A thought arose that he himself had told them to go then. The car rushed forward. A thought arose that they would not be able to get there safely when crowds of monsters were swarming around. The chips were lying on the bed. It was heard that, by the way, today I noticed that he did not cook and everyone ate dry rations. He was going to do the same. He wanted to grab one for himself. Smiling, the lieutenant asked what instead. Why not cook something for the others? The thought appeared that the soldiers were not even able to eat normally now. Frowning, the hero said that let him excuse him. It was a bit difficult, and besides, it was necessary to save provisions. They had little of it, and he was thinking only about how to cook a dish that would satisfy everyone. Looking at the hero, the man said that yes, what is there to think about? If someone says something, he will answer that it is for him. He is the main one here. He cooks for those guys whose turn it is to wake up, right? Looking down, the protagonist thought that he wanted to find fault with this. He was standing at the stove. It was heard that since the awakening process is dangerous, he cooks them special food to relieve tension. A glow appeared around the hand. It was said that if he wanted to wake up, then he could at any time. Looking at the hero, Jack asked what he was preparing for those who had already awakened, to which Rick replied that, as he had already said, this food was necessary for their safety. They must always be ready for an attack, and he added that he meant that it increases their abilities with the help of food, in his opinion. So this is already some kind of fairy tale come true. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that he could not do anything with it. The man looked away. Frowning, the protagonist thought that firstly, he was the only officer left in their unit. Rick saluted the soldier. The thought appeared that there were still armies in the outside world, and if they ever came into direct contact with them, their officer would be useful to them more than ever. Standing still, the hero thought that he had no choice but to endure, and then said that, to tell the truth, the effect of these dishes was still not giving in to him. Taking a step forward, the man shouted that it was enough. He knew he did not eat anything. Closing his eyes, Jack added that since the situation was like this, he would simply ignore this moment, and it was not so easy to take care of the awakened. The protagonist silently looked at him. He frowned. The door suddenly closed. Rick stood in front of it. Closing his eyes, he sighed. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that now it would be nice to smoke such a fat cigar. The soldiers looked at each other. It was said that since the mountain range became their territory, the attacks of monsters were reduced by almost half. Sometimes they attack alone, then they are easy to defeat. The bodies are used as an ingredient for the coming awakening. The room appeared. It was heard that this is how it turns out. Fortunately, the situation is quite stable. They had a hard time while he was not at the base. Sitting on the bed, the guy said that he heard details from other wounded. He was a good boy, he worked hard, to which the hero replied that it was all thanks to those who fight for their lives. The leg was bandaged. It was heard that, but what about his leg? Kurt smiled and said that the doctor said that everything would have been fine if he had been treated immediately after receiving the injury. But too much time had passed since the fracture. A wheelchair appeared. It was heard that fortunately, although it was difficult to walk, there were no health problems. The hero silently looked forward. The protagonist looked at the fighter. The thought arose that he could blame him for receiving the injury. The young man looked down. He fell to the ground. The thought arose that if only he had not told him to wake up then. The creature bit him on the leg. The thought arose that he felt guilty for it, and he was very sorry. Rick lowered his head, hearing that it was not his fault. Let him not make such a face. Wounded soldiers appeared. It was heard that if he had not tried to wake them up, now they would all have been eaten by monsters. He was injured during a military operation. The guy looked away, hearing that so that it was not his fault. They were following orders. Smiling, Kurt said that thanks to him they survived. After all, he literally saved them. Looking straight, Rick turned to the guy. Kurt looked at him silently. A building appeared. It was heard that they would go. He had something to show him. Sitting on a wheelchair, the guy said that his specialty was an astrologer. A glow flew around him. It was heard that an astrologer, and what they were doing. Raising his eyebrows, Kurt said something like reading the movement of star trajectories. Looking into constellations and fortune-telling travel forecasts. Something complicated, so just let him know. The starry sky appeared. It was heard that predicting the future by the stars, something like that. Grinning, the young man said that, well, to put it simply, yes. Smiling broadly, the hero said that as expected from a communication soldier. A map appeared. It was heard that perhaps this has nothing to do with real combat, but allows you to detect danger in advance. This is very useful in planning operations and strategies. Sitting in a wheelchair, the guy said that this is why he wanted to see him. Looking to the side, he added that he found out two things. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. A view of the sky opened up. It was heard that guests would arrive tomorrow. What kind of sudden news? The young man sat in the wheelchair. He grinned slightly. Kurt closed his eyes and said that he had better hide his claws. Rick raised his eyebrows. The guy silently looked ahead. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. A clear sky appeared. A view of the bushes opened up. A building appeared. It was heard that there was a military base there. The guy stretched his hand to the side. It was heard that they would look. There were soldiers too. Gritting his teeth, the woman said that now they would survive. People rushed forward. It was heard that they would quickly go there. The gates of the base appeared. People were standing on the roof. It was heard that the soldier who first noticed them reported that it was a squad of survivors of 20 people, all wearing shabby clothes. Judging by their location, he thought they would arrive at the base within an hour. The hero held binoculars in his hands. It was said that on the morning of the 11th day, after the monsters attacked the squad, they found people climbing the mountain. Dave looked away and asked why they ignored the signs prohibiting entry to the military base, and where they escaped from in the first place. Looking at the people, the protagonist asked what they would do. Turning his head, the man said that the commander was nowhere to be seen as usual, to which Rick replied that they were civilians who had made it here with difficulty. He thought they should be helped to get to the base. Closing his eyes, he added that everything was correct, they needed to be helped first. The hero raised his binoculars. Looking down, he thought that Kurt was talking about these guests. The people were standing on the field. Raising his hand up, the guy shouted that he was asking everyone to calm down. They would first make a list of names. They would be glad to cooperate. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, the soldier said that he was asking him to write his full name here. The guy was drinking water. It was heard that they had water. Let them distribute it to the others. Dave crossed his arms and said, well, after making the lists, it turned out that there were almost 25 of them, not 20, and all of them were of different ages and genders. Turning his head, he added that first they needed to formalize the relocation of the people living on the third floor to the second as soon as possible, and allow the new arrivals to settle in the place of the people from the third. Maybe they should increase the number of night guards until all this settled down. Smiling, the protagonist said that it sounded logical. They needed to start right now, otherwise they might not make it before the evening, really. He turned around. Hearing that they were doing well, they tried hard. Looking straight ahead, Rick asked that the commander was back, to which the man replied that he would say he only came for show. Stretching his hand forward, Jack shouted that he welcomed everyone. His name was Jack, he was a lieutenant, commanding this unit. Now he was safe, so he could not worry and listen to his soldiers with confidence. Closing his eyes, the old man asked, so he was the boss here? Yes, they were just a little worried, seeing only soldiers, to which he replied that they should not worry, he was here. The men looked at each other angrily. And it was heard that how things were going in their unit. They would like to know the details. They had food. Tears appeared in the children's eyes, and someone said that they were in trouble. The children were very hungry. Frowning, the lieutenant shouted that he asked not to disperse the panic. As soon as the list of names was ready, they would bring them up to date. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that he was standing, let him lead them inside, and then asked what and where these Dave and Rick were. Grinning, the man said that they would go, he was looking for them. Rushing forward, he shouted that they were here, to which Jack replied that these guys were in charge here. When he was not around, let them look for these soldiers. Frowning, he asked that they still had room in the dormitory for these people, to which Dave replied that he well assumed that there were a couple, and he added that, and what kind of an answer was that? The men looked forward. It was heard that he was taking responsibility for distributing the men. He would check carefully later whether he had carried out the order correctly. The man frowned, hearing that he should report problems as they arose. The order was clear. Looking to the side, the lieutenant said that as soon as the distribution to the dormitory was finished, he should cook for everyone, because the men had been starving for months. It would not be difficult for him to cook an additional 25 portions, yes. The protagonist looked in surprise and replied that he did. The men were standing on the field. It was heard that he would have cooked these additional portions for the people who had arrived anyway. He did not understand why the public should focus on this. So now the soldiers would take care of them. Let them carefully follow their instructions. The man looked down and said that they understood, and the old man added that nothing less could be expected from the commander. He had decided everything himself. Now they were safe. Jack extended his hand forward. Gritting his teeth, Dave said that he should look at that smile. It wasn't just him that was so annoying, to which the hero replied that it couldn't be helped. He was their commander anyway. The soldiers held their weapons in their hands. It was heard that some people did not listen to the soldiers when they tried to direct them to the unit. Jack closed his eyes and smiled, and someone said that but as soon as the lieutenant arrived, everyone almost immediately began to follow their orders. His words have more influence than ordinary soldiers. Looking away, the man said that that's exactly it. The lieutenant raised his hand, hearing that he was very thankful, to which he replied that his duty was to protect the citizens. So he just did what he had to. Now they were safe, to which he was answered that it was all thanks to him. Dave crossed his arms and said that he was a bastard. Not only did he not work, but he was also greedy and knew how to fool people, to which the protagonist replied that now was not the time to do such nonsense. He would go to the kitchen and let him take care of the rest. Frowning, the man said that he would do as he said, let him take a few guys with him, to which Rick replied that it was a great idea. A view of the building opened up. People were standing in the hallway. They entered the room. Stretching his hand forward, the old man shouted that the third floor wasn't at the top floor. It would be hard for an old man like him to climb the stairs forever. Grinning, the man said that he should calm down. Monsters usually attack the first floor, and they hadn't met any winged monsters yet, so this was the safest place. The guy put his hand to his face, hearing that he just wanted to live in comfort. The people were looking ahead. It was heard that they would finally be able to take a shower. He was so disgusted, he thought he would die. Closing his eyes, the soldier said that they had no hot water, so he asked for understanding, to which the girl replied that she could not take a cold shower. And the guy said that let it be so. It was better than nothing. The soldiers stood in front of the people. The people were having lunch in the canteen. Smiling, the young man said that life is always good when they feed you so deliciously. And the old man added that it was true, the food was very tasty. The food appeared. It was heard that he could not even imagine that rice could be so tasty, simply delicious. This is definitely army food. Putting his hand on his side, the hero thought about how everything happened so suddenly that he was still confused. But nevertheless, he felt good, because they liked the food he cooked. The knife lay on the board. It was heard that, and yet he was worried about the products. The products were on the shelves. The thought arose that if we talk about it in percentages, then their expenses will increase by 25%. They have already used up almost all the important products. From now on they will have to survive on spare and dry rations. Looking down, the protagonist thought that this should be enough for a month. But, taking a step forward, the man said that he had never eaten so deliciously in his life. Standing in front of him, Rick said that he was glad that he liked it, to which the man replied that it was not just delicious, but excellent. Smiling broadly, the man said that he was an excellent cook, and then asked what his specialty was. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked again. A notification about the specialty appeared. The thought arose that why was he asking the soldier's specialty? He almost answered that he was a chef. The protagonist stretched his arms forward and asked what he meant before he was drafted into the army. He was a student, to which the man replied that that's how it was. In any case, they ate well. Rick silently looked at them. Standing still, he thought that it was strange how to ask a person about his specialty so bluntly. People were walking forward. The thought came that in their squad, the term specialization had lost its common meaning long ago, because their specialty is indicated in the window with skills, which only awakened people can see. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he was a cook, but if he asked others, he would hear in response, he is a warrior and he is a healer. It would sound strange. The guy was sitting on a chair. He grinned. The thought arose that Kurt was right here too. Dave was walking down the corridor. He frowned. It seemed that not only were they fighting monsters, but now they also had to look after a group of survivors. Standing on the street, the soldier asked how they had come to this, to which the guy replied that they didn't even have time to catch their breath. Gritting his teeth, the young man shouted that his patience was at its limit, to which the soldier replied that since the lieutenant received an important position, work had only increased, all he did was brag. Looking to the side, he added that it would be better to put a sergeant in his place, although he was hot-tempered, but clearly more humane. He would probably treat the work much more responsibly than this lieutenant. The man stood around the corner, listening to him say that he agreed. They had been through a lot together with him, and a certain feeling of camaraderie literally arose between them. Frowning, he said that camaraderie? The boy stretched his arms out in front of him and said that he thought the lieutenant would stay in his place for a while. He understood that if he risked his life to protect his comrades and survivors. But he was just bragging about his rank. Frowning, the boy said that he had always been like that. The commander, what could they do? To which the boy replied that hell, that's exactly it. Dave closed his eyes, hearing that they were fighting monsters with all their might, and instead of helping, he was putting them and their resources in danger. Wasn't that right? He lowered his head and thought that everyone thought the same. Taking a step forward, the man thought that this is what he felt when he looked at Lieutenant Jack. He was not fighting with their squad. The man suddenly froze. The entrance to the communications room appeared. The thought appeared that who would want to follow the commander, who had shamefully disappeared from the battlefield. Closing his eyes, Dave thought that if this continued, there would be problems with morale and unity. He frowned and added that it was necessary to take action as soon as possible. People were standing on the roof. It was heard that everyone had gathered, except for the workers. They definitely had to hold a secret meeting. There was a need for this. The soldiers looked around. It was heard that he was apologizing for gathering them at such a late hour. But the guys were looking ahead attentively. Gritting his teeth, Dave said that he did not think that it was possible to continue to close his eyes to this situation. It just hurt him to watch them work like horses. Frowning, he added that that was why he himself had recently visited the lieutenant. The guy looked at him in amazement. It was heard that, and what he was talking to him about. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that nothing surprising. He simply asked him to pay attention to the soldiers for whom he was actually responsible. He told him that when making decisions, why not consult with other equally important people? The hero looked at him in surprise. Dave frowned and said that, but as he had expected, none of this made any sense. Jack pointed at him, and he was heard to say that it was his job to make decisions and theirs to carry them out, and that soldiers and others had no right to force their opinions on him. The soldiers looked at him in silence. The men were standing on the roof, and it seemed that he had decided to shut them up, that he was not taking their opinions into account at all, and was not even thinking of fighting with them. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that everyone had really united so much. Looking away, the man said that that was it. This was too serious a problem, because their lives depended on its solution, which was why he had called them all to a meeting. The soldiers looked at the protagonist, and it seemed that he would like to make the first proposal. The men looked at him in amazement. Dave lowered his head and said that yes, the essence of it was to deprive the lieutenant of his powers. The soldiers looked around, and it seemed that, and yet, this was definitely a good idea. Raising his eyebrows, Rick asked what he was doing, what had gotten into him. He couldn't do this to the lieutenant. Looking to the side, the man asked if he really wouldn't support him. Let him think carefully. Wasn't he tired of following his orders himself? Frowning, the hero said that yes, but he was still the commander. Even if he gave a strange order, they could always discuss it among themselves, or do everything differently. Jack stretched his hand to the side. It was heard that well, and how long will this continue? Perhaps as more and more survivors join them, their group will expand and become many times larger. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that if the lieutenant takes the initiative every time such an expansion occurs, what will happen to them? Frowning, Dave shouted that the more people, the more authority the lieutenant becomes in the eyes of those who came. The man stretched his arms to the sides. It was heard that there will come a time when they will not be able to move a finger of their own free will. Standing in front of the soldiers, the sergeant asked what they thought about this. Was he wrong somewhere? He scowled and shouted that he would have kept quiet if he had the ability. But he was only a success in appearance. They all knew perfectly well that he had no skills. The people looked away, and it was heard that well, he was right. The thought of Lieutenant Jack still leading them was a little disturbing. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he once shared an office with the lieutenant, that it was very bad. Mountains appeared, and it was heard that well, he means, aren't they in the army? There's a military system here. But he behaved like a spoiled 6-year-old. Dave scowled and asked what he thought about it, to which Carl replied that he didn't know for sure yet. But wasn't that too much, even considering that there was a war going on? The idea somehow did not inspire confidence. He closed his eyes and added that it was a good point, but it was the opposite. That was precisely why they should get rid of him as soon as possible. Carl looked amazed and asked what that meant. The hero looked at him in bewilderment. Standing still, the man said that when they removed the lieutenant, the only officer in their unit, there would be 2 people left who had the next rank in order, and they were both almost demobilized. Stripes on the uniform appeared. It was heard that in the absence of officers, even private soldiers could act as commanders. Carl clenched his teeth. The man extended his hand forward and said that even if they ever encountered an external army. Looking at the hero, he added that there would be no problem even if Rick himself commanded them. Raising his hand up, the soldier said that this was the reason he gathered them on the roof of this building. As for getting rid of the lieutenant, for now it was just an idea, and nothing more, let them not worry. To which he was asked what he was talking about. He wanted him to be a commander. What kind of commander was a cook anyway? The food was on the table, and it was heard that so what, he is actually responsible for the most important part, for feeding the fighters and strengthening them on the battlefield. Dave turned his head and said that his second proposal, as well as the main topic of the day, was for Sergeant Rick to take command. Frowning, he shouted that if there were any objections, let them speak, to which the hero replied that he should stop. It is simply impossible to allow the cook to become a commander. Frowning, the soldier said that the sergeant is the one who always thinks about them first, to which the guy replied that he had encouraged them with food many times. Stretching his hands forward, the man said that he could be relied on. If not for the buffs, they would have been dead long ago. Closing his eyes, the man asked that no one, so they agree that everyone agrees, to which the protagonist replied that they do not. Rick gritted his teeth when he heard that the sergeant would be their leader from now on, to which he said that it was not right to call him a leader, and at the same time ignore him like that. Smiling, the soldier said that he should just accept it. The soldiers looked at the notification in amazement. Carl asked again when he heard that the clan was created. He managed to form the smallest raid unit, a clan of 30 people. The guy looked in amazement when he heard that the clan was the first step to forming a full-fledged group, going beyond the temporary group. This shows a level of cohesion that is not typical for groups of a level lower. The Grand Region is the second clan of South Korea. The sub-region is South Korea, the first clan of 17 people. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that the achievement was achieved. The clan has promotion rewards, such as the second place reward, a group skill. The hero extended his hand forward when he heard that he was now the leader of the 423rd clan. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought that he really had become a leader. People were standing on the roof. It was heard that he had no choice but to accept it as a fact. The soldiers stood in front of the hero and shouted that it looked like they would have to work even harder in the near future, right, asking him to take care of them. Rick closed his eyes and thought that since this is how it turned out, it looked like he would have to give it his all. Looking straight ahead, he said that in that case, his first suggestion would be to abandon the idea of killing the unsuspecting Lieutenant Jack. Carl looked away. Dave frowned and turned. The soldiers stood in front of the hero. It was heard that what good would he do then, knowing the current situation in the unit? Let them think again. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said quieter, let them calm down and listen to him. The men frowned when they heard that they would start killing everyone they met for immediate gain. What then? And he knows that they will turn into monsters that look like people. The guy closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Looking at them, the protagonist said that, and so that their squad does not lose humanity. The soldiers rejoiced. It was heard that it is impossible to attack and especially kill those who themselves did not wish them harm. The people were wounded. Standing in front of them, Rick said that they should swear that they will never do such a thing. Looking to the side, the man thought that everything is going as he planned. Here is a leader's thought. A view of the sky opened up. It was heard that they will follow their orders. But what will happen to the lieutenant? Isn't it strange that they now have two commanders? After all, removing him was not a bad idea. Looking at the soldiers, the hero heard that they had just come, to which he replied that yes, right now he was nothing but trouble. However, getting rid of him would be a waste. Smiling, he added that they would make a useful puppet out of him. The people looked at him in bewilderment, and it was heard that, by the way, where was he? A view of the headquarters opened up. The man opened the curtain. Closing his eyes, the man said that it looked like the soldiers had already returned. Sitting on the bed, the man replied that they would go for a walk. They wanted to cheer up, to which he was asked that this would not be a problem. Smiling, he added that he should not be afraid. They were just 20-year-old brats. The guys closed their eyes, hearing that the senior officer turned out to be a kind man with a strong military spirit. Maybe they should join him in a group, to which the man asked that, by the way, he checked what he asked him about. Smiling, the man said that he had recently quietly pricked several soldiers, while there were no signs of awakening. The guy stood in front of the fighters. The man looked at the soldiers. Sitting on the bed, the man said that he also quickly looked around and noticed that they used nothing more than firearms to kill monsters. The man raised his head up. Smiling, he said that great, then there is a high probability that there will be no awakened ones. He does not think that anything else can interfere with them. The man looked to the side. Looking straight ahead, the man asked, so when will they start? Looking straight ahead, Logan said no, just in case they will observe the situation for a few days. If everything is normal, they can start right away. After all, it is better to be on the safe side. A room appeared, an approving answer was heard. A warehouse appeared. It was heard that they finished distributing supplies. He will probably rest a little. He will return soon. The hero stood in the middle of the room. He held a clan token, it was said that bonuses to stat points are awarded depending on the scale of the group he belongs to. Smiling, the protagonist asked what this is, that new piece of equipment. Food appeared. A thought appeared that the item is surprisingly useful. It turns out that by increasing the level of the group, its members are imposed such good effects. Looking down, Rick thought that it was a pity that the only thing that can be used as a symbol is an ordinary token. It was heard that amazingly, his personal military number was gone, and the position changed. Frowning, the hero said that even if he becomes the leader, to which the man replied that everything will be fine. He saw the reaction of the guys. Yes, they are delighted. The protagonist waved his knife. It was heard that rumors were already circulating in the squad that he is strong enough to kill a monster with one knife. He held the knife in his hands. Smiling, the man said that he also trusted him completely and was ready to follow him. In such an unstable situation on all fronts, they needed a strong leader. They needed him. Frowning, he added that although Carl defeats monsters with his bare hands, but in his soul he is such a softy. The sky appeared. It was heard that he was thinking, well, of course, that's why he nominated him. Putting his hand to his face, the soldier shouted that he wished him health, to which the protagonist asked that he had already arrived. He did everything he asked. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he told the soldiers to try to avoid personal questions. He also advised not to mention their specialization and of course not to show it in front of everyone, to which Rick replied that he did well. People were talking among themselves. It was heard that he told everyone to keep the story related to the awakening a secret, so there was no need to worry. Lowering his head, the hero thought that it would be better for him to hide his claws for now. Kurt said that he himself did not know the exact reason. He still thought he should not mention it. Looking at the soldier, the protagonist asked that he understood that this does not mean that the awakening process has been suspended, to which the man replied that it was true. Since the awakened shooters were mainly engaged in pacifying the monsters, the awakening process was simply necessary. The thought arose that they were extremely lucky that these creatures could be taken by a bullet, and their soldiers were good shooters. Rick looked surprised, hearing that, but there was another problem. Looking at him, the man said that a group of survivors was still asking for negotiations. In particular, one girl continued to beg the soldiers for a favor day after day. They said that the stories she would tell could help them. The girl stood in front of the soldiers. It was heard that something important, she did not know exactly, but she seemed to be the leader of the group that they picked up. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that that's why he thought that he, as their leader, should talk to her, because if Lieutenant Jack misunderstood what she said, it would be bad. The protagonist looked down. Jack extended his hand to the side, and it was heard that they should leave the lieutenant to him, that they were getting ready. Rick smirked and said that he shouldn't worry, he would figure it out. Raising his finger up, he added that they would do the following. Let him choose 3 representatives from among the group of survivors and ask them about the following. In 3 days, after dinner, they should come to the conference room on the 2nd floor of the dormitory. The entrance to the building appeared, and the protagonist said that he should warn the soldiers again to never divulge information about the situation in the squad. A window appeared, and it was heard that then it could go. The food was on the table. Rick looked away, thinking that the time had come. He needed to implement what he had been putting off. The soldiers looked at him. Closing his eyes, the guy asked if there was a room under the kitchen, to which the young man replied that didn't he know, as far back as he could remember, there had always been a basement. The hero went down. He looked straight ahead. He heard that it was built to supply the kitchen with hot filtered water, and electricity, of course. There is a boiler and a generator there. It is quite spacious, so it can be considered a warehouse for military supplies. Looking at the guy, the soldier said that he thinks that now it has a slightly different use, to which he asked what in what sense. Rick walked straight ahead. The room appeared. The thought arose, what is this? Dave thought that there will be a place where no one will hear him. The entrance to the room appeared. The thought arose that it is ideal as a prison cell. The hero stood in front of the entrance. He frowned. The door opened slightly. The man was sitting on the bed. Looking at the protagonist, he asked what it was. Rick grinned and said that he had brought him a present. Jack clenched his teeth. The entrance to the office appeared. The soldiers were standing near it. Suddenly the man grabbed the door handle. Dave frowned. The man was sitting at the computer. He looked away in amazement. The sergeant looked at him furiously. Lightning was flying around his hand. The glow was flying in the air. The man was struck by lightning. He frowned. Dave smiled, looking at him. The man slowly closed his eyes. The room appeared. It was heard that let him listen to him. If he had offended the soldiers in any way, he was ready to apologize to them. Standing in front of the lieutenant, the hero asked again, to which he said that last time he spilled coffee on the radar, it went out of order, and he shifted the blame to the duty officer. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that he had made mistakes, but had taken his anger out on the soldiers. A bed appeared, and the thought appeared that he was probably panicking so much because of this whole situation with the punishment cell. It seemed he had had a lot of time to think about all his actions. Frowning, the man said that it was not all over yet. He had asked the administration for time off during working hours and had been resting in the warehouse, and the thought appeared that yes, he had done all sorts of things. Stretching his hands forward, Jack said that he admitted all his mistakes. Let them help him. After all, he gets along well with the soldiers of the unit, to which Rick replied that he had also tried his best to convince them. But no matter how you look at it, it was difficult to do anything against the crowd. There were more soldiers hostile to him. The man opened his eyes in amazement, and said that this could not be. He began to clench his fist. Listening to what he understood, it was difficult for him to accept. The lieutenant sat down on the bed. Looking at him, the hero thought that the situation was completely hopeless. Of course, they had heard rumors that there were cases when officers were killed by soldiers of their own unit. But, holding the dish in his hands, the protagonist said that nevertheless, he would continue to try to convince them. So he had nothing to worry about. It was probably hard for him to be locked up, so let him eat it. The lieutenant looked away and turned. Looking down, Rick asked that he didn't like noodles. He made pasta with chicken, to which the man replied that thank him very much. Holding a fork in his hands, Jack said that he loved pasta. He began to twist the noodles on his fork. The lieutenant began to eat. Frowning, the man said that it was so delicious. Looking straight ahead, he added that at least there was some joy. Grinning, the hero thought that he had managed to feed him. Standing next to the lieutenant, he added that he could eat as much as he wanted. He would fill the moment with a feeling of happiness. An exit from the room appeared. The protagonist looked away, hearing that he had cooked from the lizard's corpse, to which he replied that yes, because the food was running low, and he added that but still, is it possible to eat monsters that eat people? Looking straight ahead, Rick said that yes, even though it was disgusting. The monster's corpse was lying on the ground. It was heard that but at the moment there was nothing that could replace the food. Dave stuck out his tongue. The food was lying on the table. It was heard that he tried to cook several things as an experiment. The hero was cooking soup. It was said that, however, the dishes for monsters were the most delicious and nutritious, perhaps due to the magical power that was in their bodies. Putting his hands on his hips, the man asked what was true, to which the protagonist replied that he personally double-checked everything. The protagonist looked at the notification. It said about the title of Pioneer, a title given to a person who has explored a previously unknown area of his specialization. The effectiveness of skills and characteristics related to the specialization increases by 100%. It was heard that thanks to this he received the title. Looking to the side, Rick said that he thought he could lure even Lieutenant Jack to his side with this dish, to which he asked again. Dave frowned, hearing that he should leave it to him. The prepared pasta appeared. A notification appeared that he had developed a new recipe using ingredients that had never been used before in human history. His experience points were increasing. The hero looked down. He looked down silently. Frowning, the man said that maybe because he hadn't eaten something so delicious for a long time, he suddenly felt so good and warm in his soul, to which the protagonist replied that he was glad that he liked it. The lieutenant looked up and exclaimed. The eaten dish appeared. The hero was standing at the stove. Looking at the food, he thought that by providing him with quality food every day, he would addict his brain to his food. The protagonist put his hand to his face. Frowning, Jack shouted that he hadn't cooked anything today. The thought appeared that then he would suddenly stop giving him this dish and replace it with tasteless army rations. Leaving, Rick heard what and where he was going. Let him quickly cook him normal food. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that if everything goes according to plan, he will slowly but surely reach the limit. Grinning, the hero said, "Well, let's get started." Looking at him, the man asked what the hell this guy was thinking. What kind of 3 meals a day was he arranging for him there? And Carl added that yes, he didn't have to say. Dave froze in amazement, and said that it looked like the lieutenant really liked the lizard meat. Gritting his teeth, Carl said that by the way, the sergeant told him to catch the monster, on the verge of waking up, to which he was asked, wait, what, seriously? Looking straight ahead, he asked what was really this guy. A view of the blue sky opened up. A staircase appeared. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that no way, this is not tasty at all. The doors opened slightly, and someone said that he should immediately cook him that dish. This is his order. Looking at the lieutenant, the hero said that if he wanted him to cook that dish again, he should ask him differently. He did not think so. Frowning, Jack shouted that he was completely crazy or something. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that when the happiness he felt after that meal for several days disappeared, there would be withdrawal. The infirmary appeared. It was heard that this was an order. He refused to obey his order. Taking a step forward, Rick said that well, today he was talking nonsense again. He would come tomorrow. He would have plenty of time to think about his behavior. Jack opened his eyes wide and shouted that he should stop. Suddenly he fell to his knees. Lowering his head, the lieutenant shouted that he asked him to cook him that very dish. No matter how much he ate, nothing satiated him. Let him cook it, he would do anything. The thought appeared that this was what he wanted. The hero looked at him and said that in that case, he cooked it for him, but on one condition. The lieutenant looked at him in amazement. The doors suddenly opened. Entering the room, the protagonist thought that given the development trend in the field of awakening soldiers in the unit, Lieutenant Jack could become a lucky lottery ticket. The man's eyes widened and he shouted that this was it. The monster was lying on the ground. He heard that it was a lizard. He must kill this monster. Blood was smeared on the floor. The soldier was holding a knife in his hands. Rick was standing behind the lieutenant. It was said that he congratulated him on his awakening. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what this was awakening. A notification appeared next to him. It was said that the awakening of a novice commander increases his abilities by 10%. The hero looked in surprise and thought that the percentage had increased. It exceeded his expectations. Stretching his hand forward, the lieutenant asked what all this meant. Let him explain immediately. The thought appeared that this was the very lottery ticket that he accidentally found. He gritted his teeth. The thought appeared that it seemed that he was lucky. The protagonist looked at the message. Reaching out his hand, he thought that there were two main ways to increase abilities, a fixed increase and a percentage increase. A fixed increase is more effective the lower the base ability of the selected target. The effect of a percentage increase, on the contrary, increases as the base skill increases. Putting his hand to his face, Rick thought that so the lieutenant's characteristics will be more effective as the unit's abilities increase. He closed his eyes and said that it turns out that they are in the plus from this. Meat appeared. It was said about achieving an indescribable taste. A notification window appeared. It was heard that his level had skyrocketed. It was said that he had overcome the 10th level of a novice chef. He was promoted from a novice chef of the 10th level to a junior chef of the 1st level. Smiling, the hero said that before he was stuck at the 9th level and could not improve, but now the indicators, which previously increased by a point with each level increased by almost 3 points. A notification about culinary skill appeared. It was heard that all the characteristics of the initial level were changed to characteristics of the low level. The protagonist looked in surprise. It was said that but even at the initial level his abilities were at the level of a master chef. A dish appeared. It was heard that, and what they had become now, if they had grown by another step. Rick looked at the glow. A thought appeared that dry rations were ready. Looking at the dry ration, the hero said that he liked this skill. The protagonist tried the dry ration. A notification appeared that although their effectiveness was slightly lower than that of ordinary dishes, they had a long shelf life and contained a large number of calories, despite their rather modest composition. Closing his eyes, Rick said that the taste was also not bad. Well, now he cannot worry about food. Jack looked away in amazement. A thought appeared that it would seem that the lieutenant could be useful, but even he has some use. Standing in the kitchen, the hero asked that now it was their turn for survivors. The protagonist looked to the side. A view of the mountains opened up. The military headquarters appeared. It was heard that everyone had gathered. Well, then they were moving out, and they would not take Lieutenant Jack with them. Taking a step forward, Rick said that he would not be able to go with them because of his cooking. Dave would lead today, to which Carl asked what he meant by his cooking. Smiling, the hero said that they had nothing to worry about. Let them just trust Dave. After all, he was the next in rank in their squad. Closing his eyes, the man asked that he really thought that they could just take and dump all the responsibilities on him. Turning his head, the protagonist asked that they had discussed everything yesterday. Why was he starting over again? Even though he accepted the role of leader, he was definitely not going to take on all the work. Putting his hand forward, Dave said that yes, he understood, they would go faster, to which Carl responded approvingly, and Rick added, well then, go ahead. The ceiling appeared, and it was heard that he should not relax too much. A view of the entrance to the recreation area in the dormitory opened up. Frowning, the hero said that they had arrived, to which he was told that they were welcome. The girl looked away. The hero lowered his head. Looking straight ahead, he thought that perhaps among them there were those who represented an immediate danger to them. The protagonist stood next to the guy. A thought appeared that, according to Kurt, they were now in a situation where they had to hide their abilities from them. So what strategies should they follow when talking to the survivors? The people were sitting at the table. A thought appeared that they should extract as much information from them as possible, without exposing themselves. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he welcomed everyone present. He was Sergeant Dave and he would oversee this meeting. The girl's eyes widened and she asked what and where was the lieutenant. The man held out his hand and said that they, as the ones responsible for the main work in the squad, would be better off having this conversation. Let them not worry, they would convey all the important information to him. Looking straight ahead, the girl responded approvingly. Looking at the people, the hero thought that their reaction. Sitting at the table, the man said that he didn't know if they should talk to the soldiers about this. Right now, the situation is a little, to which Dave replied that the soldiers gathered here were the senior officers of each unit, responsible for their subordinates. If they had any questions, they should feel free to ask. Frowning, Logan said that well, then let me ask one question. Why did it take 3 days to organize this meeting? The man closed his eyes and said that they had decided to give them time to rest since they were always on their feet, and to give them time to discuss the topics they wanted to raise at this meeting, and representatives still had to be chosen. Carl looked away, hearing that they were also busy with the work of their squad. Looking straight ahead, Logan asked what it meant for them to be in the background. Sitting at the table, the sergeant replied that no, it wasn't. The hero closed his eyes, hearing what and what then, did he really not have extra time? and then thought that sometimes there are people like this, who think that they are more important than soldiers, because their taxes go to support the country's army. Stretching his hand forward, Logan shouted that they are soldiers. They are simply obliged to put people first. How can they have anything more important than them? Suddenly the girl shouted loudly. The man looked away. The people froze in bewilderment. Sitting at the table, Cheryl said that these are people who found time for them in their busy schedules. She understands their complaints and discontent, but thinks it is better for them to remain silent, to which the man responded approvingly. Grinning, the hero thought that he immediately put him in his place. Sitting in front of the sergeant, the girl said that she was sorry, Mr. Logan just had a rather hot temper, to which Dave replied that no, it was true that there was not enough response from their side, but it was not that they were in a bad mood or anything. Smiling, Cheryl said that yes, she understood that in this situation he was doing everything possible for them. Before this incident she had a small studio in the city. Closing his eyes, the man asked how and then said that he was glad that she managed to get to them safely. The room seemed, it was heard that so, before starting their conversation with them, he could explain how he got to their unit. In their situation the best option would be to know each other's situation. Looking at the hero, the girl said that of course. Putting his hands on the table, the protagonist thought that he should keep it up. He silently looked forward. People were running around the city. It was heard that, well, as they probably know, about 2 weeks ago, monsters suddenly appeared everywhere. Residents climbed onto a bus, and someone said that at that time all means of communication were turned off. The internet, television and cell phone communications, even radio communications did not work. Cheryl grinned and said that the monsters began to attack from everywhere. The people they attacked eventually turned into zombies. There was great confusion. The hero and the sergeant looked at her in bewilderment. They frowned. A thought appeared. Stop, what is she talking about? The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that zombies. The military is indignant. Dave whispers in Rick's ear a question whether other monsters could have attacked them, and for some reason their and others' information does not match at all. Rick frowns and thinks that he agrees with him, because this is completely unexpected. The girl asks in bewilderment if they have problems with zombies. Dave awkwardly laughs and gives a negative answer, and that they just do not use the word zombie in their conversations. The girl frowns, asks again and notes that how can they not look at them, they are zombies, and decides to ask what they call them in that case. Dave is confused and tries to think of something. He holds out his hands with the words that he calls them walkers, to which Logan asks again. Rick looks at his friend in shock and asks himself what walkers are, and what he is talking about, because this is a bit too much in his opinion. The bald guy laughs and says that he thinks that there are a lot of people here who really like doramas, and that he also watched this dorama, and clarifies whether they should also call them walkers. And Rick asks himself how that worked. Dave frowns and denies it, and continues that now that he heard the word zombie from them, he now thinks that this word will be more appropriate, and notes that they will now call them that too. Cheryl is taken aback and agrees that they will call them zombies. Rick frowns and wonders how they managed to get out of this. Someone in the background of the window asks what happened next, and the second agrees and asks to tell their story further. Someone in the background of the escape notes that Cheryl told them everything, that they ran with all their might from monsters and zombies. He thinks about Logan and continues that the survivors met by chance then, and that they joined each other and gathered a common group. People run across the stream, and he tells that while they were wandering in search of a safe place, while someone shouts that he remembered that not far from their location there is a military base on the mountain. He thinks about the brunette and continues that one of the survivors told them about their unit, and that this person was none other. Frank looks ahead and notes that this person was him. Carl calmly looks and asks how he knows about their base. Grandpa looks down and replies that his friend, with whom he once worked on a construction site, told him about it. He remembers a small town and explains that he told him that he went to work on a military base, and that it was not far from the area where he lived, and that all he remembered was that the base was located in a mountainous area. Cheryl also adds that they did not know its exact location, but the thing is that they were all confused anyway, and that they had nothing to lose and that they barely got there. Rick does not know what to say, and Dave assumes that they have been through a lot together, and wonders that he was able to lead all these people through the monsters to them. Rick raises his hand and informs them that he has a question. He crosses his fingers and says that he noticed that they do not have any weapons with them, specifically no firearms or bladed weapons, and in extreme cases they do not even have a metal pipe, and asks how they then broke through the monsters and zombies. Cheryl looks at him carefully. She sits quietly and states that they will probably find it hard to believe in something like this, but along the way she awakens superpowers. The military tensed up, and Rick realized that this was the only option, and it would have been impossible without an awakened one. Cheryl introduces herself to the group and explains that she is the only awakened one among them, and that nevertheless, thanks to her ability, they were able to break through the monsters. Rick looks at her and thinks that she openly told them everything, and that he still does not believe that this is possible with only one awakened one. The chair scrapes against the floor while she notes that they probably will not believe such a thing. The girl gets up and asks for permission to demonstrate her abilities, To which Dave is perplexed, why here of all places? Cheryl smiles. The guys tensed up. Cheryl puts her hands under her hoodie. She takes out scissors. Cheryl shows them 2 scissors and explains that these are cutting scissors that are used for sewing and that they are slightly larger than usual. Rick is taken aback and remembers that she said that she worked in a studio and asks if she has any skills in this area. The girl opens the scissors. She frowns. The girl holds the scissors out to the table. They are enveloped in energy. Cheryl leans forward. The table is instantly cut in half. Both halves fall to the floor. A small smoke near the ceiling. The girl stands in front of the halves of the table. Cheryl looks down and says that somehow it works. Dave, stunned, says that it is amazing, and Rick notes that everything is as he expected. The girl looks down and explains that everything happened like this, that she was working in the studio as usual and that suddenly they were attacked by people who looked like zombies. She remembers how she ran, saying that she was overcome with horror, but she quickly came to her senses and took the scissors lying next to her. The girl remembers how, out of desperation, she swung them, accidentally hitting one in the head. The zombie looks at her. Cheryl cries and sees the system window, and he tells her that then a window opened in front of her, where it was said that she awakened the abilities of a tailor. She looked at the scissors and continues that thanks to these features, she can cut off the head of a zombie with just one movement of the scissors. Rick is perplexed whether she stuck the scissors into his head and understands that in this case, there are different methods of awakening. The guy stood up and clarified whether other people fought with zombies. Was it really only she who protected everyone? To which he received in response that she also wonders about this question, because she does not yet know what the exact conditions of her awakening are, and in principle. Rick looks at him in confusion and asks himself if there are cases when a person does not wake up even after killing a monster. Logan crossed his arms over his chest and Rick realizes that this is strange. The brunette frowns and remembers that he was warned that among them there are those who can harm them and wonders who it is. Cheryl stands in front of him and he asks himself if among them there is really only one awakened or they are carefully hiding someone. Against the backdrop of a hack table, someone asks if what she wanted to tell them was the story of her awakening. Dave is confused until she tells him yes, because he is right, but she still probably doesn't know why exactly she awakened and notes that she has the impression that when a person kills zombies, they awaken with a random skill and that all this time she felt like she should tell them about it. Dave looks her in the eye and thanks her, because he thinks that this is really valuable information. Cheryl smiles as he continues that if she has any problems, they can call them right away and they will definitely help them. Rick looks at her awkwardly and realizes that someone like her would not secretly do them harm. He frowns and thinks that if that is the case, then the danger to them could be other survivors. Dave holds out his hands, saying that he will try to explain everything to the soldiers of their unit, and that she does not need to worry about it, to which she thanks him. Dave turns around and asks Carl to clear away the rubble and the others to go and find them another table, to which they accept the order. Rick smiles and reasons that he will have to prepare a trap in that case. He sits on a bench. Rick rubs his chin and thinks about zombies and what the girl told them about all sorts of monsters rampaging in the city. He looks at the clouds and continues that it means that they cannot know for sure what other species may appear in the future, and that everything around is one big headache. Someone runs up to him and says that they are done washing the dishes. The girl looks at him and hears that they have worked hard and that he is asking if they know that they don't have to help him, to which she herself replies that they need to somehow repay him for the food and that is why they help him, especially in turns, so everything is fine. Rick picks up a tray saying that he has some snacks here and calls on them to help themselves. The girl happily asks again about the snacks. Rick shows them the food saying that they can consider it their reward for helping him with washing the dishes and cleaning. The girl asks if he made the ice cream himself, to which he replies that he has some masukra left, so he decided to make ice cream out of it so that it doesn't go to waste, and that it may taste different from the store-bought one, but he assumes that they will like it. The girls take the ice cream and thank him for the treat and ask his sister to take some too. Rick looks at the ice cream and realizes that it is filled with happiness and the chef's signature sauce. Rick frowns and realizes that it all started with a rumor that you can get snacks if you help in the kitchen. The girls eat the ice cream. Rick looks at them. The brunette is stunned. She looks at her sister and says that it tastes incredible, and that she did not know that masukura could be made into something so delicious and asks if she doesn't like it, to which she agrees. She says that she hasn't heard such a thing either, and that it really is very tasty. The brunette asks if she just smiled. Rick turns around while she points out that her sister hasn't smiled since their parents died, to which she points out that she didn't notice and says that she suddenly felt so light in her heart. The brunette cries, saying that she is so glad that her sister is smiling again. The second holds her shoulder and asks her not to cry, because if she is happy, then there is no need to shed tears, to which she replies that this smile means something. The sisters are happy. Rick understands that after the loss of her parents, she probably suppressed all emotions. He looks at them and understands that he acts as if he knows weight, but his younger brother must have had a hard time too and continues that the ice cream he gave them only imposes a temporary effect, but then the weight returns to normal. Rick remembers the monsters and reasons that the changes that occur as a result of the transformation of consciousness remain even after the effect ends, which works exactly like Carl, who no longer gives in immediately after eating the dish that made him brave. The girl holds out the ice cream. Rick holds out his hands, saying that in any case, his ice cream definitely works and that he believes that now he can begin his hunt. The plot moves to the evening after the end of the meeting. Dave stands with his hands in his pockets and reports what he found out about the guy, that he asks him about his specialty and that he first found out what room he was in, to which Rick asks him to continue. The guy turns around and says that there are 5 people living in that room and he thinks that they all knew each other before the apocalypse happened. Rick is taken aback and clarifies whether the fact that they are close makes them accomplices or not. He thinks about Logan and company and gets a positive answer with an explanation that on the other hand, all 5 can pose a danger to them. Rick looks down and clarifies what they should do now, because they can't just go and grab them, because they have no evidence and compared to the others, they generally behave quite quietly. Dave imagines a crowd and replies that he is right and that everything will be fine until they start to riot, and that if the survivors rebel, then there is a chance that they will simply crush them with numbers. He looks at the mountains and continues that they can just wait until danger comes, but this is also a bad option, to which he receives in response that if these people wake up, they will be more dangerous than they can think. Rick notes that if he can make them snacks and get them to admit their plans, then they will find out everything. Rick extends his hand and clarifies if the survivors at the meeting did not agree to help them with the work, to which Dave gives a positive answer, explaining that he will accept their help and that at the moment it will be limited to such things as cleaning the dorm and their kitchen. Rick smiles and says that they have a way to find out everything. He imagines a kitchen, hears a clarifying question about the method and explains that he needs to name the person he will choose for the kitchen, and then he will do one thing. Dave asks if he is going to do the same as he did with Carl, or if he is wrong. Rick puts his hand on his hip and notes that this is a working plan, to which he replies that if he is confident in himself, he can act. Dave frowns and asks if it's that easy and if he has any other abilities besides buffs. Rick is confused whether he was caught or not. Dave spreads his arms wide and notes that he has no idea what kind of ability it is, but the problem is that this situation will require more strength than he is sure, probably, and nevertheless, he admits to him that he trusts him and that, nevertheless, if they rely too much on this ability, then nothing good will come of it, to which Rick agrees and says that therefore he will be more careful. Rick looks awkwardly and realizes that he is sure that he guesses everything. He looks at the clouds and continues that if everyone knew about his ability, then no one would want to eat his food and that when it is necessary, then he will have to use it to the fullest, but at the same time he must be careful not to get caught. Dave, with the building in the background, then suggests that they decide on a day, to which the second agrees. Someone is standing in the kitchen and is celebrating there was more work today than he thought. Rick asks if he's finished yet. The man answers yes, explaining that he was a reserve soldier before, so it's nothing to him, to which the other man remarks that he's worked hard. Rick hands him some ice cream and suggests that he have a snack first, and then go. He looks at the food skeptically. The man smiles and notes that it's that famous ice cream in front of him. Against the background of the trays, he asks if it's the same one and notes that all this time he's been so envious of the people who haven't tried it, because everyone who helps in the kitchen only grabs at how delicious it is. Rick raises his hands and notes that he's now very ashamed in front of the other people in the dorm, to which he says that it's not a big deal, because they still come to help him in turns and that they'll come to him anyway and try it eventually. The man tries the ice cream. He looks at it and notes that it's so unusual and delicious, and now he understands the reaction of the others. Rick smiles and asks if that's true. Rick remembers how he conjured in the kitchen and thinks that he really tried to make it, and therefore even the elephant understands that it will be very tasty. He looks at the glowing ice cream and notes that since they are eating his special dish, he did not skimp on the ingredients, and that this is a special ice cream from the chef, which is filled with happiness. The man gives a thumbs up saying that he really liked it and that it was very tasty, because he cannot even put into words how great it was. Rick smiles and notes that he is very glad that he liked it and understands that it is time to begin. Rick stands near the mirror and the man asks if he can ask him a question, to which the second says that he can ask him any question and that he will be happy to answer it. Rick extends his hand and notes that last time he asked him about his specialization and clarifies why he needs it. The brunette frowns and replies that he did it because he needed to check if there were any awakened in the squad and that he can't tell him anything for sure, but if this is a military base, and with a bunch of weapons, then it is not surprising that there are people who manage to awaken like the leader of their group and that in this case they would have to change their entire tactics. He continues that they heard that this is not true and therefore everything will go like clockwork, and he himself is perplexed by what he just said. Rick crosses his arms over his chest, and he keeps thinking that he does not want to talk about it, but it happens by itself. The brunette looks away and wonders how this happens, because his mouth opens by itself and says everything. Rick clarifies what they would do if they found awakened in his unit, to which he receives in response that firstly they should have checked the scale, that if there were a lot of awakened in the squad, then their chances of victory would be small, and suggests that they would quietly just wait for a convenient opportunity. Rick looks closely and understands that apparently they are not the only ones who are afraid of other awakened ones, and notes that it turns out that they could not find any signs of awakening in the soldiers, and therefore they calmed down and even relaxed, and he himself understands that otherwise he would not have eaten his ice cream. The man nervously replies that he still does not understand what is wrong with him. The guy rushed to the exit shouting that this is a curse and that if he stays here, he will not avoid problems. Rick frowns and asks him to wait a little, because he still has a couple of questions for him. The guy does not understand why he cannot refuse him, and asks him to ask. The cook clenched his fists and asks what about him, and clarifies how many awakened people they have in their group, and asks to tell about their leader at the same time. The guy turns around in horror and replies that all 5 of them live in one room and all recently awakened, and their leader is Logan. Rick is perplexed by the fact that all 5 of them awakened. Rick remembers that he wondered why the lieutenant did not show up. The cook asks what the 5 of them are going to do, to which he understands that he is in deep trouble, but replies that they tried to capture the unit and first checked if there were any awakened or other threats here. He thinks about Dave and notes that after several days of observation. Then he thinks about Carl and continues that they have established that there are no awakened or other dangerous individuals in this unit either. The brunette nervously turns around and says that they have decided to carry out an operation. Against the backdrop of the sunset, he explains that the date of the operation is tonight. Rick, stunned, asks again about tonight. He grins and says that everything is true, because they will start exactly the moment he returns to the room. Rick clenches his teeth and understands that he cannot allow this. The guy snaps his fingers and notes that because of recent events. He bares his teeth and says that he will have to start everything right now. Energy oozes in different directions. The guy smiles and laughs. Rick, horrified, realizes that his ability allows him to control the pressure of fire. The guy is furious, realizing that he was very confused when he loosened his tongue, and then it dawns on him that it's even better for him, because he's just a cook who is incapable of fighting. Rick covers his face from the fire and thinks that he didn't expect this, and that he didn't think that he would attack him so suddenly. Rick hears him apologize and notes that today is clearly not the cook's day. Ben is angry. He notes that it's too bad that the cook found out about his ability, so he just has to kill him and start the operation a little earlier. He throws fire at him. Rick looks ahead, stunned. The guy frowns and asks him not to underestimate him, because he is not very familiar with fire. Rick sees a sign that the high fire resistance effect was cast on him and a description that cooking is always accompanied by flames, and a second sign with a phrase about a steel frying pan. Rick crosses his arms. Flames envelop him. Rick looks at his opponent and realizes he picked the wrong person to attack. The fire goes to the ceiling. The walls are also affected. Rick stands in front of him while he claims that this is impossible and asks how he blocked the flames with his bare hands. Rick frowns and realizes that now he doesn't have to hide either. Rick uses his eyes and talks about his true ability. He looks at his opponent and uses his chef's eyes and sees that his target has low culinary skills and an understanding of primate care techniques. Many signs open in front of him. They are in all directions from him. Rick pokes at the screen and asks him to get ready, because he promises that it will really be hot next. Ben angrily asks him again what he said. Rick stands calmly. A shine appeared. Rick goes on the attack. Ben tries to counterattack. Multiple blows are delivered. The guys are standing on the roof. The first one grins, and the second one asks why he has been gone for so long and asks the main one what they should do. Logan frowns ahead. Logan looks at his comrades, saying that this won't do and suggests starting to act without him, and that he thinks he will join them later. Klaus wonders if they can cope without him, because he has the strongest abilities among them. The blonde looks at him with displeasure and retorts that even without him they are a quartet of awakened ones, and besides, they personally made sure that there are no soldiers like them. Clark replies fearfully that they don't know for sure yet, because they could have missed something. Logan hisses with displeasure. He thinks about Ben, that he has already risen to level 6, so he is the favorite among them, and the way he feels his element and uses skills is the most unique phenomenon. He puts his hands in his pockets and continues that nevertheless he is the leader, and he really doesn't want to wait. The blonde gets angry and clarifies if they trust him and orders them to immediately go on an operation, because the pyromaniac will join them later. Klaus agrees with bewilderment. The leader leaves and orders them to hurry because they will have to drag all the people out of the dorm. People have gathered on the basketball court. Someone asks what all the fuss is about, and why they were dragged out into the street in the middle of the night. The brunette smiles and understands that they are kind of strange. Cheryl frowns. She went up to Logan and asked permission to ask him why he did this, to which he receives in response that nothing unusual, because he has a chronic disease, so if he does not become the leader, he will catch hives. Cheryl, furious, asks again what he is talking about. She notes that from the very beginning he was especially harsh and cruel to the others. The blonde looks away and threatens someone. She stands in front of him and remembers that nevertheless in front of her, As in front of the awakened one, he always behaved quietly and lower than water and grass. Logan awkwardly looks away, while the girl is perplexed about what has happened to him now. Cheryl put her hands on her hips, asking if she understands correctly that he is not happy that he is not the leader of his group. His comrades hear his question about whether she thinks that there is not enough space for their group. People turn around at his question about whether she understands that they just need territory for expansion. Logan crossed his arms over his chest and gives this base as an example and says that in principle it will be enough for the time being. Cheryl looks at him with a satisfied face and clarifies if he has completely lost his mind. People ask each other if they are arguing. Cheryl is indignant, while the first one thinks that this is so and asks that they do not like it because they have everything here, and the second one notes that he did not like these grumpy guys from the very beginning. The military looks out the window. They run out asking what the survivors did there. The first one looks away and says that they don't understand yet, because they all suddenly came down in a crowd and started arguing among themselves. Well, they tried to stop them, but they told them not to interfere, because it was none of their business. Someone from the side orders to continue watching. The military stands while he says that he will go and inform the others about it. Cheryl looks at Logan and says that she knew that some kind of incident happened once. The girl takes out scissors and says that, as she previously assumed, he simply leaves her no choice. She prepares to attack and continues that she did not want to exchange anything for nothing, but he forces her. Cheryl prepares to attack him. The people are terrified, because Cheryl took out scissors and someone asks if they have gone crazy, because they want their heads to fly off. Logan smiles and notes that he is very scared and that he knows the power of these scissors because he has already seen them in action. Cheryl is wary. The guy smirks and she understands that he will not change his mind even when he is on the verge of death and that he probably even thinks that he can beat her alone. The girl is taken aback and understands something. Klaus goes forward and asks to leave her to him, because he will easily break her scissors. Logan looks at his comrade and warns that she is a strong girl. He looks at her and calls the third one to join him too. Clark happily agrees. All three of them go at her, while she thinks that of course she knows her abilities, but she is still not so sure of their strength. The girl frowns and asks if they hid the fact of their awakening from the others. Logan smirks and asks if it only dawned on her now and that he thinks that they will show their abilities in practice. The people are horrified that they are awakened and that all four have been deceiving them all this time. The old man frowns. Logan looks at her with displeasure and says that he thinks that Cheryl is not going to retreat and orders them to attack. The guys use their abilities. Cheryl turns around and realizes that there are people behind her. She runs and realizes that first she should change the place of the battle. The girl runs to another place. Klaus intercepts her. She looks at him in horror. The guy prepares his fist to attack. Cheryl defends herself with scissors. She flies back. Cheryl slows down. The girl realizes that there are many balls around her. She changes direction. The girl attacks the balls. Cheryl swears that they are different from zombies. Cheryl looks at them and realizes that there are two awakened ones against her at once and asks herself if she has a chance. The people around are indignant. The rest are worried. Logan looks satisfied and says that he thinks that the girl who has only been getting in the way all this time will soon be finished. The dark-haired man swung at Cheryl, exclaiming that she had fought zombies and that her fighting skills should be at their best. The guy held his hand out to the side when he advised her to stop fooling around and pull herself together. The girl opened one eye and looked away, thinking about how she had barely practiced this whole time and how all she needed was to take advantage of the window in her attacks. She dodged the blows, jumping back. Clark appeared in front of her when he ordered her to surrender, saying that he was already tired. A smirk appeared on the guy's face when he realized that they had already reached almost level 4. There were spheres around his hand when he decided that there was no way he would lose to a girl who did not even have combat skills. The sky above the house was dark. Clark frowned deeply. Klaus opened his mouth, looking up. Cheryl looked surprised. Sweat appeared on Logan's face when he asked the question. The soldier raised his machine gun up. He grabbed the magazine with his hand. Behind Chuck, there were subordinates when he asked what they were doing there, and then ordered them to raise their hands and not move. The soldiers pointed their guns at the fighters. Cheryl raised her hands up. Clark and Klaus stood with their backs to each other. The crowd of soldiers were in front of Logan when Chuck said what seemed to be clear that everyone should raise their hands up. Then he asked what would happen if they didn't stop. The brunette looked straight ahead seriously when he answered that he would make a sieve out of him. The blonde man closed his eyes when he laughed, saying that it was funny, and then asked about the soldier really going to shoot the civilians. The people were shown looking scared when he suggested that the soldier would shoot these survivors too. Chuck with the gun in his hands was shown in profile when he answered that now is an emergency, and that if they were enemies, they would start shooting. He frowned, looking ahead when he thought about the fact that this guy was the leader. The offenders stood with their hands raised as the soldier thought about how there was definitely more than one awakened among them. The smiling blonde held his hand out to the side as he asked if he or they simply felt more comfortable considering them as enemies, saying that it was obvious that they would defend themselves. The barrels of machine guns were shown as the soldier wondered if they were going to go up against them with guns. Chuck imagined his fellow soldiers with magical powers as he thought about how the awakened were definitely strong, but not to the point of defeating guns. Logan took a step towards the soldiers as he offered the man a chance to shoot, adding that he should not hesitate since he was facing an enemy. Then he was told to stay put. The blond man smiled as he exclaimed that a 20-year-old guy couldn't do more. Sweat began to pour down the soldier's face. He looked at Chuck, saying that he seemed crazy, and then asked what they were going to do. The man held the gun with both hands when he said that it was annoying. The corporal pointed the gun at Logan when he said that he had clearly warned him. The blond man was shown in profile. The soldier's finger was touching the trigger. The civilians were all looking in one direction, scared. The people in the room had their mouths open, staring ahead. Chuck held the gun, staring ahead. He pulled the trigger. They were near a tall building with a flag. Logan looked at the gun carefully. The corporal looked down, shocked. The woman covered her ears. The civilians looked scared, staring ahead. The soldier stood in front of the blond man, who said that he really was going to shoot him, and that it was a good idea, concluding that perhaps he had been hasty in calling him a young man. Chuck looked at the gun, confused, wondering why it wasn't working. His fingers squeezed the trigger a few times as he thought about how it had worked just a moment ago. The man's mouth dropped open as he explained that it wasn't broken. Logan looked ahead menacingly as he exclaimed that it was just his ability. Then a system window popped up with his stats, and it was explained that minimal flame interference interfered with surrounding fire and related phenomena. Sweat broke out on the soldiers' faces as a corporal cursed as he realized that it was his skill. Then another asked what kind of power he had that prevented bullets from flying out. The soldier was holding a machine gun as he turned to his superior, informing him that theirs weren't firing either. Flames were shown as the man explained that he could interfere with fire. A lead bullet was shown up close. The blonde held his hands out, exclaiming that a rifle was a firearm after all, warning them that they might as well not try incendiary bullets, as any explosions or fires were useless against him. Chuck frowned deeply and looked ahead, thinking that of course he wouldn't take that risk in front of so many military men with their guns drawn, realizing that they had let their guard down. Klaus stood next to Clark as he said that it was to be expected of their superior, and then asked them if they had heard that their guns were useless. Cheryl stared ahead as she thought about how the unit would fall into their hands at this rate. The stars were shining on the houses when someone shouted that it was his turn to command and that they should kneel quickly. Then another added that if they behaved well they might have mercy on them. And then someone asked if it was clear to everyone that from now on he was taking charge of this unit. Someone's finger cocked the trigger. The soldiers stood with their weapons in their hands when the leader said that all this time he had just been scaring him with that thing, and that he had thought that he really had the courage. But in the end he had only been scared for no reason. Logan looked questioningly ahead when the corporal was asked what they should do now. Then someone said that there were only 4 of them, wondering if it would be more honest if they, too, left a soldier for each. Chuck turned to his comrade when he asked if it was worth the risk and suggested they take on the group of survivors first, and the comrade agreed, telling him to send a few men to help them. The leader stood in front of the crowd of soldiers as he called them scum, exclaiming that it seemed like their stupid heads didn't understand the situation they were in and that it was pointless because mere humans would never defeat the Awoken, so they should stop resisting and just give up. The tired corporal was shown in profile as he responded that he was tired of yelling, and then turned to Josh and Jasper, telling them he was leaving him to them. The men looked ahead with smirks as they accepted the order. Logan gritted his teeth, looking forward as he yelled that this was great and that they were leaving him no choice, so he would have to kill them. The man's eyes were shown up close as he added that he would start with the confident young man. A clenched fist was shown. Jasper reached out to his opponent, swinging. He flew back from the blow. A mark was left on the blonde's cheek, then he assumed that it was an awakened one. The shocked soldiers looked straight ahead. Logan fell to the ground when he realized that they had tricked him. A leg was hanging in the air. The people present were watching the scene. Their confused faces were shown up close. Klaus and Clark gritted their teeth when they wondered if there were any awakened among the soldiers. The girl looked ahead in admiration. A pleased Jasper folded his arms in front of him when he said that he had just started and that he was already unconscious, then called him a weakling. Josh looked away with a smile when he asked what they were thinking. The leader of the intruders was lying on the ground, shocked. The corporal looked confused when he said that they had simply become very strong themselves. The crowds of dark shapes were facing each other when they reported that the situation was under control, so there was no need to worry, and then asked if there were any wounded, adding that if everything was okay, then they should go to their rooms. The man stood with his back turned, pointing to the side, when he ordered the 2 to be taken there, and they responded in the affirmative. The beaten Logan was sitting next to his comrade. Clark and Klaus were standing with their hands up. The 2 soldiers ran up to their comrades when Chuck was approached, asking what happened, and he then recognized Dave, who explained that he and Carl had been on patrol, but had quickly returned when they heard gunfire, and were then told that they had nothing to worry about. The worried man stood in front of the corporal, when he objected, saying that from what he had heard, there had been a fight between the survivors, and he responded in the affirmative, saying that a group of participants had decided to riot. The disgruntled sergeant looked away. Clark crouched behind his comrades when it was explained that, it turned out, in addition to Ms. Cheryl, there were 5 more awakened in the camp, and that they not only deceived them, but also tried to take control of the unit by force. But it was worth them getting hit in the face once, as they immediately calmed down. Sweat appeared on Carl's face when he said that the man had seemed suspicious to him even then. The soldier's lips were closed when he thought about the fact that Rick was right, and about the fact that these 4 wanted to seize power, not knowing that they had long been aware of their plan. Chuck stood in front of the sergeants when he reported that there was one missing. The soldiers turned, looking at the man and shouting that this was the same soldier. The protagonist was carrying the body of the intruder on his shoulder, breathing heavily. He looked ahead carefully, his mouth slightly open, when they asked if they had sorted everything out. The protagonist placed the body on the ground, and was praised for doing a good job. Rick and the others looked down as they wondered what was wrong with him, and were asked if he really looked bad. Ben was lying on the ground beaten, as the sergeant said that their fighting skills were getting stronger over time, and that he was out cold. The terrified rioters looked in one direction as one of them said that he was the strongest among them. A terrified Logan looked away as he cursed under his breath. Dave looked at the protagonist as he said that he was the enemy, but that was too much, to which he replied that he was trying to be as gentle as possible. The system windows showed a human body when the protagonist thought about how any cooking starts with preparing ingredients, such as cutting a trachea and draining the blood of a fish, but even in this scenario, the fatality rate is still very high. Rick dealt several blows to the man in front of him. He covered his face with his hand when he wondered why he didn't try another method of cooking, since fish are often stunned so that they don't interfere with cutting. Ben gritted his teeth, bending his arms in front of him when his opponent decided that he would try the same, since at least this was the most humane of all the methods he wanted to use. The protagonist stood near his colleagues when one of them asked if it seemed to him, or if the strongest of them turned out to be the weakest. Then Chuck answered that he thought it seemed that way to him because of the difference in level. Carl was standing behind Dave, who asked him again, and he said that these guys looked like they were only level 3. Many dark silhouettes were shown, when it was explained that there were about 5 level 6s in their unit alone, not to mention their other subordinates. The protagonist looked closely at the man in front of him, who turned to him and asked if he was right about him being on the verge of level 10, to which Rick replied that he was for now, and was told that he shouldn't forget about the group token. The corporal presented the pendant when he assumed he was referring to the group's skill token. The dark-haired guy looked away intently when he explained that it helped raise the level in the early stages, and that thanks to it, the first level immediately turns into a 5th, calling it a very useful item, and concluding that it was still useless in the later stages. The soldiers were standing near a small building when the protagonist exclaimed that they had done well anyway, admitting that they could handle it without him now. Then Carl asked if he understood that they couldn't have done it without his help. Dave hugged the protagonist when he agreed, adding that they had only gotten this far thanks to his talent for special cooking, then asked if they should call him Squad Mother. There was a starry sky above the house when he replied that it was a bit much. The men were standing with their backs to the girl, who addressed them, saying that it turned out that they were also awakened. Cheryl was standing right next to the building when she was asked if she was okay. She fixed her hair when she answered in the affirmative, saying that thanks to the medics, she was fine. Rick stopped in front of her when he said that it was good, assuming she was very surprised, to which she replied that it was, and then thanked him for protecting them, adding that if it weren't for them, they would have been in big trouble. The protagonist closed his eyes, asking for forgiveness, and explaining that they had no choice but to keep it a secret until their true intentions and identities could be figured out. Cheryl smiled when she replied that she understood, assuming that the entire squad was awakened. There was a crowd of people in front of the house, when he interrupted her, telling her that only half of them were there. Then she realized that it was still about 50 people. The guy's mouth was closed, as he decided it would be better to tell her everything. Dark silhouettes were shown from above, when the protagonist reminded her that she once said that her awakened specialty was a seamstress. Then she replied that it was true. There was a full moon in the sky when Rick admitted that he was a cook, and that the rest of the guys had different, but no less useful specialties. The protagonist went to his colleague the next day. When he recognized him, then he asked if everything was okay. Jasper looked away, being in front of him, when he answered in the affirmative, adding that he thought he would immediately want to escape, but the prisoner behaved quietly, summing up that perhaps he had come to terms with the situation. The protagonist confidently looked ahead when he said that he understood, and then asked where the room was, where their junior was. The colleague pointed to the side, answering that it was at the end of the corridor. Rick put his hands on his belt when he wondered where to start the interrogation, then his comrade asked if he was really going alone, and then offered his help. The guy touched his shoulder when he answered that it was not worth it, and asked him to rely on him. He closed the door behind him as he greeted Ben. The beaten man held out his hand when he recognized him, and Ben then explained that he was just there to talk, and that if he didn't attack first, he wouldn't attack him either. A scared Ben was shown in profile as he agreed. The protagonist stopped in front of him as he explained that the reason he came to visit him was because he wanted to ask him some questions, and then asked if he would listen to him. The prisoner put his hands on the floor as he answered yes, adding that he could ask anything, and then asked to be left alive. The protagonist looked confused as he considered that he was probably having flashbacks, and wondered if he had overdone it. He had an object on a stick in his hand as Rick promised he wouldn't hit him if he listened to him carefully. Ben, with bruises on his face, opened his mouth. The smiling guy handed him an ice cream, offering him a treat for now. The sergeant walked along the building. He had a smile on his face as he thought about the amazing effect of the truth ice cream, and how people were becoming very frank. There were many pipes under the ceiling as the prisoner revealed that he and his comrades were criminals and that their hideout was located near Gangwon-do. The guy with the hoodie opened his mouth as he added that once the survivors began to learn about the cases of awakening abilities, it became much more difficult to conduct business. Logan extended his hand towards his comrades as Ben said that was when they met him, who proposed a plan to seize power. The protagonist lowered his concentrated gaze as he said that, having hidden the fact that they were awakened, he and his friends joined Ms. Cheryl's group, but they were unable to seize power in the camp. The protagonist stood before a rebel who said that one of them had the ability to tell lies that were indistinguishable from the truth, and that he had convinced people to rebel many times before, but this time it had failed. Ben looked at the soldier's clenched fist, realizing that these guys had united well. A white wall was shown when he assumed that they had set their sights on their unit, since they had failed to seize power in the camp. Sweat was pouring down the bandit's face when he answered in the affirmative, adding that if they were going to seize power, then the one that was more influential, and that they had weapons, so they thought they had hit the jackpot. He imagined a machine gun in Logan's hands when he concluded that a firearm would be a good argument in future activities. Rick held a knife in his hand, thinking that now he fully understood Kurt's prophecy about hiding abilities. The serious sergeant was shown in profile as he thought that if they knew what their abilities were, they probably wouldn't act so rashly, and would change their approach. He was cutting a vegetable as he said that it was still worth thinking carefully before letting the survivors in. The protagonist stood with his back touching his hair as he wondered what they should do with it now. The sunset sky was shown as someone called out to him, saying that they went out to calm the survivors down, as he was told. Jack was standing with his palms open next to the sergeant, who asked if something was wrong, to which he replied in the affirmative, saying that some people were very worried, but he tried to calm them down, since he has the skill to do so, and that he continued to persuade them, and eventually they calmed down and began to disperse to their rooms. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile, thinking that, as he had supposed, an officer's words sounded more persuasive than those of some private, and that this was exactly what they needed him for. The soldier's hand reached forward. The worried lieutenant stood in front of the cook when he asked if he had done well, adding that he had done everything he had told him to do, and Rick thanked him for his efforts. The man's mouth was shown in close-up when he exclaimed that everything was correct and that he had tried very hard, and then asked if he could cook him some kind of midnight snack as a reward for his work. The confused guy closed his eyes, thinking that it seemed like the symptoms of addiction were getting worse. Jack raised his hands up in front of him when he apologized, suggesting that it had been too much, and then exclaimed that he was joking, and that 3 meals a day was more than enough for him. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that everything was fine, and that since he had solved the problem, he would cook for him, and he thought about the fact that they had some lizard meat left, so everything was fine. The lieutenant smiled widely as he thanked him, promising to work even harder. There were products on the board. When he admitted that he was very interested in what kind of dish he would cook, then the cook told him to go to the mess hall, assuring him that he would bring it to him when it was ready. Joyfully, Jack ran to the exit. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. He rolled up his sleeves when he said that perhaps he should turn those 5 into his subjects, as well. Rick imagined the disgruntled bandits, when he realized that he would have to feed them anyway, and that he could not kill them either, because they were people. The sergeant lowered his attentive gaze, deciding that he would think of something. He cut the carrots into rings. Streams of light aura appeared above the table. A man with food stopped in front of Logan. There were various dishes on the tray. The man put a spoon with rice in his mouth. The protagonist looked at him with a smile. The blonde bandit stuffed his cheeks with food, then the system reported that a new achievement, re-education, had been obtained. Klaus brought the food to his mouth. Tears flowed from Clark's eyes. Another bandit held chopsticks in front of his face. Ben was not visible because of the tray when it was told that a group of evil bandits had been completely defeated by the power of cooking. There was a bright flash when it was told that the title of edification chef had been awarded as a reward. The protagonist held a ladle with both hands when it was explained that thanks to this, the effect of cooking food targeting monsters and professions with evil properties was increased by 30%. The chef frowned, looking down. The bandits stood in front of the soldiers when they were informed that they would be joining their unit as privates from now on. Klaus and Clark's mouths were wide open. They were helping to load boxes into the car. The rebels were busily washing dishes and floors. The bandits stood in a row, their mouths wide open. The 5 of them were watched from the sidelines when they were asked how the newcomers were doing. Carl smiled widely, saying that they were adjusting well, and that even though they were older than him, that didn't make them professionals, but he thought they would get used to it. Rick looked away with a smile when he thought about how glad he was that it ended on a good note. He and the sergeant turned to each other when the protagonist said that he should rest assured that he wouldn't trade him for them, and the sergeant agreed with him. The boot hovered above the ground when someone spoke to the protagonist, saying that they were looking for him. Dave ran up to the cook who asked why. The man looked at Rick worriedly when he replied that there was a problem and that they needed him. Then Rick asked again. Green tanks were shown. The sergeants looked in the same direction when one of them explained that they were trying to salvage as much oil from the tanks as they could, but that was all they had, and that excluding the machine oil, the generator would last another week or so, tops. Dave looked at the soldier next to him when he said that they were making progress, but their food and power were not increasing. Then the soldier replied that resources were already limited, but the number of people consuming them had doubled. The survivors were sitting at the dining table. A lamp hung from the ceiling when he added that all plans had gone awry with the survivors joining in, and that they would not be able to hold out much longer. The dark-haired soldier's mouth fell open when he asked what to do now. Dave's face was covered in sweat. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully as he replied that he thought he should prepare to leave their base. The moon was full. His comrades were standing around the table when one of them suggested that this was why the cook had told them to come without dinner. Then another asked how he had cooked something like this in the army. It was an art. There were delicious dishes on the plates. When he replied that it was nothing and told them to eat to their heart's content, then they asked him if he himself hadn't told them that supplies were running low. Then the sergeant exclaimed that if they ate it all, the others would starve. The smiling protagonist opened his palms as he admitted that it was actually lizard meat. Someone was holding chopsticks in his hand. Dave grimaced. Tears appeared in Kurt's eyes. Veins bulged on Carl's forehead. The other sergeant frowned heavily. A view of the building from above was shown as they cursed, mentioning Rick. The angry fellow soldiers were in front of the protagonist as they asked why on earth he was cooking with a lizard, adding that they knew he had his reasons for doing so, and that he should just tell them why. Carl covered his mouth with his hand, crying. The protagonist looked serious as he answered that they had only fought lizards before, and that he considered that their greatest weakness. He imagined creepy dark silhouettes as he added that they had recently learned from Mistress Cheryl that there were other monsters, such as zombies and even humans. The cook imagined a gang of bandits. Rick stood in front of his comrades as he concluded that they needed to be more prepared. Dave was next to Chuck when he said he was right about that, and then asked what that had to do with cooking lizard meat. The protagonist was shown in profile when he answered that their supply of dry rations was almost completely depleted. An image of food appeared in the system window when he added that they could buy rye bread at the store and that it would help them not to die of hunger, but it was quite expensive, so they would not be able to eat it for long. 2 system windows were shown when the guy finished speaking. There were food on the trays when the protagonist said that, fortunately, monster meat contains magic, and it is quite effective. Kurt looked at the food incredulously when he suggested that monster meat was the best option. Dave looked worried when he said that he understood what he meant, but probably many people would not like it. Carl's face was sweating as he agreed with him, adding that he knew how they felt about the monsters and that he knew that their meat could be cooked deliciously, but since those who would be eating it had seen the creatures tear apart the bodies of their comrades, they might object. Rick looked ahead silently as he thought that he understood them perfectly. He imagined the empty dishes as he thought that he was the only one who could control his mental state by cooking a special dish. The soldier clutched his head as the cook realized that if he didn't hold back, he would have gone crazy long ago. The monster bared its sharp fangs as the sergeant realized that if he thought about it, he was always on the edge. The plates were filled with a variety of food as he thought that the monster that had recently eaten people was now going to be eaten again, and that hearing this would make anyone refuse. The protagonist was shown from behind as he responded that there would obviously be some who would be against it, but he wanted to remind them that it was impossible to please everyone. Chuck's eyes welled up with tears. Dave looked straight ahead with a serious expression as they were reminded that, as stated earlier, their original goal was to survive at all costs. A thoughtful Kurt was shown in profile. Carl looked away with a concentrated look as the protagonist exclaimed that they needed to make a decision. Rick put his hands on the table as he asked if they wanted to be caught and eaten by the monster, or if they wanted to survive by eating the monster. The chef looked ahead with a scowl as he asked for this to be passed on to the others. The soldiers crowded around the table as they were told that they could eat as much as they wanted, and that it was a company dinner that the chef had prepared for everyone. The soldiers surrounded the dining table, shouting that they were just tired of dry rations and that it was a holiday, and then asked if it was lizard meat. The privates began to eat when one of them exclaimed that it was tastier than he thought. A system window appeared in front of them when he added that not only did it taste delicious, but it also increased their stats. The satisfied soldiers ate with pleasure when they said that it was not even close to the dishes they had tried before. The protagonist turned to his comrade, who asked if it was true that they did not even have to be persuaded. Then he answered in the affirmative, saying that their reaction was surprisingly good. The protagonist's brown eyes were shown close up when he added that some people were a little afraid, but then they decided to go. The soldiers looked cheerful. Dave put his hand on Rick's shoulder as he told him not to worry, because they had all come to a consensus, and said that it might take a while, but they would soon get used to it. Then he agreed with him. All the soldiers looked at the sergeant, who turned to them, asking what kind of company dinner it was without drinks, saying that for their sake he didn't even mind the soja and beer he had hidden, and then suggested that they also had hidden alcohol. The happy soldiers raised their hands in the air when he exclaimed that of course, because he couldn't have disappeared from the warehouses on his own. The private was carrying a green crate. There were many bottles of alcohol on the table. The cheerful colleagues were smiling widely. Everyone raised their glasses in the air. The main character stood with his arms crossed over his chest when he realized that he hadn't seen them this happy for a long time, thinking that they deserved it. Suddenly, his mouth fell open, looking forward. A girl was standing near the corner of the house when the cook called her by name. The protagonist ran towards the seamstress when he asked if she wanted something, to which she replied that she was looking for squad members in the dorms, but no one was there, and that she then heard a noise and followed the sound. Cheryl looked surprised, standing in front of the sergeant, who said that they had a reason. The joyful soldiers raised their hands in the air, standing at the table. Confused Rick closed his eyes when he said that he did not think that their group would be better off if its members knew what they were doing there, and he thought about how she probably thought that they only cared about their squad members, and that the survivors of her squad were being deprived and ignored in every possible way. They stood in front of each other when the girl replied that she understood and suggested that they were talking about monster meat. Then he said that she might find it strange. Then she countered, saying that it was not like that. The seamstress's mouth dropped open as she added that it was necessary for survival, and that they owed them a favor as well. The protagonist lowered his gaze as he silently agreed with her, thinking that the survivors must be feeling uncomfortable as well. Clouds floated across the blue sky as Cheryl said that she had a favor to ask of him, and he asked if it was true. The girl in the pink sweater stood in front of the protagonist as she asked to be allowed to officially join the squad. Rick imagined armed civilians as he wondered if they wanted to fight monsters as well. The seamstress's mouth dropped open as she said that it was certainly nice to be protected by soldiers. She imagined zombies with red eyes. Frightened people were shown running away as Cheryl explained that if they did not fight for their survival, they would eventually die from helplessness. The smiling cook stood before her as he thought about how she was expected to think like a leader, and how she knew they couldn't protect them forever. The soldiers were watching them as he responded that it was a bit unexpected. The girl admitted that she had been thinking about it since Mr. Ben and his gang betrayed them. The thoughtful protagonist was shown in profile as he realized that if there were no soldiers nearby, she wouldn't have been able to stop them. He remembered the enemy being engulfed in flames. The protagonist imagined Logan gritting his teeth as he decided that she was incredibly lucky. The girls and the old man looked ahead as the sergeant asked if she had asked the other survivors for their opinions, to which she replied that of course, and that they had come to this conclusion after much discussion, concluding that they had come to the conclusion that they needed the strength to survive on their own. The amazed cook had sweat on his face as he marveled at their determination, saying that as they knew, every soldier in the squad had a rank and that being with them meant following orders like the other members of the squad. The black emblem on the uniform was shown. Cheryl smiled, looking ahead as she asked him not to worry about it, adding that Jack seemed like a good leader, so she didn't think there would be any serious problems in their squad. The lieutenant was shown surrounded by flowers as Rick thought about how it couldn't be any other way since he had him in his sights, and how she didn't need to know that. The protagonist stood in front of the seamstress as he replied that he understood, but he wasn't the only one making such important decisions and that he would talk to his superiors and give her an answer right away. The smiling girl looked determined as she thanked him, promising that they wouldn't let them down. The ceiling lights were on when someone asked the sergeant if it was true that they wanted to join their squad. The soldiers looked at the protagonist standing in front of them when Chuck asked if it wasn't too irresponsible to accept civilians into their ranks, reminding them that it was not easy for them either. Then it was revealed that they had a meeting to discuss MS. Cheryl's sudden request. Kurt looked serious as he looked forward, answering that they couldn't just ignore them either, and that they still had to be able to stand up for themselves. Sweat was pouring down the worried soldier's face as he wondered if all the survivors had agreed to this. The dark-haired guy looked straight ahead as he answered yes, saying that they wanted to fight monsters just like they did. Dave and Kurt looked thoughtful as they realized that there were definitely a lot of risk factors. Carl and Chuck stood next to each other, looking ahead as Rick thought about how they couldn't predict in advance what problem would arise that would threaten their lives. The sergeant's eye was shown close up as he decided that they still had to stick together to protect each other and survive the apocalypse. He stood in front of his fellow soldiers, arms outstretched as he thought about how this was their responsibility not only as soldiers but as caring people. Boxes were placed near the window as the cook suggested that the others discuss possible unplanned situations and how to quickly resolve them, since everyone agreed. The door was closed as someone asked to look at it, then it was told that her words about trying hard were not empty. The protagonist looked at the things in front of him when he asked if they had sewn the military uniform themselves. The clothes were neatly folded when they answered in the affirmative, explaining that it was a set of military uniforms made of monster skin, and that the officer's uniform was made from the chieftain family, and the private's uniform from the lizard family. The long-haired girl stood in front of the protagonist, who remembered her skills as a tailor, and then asked if they had really asked for everything that was left from dead monsters for this, to which she replied that they had, and that they themselves had once mentioned that lizard skin had incredible defensive power, and then asked if she was right. Cheryl took the uniform in her hands with a smile when she added that the scales had high protection, although slightly thicker than the skin, and that she had sewn it only in those areas that did not interfere with movement, and where their vital organs were. She held out the clothes in her hand as she asked him if he would try them on once. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. Rick put on the new clothes as it was explained that the monster skin uniform set, crafted with special care by a novice seamstress, was created from the leftover skin and scales of monsters known for their defensive power, and that it had a small amount of the monster chieftain's power left in it, more than enough to provide buffs for battle. The system window was shown close up as it was explained that physical resistance had been greatly increased, as well as increased resistance to magic and various attributes. The system window was angled as it was explained that the internal features included a low charisma level, as well as an increase in the strength and agility stats. The surprised sergeant touched the new uniform when he thought about how unrealistic it was and that if you add his buffs and defense to it, it would be a very powerful combo. The girl with her eyes closed smiled when she said that it suited him very well. The satisfied protagonist stood in front of her when he answered that the feeling was very unusual, and he thought that since she was a seamstress, she could work on the production line. The soldier put his hand on his chest when he asked why she made the uniform gray. Cheryl presented sets of clothes when she answered that she believed that someday they would be able to return to the city, so she thought it would be nice to have several versions of the uniform, and not just the camouflage khaki color. Then he said that he understood. On the table lay a folded uniform when the girl added that she initially made several trial versions not only for officers, but also soldiers, and that this team uniform from the chieftain for the lieutenant and other officers of the unit. The protagonist looked worriedly at the seamstress in front of him when he informed her that he was the current commander of their unit, and she asked why. The sergeant's lips were pressed together as he thought that it might be a little late, but he still had to tell her. Rick stood in front of the tailor when he realized that, knowing all of their secrets, she was the perfect addition to their clan. The girl looked very serious as she looked forward. Sweat was pouring down the cook's face when he said that this fact was unknown to anyone except those in higher rank, so he asked her to keep it a secret from others. The sun's rays illuminated a low building. People were crowded in front of it. The privates were examining the new uniforms when they asked how the clothes could increase their stats, guessing that they were made of leather. The soldiers waved their arms, standing close to each other, when they realized that it was leather, but did not restrict movement, and also healed injuries faster. Someone was watching them from the side when he said that they seemed to like it. Chuck and Carl struck a pose in front of their comrades when they thanked the seamstress, and the protagonist exclaimed that he could not believe that she had made uniforms for so many soldiers so quickly, and Cheryl explained that she and the other survivors had helped her. The man punched his chest when he said that it was incredibly durable. The protagonist looked at the seamstress standing next to him, who explained that the enlisted men would probably need extra protection, so they made special pockets for armor plates. The paired pockets on the pants were shown when the tailor explained that they were for quick access to weapon ammunition, and the soldier exclaimed that this was great. The girl with the bangs was shown in profile when she added that Mr. Rick had once mentioned using a knife, so she had decided to provide a special holder for knives. The dark-haired boy looked ahead, his eyes wide. He had a knife sheath on his belt when he replied that it was quite difficult to carry it in his hands all the time, and then thanked her for it. The remaining sets of clothes were on the table when Cheryl told him that the lieutenant and Mr. Kurt had separate uniforms, and the sergeant said he understood and that he would pass it on to them. The cook and the seamstress exchanged glances when he turned to her, asking why she didn't try on the combat uniform, and she asked if she could. The long-haired girl took a step forward when he replied that of course, since she was the representative of the survivors and, in a sense, the leader of the personal group. The tailor's face sweated as she asked if the title of the survivors' representative was meaningless when they had already joined them. The brown-eyed soldier looked away, looking carefully. 4 sergeants stood in front of her, as he replied that it was not, and that they would in fact be leaving this unit soon. Cheryl's pupils narrowed as she asked what he meant. The protagonist looked focused as he looked ahead, answering that when they were on their own, more survivors would join them. A small group of people were shown from above as he added that she was to take care of them. The soldier imagined the tailor standing in front of a crowd of people as he concluded that he thought she was the one to lead them. The girl with bangs smiled and looked ahead as she said that she understood, and that the title sounded more important now. The sergeant smiled when Dave said that he was sure she would do well, so there was no need to worry too much. The protagonist's satisfied face was shown up close when he said that since he had been through it himself, he could tell that she would adapt and get used to it quickly. He remembered how his fellow soldier had hugged him when he thought about how he too had been promoted to squad leader overnight, and how he had felt like a helpless baby back then, but also how humans were creatures that could adapt to almost any environment. The sky was blue above the building when the corporal was approached and asked if he had brought it, to which he replied that he had. Chuck approached the seamstress, who said that it was a pistol. Her hands reached for the firearm when the soldier explained that it was called AK-5, and that officers were usually issued such equipment. Rick looked at the way she was holding it as he explained that they had lost 3 people after the monster attack, specifically the chief, the battalion commander, and the medic, so they had 3 guns that had lost their owners. Cheryl looked at the gun with concern as she replied that she had never held anything like it. A smiling Chuck stood in front of the tailor as the cook told her that he would explain how to use it, and she laughed. A frowning Carl looked ahead as he asked who had the other 2. Dave imagined Jack jumping up and down the hallway when he answered that the lieutenant had them first, and that he had the authority of a leader, but his fighting skills were as bad as they could be, and then the lieutenant agreed with him, adding that it was true. The sergeant had a gun in his hand when he said that he planned to use the rest. The cook reloaded his pistol when he added that he had used knives so far, but a firearm was more reliable than any such equipment, and that he should not forget that he was awakened, summing up that since he had no strength before awakening, he relied on a gun for everything, so he definitely needed to carry one. A coworker hit Carl in the chest when he suggested that he wanted one too, saying that it was still too early for him to carry a gun with him, and then Carl asked what the big deal was, exclaiming that maybe he wanted to shoot too. The dark silhouettes of the military were shown from above as his comrade replied that such a small pistol did not suit their size. Then someone commented that Ms. Cheryl was very petite, then someone apologized. The soldiers raised their hands in the air a few days later, shouting that they did it, then he was congratulated for being awakened. The short-haired sergeant had sweat running down his face as the system reported that the condition had been met, and that more than 100 people had been awakened. The brunette with bangs looked excited when it was reported that a guild of 100 people had been successfully formed. The dark silhouettes crowded together, standing in the vacant lot. When they wondered what this time, then the system notifications appeared, saying that a guild was a more formal social group than a party or clan, and that they needed to establish order by creating positions and rules. The protagonist looked down with satisfaction when he realized that it was time for them to leave. The sergeant stood in front of their comrades when it was explained that when it was suggested to leave the base and move on, as expected, there were voices of concern. The disgruntled privates looked ahead when they asked about whether it was dangerous, since there were about 100 of them, and how they would survive in such numbers in the wild. The dark-haired guy widened his eyes, looking ahead when he said that a lot of monsters would be waiting for them. Then it was told that there were soldiers who did not object, although they were dissatisfied. The private was in front of his comrade, who asked about how they would fight monsters outside the base, since they would not have support in the form of barracks, to which he was told that if they stayed there, they would definitely go crazy one day. The fellow soldiers had big smiles on their faces when one of them asked if they weren't men, and then suggested that they should go for it, since staying there forever wasn't an option either, so they needed to move on. Then it was reported that there were also guys who understood the situation they were in and actively supported him. A disgruntled Dave stood next to the protagonist when he asked if it was really that hard for them to come to a consensus, cursing, and what they would do, to which he replied that he thought he would have to cook a dish that increased their courage again. The guy's pupils narrowed greatly when he thought about how, as expected, it was inevitable. The soldiers lined up in groups in front of the building, when someone said that he didn't even notice that there were so many of them, even without the survivors. Then another agreed with him, saying that he was surprised himself. The sergeants were standing near the entrance to the barracks when one of them said that everyone was gathered and that they should now quickly move on to the next step. Then Rick agreed with him, thinking that there were many things that needed to be decided. A system window appeared in front of him, when it was reported that the leader recognized by the majority of people can appoint lieutenants who will participate in the life of the guild, and that they can be somewhat involved in the internal affairs of the guild, and that they will be able to communicate at a distance by sending and receiving special messages. The cook smiled widely when he said that there were even privileges. A system window appeared in the air, in which it was written that the name of the guild has not yet been decided, and that he should choose one, and it was also told that the Grand Region is the first of 17 guilds in South Korea. The sergeant stood with his back to the others as he thought about how, if he understood correctly, they were the first guild, and how it seemed like not everyone had managed to reach the required number of awakened. A sharp fawn was shown as someone said that, moreover, for creating the guild, they had received a dragon's tooth, and that he was starting to understand things a little. Dark figures settled in front of the porch as someone suggested that they first focus on appointing lieutenants and naming their guild. The brunette raised a megaphone to his mouth as he exclaimed that, as they knew, now that the number of awakened had reached 100 people, their clan had become a guild. The protagonist stood up straight, placing his hand on his waist as he congratulated everyone on becoming the first in all of Korea, adding that they had been through a lot, and that it had tempered them. The soldiers began to raise their hands when he announced that they needed to sort out a few things before leaving the unit, namely, appointing lieutenants, summing up that their awakening time, abilities, and skills would be taken into account. His hand moved closer to the system window when he announced that 0 of the 5 lieutenants, key workers who assist the leader in managing the guild, had been selected, and that when such a person was appointed, the positive effect of the group's skill, the token, would increase in accordance with the lieutenant's level, and that the message function would open immediately. The protagonist held a loudspeaker in front of him when he said that a total of 5 needed to be selected. The soldiers were lined up in groups on the vacant lot when he added that in general, they all understood that a guild of 100 people would not be able to stay in one place all the time, which is why they needed people who could command separate squads of soldiers. Carl and Dave looked serious as they stood next to each other when the leader exclaimed that this was a very important position, as people's lives were at stake. All of the comrades were shown in profile as the leader said that not everyone was capable of such a thing. Rick held the megaphone straight in front of him as he said that as the guild leader, he could name anyone he wanted, but first he wanted to hear everyone's opinion. The soldiers looked ahead carefully. Some of them exchanged glances. Sweat appeared on the faces of the survivors, then it was said that, fortunately, opinions were not too divided. The cook lowered the loudspeaker, looking away as he thought that in his opinion, the foreman and Mistress Cheryl were perfect for the roles of lieutenants, so he would definitely choose them. A blush appeared on Dave's cheeks. Chuck looked forward confidently. Carl was shown in profile, pleased. The seamstress looked determined. The protagonist looked at the man next to him. Kurt looked calmly ahead as he thought about the problem being him. Dark silhouettes were seen in front of the building entrance as someone asked if it wouldn't be better to pick another soldier, saying that their sergeant was a responsible man, but picking someone who couldn't move on his own was unwise. The soldiers looked at the privates from the porch as the protagonist realized that he wasn't the only one who doubted him. A red megaphone was shown as everyone was told not to worry, saying that Kurt wasn't leaving the base. The soldiers were in front of their leader as they asked him again, and wondered what he meant and if he was the one who said that all the members of the unit would be leaving the unit. Dave stood next to Carl in shock as he wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking. Then his comrade turned to Rick and asked how that was possible. The cook looked away with a smile. A force field was shown as he explained that the mountains were their only occupation, and that if all of the squad members left the area, the occupation would also be removed, and then asked if they remembered what phrase was displayed in the window when they first gained control of the area. A system window appeared in front of the soldier, as it was explained that they could earn conquest points by maintaining control of the area. Trees were seen behind the system window as it was explained that these were points earned for controlling occupied areas, and that the more of them there were and the longer they controlled them, the more points they could earn. The protagonist held a red megaphone in front of his face as he said that it was currently unknown where these conquest points would be used, and that all of this suggested that they were very important. Serious faces were shown as he added that he thought it would all become clearer with time. The sergeant held out his hand for the loudspeaker as he asked the leader if he would allow it, to which he replied in the affirmative. Kurt was sitting in a wheelchair with a megaphone in his hand. The soldier held it up to his face as he said that as everyone knew, his specialty was stargazing. His fellow soldiers lined up against the fence as he added that the brighter the stars were in the sky, the easier it was for him to use his skill, and then asked if they knew that there were few places where you could see the celestial bodies as clearly as they could at their base, concluding that he would stay there and monitor the mountain range, relaying the vital information he had gained from his ability to them. The enlisted men had serious expressions on their faces as Kurt said that he would be their radar, relaying if there were any problems along the way. The system windows showed a map as the sergeant concluded that this was why he had decided to stay there with the 7 soldiers of the radar unit. A smile appeared on the boy's face. The guild leader looked down with fondness as he thought about how, thanks to Kurt's personal speech, he didn't have to say a word to them as they understood everything. The protagonist stood surrounded by lieutenants as it was explained that this was how they were chosen. A simple diagram was shown as he explained that a new command structure had been formed in the unit. The protagonist looked happy as he looked away as he realized that he only had to figure out the name. The comrades stood opposite each other as one of them asked how about something like the Human Liberation Front in Kangwon Province, and the other answered him that they weren't planning on staying there forever. The man put his hands in his pockets in front of his comrade when he asked about Knights of the Round Table, then the latter exclaimed that steel troops sounded better, to which he was told that it was good. Clouds were floating above the barracks when someone asked about, well, the first monster they encountered was a steel lizard. On a blue background were white letters that said that after discussion by vote they chose the name Steel Legion. Then someone asked if they were too few for a legion, to which he was told that it sounded very good. Dave stood between Chuck and Cheryl when he asked about where they were heading, to which the corporal replied that it all depended on what was located to the east and west of their base. The man frowned and looked away as he said that there was a large city called Chuncheon on the western side in the Yangtze region and that there was enough room to maneuver. A green area was shown as he added that since the area itself was large, there were many other units stationed there. The coastline was also shown as the sergeant explained that there was a city called Gangnam on the eastern side in the Yangdong region that had access to the sea and that the 12th Corps, their superior unit, was also stationed there. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked ahead as he said that they had to decide whether to go to a larger area or head to a higher-ranking unit to join the military unit. Dave closed his eyes and nodded as he said that it was a difficult choice. The protagonist's eye was shown close up as he suggested that they should leave it to Kurt in that case. Clouds were floating above the green hills. The parade ground in front of the barracks was shown a few days later. There were signs with hieroglyphs on the gate. The metal fence opened. 5 lieutenants headed for the exit. The guild leader looked ahead with a frown. Bright lamps were burning under the white ceiling the day before leaving, when someone said that they may have gained control of the mountain, but not all of it. The soldier touched the map with his hands when he added that he therefore prepared something. The people were gathered around the table when the girl assumed that it was a map. Dave opened his palm in front of him when he answered in the affirmative, explaining that he drew it based on the research done by members of their unit, adding that he thought it would be a good idea to familiarize himself with it before leaving. Carl lowered his concentrated gaze when he inquired about the symbols. On the map, some areas were marked with crosses when the sergeant answered that these were places where monsters had been recently spotted. The man was shown in profile as he opened his mouth and said that thanks to these signs they would be able to roughly know where they lived. The surprised corporal rested his hand on the table when he asked about the fact that there were really that many of them. The protagonist imagined an attack of monsters when he answered that it turned out that way, because they were already attacking several times a day, and that, most likely, their shelters were scattered throughout the mountain. Everyone looked at the comrade who covered his face with his hand, who wondered what they were thinking and that maybe there was some way to get rid of these monsters once and for all, summing up that their number was growing every day. A creepy black monster was shown when it was told that in general they found out that in addition to lizards, recently people often noticed monsters of a very strange shape, and also that they had a lot of information about reptiles, but they did not know anything about this type of creature yet. Cheryl looked ahead worriedly when she said that this was a problem. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he concluded that monsters whose weaknesses they did not know could be a huge risk and death for the entire squad. The corporal frowned, worried. Carl looked sternly ahead, saying nothing. Dave stood next to Rick as he asked the seamstress about how they got to their unit, and if there was anything unusual on the way there. The tailor with the bangs was shown in profile. The people were walking one after another through the forest as she began to answer. Someone was watching them from above as the girl reported that there were monsters, of course, but not as many as they had recently mentioned. Cheryl decapitated one of the monsters as she explained that maybe 1 or 2, and that they were not lizards, but she managed to defeat them somehow. The seamstress stood near the table with the soldiers when one of them said that he thought there was no need to worry if even the mistress was able to handle them on her own, and that it seemed like there would be no problem moving. The brunette was shown in profile when he opened his mouth and replied that it seemed like the effect of the chieftain. The soldiers looked in one direction, asking him again, to which he answered in the affirmative, advising them to think for themselves. The moment when the soldiers attacked the monster was shown. The mouth with sharp fangs was shown up close when the guild leader reminded that they found survivors the day after the chieftain was killed. The people surrounded by trees crowded when the protagonist said that the lizard population was then sharply reduced and the survivors still managed to set foot in the mountains, after which the others agreed with him, exclaiming that everything was correct. The corporal looked away with concern when he asked if the conditions were worse now than they were then, saying that there was a lot of them and they still needed to take supplies with them, and summing up that they would not be able to pass unnoticed. The disgruntled sergeant turned to the protagonist standing next to him, who replied that it was true and that they should reconsider their decision to leave the base. Sweat broke out on Dave's forehead when he exclaimed that there was nothing he could do about it. The barracks building was illuminated by the sun's rays when he added that it was too late to retreat and that they could only prepare for departure as best they could. The vehicles were driving along a forest road. The sergeant gestured in front of him when he ordered the alarm to be turned on, and ordered the privates to go to the front of the vehicle. The man waved from behind the armored personnel carrier when he asked for the vehicle with the survivors to be sent to the middle, informing them that they themselves would be in the rear. The bald soldier sat behind the wheel. His armed comrades walked behind the cars. The guild leader stood next to Dave, who wondered if they could do it even though they were using military tactics, to which Dave replied that it was difficult to use more advanced formations in this situation, but that they had combat experience, so he thought they should be able to handle it. The protagonist looked confident, looking forward and thinking about how defense, damage, and healing were standard formations for various tactical games. The soldiers with weapons walked next to the cars, when the protagonist explained that the large vehicles would act as a barrier for them. The two sergeants turned in different directions when Rick added that there would be groups of guys nearby who could quickly engage in close combat. The other soldiers were casting various elemental magic when the leader explained that the vehicles carrying the survivors would be protected by awakened long-range support class. The cook and Dave looked at each other when the latter said that the problem was that they didn't know where the enemy attack would come from, and that the road was narrow so it would be difficult to retreat, and there was almost nowhere to go. Then he replied that they would clear it as they went. The guys in military uniforms were behind the cars when someone said that this mountain road was so dangerous that it would be better to quickly drive through on vehicles. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, thinking that she understood his concerns. A sharp drop was shown when he thought about how more than half of the routes in the mountain range were dirt roads with sharp changes in altitude, and that not only were they uneven, but they also had places with descents and rocks, concluding that clearing such terrain pushed them to take unnecessary risks. The car was surrounded by armed soldiers when Rick decided that in this case, the plan with a quick crossing was appropriate, thinking that there was nothing to think about, because their formation was a real improvisation. The private looked towards the leader when he reported that the formation was complete. A satisfied smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he told them that they were moving out. A column of cars moved through the forest. Fellow soldiers walked one after another. Others watched the driver of the car. The dark-haired sergeant checked the civilians. Dave showed documents to the protagonist. His hand touched the map. In the distance, high hills were visible. Soldiers with weapons in their hands were standing nearby when one of them said that it was quieter around the unit than he thought. Then he was told that it was because the occupation effect was still in effect and that they would appear soon. The worried man looked away. Thick bushes were shown. Suddenly, indistinct silhouettes appeared there. The frightened private turned to the corporal standing nearby when he asked if he saw it, to which he answered in the affirmative, exclaiming that they were monsters, and then told him to hurry and inform headquarters. The guy turned away from his comrades when he accepted the order. The two men remained standing on the forest path. In the distance, green tree crowns were visible. A clawed hand touched the surface. The monsters bared their teeth and growled. Their pupils narrowed greatly. The pack of monsters rushed forward. They put their paws forward as they ran. Their powerful tails were raised up. The monsters surrounded the guild members from both sides. The dark-haired boy put his hand forward as he ordered all the survivors to take cover in the cars and the troops to prepare and be calm, reminding them that this was no different from fighting in the unit. Rick opened his mouth wide as he ordered them to focus on their weaknesses and stay stamina and vigilant, then exclaimed that shooting was prohibited, as more monsters would come to the sound of gunfire. A yellow circle appeared in front of the private with the shield. Streams of orange energy appeared in front of the two comrades as they accepted the order. Carl's mouth was wide open as he motioned for the creatures to begin. Dave, gritting his teeth, looked ahead as he said that it had been a long time since there were so many of them attacking. Cheryl frowned deeply as she exhaled sharply. The guild leader held a knife in front of him. He looked ahead with determination. The monsters approached the soldiers with abilities. Carl looked at the monsters attacking them as he told the privates to hold the line. The monster attacked one guy as he added that they should not let them get inside. There was a fierce battle going on around the cars. The monsters with red eyes were waving their tails. The sergeant frowned, looking away menacingly, as a loud scream was heard. He struck the monster. The monster flew back, crashing into its fellow. The brunette hit the creature in the face as he exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Another monster reached out with its paw to him, then Carl asked if this nasty chieftain wanted to deal with him. The dark-haired soldier looked forward menacingly. He attacked the monster in the face. The monster flew back, hitting the ground. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Behind him, the chieftains stretched their paws forward. The sergeant turned, looking back as he cursed, saying that at this rate they would get to the car. The boy bent his arm, protecting himself from the monster. A white glow appeared. The soldier attacked the enemy with a bright beam. Dave's mouth was wide open as he addressed his comrade, saying that they could not last that long, and that they needed to push them out so that they could not penetrate. The soldier created a barrier in front of the chieftain. The brunette put his hands forward, attacking the enemy when ordered to keep them away from the cars with survivors. The monsters approached the soldiers using abilities. Someone hit the roof of the truck. The woman hugged a crying child. The old man looked up worriedly. Cheryl's mouth slightly opened, looking to the side when they asked them not to worry, because she was nearby, reminding them that the military had a lot of combat experience, so they were sure to win. Sweat ran down the seamstress's face. The monsters were attacked by electric discharges. The soldier clutched the magic staff in his hand. Dave spun the weapon above him. He pierced the monster with it. The sergeant looked away, frowning. 3 beams came out of the chieftain's head. The monster stuck out its tongue, opening its mouth. Its body fell on another monster. The exhausted man stretched his hand forward, breathing heavily. His pupils suddenly shrank sharply. A dark silhouette appeared from the side, when it turned to the protagonist, asking him to look in that direction. The protagonist in front of him was fighting the monster, when it reported that there was another pack there. Rick turned around, gritting his teeth. The crowd of chieftains ran forward. They rushed past the trees, when someone exclaimed that they were coming from the rear. A shadow appeared from the side of the forest, when it was reported that they were approaching from the unit as well. The sergeants were standing on the cars when one of them cursed and wondered where they were coming from. Then it was explained to him that fighting was always accompanied by noise, and that was what they had come running to. Dave and the guild leader looked tired when the first said that if they opened fire, they would probably be washed away by a tsunami of lizards. Then the other said that they were still far away, and that they still had about 30 minutes to come up with a new plan and start acting, summing up that they simply could not give up halfway. There were dark shapes on the roofs of the cars. When they were ordered to report the situation, then it was told that all the lizards in the rear had been destroyed, and that 2 were caught in the inner part. Someone's foot hit the gray surface. The protagonist put his hands out to the sides when he asked for attention and ordered to take out and distribute dry rations, saying that a new pack was approaching, so they need to prepare for another fight. Then everyone agreed with him. Someone put his hand in his pocket. In his hand was a piece of food. When the protagonist added that, for example, you can take dried meat that was distributed to them in the unit. The man in uniform stood in front of his comrade when he said that he was very tired and that it was just time to regain strength. Rick stood in front of his comrade when he turned to him, offering to also refresh himself, and reminding him that they need to change Carl. Then he agreed. Dave put food in his mouth. The guild leader ate with his eyes closed. He swallowed the meat. There was a bright flash when the system notification appeared that this was the chef's special dish filled with courage, which was made from a magical ingredient, so it increases individual characteristics. The cook smiled widely, looking ahead as the system reported that since it had been processed, its effects would hardly deteriorate over time, and that after consumption, all abilities would increase 5-fold, and that physical endurance would increase significantly. A yellow glow enveloped the tired soldiers. The protagonist held a knife in his hand. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead resolutely. Hills were visible in the distance in front of him as he suggested moving on. The dishes were on the floor. The frying pan was on the table, and it was heard that he would no longer use this kitchen. Containers appeared. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist said that if they left the unit, it would most likely be difficult to create the conditions necessary for cooking. Cooking in the field was not only inconvenient, but also dangerous. Mountains appeared, and it was heard that their location would be detected by the enemy by smell or smoke, and the amount of kitchen equipment was also limited. The protagonist closed his eyes. Food appeared, and word came that until they created a stable base at the foot of the mountain, they would have to hold on with dry rations. The people stood still. It was said that their quantity would not last long even for the survivors. He thought for about a week. The protagonist clicked on the notification. Looking at the window, he said that fortunately, there is a skill of combat dry rations, which he acquired by reaching the 10th level. Rick raised his eyebrows. It was said that canned food has lower characteristics compared to regular food, but they have a long shelf life. You can replenish the calorie deficit by eating a small portion. This simplifies their transportation, and they can also be made quite tasty. Meat appeared. It was heard that since they would have to move, he prepared dried meat, which is easy not only to eat, but also to carry, especially since they have a lot of lizards. The hero cut the meat. Looking at the knife, he said that he would cook and pack them in boxes. The soldiers were standing near the equipment, and they could hear that now they should return to their places, replace the wounded soldiers, and hurry up. They were advancing again. People were raising the creatures, and someone shouted that they were using the corpses of the lizards as a shield in front of the machines. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero said that they should check each member of the squad and report. Jumping up, he added that he would step away for a while. Looking down, the man asked what was going where. The protagonist rushed forward. Grinning, he thought that physical endurance was increased by a fixed increase in characteristics due to dried meat, but this was not enough. Rick ran past the equipment. Looking to the side, Jack turned. The hero's eyes widened, and he said that now was the time to demonstrate his abilities as a commander. They should use the skill he practiced last time. Getting out of the car, the lieutenant said that yes, he understood. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he was nervous about doing this in real life. He pursed his lips. A glow appeared around the man. The lieutenant frowned. A glow flashed among the machines. It was heard that everyone should prepare for battle. The soldiers froze in amazement. The guys smiled broadly. It was said about the commander's order, the signal of combat readiness. The young man opened his eyes in surprise. The thought appeared that the army's combat readiness was increasing by 10%. The soldier exclaimed loudly. The thought appeared that all soldiers were temporarily given the characteristic of combat readiness. A pentagram appeared. It was heard that he was full of strength. His abilities had grown greatly. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that Lieutenant Jack's buff increased the soldier's abilities for a certain period. Looking straight ahead, he added that this creates synergy with a fixed increase with the help of dried meat. In addition, the dish has a courage effect. The soldiers held their shields in front of them. A blow landed on the shield. The man jumped up. The men stood on the cars. It was heard that the lizards were starting to approach. The battle would be from all sides. The monsters looked forward, and someone shouted that they would give it their all. Striking with his fist, the man shouted that they would get rid of them and move on. The creature's eyes lit up. The men attacked the monsters. The monster's eyes were burning brightly. A blow landed on the man. The hero suddenly jumped up. The protagonist held a knife in his hands. He stabbed the knife into the creature. Rick frowned and exclaimed. The man jumped up. The hero dealt multiple blows to the lizards. The monster opened its mouth wide. The protagonist suddenly waved his hand. Rick twirled the weapon in his hand. He extended his hand towards the monster. Red particles appeared in the air. The thought arose that the buff effect was amazing. Frowning, the hero thought that they could safely survive this crisis. A view of the mountains opened up. It was heard that the girl was incredible. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment. Cheryl was striking at the monsters. Closing his eyes, Rick said that it seemed that she was getting bored sitting in the car. A battlefield appeared. It was heard that they would finish this quickly. Let them report to their superiors. A view of the mountains opened up. Soldiers were standing near the corpses of monsters. It was heard that the lizards who were less injured should be collected separately. They should use them as food. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that there was a seriously injured person here, and the soldier added that they should bring a stretcher. The soldiers stood in front of each other. The man looked under the car. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that Carl was dealing with the lizard. Let him take a few people and search the area. Maybe someone else was hiding. Rick ran forward quickly. Looking away, he said that he should check the survivors and ensure the safety of the route. They need to leave here before sunset. Dave frowned and responded approvingly. Raising his hand up, the hero shouted that everyone should be on guard, to which he was responded approvingly. The protagonist took out a knife. Looking away, he sighed. People were lying on the ground. It was heard that he should be patient for a little while, and the guy said that there were about 10 wounded. He thought that they would have time to heal them, to which Rick replied that thank God. Closing his eyes, the guy said that his special dish had a great effect. To be honest, he thought that once they left the base, it would be difficult to get a positive effect from the chef's buff, but the dried lizard meat was just right. Grinning, the hero replied that yes, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. Notifications appeared. It was heard that he did not have enough skills yet, but in the future he would improve. Dried meat is the starting position of the combat ration. Standing in front of the hero, the guy asked what he said, what could improve him even more, to which the protagonist said that he thought so, and he added that then it might be a little scary. Looking away, Rick said that besides, there are more than 100 members in the squad, right? In fact, the efficiency of his cooking increases proportionally to the number of people who eat it. People were bandaging the wounded. It was heard that in any case, it was time for them to go soon, so let them arrange the soldiers who have difficulty moving in the car. It will be done. The hero turned his head to the side and thought that they basically figured it out. The soldiers were standing near the car. The man took a step forward and asked what was going on. Sitting near the car, the guy said that this car cannot be fixed. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it was a pity it was in good condition, but what about military equipment? Closing his eyes, the guy said that military equipment was certainly reliable. It also suffered, but to some extent held up. A car appeared. It was heard that this one. Cracks appeared on the equipment, and someone said that it was very battered from the very beginning. Pointing to the side, the young man said that in the future it would be difficult to completely trust it, to which Rick asked what he wanted to say, that if stronger monsters attack, they can destroy even military equipment, and he added that yes, this is not armored equipment and not a tank. If they had enough tools, they would have done something. The tools were on the ground. Grinning, the hero said that well, nothing can be done. First they will go down and look for the necessary tools. Standing in front of him, the soldiers responded approvingly, and the guy said, well, then they will leave this machine, take the necessary spare parts, and the protagonist said that they will hurry. Rick looked to the side. The land appeared. The thought arose that at this rate they could soon leave. A view of the mountains opened up. There were tents near the equipment. The soldiers were holding rations in their hands. They were sitting in tents. The guy pointed his weapon. The people were looking at the map. The hero looked to the side. The soldiers looked at him attentively. The moon appeared in the sky. The soldiers were walking forward. Closing his eyes, the guy shouted that he must go with him urgently. The protagonist looked in amazement and asked that he had discovered something. Walking forward, the young man responded approvingly, and Rick said that okay, they will go. The soldiers suddenly stopped. Carl looked down, and the hero turned to him. Looking at him, the man asked what he was here, in general, a fence. The protagonist looked at him in amazement and asked how it happened. A ledge appeared. He heard that it was the work of the lizards. It was originally intact. Holding the machine gun in his hands, Carl said that yes, the fence was in order before the monsters appeared. Looking down, Rick thought that he did not think that it was an accident. It seemed that something had happened. A dent appeared on the ground. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that it could not be. The soldiers were driving a car. The car rushed forward. The protagonist sat on the edge of the cliff and thought that these were definitely traces of a car crash. Stretching his hand to the side, he shouted that he needed to check something. Let them give him binoculars. The man handed him the binoculars. Rick opened his eyes wide. Tree foliage appeared. The hero looked through the binoculars. The car was lying below. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was the car in which they left. A ledge of a hill appeared. It was heard that this was the aftermath of a collision with a vehicle. A car fell there, which was supposed to contact a higher unit. Was it true? The guy looked at him in amazement and asked, "What then? The corporals died here?" Holding the binoculars in his hands, the hero thought, "Damn, did they really end up like this?" The lieutenant clenched his teeth. A thought appeared that it was a big mistake for the lieutenant to let them go, although everyone was against it. The soldiers looked at him. It was heard that despite the fact that they voluntarily got involved, they should have stopped them. Frowning, the protagonist said that since these two were not awakened, they were helpless in the face of the monster's attack. Looking to the side, he added that if they had not come down from the mountain then, they would be with them now. The soldiers were standing near the ledge. It was heard that there were no bodies anywhere to be seen, and indeed, if they had died here, there would have been bodies, but there were none. Looking at the hero, Carl said that then perhaps they survived and went somewhere, to which Rick replied that if they had fallen from this height, they would have woken up with at least serious injuries. The hero looked down and said that either the monsters mistook them for food. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Standing still, the protagonist thought that he felt very sorry for these two, but perhaps they should pray that they were eaten by monsters. An overturned car appeared. A thought arose that for some reason he was restless. Why did he continue to expect the worst situation? Rick frowned and thought that they did not have time to remain in this position. The soldiers were standing near the car. Putting his hand on his side, Dave asked that there were no bodies, to which the hero replied that yes, he could not even guess anything. Taking the weapon in his hand, he added that first of all, he needed to continue cooking jerky. There wasn't much left. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that yes, they had caught enough lizards. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that good work. The soldiers walked around the car. The thought came that ultimately, there was no other choice but to cook while moving, to maintain the condition of the squad members. The protagonist began to open the cabin doors. He opened the doors. Rick looked straight ahead. The thought came that they could provide themselves with lizard meat until they left their habitats. The corpses of the lizards lay in the cabin. The monsters suddenly attacked the cars. Stretching his hand to the side, the man shouted that they should stay in their places. Looking to the side, he added that if the formation collapses, then consider it all over. The soldiers attacked the lizards. It was heard that damn, there are too many of them. The girl struck the monster. Carl clenched his teeth tightly. He grabbed the creature. Its eyes lit up brightly. The hero cut the meat. Suddenly, a scream was heard behind the door. A blow flew across the wall. It was heard that they were coming there. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly, and thought that this was the fourth battle. A glow appeared in the air. A thought arose that there was no time to go out while he was preparing dried meat. The knife stuck into the meat. A thought arose that they should hold on somehow. The monsters attacked the transport. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that 5 were wounded. 1 person was seriously injured. He needed resuscitation. Frowning, the protagonist said that the damage was increasing. The soldiers were bandaging their wounds. It was heard that thanks to his special dish and the buff of the lieutenant's command, their abilities had improved. But the guy raised his hand up, and someone said that since they were constantly attacked, it was impossible not to get tired. Dave frowned and said that as the battles continued, it seemed that more and more monsters were flocking to the sounds. People were standing near the transport, and he heard some people talking about him. Well, many were saying that no matter how much he cooked the special dish, he was not alone in the fight. Looking at the soldiers, Rick said that they might think so. He understood them. Gritting his teeth, he added that even if his combat ability was good, among the standards of military training it was average, so he was trying to squeeze the most out of his abilities. Closing his eyes, the man said that that's it. These bastards don't even know how to be grateful. Don't worry, he'll shut their mouths. He smirked slightly. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought that he had no doubt about it. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that he should come quickly. There was something strange on the road. Looking to the side, the man asked what else, and then said that they would go. Suddenly they rushed after him. The guy clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. The protagonist looked in bewilderment. The creatures walked forward. They took slow steps. The man opened his eyes in amazement. Rick froze in horror. The man held a gun in his hands. His leg was broken. It was heard that this was really it. Their eyes lit up. It was heard that they were zombies. Frowning, the hero said that they were wearing military uniforms. The people walked forward. It was heard that they were so creepy. Holding binoculars in his hands, the soldier said that the sign belonged to them, and the name tags on clothes appeared. Turning around, the man said that they were corporals, to which the protagonist asked that those two were from the transport team. Wide-eyed, he said that he hoped that this would not happen. Looking at the hero, Dave said that he would continue to attack, to which the protagonist replied that he should hurry up. The soldier rushed forward. The zombies were walking towards the people. They heard that everyone should stand in line, put the survivors in the car. The man opened his eyes in amazement. The man pointed his gun. The zombie was holding a machine gun in his hands. Frowning, Carl shouted that they were pointing a gun at them. The guys looked at him in amazement. The fighters opened their eyes in fear. The monsters suddenly rushed forward. Their eyes were glowing bright red. The soldiers began to put up shields. The guys hid behind them. They put up a defense. They heard that everyone should stay in place and prepare to attack. The man closed his eyes. The hero looked away in amazement. The zombie pulled the trigger. The monsters began to shoot towards the soldiers. Shots flew at the shields. Bullets bounced off them. The soldiers held back the zombie attack. Shots flew at the military equipment. The guy hid behind the car. A shot flew at the soldier, and someone shouted his name. The hero looked away in amazement. Running up to the private, the protagonist asked if he was okay, and then said that he should be patient for a little while. He would call a military medic now. Raising his hand, the guy replied that he was okay. Rick looked at him in surprise and objected. A bullet hole appeared. It sounded like it was very painful, but he survived thanks to his military uniform. Smiling, the hero said that thank God. Closing his eyes, the man said that they would take care of him, to which the protagonist replied that they should examine him thoroughly. Frowning, Rick thought that the military uniform made of monster skin, made by Mistress Cheryl, was simply amazing. The zombies shoot randomly, so there would be no fatal wounds. The zombies froze and wheezed. The monster pointed the weapon forward. He pulled the trigger. The men looked at him in amazement. It was heard that the attack had stopped. It seemed they had run out of ammo. Dave grabbed his head and shouted that great. He thought they weren't smart enough to change the magazine. He extended his hand forward and added that they would attack and finish them off before they could do anything else. The soldiers rushed forward. Carl clenched his teeth. The soldiers swung at the zombies. The guy swung his weapon sharply. A blow flew at the monster. The zombie fell to the ground. It was heard that nothing unusual. The soldier clenched his fist tightly. He grabbed the zombie's head. Carl clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes filled with rage. Blood spurted from the monster's head. The soldiers stopped in front of the monsters. Carl looked at his hand and said that the worst thing was to deal with a former comrade in arms as an enemy. The men stood still. Frowning, the hero asked if they were really finished, to which the man replied that he thought so. Speaking of zombies, it was so unpleasant, since they were in human form. Looking away, he replied that he shouldn't say anything. The fighters looked at the birds in amazement. A huge flock was flying across the sky. The ground shook, and they heard something else. The fighters ran near the cars, and someone shouted that the entire mountain range was making noise. He could even feel the vibration. Turning around, the man asked if it was really them, to which the hero replied that yes, they must have reacted to the sound of firearms. All the monsters in this area would run up. Looking away, Dave added what they should do now. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that there was no time to hesitate. Standing on the car, he shouted that they would stop moving carefully here. The boys looked at each other in amazement as they heard the shooters change the settings, and the mages were also relieved of their firepower restrictions. The men froze near the machines. Looking straight ahead, Cheryl heard that they had to mobilize all their firepower. The soldiers frowned, hearing that the awakened long-range teams were boarding the vehicles and providing fire support from there. The privates would be running at full speed to deal with the clinging monsters. Frowning, the hero shouted that if they stayed away from the mountain range, there was a chance of success. They would leave here as quickly as possible. The soldiers were standing near the equipment. Looking at the driver, the protagonist asked how long it would take to completely leave the mountain range, to which the private replied that they were almost at the border. While there were no monsters, it could be in 30 minutes, to which he added that great, he would sit the shooter next to him so that he could focus only on driving. Stretching his hand out to the side, Dave shouted to hurry. With the exception of the privates, all soldiers were boarding military vehicles. People were standing on the roof of the car. It was heard that the shooters should take positions on the roof. The survivors looked at the soldier. The hero stood still. He frowned and thought that they would definitely get out alive. A view of the road near the forest opened up. The monsters were running forward at a rapid pace. The creatures were jumping over rocks. The animals were moving forward. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The creatures began to attack the vehicles. The monster flew to the side. Shots were flying at the monsters. It was heard that they should not be allowed to block the leading vehicle. Let them secure the way forward. The soldier ran forward at a rapid pace. He clenched his fist tightly. Swinging his fist, Carl shouted that he was going away. Suddenly, he jumped up. The man struck the monster. The creatures scattered to the sides. The people looked at him in surprise. Turning his head, the man said that the speed of the cars was decreasing. Let them push all the monsters off the road, to which he was answered approvingly. A shot flew at the monster. The sniper fired at the creature. The shooter was lying on the roof of the car. Looking to the side, he shouted that he should bring more magazines. Looking at him, the guy responded approvingly. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The creatures began to descend from the cliff. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Standing on the roof of the car, the guy asked what was going on there, to which he was told that this pack of wolves looked unrealistically strong. Turning his head, the man said that he thought he needed to see it. A species appeared that looked stronger than the lizards. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked again. The soldier pointed his weapon forward. He slightly opened his mouth. The monster took a step forward. The wolves rushed forward. The people looked at them in amazement. It was heard that they had 6 legs. They were so fast that the soldiers could not even get close to them. If they attacked the cars, they were in big trouble. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist shouted, "Damn, they looked very hungry." Looking down, he thought that they looked much closer to predators than the lizards. What should they do? It is difficult to move troops while the car is moving. The meat appeared. The thought arose that they should wait, perhaps. The guy held back the monster's blow. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that they were difficult to attack. Stretching his hands forward, he added that they had enormous strength. It would be difficult to hold on for long. The monster stuck out its tongue. Its eyes lit up brightly. The man froze in bewilderment. The beast looked at him. Suddenly, he jumped up. The wolves began to grab the meat. The monster grabbed a piece. The wolf grabbed the meat. Looking at him, the soldier shouted, "What the hell?" They were distracted by eating the lizard meat. The soldiers watched the monsters. They could hear that they were reacting. There was enough lizard meat, so they would throw it to them in moderation. Frowning, the hero thought that it was as expected. The wolves looked at them furiously. It seemed that they were rushing at them with the intention of tearing them apart. But when they saw the meat, they immediately became obedient. They were definitely different from the lizards, who first planned a strategy and attacked. The creatures ate meat. It seemed that they were strong and also predators. If there was food in front of them, they would always choose it. Rick's eyes sparkled and he thought that if they found their weak point, they could easily defeat them. A notification appeared that the chef's eye skill was activated. The monsters were being analyzed. A notification appeared. It was said that the secret of a novice chef was received, enlightening the opponent's weak point. Grinning, the hero thought that this was their weakness. The corpse of the monster lay on the ground. The wolf lay in a pool of blood. The creatures ate meat. It seemed that the lizard meat as bait worked properly. The path actively attacked their weak points. Standing in the car, the hero thought that thanks to this, the crisis was left behind. Looking down, he added that if they used lizard meat, they could easily catch other monsters. The monsters appeared. It was said that thanks to this method, they were able to overcome the various crisis moments that followed. Looking at the meat, the protagonist thought that the desired effect was achieved by sprinkling the lizard meat with a special sauce from the chef. A notification appeared that when consumed, the meat leaves the monsters in a sleepy state. A glow appeared around his hand. A thought arose that he also learned that the higher the quality of the dish, the more effective it is. Rick looked at the wolves. A notification appeared that the chef's eye skill was activated. The soldiers looked at the creatures. It was heard that the weak point of these creatures was their legs. The guy waved his hand and shouted that great. Let everyone aim at the place that the sergeant mentioned. The wolf stuck out his tongue. It was said that as soon as the weak points were identified and brought to the attention of the soldiers, the situation was resolved. A mountain appeared. The cars drove forward. He heard that he could see the end of the mountain path there. Now he could see it. Carl clenched his teeth. The guy closed his eyes. Smiling widely, Dave said that they did it. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was really hard. Looking down, he thought that he had overdone it when using skills. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that his eyes and head hurt a lot. It hurt so much when his magical powers ran out. Suddenly Rick fell to the ground. The man looked away. The sun was setting behind the mountain. An appeal to the sergeant was heard. The hero suddenly opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that he had come to his senses. He looked away in bewilderment. Grinning, the man asked if he was okay. Getting up, the protagonist replied that he felt like he was dying, to which Dave replied that he looked fine, and he asked where they were. A room appeared. It was heard that the nearby farmhouse was empty and they settled here. Rick looked at the dish in amazement, hearing that they made porridge from what they had. The porridge appeared. The thought arose that it seemed that they put everything they found and cooked it. Looking to the side, the hero asked if something had happened, to which the man replied that as soon as they left the mountain range, they were overtaken by monsters, but they dealt with them well. Let him not worry, it was better to cheer up. The protagonist looked in surprise and asked that they took care of their bodies. Smiling broadly, the man said that of course, their meat and skin are excellent resources. A glow appeared around the girl. It was heard that even now Carl and the guys were collecting them. Mrs. Cheryl was dealing with those they brought. Looking to the side, Rick said that everyone had a hard time. Running into the barracks, the guy shouted that the search party had returned. Dave looked at him and asked him, "What's wrong? Let him continue to rest." The hero touched his hand. He grinned and said, "No, he needs to get up already." A map appeared. It was heard that Kurt wanted them to go west. His prediction coincided with their thoughts, and the Inya side was wider, and he thought it would be more familiar to them. Raising his hands, the guy said that moving in that direction was like an act of suicide, to which the protagonist asked why. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said that as he probably guessed, judging by what they heard, there was nothing but hell. A view of the city opened up. Monsters were crawling onto the building. It was heard that the commotion caused by the monsters led to the appearance of new monsters, and people killed by monsters wandered around the city, turning into zombies. The eyes of the creatures lit up. It was said that the whole city was full of zombies and monsters. Dave crossed his arms and said that he was serious, to which Rick replied that the city had become a huge nest. Entering it would put them at a disadvantage. Frowning, the soldier said that he was right. The large number of buildings and vehicles would limit the cost. Even moving along the road would be difficult. A view of the mountains opened up. It was heard that they were then retreating from this idea. Looking at the man, the hero said that they would wait for now. Perhaps it would become clear when they regained their strength a little more. They could not enter the city when the wounded were not fully treated. A glow appeared around the people. It was heard that even now the two healers were working at the limit of their capabilities. If the number of wounded increased, there would be fatalities. Standing next to the hero, the fighter asked what they should do now, to which the protagonist replied that if they needed to move out soon. He put his hand to his face. Dave crossed his arms. Frowning, Rick asked what about it. They would go to the official residence of the unit. Smiling, the man said that it was great, since it was a dormitory for the leadership, there might be something useful there. A map appeared. It was heard that, unlike the city center, it was advantageous for them to have a building in the wilderness. It was not far from here, so there would be fewer dangers along the way. The guy suddenly exclaimed in amazement. Grinning, the hero thought that after descending the mountain, the main thing was to provide a base for further activity. The official residence could serve as a worthy base. A view of the sky opened up. It was heard that then let them gather everyone, make a plan before sunset. The people were standing near the military equipment. It was said that heading to the residence, it was decided not to take all the members of the squad with them. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that they were organizing themselves into 3 groups of 10 people, each of whom could transmit messages to the guild. The soldiers looked at him. The thought arose that due to the lack of firearms, the shooter decided to guard and protect the farmhouse. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that there was little ammunition, they would have to save it, to which the young man responded approvingly. It was said that the leader of another group, Mrs. Cheryl, decided to join his group. Standing in front of him, the girl said that although she was appointed as a leader, she still felt awkward with the members of the squad. But everything worked out. The thought arose that she was one of the few in their ranks who survived in the destroyed city. They need to find a good use for her knowledge of survival. The other 2 groups also included 1 survivor each, and this was the end of the preparation. Stretching his hands forward, the guy asked if the criminals could be trusted, to which Rick replied that now that everything had changed, they would give them a chance. Closing his eyes, the young man shouted that they would do anything if they would cook them a snack after work. The hero looked to the side and thought that while they were there, nothing special should happen. Raising his hand up, he said that if 30 people move together, they will immediately stand out, so they will go different routes and meet in front of the residence. Carl looked to the side. Dave was holding a bag on his shoulders. The protagonist looked at the soldiers. Smirking, he said that they will go too. Cheryl smirked, hearing this. People looked at them. It was heard that they should return safely, should be careful. The soldiers moved forward. They were climbing the mountain. Looking to the side, Rick said that as he heard the last time, the survivors were mainly operating in the city. Why? Raising her eyebrows, the girl replied that, to put it bluntly, they had no choice. A destroyed store appeared, and it was heard that the places where people could get food were the centers of greatest activity. A man picked up a product from the floor. It was said that monsters and zombies are scary, but hunger is no less scary. Walking forward, the hero said that it was true, to which Cheryl replied that she could not tell how lucky they were that they joined them and hunger was no longer a threat. Before that they had to risk their lives every day to get food. Looking away, the protagonist thought that she had been through a lot, and then asked that it was not hard in the city. Raising her eyebrows, Cheryl said that the buildings blocking the view would be an obstacle, but not for them. People were standing at the entrance. It was heard that because they could act stealthily. The residents rushed forward, and someone said that even if they were discovered by monsters, there was an opportunity to escape between the buildings. In an open area against monsters there is no choice but to die. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that it meant that the obstacle for them, on the contrary, was an advantage for the survivors. The soldiers walked through the forest. It was heard that there were still people left in the city. When she was in the city, she often met other survivors. Probably people were still hiding somewhere. Pursing his lips, Rick thought that of course, they were not the only survivors. The hero stood in front of the soldiers. Dave crossed his arms. A thought arose that the reason they decided to go down the mountain was to ensure supplies and strengthen their power. The lieutenant talked to the survivors. A thought arose that just as Ms. Cheryl's group joined them, someday they should expand their unit due to the survivors. The people were sitting on the bed, and the hero thought that if you blindly accept them, there may be criminals among them. Rick closed his eyes and thought, damn, my head hurts. The girl took a step forward. Stretching her hand out in front of her, she said that he should stop. Turning his head, the hero asked what was going on. Cheryl's eyes widened. Looking at the soldiers, she said that she could faintly hear the sound of heavy breathing, thinking that there were zombies somewhere here. Zombies were walking down the street. It sounded like they really were zombies. Fortunately, it seemed they hadn't noticed them. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that if it weren't for Cheryl's leader, they would have been in big trouble. To which the girl asked that he said that he didn't know much about zombies, and he added that she could find out something else for them. Lowering her gaze, Cheryl said that most zombies were weaker than monsters, but some retained human habits and could sometimes act mysteriously. The monster was crawling under the sewer. It sounded like they were seeing the one moving in the sewer. The creature's eyes lit up brightly. Frowning, Rick asked why she climbed up there, to which the girl replied that she was hiding like that and then attacking when someone came, and he added that it was a real trap. Zombies were walking down the street. It was heard that then is there a way to deal with this, a way to find out in advance. The girl sat down and said that zombies mostly breathe heavily. If you focus on hearing, you can hear them pretty well in a quiet environment, to which the hero asked again. The protagonist looked away and thought that the only way to hear. Looking at the mountains, Rick added that they need to come up with something. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that he heard about zombies, that they need to focus on their breathing, right? They need to focus on their hearing as much as possible. The backpack fell to the floor. Frowning, the hero said that everyone should concentrate. They collected firearms and military equipment in one place. They will use knives. The soldiers were tired. It was heard that when they entered, in order not to cause a crowd, the leader and a few people would go to the front. The rest were responsible for the perimeter near the official residence. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that they were moving. The soldiers rushed forward. They ran towards the building. Dave ran ahead of everyone. The people crouched near the entrance. The girl looked ahead. A glow appeared in the air. A flight of stairs appeared. Frowning, Rick thought that he could hear from all sides. The hero looked to the side, hearing that there were too many of them, in which case it would be difficult to determine the location, what they would do. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist said that there were only a few wandering along the corridors, to which the man replied that it seemed that most of them were hiding. Looking straight ahead, Cheryl said that she also encountered so many zombies for the first time. Pursing his lips, Rick thought that in addition, there were also bosses among them. Looking at the man, he said that it was worrying, maybe they would retreat first and observe the situation. To which Dave replied that it was good, they would check the situation around the residence, and then return. Turning around, the hero said that starting with him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The zombie was looking at Carl. The man opened his eyes wide. The monster opened its mouth. Suddenly, a knife flew at him. Looking to the side, Carl exclaimed. The guys looked at him in amazement. The girl opened her eyes in fear. Dave frowned. Suddenly, the hero swung his fist. He clenched his teeth tightly. The knife was stuck into the monster's head. It was heard that they would hurry up. They would come running here. The zombie climbed the wall. The creatures looked furiously. The man was going down the stairs. The soldiers were running away from them. It was heard that they should not slow down. Frowning, the protagonist shouted for them to leave immediately. They rushed forward. An exit appeared. Standing in front of the soldiers, Rick asked what the zombie was, to which Carl replied that it was definitely a sergeant from their department. Turning his head, the hero said that he had also met him once. It was more difficult than he thought. Gritting his teeth, the man said that despite the fact that he was a zombie, he looked like a man and had once been their superior. The soldiers might be shocked if they encountered a familiar face during battle. The protagonist stood still, thinking that if he thought about it, it had been quite a while since he stopped feeding the soldiers dishes with safety and comfort effects. Looking away, the man said that perhaps because of the corporals they met on the road, a repulsive feeling about zombies arose among the soldiers. Wouldn't it be better to look for another place? Putting his hands on his hips, Rick said that he thought so too at first, but decided that it was still necessary to go to the official residence, to which Carl asked what for then. Looking straight ahead, the hero spoke about mental control. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. People supported the wounded. It was heard that the difficulties the soldiers were currently facing were temporary. The guy closed his eyes. It was heard that how they would react if there was someone alive in the official residence. What if it were possible to save him? Looking away, the girl said that naturally, this would give them motivation and courage, better than now. Dave looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. He wanted to say that instead of continuing to be depressed, if they create a situation like this. Looking at him, the protagonist said that they visited the residence to check if there were survivors. He thought that alone was of great importance. The soldiers exclaimed, standing in front of him. The mountains appeared. It was heard that then how he plans to act from now on. First they will safely lead the people inside. The layout of the room appeared. It was said that the meeting to develop a strategy for attacking the residents continued. Looking down, Rick said that these buildings are similar to dungeons, where you can never guess where the enemies will come from. They must cope. The thought arose that but if they are attacked and bitten, then let him consider that this is the end. Raising his finger up, the man asked that he could gather all the magicians and combine magic with their powers as much as possible, to which Carl asked that he wanted to demolish the official residence. The hero grinned and said that this plan should also be considered, to which he was asked if he was serious. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that it was fine, this would be their plan B, then what about plan A? The protagonist crossed his arms and said that they would eat first. Rick held a frying pan in his hands. Looking down, he thought that their combat power was not inferior to that of the zombies, but simply increasing their characteristics would not help them. A fried ear of a monster appeared. It was said that huge ears helped to determine the location of the predator and prey. Looking down, the hero thought that this should help them to some extent recognize the distinctive features of the zombies. Food appeared. The thought arose that it was good that he had prepared it in advance. The grilled aliver ears were filled with the calmness of a low-ranking chef. Dishes prepared from magical ingredients have an enhanced effect. A view of the mountains opened up. It was heard that it tasted like pork neck. The soldiers were talking to each other, and someone said that it would be ideal with rice and lettuce. The fighters were holding plates in their hands. The thought arose that all the characteristics were increased by 5. The magic of the all-hearing aliver penetrated their bodies. A glow appeared around the man. The soldiers gathered in a crowd. It was heard that they should open their status windows. There should be a strange characteristic. Why did he suddenly scream? The man looked away in bewilderment. He froze, hearing that what he was talking about. It was he who screamed. It was said that he temporarily acquired the characteristic sensitive hearing. The soldiers were talking to each other, and someone shouted that he had some strange sensation in his ears. Everything around was so loud, it was hitting his ears. The hero grinned and said that they would move out. The fighters quickly ran through the city. They ran through the room. People rapidly developed speed. Loud sounds were heard in the ears. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The soldiers were striking them. The girl was fighting a zombie. The man stretched out his hand to the side and shouted that there was another one in the closet, to which the boy replied that he should speak more quietly. The fighter struck the zombie, and someone said that they could determine the enemy's location by sound. He did not believe that that food could do such a thing. Standing behind the wall, Cheryl said that the downside was that their ears hurt. The thought arose that their brain functions must not be optimized for such hearing. Looking to the side, the hero thought that since the zombies did not have good fighting power, as long as they knew where they were, everything would be fine. The soldiers looked furiously. The guy looked down. The thought arose that otherwise, they would quickly lose. The zombie's eyes lit up brightly. The knife rushed towards him. The protagonist struck the monster. Cheryl looked away in fear. Rick pulled a knife out of it. The zombie fell to the floor. Frowning, the hero said that some of them attacked silently. The corpse lay on the ground. It was heard that they had been here too long. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist shouted that they were heading to the officer's house, running to the next floor. The fighters closed their eyes and responded approvingly. The room appeared. It was heard that they would go. The thought arose that they would be able to finish this without force majeure, working at such a pace. Bloody puddles appeared. Taking a step forward, Rick asked that he was already here, to which Dave replied that he was late. Turning his head, Carl said that they had already taken care of most of them, to which the hero responded approvingly. The corpses of the soldiers appeared. It was heard that in that case, he almost felt sorry for these zombies. Well, they don't even have any attack skills, so. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked that there was only one left. Frowning, the man said yes, the battalion commander of the unit, a major. Rick's eyes widened and he asked again. The zombie was sitting on the floor. Suddenly, he exclaimed in anger. Looking at him, the hero thought that seeing the highest-ranking person in their unit in such a position. The man stretched his hand to the side. The thought occurred to him that he did not look like the indecisive Lieutenant Jack. He frowned, and the hero thought that he was a soldier among soldiers. Everyone knew about his leadership abilities. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he wanted to deal with the battalion commander himself. Grinning, Dave answered approvingly. The people smiled, hearing that on behalf of the master of the Guild of the Steel Legion, let him finish this. Rick looked forward silently. Suddenly, he grabbed a knife. The zombie stood in front of him. His eyes lit up brightly. The hero shuddered, looking at him. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. The protagonist dodged his attacks. Suddenly, the zombie waved his hand. The thought appeared that his spirit was really different from other zombies. Rick lowered his head down. A glow appeared behind him. The hero dealt many blows to the zombies. Blood oozed from the monster's wound. It was said that he would never forget the strongest warrior spirit that he showed them. People watched the fight in amazement. The protagonist looked to the side. A bright beam appeared. The monster's head fell to the floor. The knife was covered in blood. Rick closed his eyes and thought that under his leadership, he would turn this guild. Frowning, he added that into the strongest army and would protect it at any cost. People stood near the flames. The zombie bodies burned in the fire. The soldiers looked straight ahead, listening to the names. The man closed his eyes. Looking at the fire, the hero said that they were excellent soldiers. He looked down. The protagonist held the dog tags in his hands. The soldiers looked at the flames. A thought came to mind that they should let them rest in peace. Black smoke was flying in the air. Standing at attention, the soldiers heard that they had held a funeral, so they would not dwell on it anymore. Now they would only focus on those who survived. Understood. The protagonist pointed to the side. A thought came to mind that after they had dealt with all the personal attachments to the dead during the funeral, the work of turning the officer dormitories into their temporary base began in earnest. Traces of blood appeared on the walls. It was heard that from now on they would carefully destroy any traces of zombies. Putting his hands on his hips, Dave shouted that this was where they lived now, so they would work harder. Let them quickly disperse to their floors. The soldiers scattered after hearing this. Looking at the people, Cheryl said that they would go to the spring nearby to get water. The people rushed forward. Looking at the soldiers, Carl said that they needed to get wood and set up torches before it got dark. They would gather wood around the dorm. Standing on the roof, Rick said that they needed to set up a perimeter defense like the base. Pointing to the points, he added that here. Looking at the man, the hero said that by first protecting the direct line of sight for their mages and shooters. A building appeared, and it was heard that they would start right now. Standing in front of the soldiers, the protagonist said that he would throw a party like that time before they left the base, but they couldn't afford it yet. The soldiers looked at him in surprise, and he added that he knew they were all upset. Rick raised his eyebrows and said that he understood everything and would try to find time for this a little later. Now the important matter was that they had to determine the next goal of their guild. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that he would continue from there. Putting his hand on his side, Dave said that as they knew, they came here to expand their forces. But now the resources were barely enough to survive, let alone expand. A list of necessities appeared. It was heard that this sheet was written down what they needed now. The fighters silently looked forward. Raising his hand up, the guy said that he had a question. What did he mean by that they had little food? Didn't they have a ton of meat? Looking to the side, the man said that yes, they had a lot of meat, but they could not constantly eat only it. Besides, eating only meat meant that they would only get proteins and fats. Looking down, the hero thought that he was not sure how strong the mana that appeared in the bodies of the awakened was. A glow appeared around the man. A thought arose that it was not known whether it would be able to preserve their health if their balance was completely disrupted. A building appeared. It was heard that everything should be fine if they ate meat for about a month. But no one knew what would happen if they continued to eat like this. To be precise, the problem was not in the food, but in maintaining the diversity of the diet. The soldier stood still. Gritting his teeth, the man said that this was not all. They did not have enough fuel and ammunition. They needed to save fuel for generators, and to travel by transport, and ammunition for objective reasons. Looking at him, the soldiers heard that now was the time to find a solution, so let them speak up if they had any ideas. Raising his hand up, the man said that he had an idea. Putting his hand on his hip, the hero said that he was no slouch. What was he suggesting? To which he replied that he was sure they needed to get materials. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. Frowning, Carl asked what materials out of the blue. Raising his hand, the fighter said that he was sure it would help. Putting his hand to his face, Rick said that they needed to get materials. Military equipment appeared. It had traces of blows. The thought arose that he had also been thinking about materials when they came down here from the mountains. Their transport, which played the most important role, was not powerful enough. Lowering his head, the hero thought that if they had good materials, they could do something. Taking a step forward, he asked that his specialty was a military engineer, to which the soldier responded approvingly, and the protagonist added that he should then come out and tell in detail. The man walked forward. The sun was setting behind the mountains. It occurred to him that his argument was very convincing. The gist of it was that getting food and water was harder than they thought. The idea was to get materials that were much easier to get, and find a way to safely explore the territory. Military vehicles appeared. It was heard that they were talking about improving and modifying their military equipment, transport that monsters would not be able to capture, if they could make something like a ballista or catapult, which were used during medieval battles. Stretching his hand forward, Dave said that indeed, if their transport became more powerful, then they would not have to move so carefully. It would be easier to get food and fuel. The hero frowned and thought. Looking at the soldier, he asked what he was saying, that they, military engineers, could assemble such a transport, to which the man replied that if there were enough materials and time, it was possible. The soldier looked straight ahead. A thought came to mind that in some sense, military engineers also have production work. This is the idea of creating armor for transport. This guy also probably had great potential like Cheryl. Items appeared. A thought came to mind that if his assumption is correct, then production work is stronger than they thought. In this game, this could be a great opportunity. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he says this just in case. But if he thinks about taking this lightly, just to try his abilities, he will have to refuse him. He is sure that this is more useful than other things. Nodding his head, the engineer answered approvingly. Rick took a step forward. Grabbing the soldier by the shoulders, he said that okay, this is enough, let him do everything he can. Grinning, the hero thought that other things are also important, but this is a necessity. Standing in front of the fire, the people heard that today is all. Tomorrow they will discuss everything in detail. Let them go and rest. Good work to everyone. Night fell, a voice said to keep an eye out. The officer's dormitory opened up. Burnt sticks appeared. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that this should be enough for cooking. He would ask the others to help with the tables later. Standing by the cauldron, he added that the dormitory kitchen was useless without electricity and water. It was not so bad for a makeshift canteen. Looking away, Rick said that then they would start by cooking this. He picked up a ladle. The fat of the monsters that he managed to collect appeared. Stirring the fat, the hero said that the stench was unbearable, and then thought that he was worried that he was running out of supplies. This should help. A notification appeared. It was said that this was animal fat containing different types of mana. If used in cooking, it adjusts to the mana in the dish. Looking down, the protagonist thought that a rogue ingredient that makes any dish tasty if fried. Fat appeared. It was heard that the oil was ready. Pointing to the map, the man said that there was a large warehouse with equipment not far from the officer dormitories. Looking at it, Dave asked how he knew, to which he replied that sometimes the base urgently needed materials, so he often came there. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that so he suggests taking materials from there. Looking at it, the engineer replied that yes, it is huge, so there is probably almost everything they need there. The monsters appeared on the weekend, so the chance of meeting them there is low. Looking down, the hero thought that it is close to the dormitories, but far from the city limits. There should not be many zombies there either, so this is probably the best place for them. Smiling, the man said that he had thought it all through, and then asked what he thought. In his opinion it was not bad, to which the protagonist replied that yes, it was indeed a good opportunity. Turning his head, Rick said that he should gather troops. They would go there in the same 3 squads that entered the dormitory, and it would be nice to assign a military engineer to each squad. Looking at him, Carl replied that he was listening. An office appeared, and it was heard that he should park one car in good condition in front of the dormitory. Crossing his arms, Dave asked if it was too dangerous to drive a car, to which the hero replied that they had no choice, they needed to load materials somewhere. Turning his head, he added that they would move very carefully. The soldiers climbed into the car. It was heard how many wounded they had. Frowning, the guy replied that 3, fortunately, were not seriously injured. Peeking out from behind the car, the protagonist said that okay, they were safe, so let him take care of them, and let Carl watch the route. Looking at the driver, Dave shouted that they were going at maximum speed, to which he replied that he understood. He pressed the gas pedal. The soldiers rushed after the car. Frowning, Rick thought that they had reduced the noise as best they could, but it was impossible to prevent damage. Gritting his teeth, he added that as he thought driving on the roads was still dangerous. But what was that? The wolves looked furiously. The thought arose that monsters usually fight each other for prey. The creatures grabbed the meat. The zombie's eyes lit up. The monster clenched his teeth tightly. It was said that, but the zombies did not do this. The creatures looked ahead angrily. Leaning against the car, the hero thought that it was as if they were avoiding poisoned flesh. The soldiers ran after the car. A view of the mountains opened up. The soldiers were standing near the transport. They heard that it was huge. Everything they needed should be here. Looking at the hero, the engineer said that it was probably empty inside, to which the protagonist replied that okay, they would move quickly. The girl looked at him, hearing that they should guard the entrance, to which she replied that he should not worry. Looking at the squad, Rick said that the engineers should explain to the soldiers what they needed. The rest should just grab what they were told and run out. Frowning, he shouted for them to come in. The fighters rushed forward. They were rapidly approaching the entrance. The people froze in amazement. They opened their eyes in surprise. The hero's gaze froze in place and he asked what it was. All the materials were lying on the floor. It was heard that it was a mess. There was an earthquake, or something. Everything was scattered. Frowning, the protagonist said that they shouldn't worry. They just needed to get the materials and get out of here. They should hurry. The soldiers entered the warehouse. They heard that they were moving quickly. Let them leave the passage free so that they could transfer everything to the car. The man looked down. Materials appeared, and he shouted that here, let them take steel plates. There are a lot of them, so let them move them carefully. The soldiers took the materials in their hands. They began to drag them. Suddenly, the people shuddered in amazement. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what the sound was. They heard it too. Looking at the hero, Dave said that there was something there, to which the protagonist replied that damn, he thought everything was going suspiciously well. Everyone take a fighting position. The man grabbed a knife. The soldiers rushed forward. Suddenly they stopped. Rick opened his eyes in amazement. A glow appeared around the slabs. Suddenly they began to rise upward. Purple light flew around them. Looking at them, the guy shouted that the warehouse was moving on its own. The materials hung in the air, and someone shouted that there was black energy in the back of the warehouse. The objects on the floor began to fly. Purple beams flew around them. Suddenly, the materials began to connect with each other. A structure of them appeared. It was heard that it was uniting and taking shape. What the hell? The hero froze in amazement and thought that it was a monster. The creature looked at them angrily. Its eyes were glowing yellow. Suddenly they glowed brightly. The monster screamed furiously. The soldiers looked at it in fear. It was heard that it was a bear of steel. It seemed strong. Looking to the side, Carl thought that he had never seen such a monster. Dave froze in place. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that but they had also been through a lot. Grabbing his weapon, he added that they would see how they were similar. The soldiers rushed forward, hearing that they should take fighting positions. The building is standing. Glass flew out of the windows. A girl in a pink sweater runs. Cheryl runs and wonders how huge it is. A leg pushes off the ground. Hair flutters in the wind. The monster scatters soldiers in front of the shocked girl. A paw hits the ground. One of the scattered soldiers notices that the monster is too strong. Dave stands up and gives the order for the soldiers to get the jerky. Carl plunges a knife into the creature's skin and shouts that the monster's body is covered in iron plates, and notes that their attacks do not work. The monster exudes an aura. The soldiers fly away from the monster's aura. The protagonist stands up and realizes that even his physical skills are of no use. The protagonist stands in front of the creature and notices that the monster is stronger than he thought. The beast hits the ground. The soldiers fly away from the monster's blow. The soldiers are flying into the wall, and the protagonist understands that if this continues, the monster will kill them. Rick took out the bait and thought that it could be used. The protagonist looks at the creature and remembers that the bait worked when they were descending the mountain. The hero ran towards the monster, believing that the bait should help. Pieces of food fly towards the creature. The bait falls on the monster. The giant stares at the food. The paw throws the bait away. Crumbs fall to the ground. Chuck looks ahead and is perplexed to realize that the monster simply threw away the meat he cooked. The huge object walks towards the protagonist, who cannot believe that the monster simply refused the meat and thinks that it simply did not like it. The monster stares at the protagonist, who screams that the bait did not work. The soldier kneels and screams at Rick that they are failing and they need to retreat. The protagonist put his hand out in front of him. The hero clenched his teeth. Smoke fills the room, and the protagonist gives the order to retreat, adding that they should move slowly to avoid an attack. Paulson moved his hand to the side and ordered the wounded to be loaded into the truck, and also repeated that the soldiers should retreat as quietly as possible. The protagonist runs and thinks how the monster dared to throw away his food and that later it will definitely regret it. The monster stopped in place, and someone noticed that it was not pursuing them. The soldiers opened the gate and thought that most likely it was a species that is tied to the area. The man turns the steering wheel and shouts for the people to quickly climb into the back. The car drives, and the soldiers shout for the driver to step on the gas. Clouds float across the sky. The car is surrounded by people, and the protagonist is asked to forget about the materials for now. The man stands next to the hero and continues that the materials are not worth the lives of soldiers. Carl looked away and added that with their current strength they would hardly be able to defeat the monster, and asked the protagonist if he had recognized any weaknesses. Rick tilted his head and replied that he had figured out what kind of monster it was, but it wasn't that simple. Cheryl looked at the protagonist and asked about the creature's weaknesses. The creature was standing, and the system window showed that Mac was surrounding itself with hard materials for protection, and the protagonist realized that in order to cook the monster, it was necessary to remove its frame and cut the meat inside into small pieces, and summarized that it was necessary to remove all the plates covering the creature. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and told the people opposite that the monster's internal black energy was its skeleton. The protagonist stared ahead and wondered how they were supposed to do this, and then remembered the words of an acquaintance who said that it was not necessary to get these materials and realized that they could find a store with equipment somewhere else. The monster looked at the bait, and the protagonist said that he couldn't come back like that. Paw throws the food aside, and the protagonist continues that his meat did not work on this monster, and added that at first he thought the monster could not eat because it was made of iron. Carl stands in front of Rick and says that the description of the skills suggests that it is still an organism, and the protagonist assumed that it must eat something. Paulson turned towards the heroes. Paulson rushed towards the heroes and shouted that the monster is metal. A group of people look at Paulson and ask for more details. The man raised his hand up and said that there were teeth marks on the pieces of metal. The group of people stand in confusion and ask Paulson if he is sure in his words and whether it could not just be rust. Pieces of metal are lying on the ground, and the man said that engineers are able to identify materials and added that rust is definitely not the cause. Dave scratches his head and says that he does not understand how to feed metal to a monster, and jokingly added that you can sprinkle the metal with spices. The protagonist looked down and shouted sharply that he understood how. The girl looks at the hero in horror. Paulson turned his head towards Rick. The protagonist spread his arms to the side and said that he had some oil left that he made in the morning and offered to fry the metal plates in it, and also added that the boots would be good if fried. The men stood in shock and one of them suggested that, most likely, it could be tasty for the monster. Rick moved his hand to the side and added that, in any case, they would not be able to win by fighting directly, and that they should try, since they had nothing to lose. Paulson smiled broadly and agreed that Rick's method should be tried. The protagonist looks at the man with a smirk. Clouds float across the sky, and the hero shouts that they need to get ready and see if they have any free iron plates, and someone noted that the hero said all this too angrily and most likely he hates the monster. A piece of iron floats in oil. The hero looks at the vat and shouts menacingly that how could a giant refuse his food, and added that he will force him to accept it. Rick stands in front of the system window, which says that he is preparing oil for frying a metal plate, which is filled with a sense of defeat of a low-level chef, and added that this is an alloy dish, generalized by mixed magic for a deeper taste, and summarized that the culinary product goes beyond ordinary cooking. The hero looks at the system window, which reported that he, the first person to discover a new frontier in cooking. Office supplies are lying on the table, and the system window message added that even the best chefs rarely try to cook from inedible ingredients, and many chefs are limited by these limits and cannot move on to the next level. The hero stands in front of the vat of oil, and the system summarized that he is not an ordinary chef, and the protagonist at this moment thought that frying metal plates matters. A system appeared where it was written that a reward awaits those who paved a new path. The reward is an increase in limits. The protagonist stands in complete shock from the increase in limits. Soldiers stand around the stone. Paulson says that engineers have the ability to analyze metal. With its help he can say for sure that this is an iron plate. Dave asks to say that it has become stronger. The plate is lying on a rock. The engineer replies that unfortunately no, adding that the metal's efficiency has been reduced to a near minimal level, making the plate useless, to which Rick asks what. Rick looks at Paulson and says that not only has this not increased the plate's strength as he thought, Dave asks him that if the monster likes it then what difference does it make, and the guy with the tousled hair says that's true. Paulson looks up and declares that this is an amazing achievement. A diagram appears. He claims that changing the properties of metal by simply dipping it in oil is borderline fantastic, adding that it was probably made possible by Sergeant Rick's class. Dave folds his arms and tells the sergeant that frying a piece of iron is indeed interesting, to which the interlocutor replies that he shouldn't experiment too much with cooking. Paulson thinks that they are not listening to him. Ben runs up and says that they are ready to move. The sergeant looked at him and said, "Okay, let's begin the operation." They walk up to the rest of the squad. A few soldiers look at them. Rick muses that most of the soldiers don't know that his cooking can affect emotions. The truck takes off. The sergeant thinks that he doesn't want to announce this ability to the public. The squad runs near the truck. Rick continues to muses that like with the iron plate, he will just attribute it to a debuff. He holds up the plate and says that this time the monster won't be able to resist. The squad arrives at the hangar. The plates are floating in the air. Someone says that iron plates again. The guy with dark hair says that the first time they came here, he was confused by the mess, and adds that it seems that the monster covers itself with these materials to form some kind of shape when the enemy approaches. The soldiers move closer to the entrance. Black smoke forms. Someone says there it is and orders everyone to be on guard. Rick shields it with his hand and determines that it is his skeleton. The iron approaches the sphere. The sergeant thinks that the monster is enclosing the shadow in the center to protect it. Rick picks up a fried iron plate. He places it on the ground and thinks that now is the time for the crunchy metal. He looks forward. Purple lights appear around the shadow. The plate rises into the air. The sergeant thinks that this is a special treat just for the monster. The plate begins to fly. Purple tongues swim towards the plate. The squad watches tensely. Rick looks at the plate and says that the creature is moving. Paulson's mouth is slightly open. The plate approaches the sphere. Someone says that it is sucking the plate in. Rick looks down and says that the monster was easier than they expected and adds, "Come on, don't choke." A purple aura surrounds the plate. It begins to swirl. The plate disappears. The squad looks forward. Cheryl raises her hand and states that it has become quiet. There are doors. Someone asks if the plan worked. The wind blows through the steel structure. A black creature appears among the rubble. It opens its mouth. The monster bites the plate. The soldier asks if it was always this small, and adds that it is quite cute. The soldier grabs John by the shoulder and says that he cannot believe that this is the scary monster. John replies that it is all because of the fried metal plate. Dave looks at Rick and asks why the creature is so calm. The sergeant looks up. The monster looks at him in fear. The guy says that the effect of this dish is defeat, and that now it is just a small creature, trembling, just a small creature, trembling in fear of enslavement. Dave smiles and says that Rick really defeated it, to which the guy suggests that they quickly end this, and adds that they should deal with it painlessly. Paulson points at the monster and tells Rick to take a look. The guy and Dave turn their heads. They are standing around a metal plate. The sergeant notices that it is unusual. A panel appears around the eye. A notification appears to begin analyzing the material. The next notification says that it is a metal plate of Manga, enhanced with magic. Rick looks surprised and mentally asks that the iron plate is identified as an ingredient, and adds that this is what means unlimited in ingredients. There is a plate on the floor. Rick says that this is not an ordinary plate. Someone asks what it is then, to which the answer is that this plate is enhanced by the monster's magic. Dave turns his head and says that it is not surprising that their attacks did not work, and Paulson notices that it is the same, despite the fact that it is no longer lying near the monster. He places his hand on the plate and states that this magic-enhanced plate can be useful. Paulson looks at Dave and says that it would be cool to use it and asks if they can't keep the monster alive. A question is heard from beneath the building asking what he means by keep the monster alive. The warriors look at him and ask what he means and if he wants to just let the monster exist. Rick looks down and says that he understands Paulson but it's too dangerous. The engineer looks forward. The monster is on the floor and the sergeant continues to say that it calmed down after eating the contaminated plate, but they don't know when it might want to kill them next and Dave says he's right. Paulson counters that they could use the ability to create something cool and says that it's unwise to waste such an opportunity. Rick scratches his chin and considers what to do. Paulson stands in front of the soldiers and says that it would be nice if the monster helped them and that if they locked it up somewhere safe it wouldn't be dangerous. To which Rick responds by saying that he's serious and Dave says that he can understand that because it would be stupid to pass up an opportunity like that. He looks at the sergeant and asks if he can give up the cooking ingredient. Rick looks at him and says that of course he can't. Paulson looks at him and smiles. The sergeant looks at Dave and says that they should try. The soldiers stand near the monster. The creature grins. It's locked in a cage. Rick looks at it and says that it's staying here and adds that it shouldn't even try to escape because they got rid of all the iron. The monster growls and the sergeant asks him if Michael understood him. The soldiers load the materials into the truck. One of them notes that it's not regular iron. Another asks why it's so strong. Dave and Rick stood nearby. Dave noticed that the engineers were very excited. Rick replied that they were and that was good. Paulson approached them and thanked them for trusting them and making the protection of the materials a priority. The soldiers continued loading the iron structures. The sergeant said that their work was done and they had delivered all the necessary materials, and then asked if they had a further plan of action, to which the soldier replied that they did, and besides, they were preparing something amazing. Rick ordered them to continue working. Paulson saluted him. In the back of the truck there were materials. On the window that appeared there was a phrase that spoke of the identification of the material of low-level cooking. Several more boards appeared. One found aluminum among the materials, another fiberglass, a third said there was ceramic. The sergeant put his hands on his hips and said that without established limits, any object is an ingredient for cooking. The warrior carried beams on his shoulder. One of them pointed with his hand what needed to be loaded first. The sergeant thought to himself that if the engineer's analytical ability only worked on materials, then his capabilities were not limited to individual items. Rick looked at the work of the soldiers. He noted that if he used it together with the skill of the chief's eye, which identifies weaknesses, then they could defeat any monster. Tentacles of the monster burst out of the ground. Under the gloomy sky stood a building. Paulson pointed with his hand to the truck and announced that they were finally finished and asked their opinion on the work done. Rick and Dave looked in horror at the subject of discussion. In the middle of the road stood a modernized truck. The sergeant noted that it really looked amazing. Behind the sergeant stood soldiers. One asked in surprise about the horn of the car, another said that the car reminded him of the creations from the movie Mad Max. Paulson gestured with his hands and said that the design may be strange, but he guarantees that it will work, to which Rick replied that in their situation, it is unlikely that they will have a beautiful and functional thing. The military man pointed to the machine and said that they can use it both as a vehicle and for battle, and the spikes that it is covered with can easily tear apart monsters. The huge monster bared his teeth. Rick said that the spikes are unlikely to be able to harm the Iron Bear. Dave stood next to the sergeant, who added that he was of course an exception and most biological monsters would not be able to get close to him. The soldier replied that this was true and the machine should be thought of primarily as a tank and a barricade at the same time, and also added that they would try to reduce the noise of the machine. Dave looked suspiciously into the distance. Rick said that the work was excellent and asked to finish it as soon as possible. Dave asked about Michael. Paulson came up and answered that everything was fine with him, and he watched him the whole time he was feeding, and added that he did not transform back like in the past, and all this thanks to several iron plates. The soldier stuck his hand into the cage. The monster was eating a metal plate. There were iron parts on the floor. Paulson added that the iron that the monster eats becomes magical, which is undoubtedly a plus for them. Dave crossed his arms and asked what it meant that if they fed him iron plates, Michael filled them with magic, to which the soldier replied that it was so, and he did it instinctively. Rick added that it was very effective. There was a small animal in the cage. Paulson noted that it was happening slowly now, but they would try to optimize the process, and with enough material they would be able to build a whole wall. The sergeant looked at the soldier with irony. Dave noted that the wall was a good idea. Clouds were floating across the sky. Clouds were hovering in the gloomy skies. There was a closed door in the doorway. Behind it someone said that there should be a store nearby. Cheryl pointed her finger at a place on the map. The soldier noted that this place was almost at the border. The girl added that why don't they go there on the new transport and check it out at the same time. Rick crossed his arms over his chest and noted that they had nothing left but lizard meat, and they also needed food, fuel, and medicine. Chuck looked at Dave, who noted that they couldn't sit still and that they should try. The girl looked at the soldier and said that she agreed with him, but it wasn't a fact that there was anything useful left there. There were crosses drawn on the map. Cheryl added that since it wasn't very well known, the people living nearby could have already robbed it. The soldier added that this seemed true, and other survivors could have already taken everything. Dave looked at the sergeant and said that they should still go, and that it couldn't be completely empty. Rick looked at the soldier and said that he was pretty close, and the idea didn't seem that bad. There was a window in the wall. The sergeant commanded to get ready to go. The ceiling was covered with white tiles. Everyone in the room agreed with the order. There was a vehicle parked near the entrance to the store. Paulson noticed that it worked perfectly. The vehicle's components were covered in blood. The soldier added that they were driving so smoothly for the first time, and he was cutting most of the monsters into pieces. Carl looked at the truck and noted that it needed to be cleaned of blood and flesh. The soldier replied that he hadn't even mentioned cleaning. Rick knelt down and said that everyone needed to stay put, and also asked about the availability of rations. The soldiers replied that they did. The sergeant ordered them to eat ration number 3. The soldier put his hand in his pocket. The soldiers took out rations. Rick thought it was convenient to give them numbers according to their effect. The soldier bit into a bar. A window appeared, which reported receiving a temporary skill in the form of hypersensitive hearing. The sergeant commanded them to move forward. The soldier took a step forward. A group of fighters followed the commander. Rick pointed his finger in the direction. Carl nodded his head in agreement. The soldiers ran along the pallets. Rick looked at Dave. The soldiers ran over broken glass. The iron structures stood firm. The green pallets stood on metal beams. The monstrous structures were covered in rust. All the soldiers gathered in a circle. Dave noted that, as they had expected, there was nothing left in the store except toys and some gadgets, and that the civilians had taken everything. Rick said that the survivors had clearly not been loafing around here, and then suggested searching again just in case. A soldier approached the sergeant and said that there was a zombie corpse. Rick turned and asked what condition it was in. There was a corpse on the floor. The soldier reported that the wound on its head resembled an axe blow. Carl looked at the lifeless body and noted that the survivor who was here had taken care of it. The soldier looked up. The other soldiers also looked up. Rick grabbed the blade and ordered no one to move. A bead of sweat slid down the sergeant's face. The dust rose up. The dust reached the upper floors. Multicolored containers stood on pallets. Someone shouted that something was nearby. The soldiers looked up at the ceiling. Rick turned towards the noise and realized that the sound was coming from the meat department. There was a cart near the entrance. The soldiers crouched. The sergeant noticed that the sound was muffled, and someone was hiding their presence, and also assumed that this was the type of monster that waits for prey in ambush. The commander ordered Carl to break down the doors. He looked at Rick. The soldier rammed the door. He fell along with the gate. The sergeant looked at the fighter. Rick activated his skill. A window with the name of the ability appeared. The protagonist thought that even if he did not know what kind it was, if he could identify its weakness, he could neutralize it. The skill interface began scanning. The ability continued identifying. Rick stood up and thought that if he were like a ready piece of meat for slicing, then he would be a dish that could be cooked. The board informed that the creature's species was a human primate. A drop of sweat slid down his face. Rick asked again about the result he had received. A silhouette appeared in the shadows. A leg appeared from the darkness. A woman with a child stood in front of the soldiers. The girl held the boy and asked the soldiers to help her brother. 2 men were filling cans of food. One said that they also looked like they could be eaten. The guy with the tail asked if this wasn't animal feed, to which the other man replied that he had heard that people were eating that now. The man added that these were rumors and shouldn't be believed. A woman ran out from around the corner. She stood in front of a group of people and said that it was dangerous here and they should leave, to which the survivors replied that they couldn't leave everything like that, and that they should take as much as they could carry. The man looked at the girl and noted that they had nowhere else to put it, and they had taken enough food, and added that since they couldn't take the rest, they should hide it. The girl raised her hand and said that they should leave it somewhere in the area, and when they returned, they would take everything. Then she asked everyone to hurry. The man stood next to everyone and said that it was a shame, and that they should have taken everything at once, to which the other responded that he was indeed a greedy man. The guy pulled Lisa by her clothes and said that they should go too. The girl turned and agreed with him. Pete stood next to his sister. An unknown force threw everyone into the air. People fell to the floor. Scattered food lay next to them. The guy with the tail ran and shouted for Liz to run away because something terrible was here. Pete turned around to look at the man. The girl wanted to ask what happened. The man ran to them and said that there was no time for talking and they needed to get out of here. A tear fell from Lisa's eye. The man's blood gushed onto the floor. He fell dead on the floor. The girl looked at him in horror. Pete's mouth dropped open in surprise. Lisa grabbed her brother. The girl pulled her brother by the hand. They ran away together. There were corpses of people on the floor. The girl started crying. The floor was covered in blood. Pete called out to the people. The sister hugged her brother tightly. Rick asked how she managed to escape and make it all the way here. There were open cans on the floor. The sergeant realized that they survived thanks to animal feed. Lisa looked at the soldier and asked him if it was true. that he was an honest soldier and not a monster in a human shell. Rick raised his hands and told her not to be afraid, and he was not going to eat her, and also added that all this sounded like a misunderstanding, and that they were also survivors who came down here from their base after a fight with monsters. The girl looked at the sergeant. Rick looked away and thought that she was still wary, although it was not surprising considering how much they had been through. Cheryl came running. She asked if he had called her. The soldier greeted the girl. The sergeant turned to the squad leader and said that they were afraid of them and asked him to tell them to calm down. Cheryl said that negotiating with survivors was part of her job, so they could trust her. The girl approached them. She extended her hand and asked Lisa and her brother to come over, and also assured them that everything was fine and that they would not be harmed. The brother and sister looked at Cheryl. The squad leader looked at them. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. She sat up. The soldiers behind them looked at them. A bead of sweat slid down Rick's cheek. Pete pressed himself against his sister. Cheryl stood nearby and noted that they must be hungry. She picked up Lisa and her brother and said that they should feed them first. Rick nodded his head convincingly. The boy looked at the soldier pitifully. The sergeant stood up and gave the order to light a fire near the market. Cheryl said that he was a professional cook and they would not notice how he prepared the food. There were cans of food on the shelf. The girl said that while they were eating, they should check them for injuries. There were people standing on the gray concrete. There were soldiers near the car. One said that it was a pity for them, but taking them with them was problematic. The soldier gestured with his hands and said that they could not cope with the survivors that were already there, and besides, they were children, so there would be problems with endurance, and if they also got sick, it would be an even bigger fiasco. Another soldier agreed and added that the healer was not omnipotent. Dave looked at Rick. Food was boiling in the pot. The soldier said that opinions were divided, and at some point they would need to accept survivors and increase their number, and then asked that it was really necessary now. The sergeant looked down and said that it was a really difficult choice. Cheryl put her hand on Lisa's shoulder. The crowd of people looked at someone with pain. Rick added that now they would be able to protect these children without any problems. But what about the other survivors that they would meet? Rick looked at the floor and thought that if the situation did not improve, they would not be able to protect everyone. The child, happily trying the food, exclaimed that it was so delicious, while his sister, caringly said that he needed to eat carefully so as not to burn himself. The girl, looking analytically at the protagonist, said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, and the protagonist asked how things were going there. Cheryl, smiling cheerfully, said that the misunderstanding arose because they probably thought that they were monsters, while Rick, surprised, asked again, were they really monsters? Rick, surprised, looked to the side, asked if they looked that scary. An image of a demon with red eyes appeared and the girl answered that no, there are just monsters that look like people or steal someone's appearance. And they didn't make any noise and suddenly appeared in front of them, so they decided that they weren't people. Liz gently stroked her brother's cheek and Cheryl said that those guys probably still thought that way. Rick, putting his hands on his hips, asked if she told them that they weren't monsters, while the girl sadly replied that she did, but they hadn't completely calmed down yet, and the protagonist approvingly said that it was a good job. The guy looked at the brother and sister with concern. The guys were smiling cheerfully, and the hero thought that they looked much better. The hero stood in front of Liz and Pete, and said to himself that probably thanks to the special sauce that calms the nerves, the guys began to feel better. The heroes put their plates on the table and Rick asked the brother and sister what their names were, to which the girl replied that her name was Liz and her younger brother was Pete. The main hero leaned forward approvingly, and told Liz that it seemed to him that her brother had eaten his fill and was about to fall asleep. The hero held out a bag of food and offered the children to take it. The child, curiously examining the treat, asked what kind of food it was that they were being given, while Rick, in a caring voice, answered that it was dried meat, it was tasty, and there was no need to be afraid. Rick bowed his head and said contentedly that they had enough meat for certain reasons, and thought that he could not say that it was lizard meat. A bag of pieces of meat appeared and Rick insistently said that it should be eaten only when it became completely unbearable, and added that half a piece would be enough. Rick, standing confidently in front of the boys, added that the smallest one should be saved, not eaten without necessity, but better hidden somewhere, and thought that this dried meat had characteristics that would help them survive. The girl, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment, asked when she should eat the smallest one. The hero looked tensely ahead and said that it should be eaten when she was going to leave here. The girl looked at the protagonist in amazement, and asked what that meant. Cheryl looked back at Rick in shock. The protagonist looked at the children and said that when they could no longer stay here and would need to move, then she would need to eat it, because it would help, to which the girl tragically asked if they couldn't stay here forever, and added if the soldiers couldn't protect them. Rick looked at the children dejectedly and said, thinking that he knew she would say that. However, the decision had already been made. The corners of the protagonist's mouth turned down, and he said that he was sorry, but that was impossible. The girl looked up at the protagonist, dumbfounded, and asked why she couldn't stay there. Rick, with his head down, said in a languid voice that, despite being soldiers, they had no connection with other units. An image of a crowd of people at a military base appeared, and the protagonist added that even the situation at their base was extremely unstable, and they couldn't take any more risks. Rick, looking at Liz with confusion, said that they were very sorry, but all they could do was share their food, and added that one day, when the situation got better, they would search the area. The girl cried silently. Liz, sitting on a wooden pallet, said understandingly that she understood that they were in the same trouble. The girl sadly hugged her sleeping brother. Cheryl, awkwardly reaching out to Liz, said her name. A tear slowly rolled down the little girl's eye. The protagonist lowered his head sadly. Tears rolled down Liz's eyes. Liz, suddenly raising her voice to the heroes, said that she could take them to the supermarket from which they had escaped, to which Rick, perplexed, asked what she meant. Liz, looking at the heroes with hope, said that they had come here to look for food, and that was true, and added that they would find what they needed there, and that it was close by. Rick, surprised, looked at the girl and asked if it was true, while she sincerely answered that she had no reason to lie. Cheryl looked back at the protagonist, and he thought that if it was true, then it was valuable information. The metal ceiling creaked, and Rick asked why she was only talking about it now, while the girl resolutely offered to make a deal. The protagonist, looking at her in surprise, asked what she meant by a deal, and she, having explained the essence, added that she would tell them where the supermarket was if they protected them. Rick, looking down with interest, said that it was interesting, and added that they were more useful than he thought. The girl looked at the protagonist with hope. The protagonist silently thought. Rick, looking cautiously at Liz, said that this offer was tempting, but it was not so easy for him to make a decision, and added that they needed to think carefully, while Liz, surprised, asked again about what exactly. An image of the surviving mother and child appeared. The lieutenant gestured with his hands in front of the line of men, and Rick said that they were different from the survivors who were simply hiding. Young soldiers stood in line, and the hero added that their goal was to increase their own influence. Liz asked in confusion what it meant to increase influence, while Rick, looking down dejectedly, thought that they needed to gain strength and capture new territories, because these were the rules of the game, and they had to follow them. The monster opened its mouth wide at the soldier, and the protagonist said that this was why they often encountered monsters and zombies. The zombies walked deathly along the corridors, and the protagonist added that many people were not always a good thing. The zombie stuck out its tongue angrily. An image of a supermarket with many boxes of food appeared, and the protagonist logically explained that the more of them, the easier it was to accidentally attract the attention of enemies, and concluded that perhaps it would be safer for them to hide here. Liz listened thoughtfully to Rick. Cheryl closed her eyes. Liz, desperately hugging her little brother, exclaimed that she did not want to hide here, because it was just awful. Tears streamed down her cheeks. A bead of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek. Rick squinted for a moment, and thought that he understood how she felt. The gray wall was dimly lit, and the hero added that they could agree to her deal, but someone might have already passed through that place, and they would get nothing. Liz, boldly looking at Rick, hotly objected that there was plenty of everything there. Rick, suspiciously squinting, asked how she knew. Liz, gritting her teeth, answered that she knew because she saw it. An image of many bloody corpses appeared, and the girl added that she saw how all the adults died. The soldiers were standing near the entrance to the room, and the guy thought that the conversation was going longer than expected and asked the senior in rank if Sergeant Rick really decided that way. Dave, crossing his arms seriously, replied that it was so and they had to follow his orders, adding that leaving the children here had not been an easy decision. The hero frowned sullenly. The red-haired guy looked thoughtfully at his comrades and said that being a leader was very difficult. The moon illuminated the concrete floor. The ceiling of the room was poorly lit, and the protagonist asked in surprise if she was really saying that her group had come there, and everyone except her and her brother had been killed, while Liz sadly confirmed that it was true, because even Aunt Clara and her brother Cole had been killed, and Rick asked if two adults couldn't defeat the enemy. Rick frowned with concern and thought that they needed more information, they couldn't just wait. The hero frowned. Rick leaned over to the girl and said that he wanted to ask her something, while she nodded eagerly and agreed to give him an answer. Rick looked sternly at Liz and said that she had promised to show them this place as part of their deal, but added that he didn't understand if it was beneficial for them. Liz blinked in confusion and asked what he meant. Rick looked her in the eyes and said he wanted to believe she wasn't just using them to get revenge on those monsters. The girl looked at the commander with concern and said that perhaps these kids couldn't have such dangerous intentions, while Rick cautiously replied that they couldn't know for sure. The protagonist turned excitedly to his friend and explained that if the deal involved exchanging information, there had to be proof, adding that even if everything else was true, she could have lied about her motive. Cheryl looked at the protagonist with a dumbfounded expression and considered the situation. Rick looked at the girl intently and wondered to himself how she could be sure that their intentions were pure. Liz looked calmly at the protagonist. Liz, honestly lowering her eyes, admitted that she would not lie, that she was thinking about revenge, and the girl said her name. Liz, sadly raising her head, said that everyone was so kind to them. Rick, disappointedly shaking his head, thought to himself that everything was happening as he thought, and stated that they could not agree to a deal for the sake of revenge, while Liz desperately exclaimed that they did not need revenge now. Liz, resolutely looking into the eyes of the protagonist, said that she and Pete survived. The boy slept carefree. Liz, sadly looking at the floor, added that if they continued to think only about revenge for the dead, they would destroy themselves. An image of people running from death appeared, and the girl added that their sacrifice would be meaningless. The children, turning to the bloody man, and Liz added that they risked their lives for them, and they cannot do this. Rick looked at the girl approvingly and thought that she was quite wise. The girl, lowering her head, sincerely said that her goal was to survive, adding that she mentioned it because it was a condition of the deal, and assured that she had no intention of revenge, and asked to believe her. Cheryl, sympathetically turning to the protagonist, called him Commander. The protagonist pursed his lips. Rick, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that he apologized for the misunderstanding, and added that after her story he changed his mind, while Liz happily exclaimed that they would protect them. The girl looked cheerfully at the protagonist. The protagonist, nodding affirmatively, added that they were changing one condition of the deal. The ceiling of the room was dimly lit, and the protagonist explained that they could not provide them with protection, because they did not have time for it, and offered to join their squad as soldiers, then he would agree to the deal. The girl looked at the hero in shock. Cheryl, frightened, recoiled, exclaiming that he was really going to take them as soldiers. The protagonist, dejectedly lowering his head, said that they would not send them into dangerous battles, so age did not matter. Rick, lowering his eyes, thought that there were also children in the group of survivors under the command of Son A. An image of sad children appeared, and the protagonist added that he wanted to use them anyway, so it was not such a big loss. Liz, hesitantly raising her head, asked the protagonist if they were really accepting them, while the protagonist sternly answered that this was true. However, there was one main condition they must also fight, to which Liz enthusiastically exclaimed that she understood this, because she had not played with toys here before. The protagonist, approvingly looked at the girl. The protagonist extended his hand to her, declared that the deal was made. The girl happily rushed to the protagonist. The boy recoiled from his sister's hand. Sleepy Pete barely opened his eyes. The girl shook the protagonist's hand. The lights on the ceiling of the room were out, and the boy asked his sister what she was doing. The metal ceiling was not illuminated. A military vehicle quickly sped along the highway. Glare reflected from the windshield of the car. The girl put her hand on her brother's shoulder, and the protagonist thought that she told him that the monster in the store was invisible like a ghost and people died suddenly, although there were holes and cuts on their bodies. The protagonist languidly lowered his head and wondered if this was possible. An image of terrible demons appeared, and Rick thought that in a world where zombies roam, ghosts are not so unusual. The hero, gratefully patting his comrade on the shoulder, thanked him for changing the soldiers' minds thanks to him. Dave, with his head down in embarrassment, replied that there was no need to thank him. The soldiers, surrounding the protagonist, asked if they really needed to go there, and that, in their opinion, it was not worth the risk, while others, excitedly whispered that they said that there was a ghost there. Dave, angrily stomped his foot on the ground. Dave, sharply raising his hands, shouted that there were no ghosts there, and that they thought so because they had driven everything into their own framework, and it was just a monster with some kind of ghost phenomenon. An image of a monster behind bars appeared, and the hero added that Mac was exactly the same. The soldiers looked at Dave in surprise, and he declared that they would understand when they saw it for themselves, and ordered them to prepare to leave. Dave menacingly looked ahead. Rick, admiringly looking at his comrade, thought that it was powerful. Liz, looking at the dark-haired guy in surprise, asked if they had a tank. Carl shook his head and said they didn't have a tank, and the girl asked how they would fight the monsters then, to which he replied that they would learn his weaknesses and fight him directly. The girl, leaning towards the soldier in shock, exclaimed that it was impossible and asked if they hadn't said they would destroy the store with tanks and missiles, while Carl calmly explained that they were a small squad and didn't have such technology. Liz, looking angrily into Carl's eyes, exclaimed that she had clearly said that the two had awakened, but they still died. The warrior, smirking, said that they knew it would be dangerous. The military vehicle sped along the highway, and the hero said that they had enough confidence in their strength. The moon lit up the night sky. An image of a supermarket appeared, and the protagonist cautiously wondered what could be inside that could have caused so much damage, noting that the building appeared to be untouched, though perhaps ghosts were present. The soldiers, surrounding the protagonist from all sides, shouted that if there were ghosts in there, they should retreat, as they could not fight what they could not see, calling ghosts cowardly bastards. Rick, cautiously looking at his comrades, thought that he could not do this without jerky. The protagonist, taking a piece of meat out of the bag, ordered everyone to eat it. The soldiers, cautiously looking at their commander, agreed to eat the pieces of meat. The boy, looking at the protagonist in confusion, asked why some jerky gave such an advantage. The soldiers, greedily swallowing the pieces of meat, felt surges of energy. The system reported that the protagonist's lizard jerky contained the courage of a low-level chef. The soldiers, rubbing their hands excitedly, shouted that they were already tired as zombies, and that was great, because they would finish them all off. The fighters, waving their weapons militantly, shouted that they would prove that not only the Navy could catch ghosts, while Liz, watching what was happening with bewilderment, thought that the soldiers were behaving strangely, to which Cheryl said that they were thus raising their fighting spirit before dangerous battles. The girl, turning sharply to the children, ordered them to stick with her and be careful. The soldiers broke away. The heroes, looking at the soldiers running away into battle, heard the commander give the order to move on. The gray building of the supermarket stood menacingly on the street. The paving stones were laid evenly. A soldier, anxiously running past the corpses, noticed that the store was too quiet, and there was a lot of blood on the floor, and suggested that they look around here. Liz, looking at Cheryl with fear, said that something was wrong because Cole was lying right there, and added that the cart she was pushing was still there. The cart with the groceries was lying on the ground, and the girl agreed that she was right. Cheryl, tensing up in alarm, thought that this meant that the enemy was nearby. Rick raised his head in surprise. The protagonist ran to the scene and asked what was going on. Something tore the clothes of one of the soldiers. The soldier, painfully bent over, shouted that there was something here, while Rick, worriedly, asked if he was okay. Rick tensely peered into the emptiness. The doors of the store were closed, and Rick exclaimed in confusion that he did not see anything. Energy lightning was directed at the heroes. Magic balls flew at the soldiers. The commander looked menacingly at the threat and ordered the others to prepare for an attack. He looked menacingly forward and shouted the name of the protagonist. The protagonist was dragging his comrade in his arms. Lightning struck the hero straight in the back. The protagonist's legs gave way. The protagonist collapsed to the ground, and the soldier desperately shouted his name. Rick, looking at his soldiers, shouted that they needed to quickly call a doctor. The soldier hastily rushed to the hero. The boy emitted a healing aura from his hand. The dead soldier's body began to recover. Rick turned to the crowd of fighters and ordered them to take their positions and prepare for an attack. The warriors rushed to their places and cursed the monster. Carl turned back and ordered the defense squad to form a shield. The children stood in the middle of the supermarket with Cheryl. Liz looked at her friend with concern and said that everything was the same as last time. Cheryl, looking calmly at the children, said that they needed to remain calm because the soldiers would protect them, and suggested that it would be better to run there. The soldiers ran around the supermarket. Liz, looking anxiously at the soldiers, asked what they were going to do. Dave, looking worriedly at the protagonist, asked if it was true that an invisible monster existed, while Rick, explaining the peculiarities of perception, answered that the monster was invisible to the naked eye because they could not see through the eyes of the chief. Rick looked around the corner warily and asked why the monster was so quiet if the attack had stopped. The protagonist frowned and said that maybe he was just sizing up the enemy. There was blood on the floor, and the hero said that in any case, they should keep quiet for now. Chips were pouring onto the shelves, and Rick added that he needed to find out if ghost monsters existed. The heroes covered themselves with shields, and the hero thought that he couldn't see anything, since the chief's eyes were useless. The soldiers looked out worriedly. The protagonist looked through the gap in the shield and thought that he needed to use another skill. The system activated the ability to detect ingredients, and the hero said that it was time to explore the area. The protagonist passed the bags of chips. Rick ran past the shelves with food. The system notified the protagonist about the ingredients found, like aluminum or polyethylene, and the hero thought that this was the composition of candy bags. The shelves flew past the protagonist, and he thought about aluminum. The hero looked at the pack and thought about the blue drop. The packs of candies were hanging on the counter, and the hero thought about polyamide. Rick stopped abruptly and thought that he should wait, because there was something strange here. Rick, looking closely at one point, said that he needed to take another look. The packs of chips were lying on the shelves. The system announced the discovery of a blue drop. Rick, looking at this place, exclaimed to himself that there was something a blue drop, and asked what it was. The hero, analytically looking through the shield, thought that it did not seem to be a ghost. The protagonist saw a pack of food on the counter, and explained that it was a monster disguised as candy. The blue drop floated in the air. Dave looked at the hero and asked if he had found anything, and another soldier exclaimed that he knew Sergeant Rick could. Rick, turning decisively to the squad, said that he would explain to them later, but for now they needed to listen, because he would go forward, and they had to cover him. The soldiers stood at attention, and the hero ordered the defense squad to go with him. Pete, fearfully pulling his sister by the sleeve, asked if they had found the monster, while Liz, shaking her head in disbelief, answered that it couldn't be, because there was nothing there. Liz, looking away in surprise, wondered what kind of person he was. The protagonist quietly crawled after the soldiers. Rick, looking through the gap in the shield, announced that the monster was here, and ordered that they needed to put up shields. The guy looked at his comrade. The friend turned back to the soldier. The hero stepped forward sharply. The protagonist threw his knife straight at the invisible monster. A pack of chips was standing on the shelf. Suddenly, the pack glowed blue. The blue aura flew off the pack. The knives pierced the bag of chips. The protagonist's knife flew quickly towards the enemy. Drops of blue aura scattered around the room. Rick rushed after the blue aura and shouted that the monster had shown its true form. The protagonist looked forward with a menacing look and activated the chef's eyes. The blue aura flew in front of the hero, and the system notified the hero that he had mastered the technique of making a blue drop. A pop-up notification opened and stated that the blue drop was turning into a liquid body and a core. The aura rushed away, and the hero thought that it was impossible to say that it was slime. The protagonist deftly dodged the knives. Rick, enthusiastically squeezing his weapon, explained that it was not a ghost, but only camouflage, and said that it was necessary to attack its core. Rick, rushing forward with pressure, shouted that the blue drop monster must die. The soldier, looking in shock at the strange substance lying on the floor, asked what it was, and Rick calmly explained that it was the essence of a ghost. The fighter bent over the object in bewilderment, asked if this was the monster that looked like jelly, and another guy said that it was transparent, so they did not see it, while another, recalling, added that at first it looked like candy. Rick, nodding affirmatively, explained that this monster has the ability to blend into the environment. Dave, looking at the protagonist with interest, asked if the monster hides to track down its prey. The floors of the supermarket were covered in blood, and Rick seriously warned the heroes that there is a possibility that other similar monsters are hiding here, and added that the people Liz was talking about were unlucky to meet this hiding monster. The girl, hugging her brother, asked if he was really saying that the monster disguises itself. The guy turned around and said that he was acting this way because he was weak, stating that he understood his weak point. The blue substance was lying on the floor, and the hero explained that there was a bit of black substance in the center of his body and that it needed to be attacked. The warrior looked ahead in surprise and asked Rick how they could find those hiding among the sweets. The guy grinned confidently and ordered to rely on him. Carl ran tiredly through the store, and the protagonist shouted to him that the monster was a freezer to his left. The blue aura lit up. 3 auras appeared in the air at once. The soldier swung his weapon. The hero stabbed the monster with his knife. The warrior's hand flew through the aura. Carl gritted his teeth in anger. He grabbed the blue aura with his hand. The hero swung his hand. His comrades looked at the fighter in bewilderment. Carl gritted his teeth angrily. The blue aura exploded in the hero's hand. The heroes ran to the kitchen, and Rick shouted that there were a couple of monsters in the corner of the kitchen. Dave activated his energy ability in his hand. The hero launched the energy forward. The coffee maker rattled and sparked. The toasters fell off the table. 2 auras burst out of the equipment. Rick, looking at the soldiers through binoculars, loudly shouted that the next monster was a white microwave. The fighter, quickly turning to the indicated target, was preparing to attack. The guy, accurately striking, hit the monster. Liz, looking back at the soldiers in admiration, thought that it was amazing, and they caught these monsters so easily. The girl, worriedly looked away. Many blue auras headed her way. The soldiers ran around the supermarket and shouted that these monsters were appearing everywhere. The fighter's eyes suddenly widened. The blue aura turned into liquid. Blue larkspur clashed on the floor. The antagonist's hand was covered in aura energy, and the fighter shouted that their forms were changing. The girl with blue eyes looked at the heroes. Oe grinned maliciously. Dave looked at what was happening with concern. The soldier was horrified by what he saw. People armed with shields were marching into battle. The woman with blue eyes looked at the heroes and wheezed quietly. The protagonist anxiously rushed forward and shouted if this was really the human form of the monster. Liz stood behind the soldiers. The girl rushed forward and shouted that this was her Aunt Clara. The protagonist turned around and asked the girl again if this was really her aunt. The protagonist looked at Liz and asked if this was an awakened warrior, to which she replied that this was the strongest type. Pete hugged his sister. Rick looked ahead with a menacing look and said that if the ambush tactic does not work, they will have to use an attack. The zombies were walking towards the heroes, and the guy said that this was their maximum combat power. Clara looked angrily at the protagonist and said that she finally became interested. The zombies were walking towards the soldiers, and the aunt suggested having some fun. The bloody people were walking towards the heroes. Clara smiled slyly. Carl pounced on the aunt and asked her what she was talking about, calling her walking food. The soldier struck. The ant flew to the side from such a powerful blow. Clara opened her mouth wide and wheezed. The heroes stood on the pallets with food and wondered what kind of awakened warrior this was. An image of the heroes' past battles appeared, and Rick said that they had leveled up by hunting lizards. The heroes attacked the monsters, and the protagonist added that hundreds of soldiers had honed their skills in real battles. A huge snake looked into the frame. The soldiers rushed to attack, and the protagonist added that they wore equipment made of lizard skin, which could withstand bullets, and added that thanks to his culinary skills, his squad had become very strong. Rick looked at the enemies and said that they can't defeat even their rookies. Dark silhouettes surrounded the shelves of the store. One silhouette says how long it's been since he ate ramen. The second notices that there is a lot of rice. The third shouts that he found something to wipe his ass with. The battle in the supermarket ended in victory. The guy with gray hair holds a box. He explains that there are only first aid supplies in there, but there are bandages and alcohol, so they will have enough. Everything in the building now belongs to them. The leader of the squad waves his hand and shouts that it's time to load everything into the car, and clarifies that they should first take care of the products. This will immediately improve their situation. Rick looks ahead. Dave, running up to the protagonist, offers him to look at the contents of the can. There is a blue substance in the glass shell. Rick smiles in surprise. He doubts that the monster inside is alive. Dave says that they knocked out and caught several on the battlefield. 2 soldiers shoot lightning at the blue monster. The red-haired one explains that he brought it for cooking. Rick leans over to the jar, looks through the glass and offers to take everything, because he is sure that he can somehow use them. The soldier, smiling, replies that he will go find more of these guys, to which he instantly receives approval. Now everyone agrees that monsters can be used as ingredients. 2 people stand out among the soldiers. Rick stands opposite a woman and a boy. The girl says that the deal was good and they got a lot, therefore they join the squad as promised. The sergeant answers positively. He notes that there will be no freebies. The boy asks his sister if he will join the army. The protagonist tells the boy that he is now a soldier too, and offers him to take a weapon. The hero, sadly lowering his eyes, understands that their position does not allow them to protect children. He mentally adds that people never know what can happen, so they must be ready to protect themselves. The girl replies with offense that she also worked in the camp. She asks if her brother is ready. The boy pretends to be a soldier and says he is ready. Liz and Cheryl, standing next to Pete, tell him not to worry. Rick thinks to himself that they should at least stand up for themselves. There are 2 houses on the street. The protagonist muses that they at least have a temporary base, which they call a barracks. The truck has its headlights on. The hero mentions that the modification of the car helps them cope with some of the difficulties of movement. Remembering the recent hike, the hero continues that they have food and all the necessary things, so everything is fine. Rick, closing his eyes, reminds the newcomers that they start work tomorrow. All 3, asking again, stand with surprise on their faces. Rick thinks that they need to increase the number of awakened. Dark Silhouettes muses that the building looks like a military store, and that they still have a lot to load. In parallel, loading boxes, one soldier suggests a little rest. Rick, smiling, says that now is not the time to relax. Chuck says that the situation has improved only for a short time, and adds that long-term problems remain unresolved. Carl folds his arms. Rick believes that since they have small reserves, they should now become even stronger. A squad of soldiers gathers in a circle. The protagonist suggests doing something they have long postponed, namely increasing the number of awakened. Dave, opening his mouth, asks if everyone in their squad has awakened. Cheryl looks down, saying that it seems that it is the turn of the survivors. Chuck and Carl, widening their eyes, note that it will be difficult to awaken the survivors. Rick's face does not express any emotions. He agrees that there are some doubts. Dave, spreading his arms, shouts that the survivors must be able to stand up for themselves, after which he proves to the others that they have experience in awakening, and they can do everything, they just need to continue slowly. Carl stands stone-faced, noting that they all woke up without issue. Chuck adds that he doesn't think anything bad will happen. The sergeant tilts his head and asks what the squadron leader thinks. The girl, remembering the children's faces, says that she is very worried about them, but it is difficult to survive without taking such risks. Dave, grinning widely, tells her that nothing will happen. Cheryl replies that she trusts him, but she believes that the survivors should choose for themselves. A huge crowd of survivors stands in the rain. Cheryl sadly opens her eyes. The soldiers stand in thought. Rick, looking away, agrees. The protagonist, shifting his eyes to the side, offers to hear everyone's opinion. A rumble is heard behind the brick wall. Rick stands in front of Frank. The grandfather tells him that he understands what they are talking about and that he has been waiting for this day for a long time. The sergeant asks him not to worry, because there will be soldiers there. The old man replies that he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Carl's mouth drops open in surprise. The old man lifts half his lip and continues that he's not interested in protection, he just wants superpowers, and explains that being able to protect yourself is pretty encouraging. The guy in the gray jacket raises his hand. He thinks they need to contribute to their power. The others shout that doing nothing will be boring. The crowd waves their arms, asking to be woken up. Rick smiles and realizes that they were worried for nothing. The boy's hand tugs at his jacket. The mother turns to the child. She reassures him that he would have joined the army anyway. The 2 girls smile happily. The boy turns to his sister. He asks her if everything will be okay. In response, the girl says that the soldiers are very strong, so he shouldn't worry, after which she adds that they must go through this process to become stronger. Cheryl stands among the soldiers. She says that most have already made up their minds. Rick thinks that the result is unexpected, because he expected more people to be against. The girl says that they all showed courage. The hero turns his eyes to the side and commands Carl and Pete to form a team. The walls of the brick building support the ceiling. A voice is heard calling for a serious hunt to begin. An iron grate is screwed to the edge of the building. You can hear that people have agreed to the call. Soldiers search the body of the monster. A man holds a machine gun with shaking hands. Blood flows out of the body of the dead monster. The man closed his eyes. A machine gun is stuck into the body of the monster. The guy is very surprised by the interface table that suddenly appeared in front of his face. The guy pulls the machine gun out of the monster. He stands with his mouth open, behind the table. People look at their profiles and rejoice. One girl tells her friend that she has become an ice mage. The friend replies that she is a fire mage, adding that their brigade is becoming stronger. Many dark figures raise their hands, happy that they are doing well. Frank also looks at his profile. The old man strains his eyes, surprised that he has been given the role of the main blacksmith. Cheryl, running up to Rick, pleases him that they now have a blacksmith. Rick smiles. He was sure that the old man would become a blacksmith. Because he had already sharpened his sword, the guy notes that increased productivity is good. Cheryl smiles. The soldier's black boot slides on the floor. The guy bursts into the office. Rick is about to cook dinner, but the soldier distracts him and says that the two of them need to see something. The guy with green hair opens his mouth. He says that they have found new survivors. Rick and Cheryl are surprised and ask again. Splinters fly from the forest, and screams are heard. Something explodes. Many silhouettes are running away. The order to retreat to position number 3 is heard. Screams are heard from everywhere that there is no way through here. How can they escape from here? The leader of the survivors holds a sword in his hands and answers that they should look for another way. They will give them some time if they distract him. The elephant's leg hits the ground. The second leg begins to move forward. The angry elephant with red eyes looks forward. People scream that they cannot cope with this monster. The soldier's legs are on the cliff. Rick lowers his head and thinks. Carl thinks that the survivors do not know the monster's weak points at all, and adds that they will not last long with the current level of awakening. The sergeant says that this group of survivors is quite large, and it seems that they are used to fighting monsters. The soldiers watch as the elephant throws the survivors around. One guy offers to help them. The second thinks that it is not worth it to climb, because the squad barely knows the survivors and they can seriously get into trouble. The squad stands in a semicircle. The guy with dark hair asks him if he is going to leave them to die. He replies that he meant that their safety is above all else, and that it would be bad if they ended up in a mess. Rick, lowering the corners of his lips, thought that he understood his doubts. The protagonist turns around and offers to save them, and adds that he does not want to watch people die. The squad looked towards the protagonist and accepted the order. The sergeant thought that such a quick decision was good for the morale of the soldiers. The squad ran to take positions. Rick ordered everyone to get ready. The protagonist, slapping Carl on the back, asks him to go deal with the monster. The guy jumps on the monster from above. Rick approaches a group of survivors and asks if everything is okay. A question flashes among them about where the army came from. People, pointing towards the monster, are surprised that the soldiers defeated it instantly. Carl, folding his arms, watches the crowd. Rick mentally asks why they are reacting like that. Colt asks everyone to step aside and pushes a survivor away with his hand. The guy looks at the soldiers with displeasure. Colt comes out to the squad. Rick assumes that this is the leader of the group. The leader of the squad frowns. Rick greets him, but the man interrupts him and asks what they need. He calls the soldiers deserters, and says that they have nothing and let the military return. The squad tenses up. The hero grins at the way they were called. Clouds float across the sky. Questions are heard among the forested mountains about what they mean by deserters, and how can one talk like that to those who saved them. The squad leader apologizes and starts making excuses that the world is a dangerous place, so they can be understood. Rick, very surprised, changes his face. Colt looks at the soldier's hand. Rick holds a knife in his palm. The pocket on the soldier's jacket is slightly open. Rick, looking at Colt, mentally asks what he is staring at and why they are so fearful of the soldiers. The squad leader's mouth opens. He says that they are grateful for saving them, but they really have nothing to give. The tired crowd looks towards the soldiers. Rick thinks about why they continue to talk about this. Because they did not ask for anything. Rick, stretching out his hand forward, tries to say that their squad is not deserters, but Colt interrupts him and asks to just let them go. Rick rolls his eyes, realizing that they are not listening to him. The soldier steps over the branch. Jack approaches and says that Rick was telling the truth. The man greets the survivors and states his rank, corps, battalion and name. Colt, holding out his hands to Jack, says that since this is the army, he is not surprised that the unit is so disciplined. The soldier explains that he used to be a battalion commander, but is now acting company commander. The people come to life. They are glad that these are not deserters, but ordinary soldiers. The soldiers stand in a daze. Rick closes his eyes and is surprised by such a sudden change in attitude. Colt and Jack laugh. Rick notices that the lieutenant really does make a good impression. The battalion commander winks at the protagonist. The protagonist, surprised by the sudden movement, pushes off the air with his hands. The dead monster lies on the ground. The soldiers ask the survivors why they called them deserters, because they were sure that they would be asked for help, but Colt replied that there were such circumstances. Rick and Dave look at the leader in surprise. He says that they had difficulty finding their way to a military base they knew about. The ruins of the building are burning. There are hordes of monsters in the courtyard of the building. Colt says that there was not a single soldier there. The people turn around and leave. Colt looks down from the cliff. Dark silhouettes run away from the fence of the military base. The man says that then they saw soldiers running from the base. The young man holds a machine gun in his hand. Since they were military, they had weapons with them. Colt lowered his head. Jack assumes that the deserters used the guns for something bad. Rick, smiling, realizes why they were afraid of them. The crowd waves their arms. They are outraged that the deserters robbed more than one survivor. But the outrage only increases, because they did not just steal things, but also kidnapped people. Colt, cursing the enemies, clarifies that it was in this place that they saw the escaped soldiers. A crowd of silhouettes descends from the cliff. The leader of the squad said that initially they were going to go to another place, but there were zombies there. So when they saw military uniforms, they thought they came across deserters. The lieutenant, standing opposite the old man, said that he understood him. Colt is going to leave. The soldier says that he is looking for allies willing to join the troops, especially in times like these. Rick, smiling, explains that in this way people will become stronger and will be safe. The leader looked at him. The crowd's face changed. Colt replies that he is glad to accept this offer, but he is forced to refuse, because they barely know each other. Rick notices that the man is very careful. Colt, with his hand to the side, believes that the attitude of people towards soldiers is terrible because of deserters. Rick asks him what their plans are for the future. The protagonist and Carl look closely at the old man. Dark silhouettes search the warehouse. Colt says that there is a rumor that a large amount of food was found in this area. Black figures gathered in a crowd. From there comes talk about a group of survivors who are looking for new people, because their squad is small, but they have a lot of food and weapons. The soldiers, perplexed, look at each other. Rick is surprised that, having a lot of food and weapons, someone is handing them out left and right. The protagonist and Colt stand face to face. The sergeant says that the information looks very suspicious. In response, the head of the squad says that you can't find verified information anywhere now, especially since joining their ranks would be the best option. The people look at the military. The man says that they trust the survivors more than the military. Clouds float across the sky. The soldier says that he understands the survivors and thanks for the information. Colt informs that he is grateful for saving his life. The leader of the squad, turning away, promises that he will not remain in debt if they meet again. The soldiers, frowning, wish them luck. Colt watches the squad with the hope that everything will be okay. The two groups of people separate. Rick turns around. Dave asks the hero if he is upset, to which the protagonist replies that he is a little upset, but there are a decent number of survivors. A group of soldiers gathered together. Rick says that getting new survivors is not an easy task, and adds that he thought that the image of a soldier would help. The protagonist, sighing sadly, explains that some personalities spoil the soldier's appearance, and they should sort this out. Dave turns his eyes, agreeing with the proposal. The Green Mountains are bathed in light. A warning is heard about a deserter with a gun. There is an abandoned building. Someone says it will be difficult to work in there. A piece of glass is broken off. The man continues to say that it seems like the rumor has already spread. He is asked what rumor he means. Eugene sits on the couch and explains that he means the rumor that deserters are walking around there. Evan asks why he calls them deserters. Eugene looks at the interlocutor and shouts that it is. He sits back down and says that setting up in this building was a good idea, but they overlook the fact that rumors could spread. Evan leans his rifle to his head and states that it is hard to walk among the monsters and asks how rumors spread so quickly. Eugene tilts his head and states that it is indeed a headache, and adds that the last time a slave died, he was planning on kidnapping one of the survivors. The interlocutor turned his head and said that he ordered him not to kill them, to which Eugene stated that he did not expect it to happen so suddenly. He exhaled. There was a hole in the roof. Evan asked that it was obvious that no one would go that way because of the rumors, and added that maybe it was time to stop doing this. Eugene asked what he was talking about. The black-haired soldier looked at him and said that they could not live like this forever, and suggested going to the mountains, where there was no one, to find land and a farm, and added that then they would not have problems with housing and food. Eugene stood up and shouted that he was crazy. Evan looked at the interlocutor, who asked again about farming in the mountains, and added that monsters could come. The dead creature lay on the ground. Eugene continued to say that with their weapons they could kill one, but what if the others came running to the sound? Silhouettes of monsters appear. A soldier stands in front of Evan and asks him if he has forgotten how the monsters attacked their base, adding that they survived thanks to their luck, and that if a pack of monsters attacks like that time, they will definitely die. Evan clutches his rifle and asks if that is why they need to keep kidnapping people and enslaving them to survive. Eugene frowns and asks what is wrong with that, isn't it convenient? He holds out his hand and says that if he doesn't like it, then he can leave. Evan turns his head away thoughtfully. Eugene looks at him and thinks that he is really thinking. There are boxes near the wall. The warrior thinks that he doesn't care if the interlocutor dies, but let him leave his ammo and gun. He, turning away, thinks to just watch him die. A soldier enters the room. He says that a group of people are passing by, which surprises Eugene. He smiles and says that this is a great opportunity, adding that he thinks they haven't heard the rumors yet. The leader orders them to grab the magazines, and specifies that they are to take any boys they can make slaves of. Eugene leaves the room and tells Evan to hurry. The deserters watch the squad from above. The blonde man thinks that they are soldiers from outside the local base, and wonders if they are deserters. Holding the machine gun in his hand, he muses that if they are soldiers, it would be easier to let them go. The squad continues to walk. Eugene smiles and notices that they don't have pistols, adding that they must have lost them while running away. He turns and whispers to the deserters to stay back and cover him. Evan asks him if he is coming. The leader smiles and says that before he deserted, he was the youngest, so he should go. There are green trees, Evan agrees. Clouds float in the sky. Eugene stands in front of the squad and tells them to give him everything they have. The squad stops. Someone says that someone is in front. Rick looks ahead and is shocked to see soldiers and states that they have guns. The leader points the gun at them and tells them not to move unless they want to die. The squad puts their hands up. Carl whispers that he thinks they are deserters and Rick says that they found them quickly. Eugene stands and says that they should not try anything and adds that there are guys with guns behind him. Rick looks away and says that it will not be easy and asks if they can beat the guys with guns, to which Dave replies that as long as they do not meet face to face everything should be fine and adds that if he has awakened as a gunslinger, it will be difficult. Eugene continues to stand with the machine gun. Rick says that he would not say that he has awakened. The machine gunner stomps and orders them to hurry up and give up everything they have. The squad stands in front of the leader, who asks if they have any hidden things. Dave asks that since they are not awake, why not subdue them? Rick looks at Eugene and agrees, and asks if everyone heard. The squad prepares for battle. Some warriors begin to grin. Eugene asks why they are laughing. A wind rushes past the wall. Several soldiers rush towards the deserters. Eugene takes the machine gun away and asks what was that. He looks forward. Carl breaks the machine gun with his hand. Holding a piece of the machine gun, he asks if he is scared. The leader looks up. The warrior behind him starts shooting and shouts that he can't aim. He is told to just shoot. Evan leans against the sight and says that now is not the time to think. He aims at the soldier's chest. Hand-to-hand combat begins. The deserters call for help. Standing by the fence, the hero asked what the monsters had appeared like, so they just ran as fast as they could, to which the soldiers responded approvingly. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that they didn't care that other squad members could die, to which the man replied that well, that's how it turned out. The guy looked at them furiously and shouted that they were just trash, they couldn't even help their squad mates. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said okay, that's enough. Containers appeared. It was heard that they seemed to have collected a lot of ammo. The food was on the table, and he added that they had plenty of food and oil. Stretching his hand forward, Dave shouted that they had robbed so much to get all this. The young man began to cry and replied that it was a misunderstanding, their squad was well armed, so they already had enough ammunition. The hero suddenly looked surprised. The man's eyes widened in amazement, and they asked again. The guy closed his eyes and asked why they had so much ammo, to which he was told that they could solve all their ammo problems at once. Smiling, the man said that this was good news for Pete, to which the protagonist replied that he knew. A gun appeared, and it occurred to him that shooting had its drawbacks, such as limited ammo and loud noise. A shot appeared, and it was said that but the combat power of a trained shooter could compensate for them. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were getting ahead of themselves. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what and who else would tell him information about the squad. He was not going to move, let him kill him, or do whatever he wanted. Lowering his head, Rick thought that the leader seemed to be in a bad mood. The man suddenly looked up. The monster jumped up. It was heard that there was a monster here. Let them take a closer look. The hero turned around in amazement. The creature was sitting on a tree. The bird opened its beak. The soldiers looked at her. It was heard that this was bad. The whole flock would come after him now. Looking at the hero, Dave said that they needed to get out of here. It was dangerous here, to which the protagonist replied that but these guys, and he asked that he was right, what should they do with them? Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that let them take them with them, just once, let them save them. Closing his eyes, the soldier shouted that they were asking for forgiveness if they saved them. Kneeling, he added that they would die if they stayed here. They were in the same boat, he could help them. Rick closed his eyes, hearing that they would give them everything they wanted, to which he thought that he had just said that he would not move from the spot, and now he was begging for salvation. The man began to cry. The thought appeared that deserters were usually executed on the spot. The map appeared, and the hero thought he would just let them die, but he needed information about the armed group. Standing in front of the soldiers, the protagonist shouted that everyone should listen. They will allow deserters to join the group if they want, so let them decide. The boy looked in amazement, hearing that they will go with them. The man looked away, hearing that they will either die here. The crowd rushed forward. A notification about meat appeared. It was said that dried meat, prepared with love by a humble chef, the legs of a magical beast, known for its speed and agility. Its running speed and jumping ability are close to superhuman levels, although the low-quality version may have side effects. The soldiers ran forward. It was heard that he felt so light, faster than a machine, the monster would get scared and run away. Grinning, the hero said that he did not expect this to happen either. Looking at him, the man said that he was a culinary genius, to which the protagonist replied that it relieved stress well. Rick suddenly frowned. Looking straight ahead, he thought that a strange feeling of freedom, he felt that his mood had improved. The fighters quickly ran forward. It was heard that they were running to headquarters. Let them hold the deserters well. Mountains appeared. A view of the moon opened up, after 2 days. A window appeared in the room. It was heard that he was feeling better now, the side effects had finally passed. Looking at the hero, Cheryl said that who would have thought that he would lie flat out for 2 days because of muscle pain, to which the hero replied that she was right. It was necessary to go calmly as soon as they escaped from the monster, but they liked it too much. The fighters were lying on the bed, and the girl asked what about the deserters, to which the protagonist replied that the condition was probably critical. They were not even awakened, so. He smirked and added that he should continue to watch over them. The soldier was unconscious. Food appeared. It was heard that when he woke up, he would find himself in hell. He had special spices for such people. The soldier saluted, and the hero said that he would teach him how to be a real soldier. Looking away, the protagonist said that in any case, they needed someone for small tasks, so this was perfect. Cheryl smirked and asked what he heard, to which he asked again, and she answered that Pete and Liz woke up today. The children smiled. It was heard that it turned out that all the survivors were awakened. Rick raised his eyebrows and thought that finally, a view of the sky opened up. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that what an important moment. Looking at the notification, he added that there were already 128 participants, and then thought that there were no more survivors in his squad, because they were all already part of the Legion. Opening the doors, the man said that the Legionnaires were in full force. The protagonist looked at him, and replied that it was good, he would be there soon. The soldiers stood in front of Rick. He put his hands on his hips and said that they had all done a good job, the uniform looked good on them. The kids smiled when they heard that since everyone had awakened with different abilities, they needed more synergy in the future, so he had a suggestion. The soldiers looked at him in confusion and asked what, just don't tell them. The hero grinned and said that yes, it was about finding ammunition. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. Standing in front of the soldiers, the protagonist heard what he meant. He really was talking about finding ammunition, to which he replied that there hadn't been any problems yet. It sounded like it was dangerous here. There was a high probability of an explosion. Rick looked away and thought that there were a lot of disagreements. Taking a step forward, the man said that there was an ammunition depot nearby. Frowning, he added that SB for short, the locals also called it the Weapons Battalion. Looking straight ahead, the captain said that they call him by different names, but the essence is the same. The battalion collects weapons to provide nearby units. The hero grinned and thought that he had not behaved like a real officer for a long time, but he knew when to play his role. Boxes of supplies appeared. It was felt that the warehouse was actually quite large. In fact, this battalion was the same level as theirs, but it could not be compared with theirs, because they had much less territory. Looking straight ahead, the soldiers listened to the fact that ammunition explodes easily, so if something goes wrong, a chain reaction can start. Frowning, the man said that so you can't store ammunition too close to each other, so such large warehouses are located far from each other. It is safer than they think. A building appeared. It was heard that he knows, but in the end, they do not know what kind of monsters are there, so it is still dangerous, right? The hero silently looked forward. Looking at the fighters, he said that yes, it was dangerous. Ammunition was not more important than their lives, but they were soldiers. The people, looking forward, heard that they needed to find out how the other squads were destroyed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that restoring the military base was also their task, so they would work together. The men stood still, and a command was heard to prepare, check the equipment and supplies needed for the battle, and for the commander of each group to report after the check. Rick looked to the side and said that this time he was carrying an artillery team. The guy frowned and responded approvingly. The entrance to the office appeared. The man held out his hand and said that it was still difficult for the deserters to move, to which the hero responded that he could see it, and that it was a pity, and it would be great if they showed him the best route. Pointing to the map, the captain said that here, look down, part of the artillery battalion was visible. The protagonist looked at it and asked if it was true, to which the man responded that yes, he often walked this mountain road when he went to the artillery battalion. Markers appeared on the map, and the thought arose that if this was true, then this was very valuable information. Looking down, Rick thought that if they had such important information in advance, the risks were practically zero. People were standing in front of the equipment. It was heard that these were all recently modified cars. They also finished building a trailer for cooking, requested by the corps commander. A car appeared. It was heard that this is great. Frowning, the hero said that finally. The sun was setting behind the mountains. Destroyed buildings appeared. It was heard that it was too quiet here. Looking to the side, the man said that they were informed that the artillery team was fighting with someone, to which the protagonist replied, or maybe all the zombies are inside. Dave gritted his teeth and asked that there was a possibility that the monster killed the soldiers and left the battalion. For them the squad is important, and for the zombies it is a snack. Dents on the building appeared. It was heard that, well, that's it. In essence, shots were flying. The monster waved his hand. The soldier charged him, and someone asked why the monsters had suddenly decided to attack their unit. Rick put his hands on his hips and said that the unit had been attacked by more than 10 of them in a day, to which Dave replied that they just couldn't get enough. He frowned and added that considering the battle with their leader, they were far from a stupid race. The monster ran forward, and it was heard that they probably knew that there was no point in continuing to attack them. The creature's eyes lit up. Shots were fired at them, and someone said that nevertheless, they continued their attacks, which were tantamount to suicide. The sergeant crossed his arms and said that yes, he would have acted differently in their place. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that if his assumption was correct, it seemed to him that there was some purpose associated with the suppression of human military power. The man looked at him and asked again. A building appeared. It was heard that the soldier himself was easy prey. If the soldier died, and the strength of the military unit did not change, eventually the surviving people would find the military base and could return using weapons. People were holding machine guns in their hands. Military equipment appeared. It was said that even if the desire to suppress the power of humanity was real, he did not think that they would allow the military base to be easily recaptured. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The man was chewing his food. Smiling widely, Dave said that it seemed to make sense. Fences appeared. It was heard that, well, this was just his assumption, and he hoped that there were no monsters here. Buildings appeared, and someone shouted that they should get ready. Raising his hand up, the guy shouted that, okay, let's go forward. The thought appeared that instead of distributing forces, they decided to move together and search each area. The soldier pointed his weapon. The fighters froze, hearing the command to take positions. The guys looked ahead. The car suddenly stopped. People were standing in front of the warehouses. It sounded like it was an ammunition depot. It was huge. It seemed to go deep into the mountain. There were no monsters yet anyway, no need to worry. Looking to the side, the sergeant shouted for everyone to stay alert. You never know what might be inside. And the hero added that behind him, they were going in first. The fighters looked at him and responded approvingly. The protagonist frowned. A dent appeared on the door. A thought arose that he hoped his fears would not come true. People entered the room. Looking to the side, Rick said that it smelled bad. His foot hit a web. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. Carl clenched his teeth. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what it was. The hero stopped and said that it was a web. So many webs couldn't have appeared in such a short time. Making his way through it, the protagonist said that he did not think this was a natural phenomenon. The man opened his eyes in surprise. There were eggs hanging on the web. It was heard that there were many huge eggs there. Entering the room, Rick asked if these could be monster eggs. He gritted his teeth and added that that was why it was so quiet. The monster eggs began to move. Suddenly, cracks appeared on them. A fragment appeared on the eggs. Suddenly, monsters began to crawl out of them. They broke through the shell with blows. Looking at the spiders, the hero shouted that they were hatching right before his eyes. Looking to the side, he added that they should come out first. He would check them for weaknesses. Looking at him, the soldiers heard that they should ask the lieutenant to activate the combat stance. The protagonist used the skill. A notification appeared that the cook's eye was activating. The spider hit the ground. The monsters looked straight ahead. It was said that he understood how to process the white spider of the incomplete Erechron. The eyes of the creatures lit up. The thought arose that the object in a liquid state is considered a delicacy due to its unique softness, and is loved by many gourmets. The protagonist froze, thinking that, however, unlike an adult, the flesh of the body is very soft, so it is necessary to be careful when preparing it. Rushing to the exit, Rick thought that this is an imperfect form, then perhaps it is worth trying. The spiders rushed forward. Their eyes lit up brightly. The hero ran forward, thinking that it is not necessary to hit weak points. The monsters ran after the protagonist. Frowning, Rick shouted that there is no need to worry about weaknesses, and then thought that their unit is powerful enough to cope with such a large number of monsters. Opening his mouth wide, the hero shouted that they should just shoot without thinking, begin the attack. The soldiers began to fight the spiders. The man clenched his teeth. He frowned. The fighters attacked the monsters. The protagonist swung his weapon and thought that so far it was, at best, only dried meat or combat rations. Blood splashed onto the knife. The monster opened its eyes wide. The thought arose that it was bought in a supermarket, based on the ingredients, the effect of cooking. The monster was cut. The thought arose that it was on a completely different level. Rick smiled, looking to the side. A huge monster egg appeared. Suddenly cracks appeared on it. The creature screamed loudly. The boss walked forward. It was heard that let everyone wake up. They must leave here immediately. The invaders this time are stronger than before. The spiders began to hatch. It was said that since they have not yet recovered their strength, the fight is not in their favor. Their main goal is the survival of the species. The monster's eyes lit up. He opened his eyes wide. His gaze froze in place. Standing still, the monster said that they should invade and occupy human military facilities. They should not lose ground. The spider looked ahead. The monsters were hanging on the web. They were crawling on the boxes. The soldiers were standing in the middle of the warehouse. They heard 5mm rounds. There were so many of them here. There were also plenty of shell casings. Let them quickly take them outside. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that he did not expect them to like it so much. It seemed that they liked it even more than his cooking. Looking at him, Cheryl asked him what he did not know, to which he asked again, and she answered that in fact the shooters were very nervous, because of the need to conserve ammunition. Smiling, the guy said that now they would not have to worry, and the man added that they would clean out the remaining ammunition depots. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he would feel the same way if he was running out of ingredients for cooking. The soldiers were smiling. It occurred to him that it had been a long time since he had seen Chuck smile. People were standing in the middle of the warehouse. The old man held out his hand and said that there was a lot of cobwebs, to which he was told that there was something here. The man looked at him in confusion. He took a step forward. Suddenly, the old man cut the cobwebs with a knife. The girls looked at him. The man stabbed with a knife. He continued to stab again and again. Suddenly, the old man looked in amazement. Huge eggs appeared. It was heard that could it be? The soldiers examined them. It was heard that they seemed to be soldiers who served in the ammunition battalion. Maybe they were alive only a few weeks ago. He means that they were put here still alive. The man closed his eyes and said that he had heard that spiders do not eat their prey right away, but immobilize and preserve it, to which the hero asked why. Looking straight ahead, the old man said that it was probably to preserve freshness. Frank closed his eyes and added that they planned to preserve fresh food for their offspring. Well, they had no chance of surviving. His hand lay on the floor. The thought came that so many soldiers had died here. The protagonist looked down. Looking straight ahead, he thought that their squad had also been attacked by lizards. The men were sitting in the car. The monster looked furiously. The soldier's corpse lay on the ground. Rick closed his eyes. Crossing his arms, the fighter asked what they should do with it, to which the hero replied that they would simply collect personal signs and retreat. Let them drag the bodies to one place. They would arrange a decent burial for them after they recaptured the base. Turning around, the man responded approvingly and shouted that they should take out the bodies. The men were carrying ammunition. Carl gritted his teeth when he was told to check all the way back. Throwing his hand up, the hero shouted that there were spider eggs here, and then thought that the armory was probably used as a breeding ground for the spider monsters. Looking down, the protagonist said that they must have decided that this was the safest place, to which Dave replied that in other words, the monsters probably got out every time they opened the warehouse. Rick looked away. The soldiers were standing quietly in front of him. The men were fighting the creatures. It was said that the idea that the other ammunition warehouses would also be breeding grounds for monsters was correct. The soldiers raised their hands up. It was heard that they had won. There was no need to worry. Now they would capture the ammunition battalion. They happily hugged each other. It was said that as soon as this selfish thought came to their minds, suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted. The men looked at each other in fear. They began to run away quickly. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that the monster had revealed itself. Gusts of wind rose up. The creature stood in the smoke. It looked forward furiously. Its eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide. It launched an attack forward. The sound waves spread everywhere. A notification appeared that it was expressing its rage. Beams flew forward rapidly. The sound waves reached the rest of the warehouses. The soldiers grabbed their heads. It was said that the Queen's wrath was consuming the battlefield. The combat capabilities of the white spider race were greatly increased. People hesitated. It was heard that the entire warehouse was shaking. It was the boss. A message appeared that the combat capabilities of the allies were greatly reduced. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was fear, and then thought that it was an increase in the area of the effect that weakened the enemy and strengthened the allies. The monster looked furiously. A thought appeared that he also used it. Rick frowned. A powerful explosion broke out. A blow flew into the warehouse. The spiders began to run forward rapidly. It was heard that they were advancing from all sides. It seemed that they had awakened in all the warehouses. The soldiers froze. It was heard that there were too many, that they would be surrounded so easily. Looking at the hero, Dave asked what they should do, that it was suicide to meet them face to face. Rick looked at him silently. The monsters were moving forward. The thought appeared that yes, they would not defeat such a number of monsters, but they could not give up. The spider's eyes lit up, and the hero thought that before the fear spread, the advantage was on their side. The protagonist stood still and thought that it meant that if they killed the queen, the rest would be disoriented. Rick looked ahead silently. He lowered his head. Taking a step forward, the hero shouted that everyone to the cars, to which he was answered that they were retreating. Yes, it really was impossible, right? Looking away, the hero said that no, in such situations, killing the leader is a standard approach. They are going to hunt the Spider Queen. The people looked at him in amazement and asked again. The protagonist nodded his head. The machines were moving forward rapidly. It was heard that they were at full throttle. They were crushing the monsters, and someone shouted that it was good that the spiders were slower than the machines. The creatures were attacked with weapons. It was heard that they were all being crushed by improved blades. The blood of the monsters splashed, and the hero shouted that these combat machines were simply magnificent. The people were approaching the warehouse. Turning his head, the man said that here, he saw an ammunition depot under the queen, to which the guy asked that the whole mountain was an ammunition depot. The machines were approaching the mountain, and someone said that their unit received supplies here. Frowning, the captain added that this was the largest ammunition depot of the battalion, to which the hero asked again. The young man looked away in amazement. The Spider Queen was standing on a hill. Suddenly, she started to leave, and it was heard that the queen was running away. Frowning, the soldier said that he didn't think she would head for them, to which the protagonist replied that they were smarter than they thought. She was trying to drive them into a place that was advantageous for her. Looking away, he added that most likely it was inside the warehouse. The cars were moving forward, and it was heard that they should open the large iron door, and the drivers should use their equipment to create a barricade in front of it. Rick stretched out his hand forward and shouted that they needed to make sure that the other spiders didn't interfere with them when they dealt with the queen. The monsters were hanging on the web, and the hero added that they should relax and line up. The queen was not a problem, but there were plenty of servants around her. Suddenly, the spiders rushed forward. Dave gritted his teeth and said that they looked stronger than he thought. Let him quickly find a weakness. The hero opened his eyes wide and activated the skill. A grid appeared in front of the queen. It was said that he had received knowledge on how to cook a white spider. The monster looked forward. A message appeared that although the front legs are valued as an excellent material for blacksmiths, they are difficult to use as ingredients. The shell of body parts other than the front legs can be easily removed by heating. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist shouted that they heard it. Unlike small spiders, these adults, let everyone be careful. With wide eyes, the guy asked if everything will be okay. Turning around, Rick replied that they would have to if they wanted to survive. Carl frowned. Cheryl froze in fear. Looking straight ahead, Dave asked what this is an army, really? The soldiers stood at attention, hearing that everyone should remain focused. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide. The monster threw the guy with its claws. The guys flew to the side. Standing surrounded, the soldiers shouted that these creatures have a life purpose to protect the queen. Having plunged a knife into the monster's head, Rick wondered if they were smart, because he did not think that they would eat food that degrades skills, even if he threw it to them. His face was furious. Blood began to spray out to the sides. Having cut off the monster's claw, the protagonist came to the conclusion that they needed to end this quickly. Looking at the severed limb, he noted that if this continues, the battle will drag on, so they need to find a way. Standing among the corpses of the creatures, the guys said that they only managed to kill 4. Chuck ran up to him and asked if Sergeant Rick was okay, adding that they could not get through to the other side. The guy imagined Carl fighting and said that he was fighting in the center, but so far everything was going badly. A blue aura hovered around Dave while Chuck said that he had no progress at all. The protagonist looked at the queen. Holding a knife in his hand, he said that it was lucky that she had not moved yet, but she was probably injured, because he saw the wounds on her body. She may have already fought with someone before them, after which he clarified if she was so strong despite being injured. Scared, Chuck asked a question what they should do in this case. Cheryl ran there screaming that they had a big problem. They were starting to get through the entrance. The girl stretched out her hand and said that if they did not do something now. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what he should do. He imagined the monsters opening the doors and noted that if even one car flipped, it would be a disaster. Raising his head, the protagonist mentally asked if there was another way. He lowered his gaze. The puzzled guys watched him. Rick began to examine the various ammunition on the ship. Turning around, he shouted for Cheryl to call the fire mages. Standing in front of Chuck, he said that they would change the battle strategy. Aiming at the queen was useless. They would lead the monsters to the ammunition depot. Dumbfounded, Chuck clarified what Rick meant. Frowning, the protagonist ordered to prepare for retreat and let the spiders get into the depot. Standing in front of the puzzled guy, the protagonist said that they were going to blow up the weapons depot. Chuck was shocked by what he heard. Looking at the fire mages, Rick asked if it was possible to cast a spell and delay the explosion a little. Frowning, the mage replied that it was possible to delay the explosion. The protagonist asked with a serious expression to set a delay in that case and direct his magic to these missiles and shells. Looking at the missiles, he noted that the guys should delay the explosion for about 3 minutes, and they should start when he gave the signal. The soldiers began running to the cars and shouting that they first need to load the survivors and lure the spiders inside. The monsters began to pass through the doors. A dumbfounded Chuck screamed for the drivers to step on the gas as soon as everyone gets up and should drive as far away from the warehouse as possible. The guys began to fight the spiders. The eyes of the Spider Queen were shining brightly. Frowning, the protagonist thought about her and assumed that she did not suspect that they would blow up this place. The guy looked into the warehouse and screamed that the magic was ready. Turning around, he saw Dave and Carl nodding to him. The guys began to cast the spell. The boys listened with a serious expression as they were told to hit the target. Yellow streams of electricity began to emanate from their hands. The energy began to spread. Bright flashes were heard in the warehouse. The magic seals were on explosive objects. Rick, with a serious expression, shouted for all the groups to retreat. The boys began to run. They left the warehouse. The boys ran to the cars. Watching the magicians, the protagonists reported that almost all the spiders were inside. Only the magic team and the vanguard remained. Gritting his teeth, Carl loudly asked the fighter team to hold out a little longer. Looking at the doors, he emphasized the fact that they were almost at the cars. The Spider Queen watched them. Her face was furious. The people loaded into the cars and said that everyone except the vanguard was there. They began to drive away. The soldiers tried to close the doors to the warehouse. They pressed on them with their whole bodies. Surprised, Rick thought that this was good and everyone was safe. From the gate he saw two huge burning eyes. The Spider Queen threw them back with a powerful blow. Carl was horrified by this. The monster opened its mouth wide, collecting a cloud of mana in it. Dodging the spider's attacks, the soldiers shouted that this creature was too strong. If the door opened, it would be the end for them. The guys jumped back from the monster's attacks. The soldiers put up shields in front of them. The queen tried to break through the gate, while the guy shouted that he filled the sword with fire magic, as Sergeant Rick ordered. Holding the red-hot blade in his hand, he clarified if it was too hot. The protagonist took the weapon and replied that it was normal. Frowning, the protagonist said that in the end, the chiefs were immune to fire. He ran into battle and shouted for everyone to retreat, and he would end this. The guy added with a serious look that his comrades needed to hurry. If the warehouse exploded, everything nearby would also be destroyed. Streams of flame emanated from the blade. The guys let go of the gate and started running. The frightened guys ran as fast as they could from there. Rick rushed into battle and looked at the notification that although the skin was quite tough, exposure to heat softened it, and it was easy to remove. He frowned. The protagonist found himself in front of the Spider Queen. The monster opened its mouth wide. The protagonist swung his sword. He plunged it into the queen's head. The enraged guy looked at the spider and said that it was time for him to rest. A bright glow began to emanate from Rick. He cut the monster in half. The surprised soldiers turned around. They were standing in front of the cars. Blood began to spurt from the monster. The protagonist began to run away from the warehouse. He moved at a high speed and thought that there were 11 seconds left. The dumbfounded protagonist emphasized the fact that army life was very difficult. He ran towards the fence. The guy suddenly sped up. A red magic seal was marked on the missiles. A powerful explosion was heard. A few days later, the soldiers gathered in front of a high mountain. The guy extended his hand and ordered them to gather all the useless equipment in a pile. Watching the soldiers, he stated that they needed to reorganize the schedule of actions. Rick was standing on the roof of the building. Watching his comrades, he thought it was a relief and good that everyone was recovering so quickly and without any incidents from the explosion. Dave, with a smirk on his face, asked if he felt better after waking up, noting that while he was gone, everyone was working on repairs. Extending his hand, he asked Rick to try to avoid such dangerous missions in the future. Everyone was shocked when he lost consciousness. The protagonist smiled and said that they shouldn't worry about him, since he wouldn't have the courage to do something like that again. Dave walked up to the edge of the roof and told them that the guys were talking about using the weapons battalion as their new base. The officer dormitories were temporary, and they were too vulnerable. Looking at the crowd of guys, the guy said that their ranks had swelled, so they needed more space. There were a lot of buildings that were damaged by the explosion, but they might not use them. Frowning, he noted that there was a stream and a lot of fields near the entrance. They could provide themselves with a source of water and maybe start farming. The surprised protagonist said that he supported him. Rick seriously thought that the talk about the base reminded him of the Beeman Mobile Fortress that he received when he woke up. He remembered how the aura was hovering around him and noted that he still had no idea how to summon it. While looking around, the protagonist said that there was also a lot of good ammunition there. They would sort it out. Dave stood opposite and said that everyone was working hard when they opened another warehouse, found several eggs. The soldier presented the eggs and said that they were spider eggs, so he told the guys to carefully stack them without breaking them, just in case. Closing his eyes, Rick noted that, as expected, Dave was the best at finding ingredients for him. He would cook something special from the eggs. The guy, with a displeased look, said that he would skip the spider egg meal. Looking at the sky, the protagonist asked what if it was delicious and offered a frittata with spider eggs. Standing in front of the projection, the protagonist read that he had defeated Catlania, the last queen of Erkron. Studying the screen, Rick saw a message that the conditions for the regicide were partially fulfilled, for which he was given an ability enhancement token. Crossing his arms, the protagonist learned that the ability enhancement token enhances one of his existing abilities. The enhancement effect is impossible to predict. It only has one chance, so you should choose wisely. Looking at his list of abilities, the protagonist said that in battle, the most useful is, of course, culinary skills and dagger skills. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that besides him, there are many soldiers with combat skills. Touching the screen, he emphasized the fact that he will improve the identification of ingredients. Gusts of wind swirled around him. Rick was surprised. A blue sight appeared in front of his eye. Dave returned to him and said that he completely forgot, and then asked to look at this book. Turning around, the protagonist asked what kind of book it was. Walking towards him, the guy said that Chuck found the book. It was from the battalion. A message popped up that low-level ingredient identification was activated. Blue energy began to spread. Looking at the document, Dave assumed that it was a journal cut by the district battalion commander. He thought that the protagonist should see it. Rick did not pay attention to him. He looked down and wondered what it was. The protagonist presented entries for different days. His gaze fell on the document for February 4th. The protagonist was sitting at the table. He was studying the list of casualties and missing persons. His face was calm. Rick was reading the entries carefully. He closed his eyes and closed the book. He was staring at the journal. Looking at the knife, the protagonist said that it was badly damaged. Frank stood in front of him and said that it could not be repaired. Inspecting the blade, he noted that the problem was not that it was exposed to high temperatures. The problem was the gradual cooling of the blade. It inevitably caused internal changes. Frank closed his eyes and said that the very nature of the metal changed. In other words, even if it looked like the original knife, inside it was completely different. The protagonist's face was upset. Rick remembered how he fought the monster and said that the knife was very useful. He got used to it. Putting the blade on the table, Frank said that he would make him a new one. Now that the main character was awakened, it was not so difficult. Shifting his gaze, the old man asked to allow himself something in exchange. An image of girls appeared in the old man's imagination, and he said that he meant Sarah and Emma. Temperature control is very important when creating weapons, so he will need the help of these two. Frank added with a satisfied look that he would like a larger room, or even an office. Rick imagined a warehouse and said that he thought that they could repair one of the weapons warehouses. He thought with a smile on his face that the equipment that the squad leader Cheryl makes is very useful for them. He imagined a girl and various tools. Holding out his hand, the protagonist said that they would provide this too. Placing his hand on the table, Frank said that he had one last favor, but the protagonist was suddenly surprised. The old man waved his hand with a smile on his face and noted that he would tell them later. The guys were working outside. Furious Frank held a hammer in his hands and screamed for Emma to add fire. Looking at the various blades, the protagonist began to reason that he saw several different types of weapons that could replace his sashimi knife, after which he said that the length of the daggers varied greatly. He took the blade in his hand, saying that 600 millimeters was too much. Rick, smiling, thought that a knife for cutting fish was about that length. He thought that it would also work for cooking. There was one last cherished request of old Frank. Holding out his finger, the old man asked if he could use it. The protagonist looked at the huge blade. He asked with a dumbfounded look if this was the queen's blade and where it came from, to which he received the answer that the explosion blew up the spider, but the blades remained intact. The spider's legs were already being melted down to make weapons. Frank grinned and added that he thought that this would require special permission from the commander, so he could use it. The puzzled guy smiled at the thought that such a material could be used to make an incredible knife, after which he said that the old man could use the blade as he wished. Frank's loud cry was heard in the warehouse, saying that he knew Rick would allow it. He would use it to complete the development of his knife. Inspecting the sword, the protagonist read that it was a lone wolf blade, a masterpiece created with all the skill of a low-level blacksmith with the skills of a master. The protagonist noted with satisfaction that it was a sashimi knife made from the forelegs of the highest quality Aircron spider, imbued with the power of the queen who subjugated her kind, which increases the chance of making critical hits in battle. Looking at the blade, he said that the knife felt completely different in his hand. Surprised, Rick shifted his gaze. He picked up the second knife and read that it was a general-purpose black chef's knife, the most suitable knife for cooking. Closing his eyes, the protagonist began to swing the knives. He clenched the blades in his hands. The guy stood up from the table. The protagonist with his eyes closed said that he did not think that old man Frank's skills were so good. Standing in front of the old man, he said that he was satisfied with everything. The knives were amazing. Raising a finger, Frank said that the queen used only 2 front legs as weapons, so only 2 knives were made. It seems that according to the rules of the system, only 1 item can be made from 1 material. He asked with a satisfied look to bring him more useful materials. If Rick finds them, he will make more. Putting his hands in front of himself, the protagonist replied that 2 knives are quite enough. Leaving from there, the protagonist said that he will go check on the others. Standing in front of the soldiers, he listened to the fact that all the transport was in excellent condition. They had no problems. The deserters who recently joined were a great help. Taken aback, Rick asked if this was true. Logan loudly shouted at the guys. The angry man cried out that the guys were working slowly and were scolding them. Closing his eyes, Ben noted that at least they were now in charge of someone. They made their job easier. Tears appeared in Logan's eyes. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that these deserters had a good boss. They needed to suffer a little to learn discipline, and Carl asked if he was going to wake them up. Looking away, the protagonist replied that he did not know, because they could escape again if they gained powers. Furious, Logan looked at the soldiers. Carl and Rick began to watch them. Looking at the sky, they decided to go check their canteen. The city was destroyed. People gathered in an abandoned building. They stood in front of a round table. The mysterious stranger calmly offered to start exchanging information. Looking at the map, people discussed that some group was operating near the city hall. The man with a serious look clarified whether this was the same group that was rumored. Holding his chin, the stranger said that their food supplies were running low. They needed to make a decision as soon as possible. The people stood silently at the table. Mia put her hands on the table, saying that now it was her turn. Closing her eyes, she noted that based on what their group had recently confirmed, there was a large military unit there. The guys were taken aback and loudly asked if this was true. The guy crossed his arms and asked where Mia got this kind of information from. The girl calmly asked what he meant. The guy introduced the monsters and said that she knew that most of the military sites were occupied by large monsters, so they were inaccessible. If they couldn't get close, then they couldn't get any information. All they knew was that this group of deserters they heard about could be pretending to be a normal military unit. The guys looked at her and asked where she got this information from. Mia lowered her head and said that she understood their concerns, but she couldn't reveal her sources, and then asked if she had ever given them false information. The angry guys said that the girl even saved their lives last time. If it weren't for her information, they would have died of hunger. Mia calmly asked them not to interfere with the work of other members of the group. This rule has existed since their foundation. Standing in front of the guys, she stated that she could not reveal her sources. All the information she had given them was true. She had no reason to lie to them. Pouting, the stranger replied that it was true. If the girl had wanted to deceive them, she would have done it long ago. Harry had overdone it with suspicion this time. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked for forgiveness, to which he received the answer that Mia accepted his apology. Looking at the candle, the girl noted that she had a proposal, after which she asked what if they tried to contact this military unit. The guys stood in front of her and clarified whether she had gone too far, what kind of hasty judgment this was. Because even if they were soldiers, it was not a fact that they could trust them. The guys added with a displeased look that there was no guarantee that their situation was better. Even if they were better, they might not accept them. Mia opened her mouth and noted that she understood their doubts. She lowered her hands and said that in that case, their group would go and meet them, so they could confirm or deny their points of view. Lowering her head, she said that it was dangerous, but the risk was worth it. The boys' faces were wary. Harry frowned and thought that interaction with a military squad was definitely not possible. He looked at Mia with an angry expression. The embittered guy mentally assumed that it was time to finish the exchange of information. We were transferred to 10 days after the capture of the battalion with supplies, when the moon was shining brightly in the sky. The people were diligently working while Rick said that the base, which had become their new fortress, had already been transformed into a building fully equipped for their life, and the weapons made by old Frank and the engineers in the workshop were given to all the awakened. The soldiers examined the weapons with a satisfied look. Standing at the table, the main character said that he would be lying if he said that it was safe to go into the city, but the system told them to fight for the occupation. Dave frowned and said that it was true, they needed to expand their territory. Chuck raised his hand and suggested starting with a small reconnaissance, since they had no information. Carl also raised his hand and stated that he agreed with Chuck. Rick and Cheryl exchanged glances. A shout was heard from the room, that this was good, then they should prepare for reconnaissance. The guys arrived in the city. Inspecting the camouflage containers, the protagonist asked if everyone had eaten the jerky, adding that everyone should immediately report if they heard anything. The buildings were destroyed. Cheryl folded her arms and said that no matter how much they looked around, all they found were corpses, to which the protagonist replied that this was expected. While they were at the base, there was probably a brutal war for survival. Dave seriously asked what they should do now, because it seemed to him that it was difficult to find survivors. Puzzled Rick replied that it was. He thought that at least they would find someone there. The protagonist imagined a crowd of people and began to reason that in order to carry out an occupation operation, they needed to expand their troops, and for this they needed to recruit people. If this dragged on, they could end up at a disadvantage in future battles, after which he suggested heading back. The guys were suddenly taken aback. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if that was the sound of metal clanking on metal. Looking straight ahead, the guy cried out that it was there. Those weren't monsters, those were people fighting people. The guys were running down the street. They suddenly stopped. The people ran into a crowd of soldiers. The second group of guys ran there. The stranger was surprised. The soldiers looked at them with a calm expression. The groups of people did not move. The surprised protagonist wondered what was going on. He began to listen carefully to the discussions, that the guys almost got them. This was bad luck. The bandits with a puzzled look said that they could not let these guys they caught escape. The stranger stepped forward. Stretching out his hand, he cried out that the soldiers must be working hard. These guys stole their things and ran away. They were criminals who robbed them. Smiling, the guy emphasized the fact that they wanted to figure it out. Frowning, Rick asked if there was a thief. He looked at Dave, who said that judging by their faces, they were the real criminals. He was not sure, so they should just let them go. The dumbfounded man cried out that this was a lie. They were just an ordinary group that was suddenly attacked by those guys. Standing in front of the people, the protagonist stated that their stories did not add up. His face was serious. A notification popped up that material identification had been activated. A projection appeared in front of him, from which the guy said that if he just closed his eyes and walked past, they would give him all the supplies that these guys had stolen. A notification popped up under the stranger that he was a budding serial killer. Stunned, Rick thought that it was good that he had pumped up the identification ability. He calmed down and emphasized the fact that now nothing would hide from his eyes. Turning around, the protagonist ordered the guys to grab their weapons. The puzzled killer put his hands in front of him and noted that he said that they did not want to fight, after which he asked if they needed more compensation. If so, then they could negotiate, and if a shot was fired, then all the monsters would come running. Looking at the civilians, Rick ordered them to just surrender peacefully, because if they resisted, they would suffer. The guys looked at each other and thought that it was risky to be alone with so many soldiers. They would find out everything if this went on. Mia stepped forward. The strangers started running away, shouting that they needed to retreat. The big boss wasn't there, so they had no choice but to retreat. Watching the guys, the protagonist said that they were smarter than he thought. Waving his hand, the protagonist shouted for the guys to catch them. The military rushed in pursuit. The dumbfounded guy said that they couldn't fight armed soldiers. They needed to run as fast as they could. They rushed to flee. Rick noted with satisfaction that they were simply wasting their energy. A crowd of people gathered on the street. Dave ran to the protagonist, saying that he had gathered all the survivors in the building, and then asked if he wanted to meet their leader separately. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked to prepare a place on the second floor. He needed to check some messages. A projection appeared in front of him, after which the protagonist noticed that this was a message from Kurt. Touching the screen, Rick read that Kurt had received a prediction. The surprised protagonist asked again. Sitting on a chair, the guy said that he received a prediction. He is not sure who these people are that the protagonist meets, but they know about them, and a lot. Kurt, with a slight smile on his face, said that he does not know the details, but he is sure of it. The guy put his hands on his hips. Looking out the window, he assumed that it would be interesting. He entered the room. Mia was sitting calmly, waiting. Walking towards her, the protagonist thought about what they said that she was blind. After Kurt's warning, he needed to act carefully. The protagonist stopped. Looking at Mia, he asked what happened. The girl calmly answered that nothing really happened. They were just minding their own business when those guys attacked them. The girl imagined two groups of people and said that all this chatter about thieves was a lie. They had never met them before. Rick crossed his arms and noted that he had his suspicions. Looking at Mia's hand, he wondered how she knew they were lying. If she had some ability he couldn't identify. Looking at the city, the protagonist listened to words of gratitude for saving them. He turned his attention to the people and said that in their days, people had a bad idea of soldiers. Some soldiers abandoned their units and did bad things. The soldier took a package with something while Mia asked if they were the same, to which she received a negative answer. Raising her head, the girl said that in that case there was no problem. Rick frowned. Standing in front of her, he thought that since he could not see her eyes, he could not understand what she was thinking. He needed to check urgently. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed. Looking at the girl, the protagonist read her characteristics. The protagonist was scared. He was suddenly surprised. Looking around the room, he offered to continue the conversation over a drink. They had tea and coffee in the car. Looking at the cup of coffee, Rick thought about how no matter how much he offered, she refused to eat what he gave her. Mia held out her hand, while the protagonist reasoned that it could be because of politeness. But like Kurt said, she probably knows that they are awakened. He calmly assumed that the girl even knows that he is a chef. Sitting opposite, the protagonist mentally noted that this spirit person, is also worrying, meaning that she can see despite her blindness. Looking around the room, Rick stated that she is careful with his dishes. Placing his hand on the table, the protagonist listened to her that the world is dangerous, so she is just being cautious about potentially poisonous products. Smiling, he replied that he did not think that was the reason, after which he asked if she refused because he was an awakened chef. Mia frowned at what she heard. Looking at the protagonist, she wondered what was going on and how he knew that she knew about their squad. She held the cane in her hands, and Rick said that if she was silent, then he was right. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was not quite sure how she found and studied their squad, but he had a guess. Mia looked at his back and clarified what the protagonist was talking about. The guy turned around slightly. The girl dropped the cane from her hand when she was asked if it was true that it was all because of the eyes. Her eyes widened. The cane fell to the floor. Rick, holding his hands in his pockets, said that he did not want to scare her. He was just curious why she pretended to know nothing, although she did. He turned around with a smile on his face. Mia closed her eyes, and the protagonist thought that it was time to reveal all the cards, because soon he would find out whether they were enemies or not. His face became calm. Walking towards her, the guy noted that he knew everything only in general, no details. Smiling, the protagonist said that if she did not deny that she had been following them, then she should explain why she did it. The girl began to rise to her feet. Spreading her arms, she noted that since he knew everything anyway, she would show him something. Rick was surprised. Blue energy began to gather into a sphere. The girl created a cloud of mana and said that it was a water spirit. She called it a drop. Examining the spirit, the protagonist saw a window with its characteristics. A notification popped up that the protagonist had acquired insight into handling low-level spirits. The guy looked at the spirit in surprise. Smiling, Mia said that it was strange, because the drop was afraid of him. Touching the mana sphere, the girl suggested that the problem was in his gaze. The drop thought that he was looking at her like prey, so she got scared. Rick calmly asked her in his mind as she realized that he was looking at her through material identification, noting that for a normal spirit, she was very good at sensing mana and the like. With his hands in his pockets, he concluded that she had followed them using this spirit, to which he received the answer that it was like a contract job. She could see through a drop. Stretching out his hand, the water spirit began to fly away. He flew out of the window. The drop stopped on the street. With her eyes wide open, Mia began to examine the area and said that surprisingly, there were no monsters or zombies nearby. She saw that there were many snipers in different places. With some difficulty, she could also identify transport routes. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard and mentally clarified that it was almost like a drone. Rick introduced the water spirit and noted that according to her, while normal spirits have limited range, she can see anywhere where there is water. The soldiers ran to the stream while the protagonist said that Mia entered the spring and watched their squad. Looking at the pile of food, he added that when the squad became violent because of the cooking, she thought it would be difficult to join their ranks. Instead, the girl decided to approach them to offer a deal. In his imagination, soldiers with glowing eyes appeared. Standing in front of the window, Mia said that they were raided, but she did not think it was just an accident. She calmly added that she thought they were betrayed. The girl imagined herself standing at the table with the guys and telling them that there was a group where they exchanged information and they discussed what they had learned through the drop. The only ones who could tell them their location and direction were the members of this group. Confused, Rick suggested that there were many more groups of survivors than he had assumed. Looking at the drop, Mia added that some of this group had also been taken by those guys. They were kidnapping people and making them their slaves. The dumbfounded protagonist asked again. His face became calm. He imagined a large group of people and asked if she had said that it was a large group of raiders, what size she had been talking about, adding that they needed to expand their territory, so they couldn't ignore it. Standing next to her, the guy asked if she wanted to get her group members back, adding that she probably wanted revenge. Mia replied with a satisfied expression that it was true, but most likely it was impossible because they were a large group, so they wouldn't be able to, after which Rick said that if that was the case, they would help, but there was one condition. The girl closed her mouth. Smiling, the protagonist stated that this condition was that she would join their squad. Mia was surprised, but didn't show it. She clenched her hand into a fist. Holding the spirit next to her, the girl stated that she agreed if they could save their kidnapped comrades. The cars were entering the settlement. Looking at the guys, the guy noticed that they were survivors they had found during the expedition. A crowd of people stood in front of the soldiers. Mia stood next to the protagonist, and said that the distance she could see with the spirit depended on the condition of her eyes. She had recently overstrained her spiritual vision, so this distance had decreased. Rick came to Dave and Carl and said that they needed to feed the girl food that would be good for her eyes so that they could find those fools faster, after which the guy asked if there were any of the monsters they had caught that specialized in vision. The protagonist calmly said that if the ingredients weren't particularly good for the eyes, such food wouldn't do any good. A dumbfounded Carl cried out that the soldiers who had gone on reconnaissance had brought strange ingredients. The protagonist held out his hand and said that it was great and asked to bring them there. Rick looked at the various products. Holding a knife in his hand, he thought that unfortunately, there weren't any ingredients with abilities related to vision. It was necessary to cook from what could be useful. He began to spin the knife in his hand. The meat was evenly chopped. Smiling, the protagonist asked if that was right, that if you take not quality, then quantity. A cry was heard in the room that it was very tasty, it could be served in a high-class restaurant. Mia enthusiastically declared that the eggs were cooked very well, the meat juice was very good, and the protagonist thought that at first she was distant, but now she was wolfing it down. A notification popped up that the course lunch was complete. The ingredients used in the dish had a common property. He had completed the thematic course lunch. Surprised, Rick asked what it was. The girl suddenly dropped her chopsticks. She grabbed her face and said that her eyes hurt a lot, and the protagonist asked not to worry, because this was the effect of the dish. A message appeared that the taster's vision had been significantly restored. Stunned, Mia continued to scream in pain. The puzzled protagonist thought that he did not expect the reaction to be so fast. Mia began to cry. She suddenly regained her sight. She saw a bright flash of light. A frightened Rick stood in front of her and asked if she was okay. The girl began to see him more and more clearly. She looked at the guy standing in front of her. Looking at her hands, Mia explained what she saw in front of her. She began to look at the room and the food. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. The confused protagonist looked down. He stood in front of her. The blue sky surrounded the settlement. We were transported to the Villa district, in the Gangwon province, where there was devastation. Looking at the broken window, people were discussing that the third battle group had returned. The dumbfounded man said that they went to capture that group with the blind woman using strange abilities. Frowning, he asked to forget about the capture, because they could not even steal the supplies. Apparently they were with some deserters. The stranger was furious at what he heard. A guy's voice was heard from the building, saying that they had no choice when dealing with these stupid deserters. Liam stood among the allies and said that their awakened party members, except for the officers, were still rookies. The man kicked the can. He said with a serious expression that he would go from there. The guys looked after him and asked him to get out. The stranger was taken aback by the loud roar. The guys looked around and shouted that the big boss was back. The man opened his mouth wide. His eyes were shining brightly. Crossing his arms, Dave asked if her vision had returned, to which he received the answer that it was, and the spirit was still there. They had definitely made a contract. He frowned and suggested that her vision was not the price for this contract. Rick was surprised by such a hypothesis. The guy imagined a huge stream of magic hovering in front of Mia and said that instead of vision, for example, it could be magic in her eyes. But she was an ordinary person who had not awakened. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked if she had lost her sight because the bit of magic she had as a condition of the contract had been taken away. To which he received the answer that this was just Dave's guess, otherwise it would make no sense. The protagonist imagined the girl and said that in any case, it was not bad for them, she would most likely join their squad as a thank you. Placing his hand on the edge of the roof, Dave stated that the abilities of this spirit would definitely be useful to the squad. All that was left was to prepare for a fight with those bandits. Looking at his comrade, he added that this fight would not be easy. Closing his eyes, Rick asked to gather the soldiers, because they needed to hold a briefing. Standing on a concrete slab, the protagonist said that according to their investigations through the spirit, they confirmed that a group of these bandits had occupied the entire villa complex. They had surrounded it with fences and walls, turning this area into their fortress. Rick frowned and added that they not only farmed inside with the help of slaves, but also went outside to rob. The guys listened attentively that they were the largest group among the local bandits. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist stated that they were on a completely different level than the groups of survivors they had met before. The protagonist introduced the people and noted that it was obvious that they would feel anxious, since this was the largest group of people they had met. Carl listened with a serious expression that they would have to face them anyway during the expansion of their territory. Meeting them could actually be useful to them. Rick stopped talking. Standing in front of his comrades, he suggested that this battle would make them even stronger. The plot takes us to the next day, when light rays of the sun enveloped the settlement. People gathered in a room in which they discussed that the man eats like crazy when he wakes up. Until recently, everything was not so bad. The guys closely watched the leader, who ate without stopping. The angry man asked if they had gotten their guns. The puzzled guys replied that they had sent their men, but Sean frowned and said that even if they found them, it would be hard to fight these armed guys no matter how strong the boss was, dodging bullets was. The man continued eating. They suddenly staggered. The leader spat out his food on the floor. He wiped his face and asked if Sean was talking to him. The dumbfounded guy replied that he was not, he was just worried. The angry man started talking about the death penalty. The guys were taken aback by what he heard. Sean's face was scared. A huge fist was flying at him. He flew to the side. Blood flew out of his mouth. There was a powerful blow. Sean's body was covered with stones. Liam was horrified. The boss calmly watched what was happening. A hole was punched in the wall. The guys with a smile on their faces said that they would bring him a gun. Someone ran there and shouted that they had a big problem. The stranger looked in and said that the reconnaissance team had just returned. They said that a group of over 100 soldiers was approaching the villas. Liam turned around and emphasized the fact that it was good that they came to them. He smirked and suggested that the soldiers were underestimating them. They would make them their slaves. The bandits grabbed their clubs. The leader's face was furious. He spat out saliva. People began to move through the settlement, while someone shouted from a loudspeaker that all the awakened should be rounded up. People were running down the street. They were moving at great speed. There was a convoy of soldiers outside the gate. Standing among his comrades, Rick said that these guys were in shock, sounding the alarm, but it seemed that they were prepared as best they could. A soldier stood behind him and reported that the encirclement team was in position, to which the protagonist replied that this was good, after which he asked to tell them to catch everyone who tried to escape. Touching the screen, the protagonist asked Chuck what about the sniper team. Holding a rifle in his hands, the guy replied that everyone was in position. He began to aim, saying that they were just waiting for his order. The cars began to ram the fence. The car began to drive into enemy territory. The bandits stood in front of the car and screamed that it instantly broke their walls. Covering his hands from the dust, the robber asked what the outer security team was doing at all. He screamed with a dumbfounded look that they should retreat and attack together when the boss comes. The soldier pointed his finger to the side, saying that they were guarding the entrance. Rick looked at him and said that it was good, and then ordered to capture as many bandits alive as possible. The military began to follow the defensive squad, which put up shields in front of them. The soldiers ran to their positions. The protagonist stood with a satisfied look. The guy delivered a powerful attack on the bandit. Standing in a fighting stance, the stranger said that they would not be able to win. It seemed that they were all high-level awakened. Liam seriously emphasized that the boss should join. They suddenly raised their heads when they heard a roar. The leader destroyed the wall of the building. Carl and Dave were taken aback by this. The surprised protagonist thought that he had finally come out. A huge man appeared in front of the soldiers. His face was furious. The bandits began to gather around the boss. The guys' faces were serious. Rick stood in front of the big boss. The military man pointed his finger at him and began to discuss that there was no need to be surprised at such a size of a man, because lizards are about the same size. The guys rushed into battle. The protagonist noted with a slight smile on his face that a squad of warriors should be enough. The soldiers ran towards the gang leader. They had weapons in their hands. Watching them, Bill wondered if they were just soldiers. Saliva began to flow down his lips. He looked at the guys and realized that they were awakened. The guys swung their weapons. Bill frowned when he noticed the attack. He repelled the attacks. The man held them back. Licking his lips, the big boss said that the awakened were especially tasty. He grabbed the soldier by the face. His comrade noticed how his ally's head was torn off. Bill opened his mouth wide. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He held the wounded guy in his arms. The guys were shocked by what he saw. The man threw the dead guys away from himself. Carl gritted his teeth in rage and asked how dare he do this to their comrade. His eyes lit up brightly. Carl rushed into battle with lightning speed. He was swinging his fists in a furious manner. Bill was watching him closely. He was thrown back by the punch he received. The punch hit the gang leader's arm. The big boss was surprised. Carl was enveloped in a red aura. He started screaming loudly and continued to advance towards him. A powerful series of attacks were aimed at Bill. The punches hit his body. Carl attacked him many times. Looking at the guy with glowing eyes, the man asked if he was really a human. He started screaming in pain. The veins on his head stood out as the soldier stepped on his stomach. Bill was thrown aside by the powerful attack. Liam dodged the punch. The beaten man lay unconscious on the ground. The dumbfounded bandit screamed that this couldn't be. The big boss lost. Blood was dripping from Carl's fist. He was furious. The guy looks at the big guy and swears, asking what they should do now because their boss looks hopeless, to which Rick replies that they can't do anything and therefore they need to get out and asks them to grab the hidden food. He moves away from the giant. The boss grabs him by the leg. The guy turns around in horror. The boss gets up angrily. The guy looks in horror. The big guy shines his eye. The guy asks if he's alive, to which he gets a punch in the face. The guys look in horror at the place where their comrade stood. The boss throws his remains to the side. He frowns and notes that they will all become his food. Someone watches from the side and realizes that the boss is angry and that this monster now does not recognize his own. The military gives the order for everyone to run. The boss tears someone's flesh with his teeth. The military tensed up. Rick was taken aback and asks what was happening. Rick sees a sign from the system about the chef's enemy, that he just met the owner of an unusual appetite with an explanation that this is his work quest. The guy is perplexed about the work quest and reads the description that he needs to kill the enemy of the owner of an unusual appetite, and that these are creatures that have acquired a distorted power through perverted methods of eating food. Rick looks at the screen in surprise and also sees an explanation that while he is doing the quest to kill the enemy, his combat abilities will improve significantly, and also that as a reward for completing the quest, he will receive a book of a random skill. The cook is perplexed by the fact that now he also has quests. The boss is finishing someone's pants until he realizes that in front of him is the owner of an unusual appetite. Rick looks up and orders everyone to pay attention to him, that the comrade in front of them seems to have grown like this simply because he ate people, to which someone asks again if this is so, and what they should do in this case. The brunette moved his hand to the side and began that first Carl would have to enter the battle with a detachment of weapons, and the rest would have to surround the territory and catch everyone who tried to escape, to which the soldiers accepted the order. The boss holds the guy by the head and Carl shouts that he is a fat pig and asks if he wants to stop already, and who does he take people for. The boss smiles with great appetite. Carl left a trace of energy. He attacks with his fist. The boss licks his fat lips. The guy hit him in the stomach, which absorbed all the energy. Carl looks into his belly and asks what is wrong and why he suddenly felt so heavy and whether he could have become stronger in such a short time. The boss throws his head back and shouts that now he is becoming interested. He hits the guy with his forehead. Carl gets a direct hit. The boss extends his fist and declares that he will eat him last. Carl flies into the wall. The boss looks the other way. Dave calls Carl. Smoke rose. Carl passed out while he asks if he pushed him away stupidly and realizes that this monster has become much stronger than it was before. The sniper takes aim and asks the sergeant to give the order to shoot. The boss sticks his tongue out at them. The guy runs forward and refuses to shoot because he can handle it himself. Rick is dragging some kind of stick with him. He looks at the sign where it is written that he has low-level jerky of deep impotence in his hand. The guy runs to him and thinks that he has a special dish for him, and you understand that he let everyone down and that earlier he could have correctly assessed the situation and acted before Carl got hurt. Carl sits unconscious, and Rick mentally believes that he will avenge what happened to him. The cook jumps. He goes on the attack with kitchen knives. Rick looks down and activates the cook's eye and receives a notification that he has acquired a low-level secret of cooking, namely the ability to deal with the owners of an unusual appetite. The boss frowns as the signs fly off into the fourth dimension. He looks at Rick and realizes that he must be the leader. Rick runs straight at the boss. The boss swings his hand, saying that he can easily deal with this squad. The fist flies at the cook. Rick frowns. The cleaver cuts the cook's enemy into fillets. The boss is bleeding. Rick sees a sign that the last queen's grudge is penetrating his wound and that he is thus dealing a critical blow to his enemy. The cook looks ahead, stunned, and says that this amazes him, because his body now feels so light and that he expected such an effect, but not to this extent. The meat cleaver is dirty. The cleaver is too. Rick looks at the splashes of blood and realizes that besides these knives that Grandpa Pack made cut through the thick skin of this giant-like paper. The boss stands and gets angry. He glows red. The cook asks how dare he aim at his squad. The boss turns around. The rock is rolling towards the soldiers, who are screaming that it hurts. The guys look at the tumbleweed, and someone says that this swine has suddenly gone crazy. The soldiers are running in different directions and screaming that it hurts so much that they are dying. The brunette puts his hand to the side and screams that it is very dangerous and gives the order to all units to retreat. Rick is taken aback and realizes that he cannot attack him with this knife. He puts it in his pocket. Rick takes out the jerky and realizes that it is time to try his bait. The cook frowns. Someone screams at him that it is dangerous, and someone begs him to retreat for now and attack him again when he gets tired. The ball rolls towards him. Rick tensed up and asks him not to worry, because he will figure it out somehow. The brunette started to run. The boss rolls towards him furiously, screaming about how he dared to hurt him and that he would kill him. Rick runs away from the boss. He turns around and realizes that the boss is catching up with him. The soldiers are terrified. Rick frowns. Someone calls him. The cook realizes that the dough has jumped on him. There is a crash. The guys cover their faces from the shreds. A strong wind blew. It blows away everything in its path. A large dent was left from the boss. He walks forward. The big one tries to catch his breath. The boss screams in rage that everyone around is stupid weaklings and asks how they can tell how strong his body is. The soldiers are killed, until someone remarks that he is a crazy bastard. They look around and do not understand where the cook went. The boss says that this is his squad now. Dried meat is thrown at him. He catches it with his teeth. Rick runs out and screams that it is very noisy around. The brunette asks with a smile if he likes to eat and offers him a snack. The boss is taken aback by the fact that this guy is still alive. He looks at the piece of meat in his mouth. The boss is taken aback by how tasty it is. Against the background of the stairs, he notices that it is very tasty. The soldiers fell silent. Rick is taken aback. He smiles and realizes that he somehow managed to feed him his special dish, and that now he will definitely calm down. The boss chews while Rick reads the sign that the owner of an unusual appetite ate his low-level jerky and that deep impotence makes his body and mind weak. The boss licks his lips and says that it is very tasty. Rick holds a cleaver in his hand. The soldier notices that it has suddenly become so quiet and asks what their cook fed him. The boss holds his neck and notices that it is very strange for him that he suddenly feels strong apathy. The boss realizes that he really wants to sleep and that he does not want to do anything. Dave notices that it's Rick cooking. He smiles that this crazy pig has suddenly become helpless thanks to him. Rick prepares to butcher his opponent. Rick holds out his cleaver forward and gives the order to attack and destroy their enemy. Rick frowns. The soldiers run after he gave the order to attack and destroy. The boss is dozing after a delicious dinner. The soldiers are running. They surround him until someone says that he will not be well this time. The boss is sleeping and someone orders him to disappear. The sun is setting. The soldiers are chatting until someone notices that they are almost done cleaning the battlefield. Rick reads the signs from the system and reasons that fortunately for him no force majeure occurred and Carl was fine, and sees that on top of everything his experience was increased and that he scored a little over 3,000 points with the words that he finished him and received a reward. He sees a book and reads that his work quest to destroy the enemy is complete and that he gets a random skill book as a reward. The soldiers are walking. Rick notes that after that they immediately started looking for the villa. The soldier is taken aback and says that it looks like someone was tortured here. The guys look at the torture devices and understand that these guys are just crazy. People look at them from the side. The soldiers lead them and someone asks to examine them for wounds. They took them somewhere while the leader says that they need to be taken to the car. Those who have not seen each other for a long time met loved ones. Rick realizes that to everyone's happiness they were able to save these kidnapped from the group and several more slaves. Rick shakes the girl's hand saying that he fulfilled the terms of the deal, to which she thanks him and notes that she does not know how to thank him. Rick smiles and replies that she is now part of their squad, to which she agrees and allows him to address her familiarly, which he cannot. The girl states that since she is now officially part of the squad, she wants to share information with him. Rick is taken aback and asks what kind of information she wants to share. Against the backdrop of the night sky, she asks him if he already knows that this world has turned into something like a game, to which he replies that it is and that anyone who has awakened knows this. The girl looks at him and asks if he has ever played games, to which he replies that he is not a fan, but he has hung out in games sometimes. The girl smiles and says that then he will understand how important this information is. The guy listens attentively. The girl asks if he has ever heard of dungeons. She imagines a dungeon and continues that a dungeon is an obligatory component of all RPG games and that these are places where special types of monsters live, and that if you do not look at the fact that they all have different shapes and appearances, then all dungeons have one common characteristic, namely that it is always the best place to farm things. Rick looks at the screen and writes that it looks like the girl wanted to attack the Dungeon King after she gained strength, to which Kurt replies that this is understandable and clarifies what he thinks about it himself and replies that he thinks this is the right approach and that they need to be decisive when there is an opportunity to do so. He looks at the screen, where Kurt agrees with him and suggests that there is some truth to the place he is telling him about, to which Rick clarifies what he thinks about this, whether they should try to get there or not. Kurt sits in a chair and says that he thinks it will be a bit difficult for them. He closes his eyes and retorts that he does not think they should head there right now. Rick looks questioningly and clarifies why that is and if he has a bad feeling about this, to which he receives in response that if he had to choose between the right and wrong moment, then now he thinks it will be the wrong moment. He looks at the lamp and Kurt explains that he thinks that means this dungeon is difficult to get into. Rick reads to himself the description that he is an awakened one, whose occupation is a low-level chef, that he is level 19, what abilities and skills he has, and that he has 8,000 points. Rick is taken aback by the number of points in his account and realizes that he should use them before he accumulates even more. He reaches for the screen and remembers where it was. He looks at the random skill book and reads its system description, and that with its help he will acquire one random skill that will be related to his occupation, and that this item is not for transfer. Rick smiles and realizes that this is what he was looking for and notes that he is very interested in what is inside. The book opens while the system notifies him about it, and that he gets a new skill called Absolute Taste. Rick reads that in order to cook delicious food he will now need to first understand its taste. Rick frowns and reads that his taste buds reach their peak and that he will now feel the taste of the dish much more subtly than anyone else. The brunette puts his hands on his hips and sees that he has one passive effect that greatly increases the effect he personally received from cooking, and that there is a second effect that is already active, and that when the skill is used, he can improve the slightest characteristics of his dish, and that this also only works for him. He licks his lips and realizes that Absolute Taste is crap. Rick imagines food and realizes that his receptors have pumped up and assumes that this will probably give him a good feeling after eating delicious food, but in battle it will not help him much. Rick smiles and realizes that the first effect is not bad and it looks like his effects from his own cooking will increase. He looks at the screen and realizes that he has had enough. Rick looks at the mountains and wonders if he should stop by the store. Against the background of clouds, he realizes that he should buy himself some more potions. The guy in the infirmary wonders if Helia can be considered food. Rick smiles awkwardly and notes that he just does not know who else to ask. The guy tenses up and says that he doesn't really understand this kind of thing, so he doesn't know for sure, but he assumes that it's possible. Rick is taken aback and asks again if he really thinks so. His interlocutor spreads his hands to the side and replies that stat-improving potions are not created to treat diseases and that they are more like regular tonics, and asks if they shouldn't just be considered functional drinks, to which Rick asks again about functional drinks and gets a positive answer with an explanation that these are such means for improving digestion, against hangovers. Possibly vitamin drinks or energy drinks that are sold in the store. Rick imagines cans of drinks and says that he understands and that drinks are also food and that he thinks so, and Rick agrees. The brunette imagines a red potion and notes that if potions are considered food, he brews a huge vat of red liquid and asks himself if he can brew them in that case. Rick looks at the flask and the system notifies that it does not recognize the ingredients, liquid and sweeteners, because his skill level is too low for him to identify the ingredients in the composition. Rick looks at the potion and realizes that this is still impossible with his level. If he only knew the ingredients, he could try. The guy looks at the payment sign and continues that he should wait with this and just buy himself some potions. Rick drinks and improves his stats. The brunette reflects after drinking all 8 potions that his stats have grown, especially his magic power. The guy smiles and realizes that his stats have been improved by 45 points in total, and he realizes that he feels stronger and that his stats were already pretty good, but this just shocks him. Rick stretches his fist forward and thinks that he thought that absolute taste was a useless skill, but it is much better than he could have expected. Kurt asks him what he did. Rick clarifies what he is talking about. Rick looks at the screen and sees that he wrote that his failure, which was in the prediction, suddenly disappeared, to which he asks again if this is true. Rick is taken aback and says that his stats have risen a little and asks if it is applied instantly. Kurt clarifies in the message whether this is true or not, and that with such a level he can already try to act normally. Kurt suggests that he go to this dungeon. Rick looks at him in surprise. Rick notes that this is how his ordeal in the cave began. Mia shows him on the map where the subway is, to which he is perplexed where the subway is at all. The girl looks at him in surprise and understands that he, as a soldier, probably does not know and explains that if they are to be honest, then this station is unfinished. Rick awkwardly replies that this really does look like a place for a dungeon and agrees to go. Military vehicles are driving to their destination. Someone looks at the construction site and clarifies whether the dungeon is really in such a place. The brunette frowns and says that this is strange, because this is a construction site, but there are no zombies or corpses here. The soldiers look around and someone agrees with him that this is very surprising and that even with his sensitive hearing he does not hear any zombies. And another notes that the construction was stopped because the day of destruction turned out to be a day off, or not. The guy runs out and calls everyone to follow him, and there's a ladder, and he assumes that this is the entrance. Rick looks at him with interest. They go down, while someone commands that the engineers should stay outside and guard the transport, and wait for them. To which someone agrees, because it is too dangerous to go there as a full squad and that they do not know what can happen there, so they should take care of their squadmates. The soldiers go down. Rick sees a metal arch and says that it is dark in here and that someone should get a flashlight. Someone stands with a flashlight and says that even with a flashlight you can't see anything. Someone looks into the darkness and calls everyone there, because there he sees something like a dark curtain. Rick sees a sign that they have discovered a dungeon. The guys look at the screens, while someone says that the alien creatures have as many distinctive features as their species have and that some of them did not like the nature of the new world. The soldiers are taken aback that it was after this that they decided to change the environment to suit their taste. The others are also reading and someone continues that this is a real act of invasion and that they will never be able to come to terms with it. Cheryl is shocked. Rick is horrified and asks what it is. The guys walk down the corridor while someone asks if there are alien creatures in the dungeons, to which someone answers ambiguously and asks if they are different from the monsters they have encountered before, and someone else asks what it even means that they began to change their environment to suit themselves. Dave asks if it could be something, to which Rick frowns and answers positively, that this is most likely a space changed by creatures from another world that could not adapt to their conditions. The brunette looks away and states that his hypothesis is that this is terraforming. He imagines planets and remembers that this is why Kurt initially told him that such an entrance is impossible. Dave is taken aback and does not understand how this is even possible. Cheryl looks at her hand and says that she is worried about how strong these monsters might be. Rick looks at her and says that it is possible that the monsters they saw earlier are only a small part of them. He looks down in horror and asks if this means that the entire station has been changed by the monsters. He looks forward and states that it is possible. They look forward. Dave asks Rick what they should do now, to which Rick replies that they have taken their benefits of civilization and are adapting them to their tastes, saying that this is impudent. The cook retorts with a smile that they cannot afford to be afraid of risk and suggests that they just continue with the plan. Dave is not pleased. Rick stands ahead saying that if they had not run away in fear from the monsters on the first day of destruction, they would not be standing here now, adding that he is sure that the more risks they take, the more this place will help them grow. The people miss him as he continues that the time has come when only those who are not afraid to become stronger will have the right to survive. He looks ahead confidently and orders the weapons squad to move out. The soldiers run as the system notifies them that they have entered a dungeon. They run. Rick reads that a normal dungeon is a spawn point for black sand larvae and that they are known for their specific diet. They move forward and realize that their breath catches and that their body suddenly feels heavy. A brown gas stretches across the floor. Rick sees messages that this environment is unsuitable for humans and that all their stats are slightly reduced. Rick can barely stand still and realizes that he can hardly breathe. The cook clenches his teeth and feels an incredible heat and that his entire body is burning. He reaches his hand up and realizes that everything around him is very dangerous. Rick shouts for everyone to wait for their bodies to adjust, because a little more and they will adapt. Rick turns around and suggests that they start by lighting the area around them. He looks back and orders everyone to stand still until they adjust and to fire in all directions. They prepare the cannons to fire. The soldier fires. A bright flash above them. The soldiers cover their faces from it. Carl is taken aback. The flash glows. Rick looks at them in surprise. He points ahead and asks if there is a desert in front of them. They see mountains of sand. The soldiers tense up until someone shouts that there is most likely a monster in front of them and that everyone should prepare for battle, and the cover squad should form a wall in front, and the sniper squad and magicians should attack as soon as the monsters appear. The soldiers follow the order, and he asks them to hurry. The sniper squad is ready. Rick looks ahead in horror. He frowns. There is a bunch of carnivorous larvae in front of them. The snipers pull the triggers. Shots are heard throughout the station. The larvae run forward. The shots take down some of the enemies. Rick says that it is nothing special and they were just worried. However, there are too many of them and he wonders how many there are. The mages scare off the larvae. In the background of the mages, he shouts that they are passing through the walls and for the combat squad to protect the flanks. A barrier is erected. Rick frowns and attacks with his cleaver and thinks that it is like watching locusts attacking their prey. Carl attacks in rage. The sniper and Cheryl also attack. Rick realizes that their enemies are even weaker than expected, because he assumed that their weapons and magic would not work. He confidently looks forward. Blood spatters and he continues that they can definitely stop them. The larvae have begun to flee en masse. Someone shouts that they are retreating, while Rick notes that it is a relief that they managed to prevent something bigger. A soldier is glad that they are alive, and Dave declares that they are some strange guys. Someone runs. Carl shouts that they can't let them get away and that he will go after them. Rick is taken aback and looks at him. Carl is furious. Rick looks at him and warns him that it is dangerous. Rick reaches out to him and says that there is no light there and besides, they cannot know who else might come out to them. Carl runs. Rick is taken aback and wonders if he has gone crazy, however, he does not listen to him. He looks ahead and gives the order to the combat squad to follow him and light the way. The soldiers run after him shouting that this is an order for him not to chase the monsters and to return to the squad. He is taken aback. Carl uses fire. He stops in horror and asks them not to follow him, because it is very hot here. The protagonist looks ahead and asks Carl not to move and not to go forward. The soldier turned around and shouted the protagonist's name. The soldier runs to the hero and shouts that the engineers must have ropes, and the protagonist gives the order for the engineers to quickly send here. The hero turned his head to the stuck soldier and thought that Carl was one of the strongest in their squad, but even he could not go even a meter. The quagmire sucks the man in. The rope lies on the ground, and the man says that it was like a bottomless swamp. Carl lies on the ground and says that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get a hold of anything, so there was no way to escape, and then added that the longer he walked, the more it sucked him in, like a living monster. The protagonist stands in confusion and thinks that it is not a desert, but hell that is trying to swallow them whole. Dave looked at the soldiers and said that he wouldn't be surprised if everything here was made of quicksand and added that there is a lot of magical power in the sand. Stains appear on the surface. People stand in front of the protagonist and try to figure out if they can get out. Cheryl put her hands on her waist and asked about what to do next, since they can't just keep fighting monsters. A system window appeared, stating that it would be impossible to leave or escape the dungeon until it was cleared. Rick bowed his head and said that they couldn't just leave, and they should have thought of that when they saw that the monsters were surprisingly weak. The soldier was sitting in the wheelchair, and the hero remembered that he had been told that the dungeon was of a high level, but they hadn't said that the monsters there were also strong, and he concluded that the monsters weren't the reason for the high difficulty. Chuck looked at the protagonist in horror. Carl stood there with an empty look. Dave crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist turned away from the three soldiers and said that they needed to find a way out. His hand clenched his bicep. The hero looked away and thought about finding a way out. A strange creature was lying on the ground, and the system window was trying to identify the ingredients from the black sand larva. The hero ran to the creature and said that maybe it would have an answer. Dead Eyes looked up. The protagonist holds a knife and says that if he cooks this, something will definitely work out. Rick stretches out his hand and orders the soldiers to light a fire, and the soldiers try to figure out if he is serious in his words. The wood is burning, and the system tells the hero that he has received a low-level secret of cooking, which is the ability to deal with a black sand larva. Rick skillfully cuts meat. The meat is lying on the board, and the hero says that it is time to begin. The food is fried in a frying pan under, and the hero says that the meat must first be fried. The smell spreads throughout the room, and the soldiers noted that the smell is quite pleasant. The food is fried in a frying pan, and the system window reported that a low-level cook cooked black sand larva meat, and for this added a little endurance to the hero, as well as temporary possession of the exoskeleton skill. The hero grimaced with discontent and thought that the exoskeleton skill would not help him in crossing the desert. The foot stepped on the floor and the man asked the hero if he got anything useful. Dave walks towards the protagonist, and the hero replied that he didn't get exactly what they needed, and Dave asked to try another method, but the hero decided to try with the oil he made. Rick opened the can and said that it contained oil made from monster fat, and the system window that appeared said that it was animal fat with magical powers. The soldiers stand and smile and understand that this guy is serious about cooking, and Dave asked Rick to hurry up with the cooking. The bodies of the creatures are lying on the ground, and the soldier says that it is necessary to wait and bring more monster corpses. The minced meat is in the bowl, and he began the story about how first it is necessary to mix and grate the most delicious parts, eyeballs and larval flesh, and then spread it on bread, which he prepared separately, to make it like menbosha. The crowd is standing and someone from the crowd said that in theory this is menbosha, but someone else said that it is made from that monster, but then they decided that it does not matter and the taste is important. The bread presses down on the meat, and the system reported that this is black sand menbosha, prepared by a low-level chef, and the hero noted that he does not see what effects this food has, and the hidden part of the system wrote that when consumed, all statistics are improved, and also earth resistance and physical endurance are improved, and the protagonist concluded that he will understand when he eats it. The hero looks up, and the interface showed that the absolute taste skill became active, and now the protagonist can not only feel the hidden taste in food, but can also focus on its individual features, and the hero remembered that this ability significantly increases the effects of dishes that affect him, and the system reported that the first passive ability significantly improves the effect obtained from cooking, and the second active ability allows you to improve small characteristics contained in food. The nose inhales air, and the system told the hero that he must choose the one he wants from the proposed skills, and the protagonist found the aura of black sand. Rick runs his finger over the interface, which reported that the hero selected the aura of black sand and applied it. Dark energy appeared in the air. The energy moves towards the hero. The aura envelopes the protagonist's body. Rick runs from the soldiers who think he has gone crazy. A soldier runs and screams that the protagonist ate all the menboshu himself, and the second asks the hero to go back. The jacket flutters on the hero's body, and the soldiers shout that it is dangerous. The hero looks at the soldiers. The protagonist smiled. His foot stepped on the mud. The soldiers watched Rick walk through the mud. The soldiers looked at the hero and assumed that this was the effect of the dish. An aura surrounds the hero, and the system hero informed the protagonist that only black sand larvae possessed this aura. The feet step on the sand, and the system concluded that only with this skill can one move freely on the black sand. Energy envelopes the protagonist's body. Rick walks on the sand and notes that this is not bad. There are lighting fixtures hanging on the ceiling. Dave asked Rick about his condition. The sergeant replied that he was fine. Dave also asked why he was not drowning. The protagonist stands next to the soldiers. He replied that this is the effect of the skill, and unlike the Quangil, these monsters move freely. Rick suggested that there must be an ability that would make this possible. The soldier looked at the commander in surprise and asked why he could not say this earlier, and added that he was surprised. The sergeant apologized with a laugh. Rick looked back and thought that this was the reason why Kurt's luck changed. There is sand in the room. The sergeant noted that the problem is in the desert area. The commander turned to Carl. He said that if he can, then let him use it on them too. Black smoke came from the shoes. Rick replied that he would like to, but both effects of this ability of absolute taste affect only himself. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest and asked that even if they eat, nothing will happen. Dave added what should they do, because he cannot clear the dungeon alone. Black smoke rose up near Rick. He replied that he could do it himself. Clouds of dust spread throughout the tunnel. The sergeant said that he would be back soon and that everyone should wait here for him. Dave approached the protagonist and told him not to talk nonsense. Chuck looked at Rick in horror. Cheryl also turned to the sergeant. Carl bared his teeth, and in unison with Chuck and Cheryl said that it was too dangerous. The sergeant looked at them calmly and said that they had no choice, and that this was the only way. The torch was burning brightly. Rick held it in his hand and noted that he could feel magical power in the sand. A black aura emanated from it. The commander added that if he continued to follow this power, he would face the boss of the monsters. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. There were larvae in front of Rick. He noted that there were a lot of them. Making his way through the monsters, he noted that they were extremely disgusting. The torch illuminated the tunnel. The protagonist noted that as he expected, they did not attack. The larvae lay with their eyes closed. The commander remembered that he heard that they were completely blind, and this seemed to be true. His foot was between the worms. He noted that since they could not see, then from the aura emanating from him, they could consider him one of their own. Chuck walked along the sand and made sure that this was true, and that while he was walking, they did not attack him. Sand crunched under his feet. The sergeant noticed that the further he went, the stronger the magical power became. He stopped and felt that the target was getting closer. Clouds of dust enveloped the cave. A silhouette stirred in the shadows. A pair of yellow eyes appeared from the darkness. Chuck noted that this was the one he was looking for. A huge snake crawled out of hiding. He thought about how big it was. The monster bared its teeth. The sergeant noted that it was spreading magical power throughout the desert. The commander looked at it in horror and noticed that it was the dungeon boss. A window appeared about activating the chief's skill. On another board, a phrase said that he had obtained a low-level chief secret, which was to tame the mother of black sand larvae. Rick stretched out his hands. He realized that this was the target he had to destroy. He looked up at it and noted that it was difficult because he had no company or improvements. The monster's eye glowed brightly. The sergeant took out his blade. He thought that he just had to complete the mission. He threw the torch away. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Dave was standing in the crowd of soldiers. He asked how far he had come and that he couldn't wait. One soldier offered to send a message. The soldier looked at him and said that was normal, because if he sent a letter at an inconvenient moment. Another soldier replied that he should just trust him and wait, and if it became dangerous, he would contact them. Dave looked into the distance. He thought that despite the fact that Rick did not have very good fighting abilities, his skills and weapons were quite good. Rick used a magic strike. An axe, a kukri and a machete were lying on the ground. Dave thought that he could handle it. The torch continued to burn. Rick raised his sword. Cracks were growing on the walls of the cave. The commander bared his teeth. The monster pressed itself against the protagonist. The sergeant looked at him in confusion and asked what the hell. The soldier's hand disappeared into the fold of the snake. He noted that it was sticking to him with its entire body. The monster closed its eyes. Rick noticed the monster's admiring look. The sergeant managed to escape the monster's embrace. He assumed that the creature could have accepted him as its child. The worm crawled towards him. The commander looked at the monster with incomprehension. It was lying next to Rick. The soldier took out his sword and realized that the monster had a maternal instinct. The worm was rubbing against the sergeant. He realized that if it had simply attacked, it would have quickly dealt with it. Chuck leaned against the worm. He closed his eyes and thought that this was strange. The protagonist opened his eyes. Skeletons lay in the distance. Someone's leg lay among the skulls. Rick realized that these were the bodies of the subway station workers, which was being repaired. The larvae were sleeping on the dry ground. He noted that they were strangers who had invaded the human environment and changed it to suit themselves. The skulls were covered in clouds of dust. Chuck noted that as a person he could not forgive him. He lowered his hands. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He realized that this was not a question of good and evil. The sergeant put his hand to the monster. He looked at it with despair and asked him not to hate it. The snake opened its eyes. Rick closed his eyes. Blood flowed down the wall of the cave. A phrase appeared on the window, which spoke of the successful completion of the hunt for the mother of the black sand larvae. The second board announced the closure of the cave. The ground shook in the tunnel. A soldier asked what it was. Another suggested that something might have happened inside. A third answered that the larvae were moving again. A dialogue box appeared. It contained a message from Rick, who said that he had defeated the boss. One of the fighters asked again whose message it was. Chuck replied that it was from the sergeant. Dave looked at Chuck in surprise. Carl's mouth fell open in surprise. Rick sat in front of the window and typed that their chance had come, while the monsters were worried about the sudden loss of the boss. A bloody larva lay on the floor. The commander added that they should move on and deal with the remaining monsters. The protagonist looked into the distance. He ended the dialogue with a message that he would wait here. The board showed a message that said that he should wait for a while. Chuck stood up. The message said that the dungeon had been cleared and that he was the first person to clear the dungeon, and the reward would be given to those who paved the way. The phrase on the window said that depending on the contribution of points and experience, and Chuck's contribution was 91%. He spread his arms. Another display board said that the level had increased and level 21 had been reached. Another window materialized. It said that after being a cook's apprentice and a low-class cook, he had become a respected mid-level cook, and that he had now become a good chef that no one would ignore. Another monitor appeared and notified that a new skill, loaf and fish, had been obtained, and asked if the player knew about the wonderful story of how thousands of people were fed with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. Chuck stood in front of the window. It said that he could now feed a crowd using very little food, and the higher the hunger level of those who ate the dish, the more mana would be consumed. Another window appeared. It said that the title of one who opens the gates had been obtained, and that all stats had been increased by 10%, and all effects caused in the dungeon had been increased by 30%. A board appeared, saying that the boss had been defeated. Chuck extended his hand. There was a window in front of him. The soldier was enveloped in magic. The window said that the group's skill aura of the Legion had been received, which was given only to those who joined the Iron Squad Guild, and that the aura could be used to identify allies. Another board appeared with information about the guild. Soldiers ran to Chuck. They shouted that they were here. he replied that everything was fine and they had done a good job. The soldiers were picking out the corpses of the larvae. The sergeant ordered them to take only what was useful for cooking and ordered them to cut up the boss's body. The commander, as a sign of apology, folded his hands and said that it seemed he had taken all the rewards. The warrior replied that everything was fine, and they had also received a lot. Chuck raised his hand and noted that they had gained a lot of experience after going here, and the mages had grown especially after hunting mobs. Rick looked at them and thought that he couldn't close this dungeon without absolute taste, and that high risk is high result. Dave ran up to the soldiers and asked the sergeant to come to him, because there was some kind of passage. Dave took the torch and said that when the boss died, the subway turned into a normal place, and traces of construction could be seen everywhere, and also, when he looked inside, he found a large passage. The soldier pointed with his finger in the direction. Rick looked in that direction. He bent his knees and noted how large the passage was, that it could fit several tanks, and there would still be room left. The torch illuminates the way. Dave noted that it looked like they opened a path here, connecting the station with another. Dave sighed with relief and added that the rails were used as transport routes for the army. A passage was hidden in the shadows. The soldier said that there was a good chance that it was also made for this purpose. Rick looked forward with enthusiasm and noted that this was a good find. He followed Dave, who said that if they wanted to continue to build up their strength, they needed to reach other cities. The truck was being attacked by monsters. A huge spider was sitting on the roof of the car. Dave noticed that there were many restrictions on moving long distances on the surface. Chuck looked at it and said that the way to another city was the best reward. The torch illuminated their path. The subway floor was made of concrete. The sun was setting over the building. The soldier asked if they had returned, to which the commander answered yes, and asked why they were looking for them. The military man held out his binoculars and asked to look through them. Rick took the binoculars. A crowd of comrades stood behind him. Carl asked what happened while they were away from the base, and added that he hoped that those were not the monsters that came as soon as they returned. There were people standing near the hut. Crowds of civilians were in the camp. Chuck put the binoculars away and said that they were survivors, and that there were quite a lot of them. Carl crossed his arms and said he thought they were monsters. Cheryl asked what was going on. Dave asked about the survivors near the base. The soldier stood up and explained that the men had shown up shortly after they left and that they were cautious at first, thinking they might attack. But they didn't, and instead went into the buildings near the base and settled in. Chuck looked down and asked if that was a bad thing and that they needed to keep expanding the squad. The soldier replied that they refused to join them. Carl threw his hands up and asked why they refused. Chuck looked up calmly. Dave looked at the camp and said that their intentions were obvious, that they had gathered there because it was safe, but they didn't want to join, they just wanted to be around and enjoy the safety. Cheryl looked at Carl. He said that something was odd, that the survivors they had met were afraid that they would be deserters. Dave looked at him and said that it was true. Rick added that rumors were spreading that they were a regular military unit. He looked into the distance and said that Mia said that she shared information about them only with that group, and the rumor that there was a military unit that did not turn into raiders. Chuck looked disapprovingly at the camp and said that they should be kicked out. Everyone looked at him. He added that if they were allowed to be here, the number of survivors who would think that they can enjoy safety without joining the unit would increase. Cheryl came up and wanted to say something. Chuck interrupted and added who else, they could not ignore them, and that they would have to protect them if necessary. Carl closed his eyes. Dave glared at the soldier. Rick put his hands on his hips. He lowered his eyes and said that he understood Chuck's point. The camp was crowded with people. The sergeant added that he first needed to meet with these people and decide. Everyone looked into the distance. The evening sunbeams played on the metal profile. Everyone agreed that there was no hurry, and that it was better to give the business to Rick. Clouds floated across the sky. Two civilians were introduced by the names Larry and Barry. They stood opposite each other. A soldier stepped towards them and said it was nice to meet them. Jack walked up to them and added that he was a lieutenant major, the current commander of the 423rd Battalion. Rick stood behind him and thought that at first they would send the lieutenant major as their boss, since he looked confident and spoke smoothly. Rick bared his teeth in a smile and added that he would see what their intentions were. The man in the black shirt leaned back in his chair and said that he thought the south gate was finished. The man added that the only surviving soldiers were a bunch of deserters who abandoned their unit. The guy in the brown shirt asked the lieutenant if it was true that they were soldiers. The man in uniform exhaled. The brunette raised his hands and asked if it was true that the interlocutors had settled near the base. Although they had suspicions, he added that although they had lost contact with the main command, and the battalion commander was dead, they were an ordinary military unit. The long-haired man lowered his head. The man in the brown shirt frowned. The dark-haired man put his foot on the car. The man in the black shirt asked that they weren't always soldiers from this base. He added that they had green uniforms. The guy lowered his eyes and mentally stated that any of the locals would recognize the uniform of the ammunition battalion. The man folded his arms and said that it was true, they were soldiers from another squad. Their first base was attacked by monsters, so they had to leave it. He added that when they came here, Everyone here was already dead. The guy in the brown shirt closed his eyes and said that they understood that. The long-haired man frowned and exclaimed that they should have started protecting the citizens earlier. He added that months had passed. He clarified why they started now. The guy in the military uniform moved his hands towards himself and said that they had problems, and added that they themselves had a hard time coping due to constant clashes with monsters, that they had a hard time. The man plunged his sword into the monster's head. The guy in the military uniform said that they could not afford to look after every survivor. The two men shake their heads. The guy in the uniform said that besides, there were many cases when people considered them deserters, and did not contact them. The brunette looked back and mentally stated that it was true, that back then their survival was a priority. He mentally added that now that they had some freedom, they could allow them to accept survivors. The long-haired man crossed his legs and exclaimed that he wanted to talk business. The clouds slowly floated outside the window. The lieutenant asked if he could ask a question now. The interlocutors agreed. The man in the military uniform said that he heard that they had recently made contact with soldiers from their unit. They offered them to join their unit, but they refused. He asked if they had changed their minds. The long-haired man looked at his comrade. The guy in the black shirt looked at the man in the military uniform. The brunette asked what to join. It was the same as being conscripted. The blonde said that they had a lot of children and old people, that they would hardly be able to fight. The military man said that they needed more than just combat personnel. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and mentally asked if he should tell him about the awakening. He mentally added that then they would think that they were engaged in mass production of awakened beings. The blonde exhaled and asked if they would supply them with food if they joined. Was it okay for them? And added that it would not be better if they just settled nearby. The two men looked at their interlocutors. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and said that he understood what they were talking about. The brunette looked at his subordinate. The man handed a stick of meat to his friend. The guy came closer and said that it was meat number 3. The brunette asked why he was giving him the ability of supersensitive hearing. The man smiled and told him to eat it before meeting with the survivors. He added that he would intervene when necessary, so he just had to pass on the messages. The man took a bite. The brunette said that they would not hear anyway. The man frowned and said that settling near the base was not a problem. The guy in the brown shirt asked in surprise if this was true. The military man raised his hand and said that they should make a small deal. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise. The blonde clarified what deal he was talking about. The guy smiled and said that anything would do, as long as they gave them any compensation, like food or gasoline, they would protect them. The brunette opened his eyes. The blonde frowned. The walls supported the ceiling. The blonde asked if this was a tax collection or a protection fee. The brunette exclaimed that they were not soldiers, but bandits. The guy opened his mouth. The soldier clenched his fist and said that a military unit was originally an organization based on taxes. The man in the brown shirt put his hands on the table and asked that if they refused, they would just stand and watch, even if monsters appeared. The man leaned his body towards his interlocutors and said that they would protect them and asked if that was enough for them. The brunette frowned and asked again what the interlocutor was talking about. The man smiled. It was time to get down to business. The guy nodded his head. The soldier clenched his fists and said that most of the units did not survive. They would expand their power in their own way. He added that their goal was to be able to conduct large-scale military operations only with their unit, and in addition to the two of them, the number of survivors who wanted to settle next to them would increase. The brunette looked at the blonde. The man in the black shirt said he thought so. The soldier asked if they knew what was forming when people from different groups settled in one place like that. The guy looked ahead. The soldier blinked and said it was a small society. The brunette looked at his interlocutor. The short-haired man turned his head. The guy opened his eyes. The soldier asked if that was their intention. The people were standing near the building. The brunette said that even if they survived, they would simply exist as a detachment abandoned around the world. He wondered what the point was, so they were planning to revive the human race. The soldier exhaled and said they would be glad to have their help. The brunette lowered his eyebrows and said that a society would be formed, that this was the direction in which everything would develop. The blonde clarified how this was connected with taxes. The soldier took a deep breath and said that when a society was formed, conflicts based on personal interests would arise within it. The man in the military uniform exhaled and said that the authorities would decide whose interests would win, that is, their unit, as the strongest unit. The military man smiled and said that it was obvious. They, first of all, came here looking for protection from their unit. He added that he saw this as an obvious course of events. The blonde bowed his head. The brunette opened his eyes. Clouds floated over the mountains. The men agreed. The man in the brown shirt put his hand on the table and asked what the terms of this deal were. The brunette stood up. The blonde asked his comrade if he wanted to do as they said. The military man looked at his comrade from behind. The man in the military uniform stood up and exclaimed that it was simple. Pay them for protection at a level that would not be excessive. It would be easier to perceive it as taxes. He added that the uniform was not important, that food, gasoline, everyday necessities would do. They would regulate this point so that the taxes were not excessive. An image of food and weapons appeared. The soldier said that if they wanted another exchange other than taxes, that was also possible. if they just paid the price, they could share the various things they had. The brunette shook his head. The blonde said that if that was all, it wasn't that bad. A window was hanging on the wall. The soldier said that they had another condition. The blonde asked in surprise what condition he was talking about. The brunette took a deep breath and said that they hoped that they wouldn't stop anyone who wanted to join their squad. The brunette raised his eyebrows and said that they were saying that they were free to choose. The soldier agreed. The blonde looked at his friend. The brunette in the military uniform crossed his arms over his chest and mentally stated that in the end, the main thing was to expand the squad. The girl looked ahead. The crowd of people looked ahead. The soldier said that it was too difficult to convince every survivor on the way to join the Legion. People are walking around the base. The brunette said that if they create a human society around the base and make them want to join. The girl is waving at the two guys. The bald old man is smiling. People want to go by land. The military man said that there will definitely be people who want it themselves. People are standing. Clouds are floating over the base. The brunette said that by accepting these people, they will be able to expand their squad. The guy in the military uniform smiled. The brunette in the military uniform clenched his fists. The man in the brown shirt said that they will discuss it among themselves and tell them. The military man asked if they agreed with what he said. The brown-haired guy opened his eyes and said that for now they agreed with what they were told. He added that he would like to buy the thing he had mentioned earlier. The soldier shook his head and asked again what thing he was talking about. The guy stood up. The brunette said that they had talked about another exchange besides taxes. He asked if that was possible and added that he would like to get the right to cultivate this land. The soldier said that they would do as they wanted. The red-haired guy frowned. The brunette looked ahead in surprise. The fair-haired guy bit his lip. The shadow of the grass swayed. The soldier asked again that they wanted to cultivate the land next to the ammunition battalion. The brunette put his hand in his shirt pocket. The guy took out a brown seed. The blonde asked if that was impossible. 3 men in military uniform looked at the seed. The brunette closed his eyes. Green energy began to come out from the brown seed. The guy in uniform opened his mouth. The soldier looks at the seed. The seed began to open. A plant grows out of the seed. The plant grows larger in the man's hand. The brunette says that in exchange for the deal, they can give them 90% of the harvest from this land. The brick building stood under a gray sky and the soldier asked in surprise if he was awakened. The hero, looking at the table, thought about how to classify this ability if the seed was growing. Rick looked at the man standing in front of him, and he said that the guy next to him was also awakened, and added that due to certain circumstances, he could not use his abilities normally. The soldier took a step forward. The protagonist, frowning, said that he did not understand how one could agree to 90%, because it sounded like they would work for free. The man, putting his hand forward with the seed, replied that this was not quite true, because he was sure that the remaining 10% would bring enough benefit. Jack leaned over to Barry and asked if that was true, while Barry pointed and explained that he was a farmer by profession and that the field nearby was the land he worked, adding that given the situation he certainly had no claim to ownership. The vast field was covered with a variety of crops, and the hero told the others that if they would guarantee their safety and allow them to use the land, he could offer them something. Barry looked at the heroes with his wide eyes and promised to give them 90%. The officers gaped and exclaimed that they were really going to get 90%. Rick was dumbfounded and thought it was amazing. The hero grinned and thought that as an officer he couldn't refuse such an offer. An image of various dishes appeared and the hero thought that their diet, consisting almost entirely of meat, had caused a serious imbalance of nutrients. The farmer stood in front of the sprouting seed and the hero added that it was only natural that the awakened farmer was here. The gray sky was covered with clouds and the protagonist said that if they needed anything, they would provide everything, while the farmer agreed that it was good, and they came to an agreement. The military were dragging construction materials around the base, and the hero commanded his subordinates that the engineers should take care of their zones, collect all the wood and iron, and the drivers should organize help with transport. The workers began construction work, and the hero said that the break after leaving the dungeon was short. A military truck drove up to the gates of the base, and the protagonist added that construction of a village for the survivors had begun. The worker, raising his hand up, asked the grandfather to give him 3 more sets, and he, spreading his arms, replied that they were already short of reinforcement. The soldiers carefully built the structure. The clouds in the blue sky gradually dispersed. Barry, walking near the protagonist, noticed that this zone looked good for growing vegetables. The protagonist, nodding, said that then let the farmer make a list of crops by zone, while he replied that he would do it. The protagonist looked ahead, puzzled. The soldiers were working as a team on the construction site, and the hero asked if he could ask how they eventually decided to settle near their squad. Barry, looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, admitted that he had heard a rumor that the raiders who had created a lot of problems nearby had been enslaved by a real military squad. An image of the roofs of the local slums appeared. The man turned his head angrily and the protagonist thought that he was talking about those guys, and added that the rumor that that girl had spread well among the survivors. Barry, with his head down in humility, explained that he was the only one awakened in the group, and since he was not a combat class, There was a limit to the time they could hide, so he chose between two options. Rick, with an eyebrow raised, asked what those two options were. Rick, listing the options, said that they could either join a large group of survivors in the north, or look for a military detachment in the south, and added that since he originally lived nearby, he chose this place, and fortunately it turned out to be a good choice. An image of a tactical map appeared and the farmer said that it was necessary to either join a large group of survivors in the north, or look for a military detachment in the south. The hero walked across a huge field and Barry stated that since he originally lived nearby, he chose this place, and fortunately it turned out to be the best choice he could have made. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought about a large group of survivors in the north. An image of many dark figures appeared in the field and the protagonist said that he had heard about them several times. An image of various dishes appeared and Rick said that they seemed to have raided a bunker with a lot of weapons and food. Barry, going outside the fence of the military base, said that maybe it was just a feeling, but the number of monsters was growing and they were getting stronger, and the protagonist asked him if this was true. The farmer, looking down, added that so far they had survived by hiding among small groups of survivors, but if they went forward, they would probably have to rely on large troops. The protagonist looked into the distance carefree. The soldiers laughed cheerfully, and Barry concluded that between these options, they simply chose their side. The soldiers nearby were arguing about something. The military man was happily playing with a boy. The protagonist, looking at the mountains in the distance, said that in the end, the northern group and they became the most influential. The protagonist confidently looked forward. An image of a crowd of people appeared and the protagonist added that if the northern group was weaker than them or at least as weak then they had a chance. White clouds floated across the blue sky and the protagonist noted that they lacked information right now and suggested that maybe they should just face them. An officer standing on the roof of a brick building asked if it wasn't dangerous while another soldier nodded and said that they shouldn't rush. Rick raised his hands and firmly retorted that he wasn't saying they should go and fight, just that if an alliance was possible they could kill all the monsters in the war zone together. The soldiers shook hands and the protagonist explained that an army couldn't be perfect with only one unit so it would be good to form an alliance, and added that they didn't know when monsters might attack their base. The heroes looked at Rick with bewilderment, and he concluded that if two large groups entered into an alliance, they would worry less about monsters. Carl, frowning, asked if it would be easy, and his comrade added that he had a premonition, and they did not even know what type of awakened people those were. Dave, putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, said that if Rick decided so, he would follow him and asked if they were afraid, and the soldier quickly answered that of course not. Cheryl, grinning nervously, warned that it could be dangerous, and one should not neglect safety. The protagonist, nodding, assured the girl that there was no need to worry, because he would gather the best team. Clouds covered the sky above the mountains and Rick said that then, they would meet tomorrow. The sky was plunging into night, and the hero said that finally their squad decided to move to a new goal. A few days later, Rick, standing near the military truck, said that there was no need to worry and that they should just go and added that they needed to take good care of the base. The heroes looked confidently into the frame and the protagonist said that the control of the squad was entrusted to Dave and Cheryl. The military truck cut through the field and the heroes said that some soldiers had joined the team. The young fighter looked ahead with bewilderment. Carl calmly sat in his place in the back of the truck. The soldiers looked worriedly at the floor of the truck and the protagonist added that several people were chosen from each combat team based on their experience. The narrator, mentioning a special participant, said that Mia also joined the team thanks to her eyesight. The protagonist, putting his hands on his hips, noted that in the end, there were just over 10 people. The protagonist closed his eyes with satisfaction and concluded that it could be said that a third of the entire squad's power was concentrated here. The truck was quickly rushing forward. The blue sky was covered with rare clouds and the protagonist concluded that this should be enough. The truck, moving across the territory, was moving towards the goal. A trampled path was visible from above. A huge horn adorned the bumper of the military truck. Snow-white clouds crashed into the tops of high mountains and the protagonist noticed that it was too quiet here. Rick, standing in the middle of the truck body, announced to his comrades in arms that the number of zombies and monsters had significantly decreased. Rick, confidently looking ahead, explained that just as their battalion patrols and reduces the number of monsters, they also seem to maintain order in their territory. Rick, turning to the scout, asked if Mia sees anything, while she cautiously answered that she has not yet, but according to rumors they should be somewhere here. Mia suddenly opened her eyes wide. Dark figures were sitting on stools and the girl thought that they were people, just terrible. The soldier, looking worriedly at the heroine, asked what was going on there, while Mia explained that there was a group of people behind the building, about a kilometer away. Rick looked ahead warily. A soldier named Chuck warily sat in the corner of the truck. Carl looked ahead warily. The car drove closer and closer to the fence of the enemy base and Rick decisively commanded that the military should prepare for battle, while the soldiers replied that they were ready. Members of the northern group were walking around their settlement. The protagonist's soldiers were approaching the fence. Rick, looking at his screen, asked if Chuck could see well from his position. The mountain range ended abruptly. Chuck, holding his machine gun at the ready, confirmed that he was in position. The hero watched the members of the northern group through binoculars. One of the group members pointed to the side and Chuck reported that there were quite a few survivors. One of the fighters pulled out his huge dagger and Chuck reported that they were not professionals, but they had weapons, and added that it seemed that they also had combat experience. The hero suddenly noticed a familiar face of a man. Chuck, looking more closely, wondered who this man was. An image of the hero's memories appeared, where a gray-haired man walked forward with his squad. The man looked tensely into the distance and shouted something. Clouds crashed into the mountain range and the soldier exclaimed that a lot of time had passed since then, and transmitted over the radio that the operation was cancelled because they were not enemies. Rick, puzzled, turned his head. The men crowded in the middle of the settlement, and the protagonist, puzzled, said that a lot of time had passed since they talked, and added that they wanted to join a large group, but had just arrived. Colt, looking angrily at the protagonist, replied that they had just arrived and were already halfway back after talking to them, while Rick, surprised, asked if that meant they were already part of this group. The white-haired Colt, shaking his head, replied that no, because for now, they couldn't just accept anyone. The dark figures stood in front of the white-haired man, and he said that they would only be accepted after they were sure they could trust them, and added that there were several other groups, so for now they had to wait. Rick, smirking, wondered if it was like being in a popular restaurant, where you had to stand in line and wait. The men stood in a crowd in front of the heroes and Colt explained that they didn't know what kind of criminals might be in the groups, and stated that they had their own verification process, which took time. Rick looked at the leader of the survivors with interest and asked how they were dealing with the monsters and the lack of food while they waited, while the acquaintance replied that there were no monsters in this area so they were not worried. The white-haired man nodded to the side and added that they had plenty of food too. Many boxes of food stood near the wall of the settlement, and the hero stated that they seemed to share food with all the groups that wanted to join. The soldiers looked at the boxes of food with puzzled eyes. Rick frowned and thought that this was a great misfortune, since they were sharing food even before anyone joined. The clouds were high in the blue sky and Colt said that if they needed food, they could take it, adding that according to the schedule, they were supposed to join today. The white-haired man grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. The acquaintance looked at the protagonist and suggested that since they had come this far, they probably wanted to join as well, and added that when he met that squad, he would present everything in the best possible light to repay the heroes for saving him. Rick shook his head and replied that they hadn't exactly come to join, and added that in that case, he would count on them, and Colt suggested leaving it to him. The gray-haired man frowned and noted that they had good combat power and many awakened ones, so they would probably pass the test quickly. An image of the heroes fighting in a supermarket appeared, and Colt added that members of a large squad were more willing to take promising groups, and with such a recommendation, it would probably happen right away. Rick smirked and thought that, given the situation in the world, they were probably hunting for talented individuals. An image of the fenced-off survivor base appeared and Colt said that they needed to wait here because the zone was clear and a couple of days would be fine. Rick nodded and thanked his gray-haired comrade, while the acquaintance, turning to leave, said that they would go and the protagonist said that he hoped for the best. The acquaintance, waving his hand, said that they would see each other again. The soldier, watching Colt leave, noted that perhaps everything would be easier than they thought, while the protagonist added that they were indeed returning the debt. Rick, turning over his shoulder to Carl, warned that they could not stop watching and should continue to watch. The ruined buildings of the shelter stood under a clear sky and Rick commanded that they needed to settle here and first hide the transport better. The blue sky was slightly covered with snow-white clouds. It was getting dark outside. The sun began to set and the soldier happily shouted that Mr. Colt had passed the verification process. The trees stood in the shade of the forest and the hero stated that there had been no cases of inappropriate behavior in the past and the members seemed to be normal people, while the gray-haired man impatiently asked what that meant. The long-haired guy named Ozzy smiled and announced that they had been accepted. The hero smiled and said that they were welcome to their guild. Colt, overjoyed by this event, exclaimed that they had finally been accepted. Ozzy, pointing his hand towards the exit, said that they should follow him. The hero, half-turned, explained that he would introduce them to the representative, while the gray-haired man replied that that was good. The hero, turning to his comrades, said that he would return soon and asked them to wait. Colt, following the long-haired guy, said that before coming he met someone he knew, and added that it was not like he had known him for many years, because it was someone he had met recently, and added that this person would also like to join, and asked if it was possible to meet him, while Ozzy, interestedly asked again who exactly he meant by the person he knew. The guy, shaking his head, replied that he was sorry, but there was already a line, while Colt excitedly exclaimed that they should listen to him, because these were people from the special forces. Suddenly, the long-haired guy stopped in his tracks. Ozzy, turning back to the man, clarified whether he meant active military, and not former, while Colt confirmed that yes, these were real soldiers with weapons who had arrived on military transport. The gray-haired man, looking confidently at the hero, added that they had good moral and physical qualities, and asked to consider this his recommendation, and asked if they could be moved up a little in line. Ozzy grinned maliciously. The long-haired guy, spreading his arms to the sides, finished that if so, then they would be happy to meet them, while Colt thanked him, to which he replied that he would talk about it with their representative, and that they should thank him for his generosity. Colt, looking at his interlocutor in surprise, asked again what kind of generosity, and what he meant. The officer, cheerfully doubting, said that nothing, and added that they were almost there. Ozzy walked forward. The sky turned pink. The ruined building stood under a huge cliff, and the guy said that the representative was inside, and Colt wondered in surprise how much space there was in this cave. The dark room was not lit. Colt, standing in the middle of a dark room, wondered what was going on here. The lights on the ceiling were not on, and the man said that it was a bit dark here. Colt looked away tensely. Something quickly flashed behind the protagonist. Dark marks remained on the wall. The gray-haired hero bared his teeth angrily. Colt, taking his weapon out of his pocket, thought that this room was filled with killing intent. The silhouette left marks on the floor. Colt, angrily thrusting his weapon forward, asked if they had tricked him. Colt, straightening up menacingly, said that they thought he could be fooled so easily, and added that the antagonists had picked the wrong guy. A dark aura passed over the protagonist. The enemy, appearing above the gray-haired man, asked if that was true. The hero clenched his weapon tightly in his hand. Colt angrily clenched his snow-white teeth. The protagonist swung his knife in an attack. The fanged teeth were approaching the protagonist's neck. Colt looked away in shock. The vampire's bloody eyes flashed before him. The ruined estate stood under the evening sun. The mountain range blocked the orange sunset. The door of the room opened. Two dark figures entered the room. The vampire, looking at her comrade, noted that this guy seemed to be quite useful, and added that if he really was an awakened warrior, then he was one of the best among those she managed to meet. The vampire, licking her bloody hand, added that he was on the level of Ozzy himself, or a little lower. The long-haired vampire shrugged, said that he thought that there was nothing special about him. The vampire girl, calmly looking at her interlocutor, noted that you can't judge a book by its cover. The gray-haired Colt's body began to move on the floor. The hero knelt down. A strange aura covered the hero's hands. The protagonist, bending down in front of the heroes, said that he was glad that his queen liked his blood. Colt angrily looked forward with his bloody eyes. The girl looked sarcastically at the hero, and said that he would make a good servant. Ozzy looked at his girlfriend with an endless gaze. Colt bowed low and said that he would follow her wishes. The three men, led by Ozzy, raised their hands, and the soldier asked in horror what was going on. Ozzy stood with his hands up, and the soldier reported to the protagonist that they had noticed suspicious individuals who said that they wanted to tell them something. The protagonist, looking at the prisoners in surprise, asked why they had come so suddenly. Ozzy, welcomingly lowering his hands down, said that they were here to talk and there was no need to worry, and added that they knew Mr. Colt, because he had spoken about them. The guard, pointing his machine gun at the antagonists, asked if it was true that they were from that large group of survivors. The long-haired guy grinned maliciously. Ozzy, looking at the crowd of soldiers, confirmed that Mr. Colt had insisted, and they came right away. The protagonist frowned and thought that not half a day had passed since they left, but here they were again, and it looked suspicious. The protagonist, raising his hand, ordered to lower their weapons. Rick, standing in the middle of the crowd, said that they needed to be taken inside, lower their weapons, and the rest to take up weapons and surround the perimeter. Ozzy looked around the area around him. Rick, turning to his companions, said that his comrades should go with him. Chuck looked ahead with confusion. Carl looked angrily at the antagonists. An improvised fire was burning in the room. The soldiers were standing outside. The ground was covered with evening frost. The ceiling was not lit, and Ozzy said that he was from the Kamwan Survivors Alliance Guild, adding that when many survivors gather, the system recognizes them under a different name, so small groups are called clans, and large ones, guilds. The protagonist, looking calmly at the long-haired hero, said that he understood that more than 100 awakened were needed to become a guild. Ozzy looked at the hero cordially and introduced himself as being in charge of scouting. Rick, bowing his head, introduced himself as Sergeant Rick, the highest-ranking soldier present, and that they should speak to him. The vampire, curling his lips, asked again if he was really a sergeant. The vampire, calmly looking ahead, thought that they still suspected something, and suggested that the heroes move on. Rick, angrily clenching his fist, thought that they should remain calm, because this was not the first time they had received such a reaction. A candle burned on the table. Ozzy, standing in the middle of the dim room, said that they were lucky, because they had a lot of weapons and food, but now they lacked people they could trust, so they were looking at different groups, and quickly came because of Colt's recommendation, to which the protagonist replied that he understood that, and they also wanted to meet and see what kind of people they were. The vampire, bowing politely, said that the heroes should join their alliance, and he was sure that they could help each other well. The protagonist, curling his lips, thought that they were given free entry because of some recommendation. The window of the building poorly let in light, and the vampires said that they could make them much stronger, even awakened ones, without extra effort, while Rick, shocked, asked what that meant. Ozzy, confidently looking at the protagonists, said that they would be able to acquire power incomparable to what they had while they were humans, and that their fears of being killed by monsters would disappear. The protagonist, looking at the hero with displeasure, became wary, thought about what he meant by the words while they were people, and added to himself that this was some kind of nonsense. Ozzy spread his arms freely to the sides, and the protagonist thought that something was strange with these guys. Rick, activating his magical vision, decided that he needed to take a good look. A screen display appeared in front of the hero. The monitor blocked the hero's view. The system showed that the recognition of ingredients was improved. The protagonist looked at the long-haired guy, and the system said that this was a primate, a human type of vampire. The hero looked at the angry bald man from the side, and the system notified that he was also a vampire. Rick looked at the man from the other side of the antagonist, and the system said that he was also a vampire. The protagonist, shocked, widening his eyes, thought that these were vampires. Carl, worriedly patting the hero on the back, asked what was going on. Rick, looking away with displeasure, replied that nothing. The candle burned peacefully on the nightstand, and the hero asked if he could find out what profession they had awakened into. The vampire, confidently bowing his head, said that he was a swordsman warrior, and his comrades too. Rick indignantly frowned, and thought that this was nonsense, because he was not a warrior at all. The system window stated that Ozzy's profession was a low-level vampire knight, and his current number of absorbed lives was 37, and Rick, horrified, thought that they had eaten 37 people, and must be luring survivors and eating them. Rick, firmly looking at the vampires, said that they had no intention of joining an alliance, while he, surprised, asked why they had refused so suddenly. The protagonist, warily looking at the monsters, asked if they had figured them out, and added that it would not work, and turned to his comrades that these guys were the enemies of humanity. Carl and Chuck looked angrily at the antagonists. The vampire, looking at the heroes with alarm, exclaimed what they were talking about. Rick, taking out his kitchen knife, shouted that they should show their true natures. The protagonist, looking confidently at the enemies, said that they were not going to become food for vampires. The vampire showed his huge fangs. The vampire bared his teeth and asked how they knew them. Ozzy, looking tiredly at the protagonist, said that since they had come to this, they would not stop. The monster bared his claws. The vampire opened his toothy mouth. Ozzy, furiously rushed at the heroes and shouted that he would kill them all. The antagonist jumped up from his place. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust. Rick, looking at the antagonist, shouted that the weak point of vampires is the heart, while Chuck replied that he understood. The hero pulled his gun out of his holster. The protagonist pointed his weapon at the opponents. Chuck fired straight at the vampire's chest. The antagonist flew back. Ozzy stuck out his tongue furiously. The vampire's body fell to the tiled floor. The bald vampire turned to his comrade and shouted that these lower creatures attacked their commander. Chuck pointed his gun at them. The hero fired another shot. The bullet flew through the black aura. The magical aura swirled in front of the hero. The protagonist looked at the black spots in the air in surprise. Rick, his eyes wide with shock, said that it was happening again. The moonlight illuminated the mountain. The soldiers looked at them in surprise, and one of them said that the shots were coming from inside. He shouted for everyone to stay in position. Cheryl ran towards the sounds of the shot and asked what was going on there. An ominous force appeared out of nowhere. The guy asked Rick what it was. He replied that it was a skill called mystification, that physical attacks wouldn't work on him, but since it was a low-level skill, it wouldn't last long. Chuck turned to the hero and asked if they could attack. He replied that they would have to wait. The unknown creatures looked at the guys. One of them said that they understood everything. The second replied that it didn't matter, that they would ask the queen for help. One of them said that they had to get out of here, and the enemies flew away. A crack appeared in the ceiling. The soldiers looked up. Chuck shouted that the monsters were escaping and told Carl to go after them, to aim for the heart when they returned to their original form. The man frowned and said that he would do it. A mysterious force crawled through the hole. The wall cracked. Carl jumped after the creature. He landed on the ground. The enemy said that the soldiers were chasing them and added that the skill was about to wear off. The men gathered in the courtyard. One of them asked what was going on. Someone asked if they saw how the vampires seeped out like smoke. Unknown individuals were standing near the building. The door opened. Chuck looked away and said that at least one enemy was captured alive, and added that if Carl gets a taste for it, he will be unstoppable. The guy asked why the guys brought the unknown man here and added that suddenly he would turn into fog again, while he looked at Rick fearfully. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said that he thought they would need information from the man, that they needed to find out what the vampires were planning. Chuck looked at the unknown man and asked the hero if he wanted to interrogate him here. The guy said that he couldn't do it here and they would return to the base, since their location had already been revealed. The guy said that it would be unpleasant if he turned into fog again, that it would be better to interrogate the man before they left, while the enemy was sitting tied up. The comrades nodded their heads. The hero frowned. The truck is driving on the ground. Its headlights illuminate the way. Rick looked at the tied-up enemy and said that he tried to slowly pull the man out, using the jerky of helplessness, and added that maybe because he is a vampire, but the effect is insignificant. The hero continued that when he absorbed his blood into meat and fed it to the enemy, he immediately passed out, while the enemy was unconscious. Chuck looked at the protagonist and said that he thought the rumors were false, that this was far from heaven, to which he replied that the enemies were simply gathering people and deciding who to eat. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that this was the true essence of a large group of survivors. Carl looked at him and expressed his dissatisfaction with this group. Mia closed her eyes and said that this would be a big problem, that many survivors most likely still do not know the truth about this place. Rick closed his eyes. The hills stood under the light of the starry sky. The guy said that it was a pity, he wanted to create a strong alliance, the sun was rising from under the mountains. Ammunition battalion. The building stood in the middle of the base. The hero told the enemy not to even think about escaping, that this room was completely isolated, so he would not be able to escape even if he turned into fog. An image of a window in the wall appeared. Rick continued that the food the man ate was special, and said to himself that it was a lizard steak with residual traces of sincere emotions, cooked by a mid-level chef. The wall supports the ceiling. The hero looks at the enemy and tells him to simply answer his questions. The man answers for Rick to ask what he wanted. The protagonist smirked and thought that everyone becomes meek lambs in front of his dishes. The vampire drooled from his mouth. The plate was on the floor. The guy asked if he was really a vampire. The unknown man answered that if he meant a bloodsucker, then yes. The hero asked if he joined the group of survivors in the north. The vampire man said that vampires founded this group. The hero looked down and realized that this was a vampire lair from the very beginning. Rick looked at the tied-up man and asked if it was because of them that rumors started among the survivors. He answered that yes, that according to the plan they had to attract people, provide food supplies and increase their ranks. The guy asked if those who were bitten by vampires became the same or not. In the background there were people with an obsessive look. The dark-haired man lowered his head down and said that they cannot. He opened his mouth and said that their mistress is the queen. In the background, the girl smiled evilly. The man continued that she was an aristocrat, unlike them, commoners, that only the nobility has the ability to turn others into vampires. Vampires emit an evil aura. He said that everyone else is just her subordinates. The guy frowned and thought that she was a monster responsible for awakening people. The long-haired man stuck out his tongue and said that thanks to her, the humans gained a power that freed them from the fear of being eaten by monsters. The hero looked at the vampire and said to himself that it seemed to affect the minds of humans as well, that it might be difficult to turn back into a human. The walls supported the ceiling. Rick asked why the vampires did not accept the survivors right away. The man said that the number of subordinates that the queen could gain per day was limited. He looked up and continued that those with a talent for fighting grew faster than others, and added that the hero and his team were special troops, so they would quickly become strong subordinates. A crowd of people ran in the same direction. The guy knelt down and said to himself that it was scary to even imagine. He looked at the long-haired man and said that he had received answers to almost all of his questions, that only the last one remained, and asked how many there were and what their weaknesses were. Rick frowned and added that he would like to know everything that would help defeat the enemy's accomplices. People gathered on the roof of the building. The hero said that according to the vampire, their characteristics decrease under sunlight, and the queen is in great pain. The guy turned to his comrades and continued that the enemy base is a huge, cave-like bunker in the north, that it is a converted mine, that they have about 300 awakened vampires. The interlocutors looked at him with surprised looks. Dave shouted that it is twice as many as them. Chuck said that they are finished. Rick lowered his head and said that, in addition to this, the queen can create 5 subordinates per day. Carl looked at the hero in surprise. Cheryl turned to the protagonist and asked how vampires behave in battle. Are they weaker than ordinary awakened ones or not? The man looked at the girl and said that vampires were stronger than regular awakened, that humans had guild skills and item effects, but the enemies were equal in strength without all that. The blonde girl looked at him in surprise, thought they couldn't win, and said there were twice as many vampires. Dave walked up to the hero and asked if they had a chance, adding that the enemies could turn into mist. Rick smiled and said he didn't know that the man they asked said it was impossible to break their defense without a tank. The guy looked at the hero in shock. Carl turned to the guy and said that if they brought a tank, they could break in. Dave looked at the man and said he didn't think they could operate a tank. He turned to Rick and asked where they could get a tank. The guy opened his mouth and said it was possible. Dave looked at him fearfully. The young man smiled and said that this was Gangwon-do, the province with the most military bases in South Korea. There was a tank in the background. He asked if they couldn't at least find one. Someone in the background of the window asked him again about the tank battalion, to which he confirmed that he heard everything correctly, and that he didn't happen to know any. The man looked at the map and said that there were some, but he would check now. Rick looked away and realized that he said it as a joke, but then he couldn't imagine that it would be the best way. The man looked at the map and clarified why he just decided to take a tank battalion. Rick smiled and replied that he answered that his friend had already heard about vampires and it would be very difficult, but if they had one with them, then it might even work. Jack looked and said that he found it. Rick clarified where it was, to which he showed him on the map where the nearest one was. He looked at the guy carefully. Against the background of crosses, he says that this will be the 12th Corps of the 8th Armored Brigade and that this is the 22nd Tank Battalion. Rick smiles on whether they should go for the tank in this case. Against the background of buildings, someone says that he still does not see anything, to which he clarifies whether he does not see anything even with his ability, to which he gives a positive answer with the explanation that something is in his way. Rick looks at the blue energy and explains that in fact this is not the first time, because his ability is far from omnipotent, and that monsters with special skills are able to recognize it and repel it. For example, it flies in a certain direction. The military moves, while someone talks about the special skills of monsters and asks himself whether it will sound in familiar words that this is essentially Kurt, who woke up as an observer and says that after this building there should be something like a mountain and that is where their tank battalion is located. Rick looks at the girl and says that she did a good job and that he is a little ashamed, but he does nothing about it, to which she agrees with him. He looks ahead and thinks about what could be inside this tank battalion. Could there be something scarier than vampires there? Carl approaches him and asks if they should continue, to which he receives a negative answer with an explanation that they do not have any information and that they will first send people there to positions and ask the squad leaders to tell everyone to gather here. Carl sullenly agrees. Rick suggests that they go. Dave sullenly clarifies whether the monsters will be stronger here, if in fact this is a military base, to which he replies that with their military power they should not be defeated by ordinary monsters. Some flashes in the sky. Rick is taken aback and asks what it is. Something hits the ground. The soldiers fell from the shockwave. The impact breaks the ground under their feet. The soldiers fly apart in different directions. Dave covers his face with his hands and screams that he is going crazy and claims that it is an artillery strike. Rick is taken aback and thinks that now he understands why he had such a bad feeling. The guys run away screaming about retreating, because everyone needs to disperse and take cover. The brunette calls everyone to him. Against the background of tires, someone orders to leave the equipment in place and take the wounded with them. Rick holds his wounded comrade. He frowns ahead. Smoke comes from the ground. Someone asks the exact number of seriously wounded. Someone against the background of the wounded reports that there are about 13 of them and that there are more who are not seriously wounded by shrapnel and that those with minor wounds should be helped quickly with the abilities of medics. But that they have so many seriously wounded, this is a big problem and that they relaxed and received such a strong blow. Cheryl looks at them and clarifies what exactly happened, to which she receives in response that it is like a shield around a military base. Dave tensed up and replied that that was exactly it, which sounded a lot like howitzer fire. Cheryl asked in horror if that meant all the soldiers were still alive, because monsters couldn't possibly use guns. Rick smiled and said that under those circumstances they couldn't assume anything. Chuck asked why they were being attacked, because they were just normal people. Dave looked away, wondering if their attackers might have thought they were just monsters in human form, to which Carl suggested that the slime-like monster had also transformed into a human and asked why he was wrong. Rick turned to him and agreed, because identifying someone like that was very difficult and that considering everyone as a potential enemy was a winning strategy. Someone in the bushes noted that it was a bit strange. Chuck frowned and asked how he should answer them. Rick looks at them and suggests that they somehow let them know that they are not their enemy, to which Dave clarifies how they can do this. Because they start shooting when they get close, to which he receives in response that they can't just retreat after such a long journey and that they need to somehow try to establish contact with them. Chuck frowns and says that simply attacking is not such a bad idea given their situation. Rick turns around. Carl and Dave are thinking. Chuck is taken aback, but insists that they attack them first anyway and that all they need from them is so that they have something to attack the vampires with and that if they do not give him up, but just attack them, then he wonders what their options are in that case. Against the background of craters, someone says that they either give in or get what they want. Rick smiles, realizing that he is thinking like a raider. He looks at him and notes that he has felt this before, but Chuck's suggestions always focus on maximum efficiency. Cheryl waits for an answer. Rick says that he was denied. Chuck looks at him in confusion and asks why, to which he receives the answer that simply stupidly attacking a tank battalion is too risky and that their main principle is not to attack people. Dave and Carl are unhappy. The brunette clarifies whether this applies only to the defenseless, because there was an incident with raiders. Rick looks at the people and says that they still do not understand anything and that until they understand why exactly they attack them, they will not be able to judge whether they are raiders. Chuck is taken aback and says that in this case they will take too much damage and asks if he is always like this, because he is just wasting their valuable time. Dave points at the guy and calls for him to stop, and the second one clarifies whether he has gone crazy, because this is insubordination to superiors in rank. Chuck is indignant and asks if he said something wrong because then they need to retreat again, and if they don't get the tanks, there's nothing they can do about the vampires multiplying. Carl pushes him and orders him to stop. He looks at Rick and asks him to forgive him because he thinks something came over him just because the younger one was injured. Rick closes his eyes. Dave looks at this and asks their cook to try to understand everything, because sometimes this happens to him, and the brunette invites him to walk with him. Rick looks away, saying that he said that he was against the war, and not that they were retreating. Both were taken aback. Cheryl and Dave didn't understand either. Rick smiles and asks them to just give him some time, because he has one way. Dave extends his hand to him and asks what he was going to do and what he was talking about, to which he replies that he has a slime that he caught in the market. Dave looks at the can and asks again, while Rick gets a system window that the material identification is an improved version of the ability to recognize the freshness of the blue water droplet here is medium-high. Rick smiles and notes that he thought they might be useful to them, to which the other asks if they will get any effect if they eat it. To which he gives a positive answer with an explanation that the statistics will not increase much, but there are advantages to this. The guy looks at the screen, smiles and says that it has quite unique characteristics. Rick squeezes it in his hands and continues that if he turns it into a regular iron form, they will be able to eat it without any problems, and if he stirs it well and adds some brown sugar, honey and soy powder to it, then there will be a different conversation. The guy holds something in his hand and says that everything is ready, and the system identifies it as a blue water droplet pie, which was cooked by a medium-level chef. Dave is stunned and says that it was simple and clarification whether he is going to eat it alone. Rick looked at it. He throws it away, saying that he has no choice. He opens his mouth. Dave is taken aback. Rick chews. The system notifies him that his skill is adaptation to the environment, and he understands that this is exactly what he needs. Something glows above the mountains. Rick casts a spell and the system says that he has chosen the skill that will be acquired. Rick shines his legs and says that this is excellent, and that it may even work. There are blue particles around his torso, while the second notices changes in his body. The brunette has become transparent. The system notices that he is adapting to the environment perfectly. Dave screams in horror that his elder has disappeared. He is stunned. Dave rubs his eyes. He is still in shock. The guy looks towards the rocks and notices that he really is invisible and asks if he is here. Rick stands behind him and says that he is here. With his footprints in the grass in the background, the cook is happy that his idea worked and asks if he can see him like this. Dave, with people running in the background, says that everything is correct, and they are perplexed as to what is happening and where Rick has gone. The guy waves his hand, saying that he is here, and Cheryl says that the voice is coming from the air. Carl looks around and asks where he is, while the girl notes that she can't see anything. Rick stands nearby and explains that he is invisible because he has adapted to the environment thanks to the skill from the slime. He touches Dave with his shoulder. He is taken aback. Rick pulls his cheek and asks what they think about this. Should it be enough to not be noticed? Cheryl, shocked, says that this is just an amazing idea. Chuck is horrified. He sees his friend's protruding cheek and says that if you look closely, his shell is slightly noticeable. They look at Dave and Carl says that he still can't see anything, and Cheryl agrees with him. Rick pulls his cheek. He lets him go. The ghost of the cook explains that he thinks the awakened shooter is weak, but he can see him. At least that should be enough to pass unnoticed. Chuck looks at him with displeasure and asks if he decided to go there alone. Rick says with a smile that this is exactly the case and that he will go there alone and check everything. He looks around, saying that he would like to avoid a war with a tank battalion and that if they lose, it will be a huge blow for them. Carl is perplexed until he notes that they have no reason not to take the easy way out, if it exists, and that if they were attacked because of a simple misunderstanding, then they just need to clear everything up. Rick walks through the grass. He stops near Chuck and states that if they attack them and knew that they were people at that. Rick looks at him and continues that in that case he will have to take some risks. Carl crossed his arms over his chest. Chuck is silent. Against the background of the forest, he says that he is leaving and that Dave will be leading the squad while he is gone. Rick looks at the mountains. He sees a fence. The sign warns that this is a military zone and that civilians are restricted from entering this territory. Rick walks along the fence and reads the sign. He leaves footprints and thinks that he does not understand why they attack them. He looks at the building. Rick looks sadly. Clouds fly across the sky while he assumes that since the radio signals were cut off, they had no information. There are fewer clouds and he notes that when the squad was cut off from information from other squads, they could simply hope to be scared off by artillery fire. Rick sees soldiers. They are guarding the entrance. Rick notes that this looks like a regular soldier's post at a military base. Rick looks at them and understands that something is wrong here. The soldier stands in front of him and Rick wonders if after such devastation there is still a military unit in which everything is okay. The guy thinks about weapons and that now even he uses a kitchen knife as a weapon and that among them there are soldiers with magic weapons. Rick realizes that what he sees, namely the familiar appearance of a soldier, seems unusual to him. Rick looks out and notices that he needs to go inside first. He walks past them. Rick walks. He notices something. The guy looks ahead and realizes that these guys seem to have come out of the pages of a book. The cook turns around and continues that no one is watching them, but they will not exchange a word. He imagines living soldiers and notes that usually everyone talks to while away the time of fasting. Rick came closer because he was embarrassed that they were standing so straight and not moving. The soldier's eyes shine, and he thinks that this is too unnatural. Rick peers at him. He puts his finger to his nose and realizes that they are not breathing. The soldier looks at him, and he realizes that his eyes are glass. Rick goes to the tanks and realizes that the guards look like dolls and that he almost fell for their appearance. He sees more soldiers. Rick looks around and realizes that all the soldiers in their squad are in such a state that they cannot be called alive. He looks at the bald man and realizes that he really thought that the surviving soldiers were defending themselves from them. The glass eyes look straight ahead while he continues that, as it turns out, that was not the case. Something is lying on the ground. The cook turns around. The soldiers are standing in their places and he realizes that someone is controlling them. The cook stands and listens. Against the background of the base, he realizes something, specifically that something is approaching from the other side. Rick runs, because he better hide just in case. The ghost is running. Clouds are floating across the sky. Something is approaching. Someone is running. The ball is glowing on the ground. It flies up. Rick looks at it in horror and wonders what it is, if it is a huge sphere levitating in the air. He looks around the corner and wonders if it could be the monster that did all this. He frowns and continues that it could be the monster that controls people. The sphere moves. It flies and Rick assumes that it is looking for something. The cornea on the sphere breaks through and the guy thinks that they are looking for him. The eye flies across the area. Rick hides around the corner and realizes that he is going crazy because it is a flying eye. He looks at everything from the sky and Rick thinks that it is disgusting and he could not even imagine such a thing and realizes that now he understands that this thing was watching the area and found his squad and that is why they were able to defend themselves at such a huge distance, and that they probably dealt with all the enemies who were approaching the tank squad. The eye moves along a given trajectory. It flies near the soldier and Rick realizes that he is definitely looking for him. Rick stands around the corner and continues that he can't see him at such a distance. He remembers Chuck, that he saw some kind of shell, and this big eye is apparently cooler, and is glad that he hid. The eye flies, while the guy reasons that he doesn't know where he is yet, and asks himself whether he should attack him first. Rick takes out a cleaver and realizes that the monster does not look particularly strong. The guy shines his eye. His system notifies him that one of the chef's eyes has been activated. Everything around him changes into a matrix. The eye is red and the system says that the secret of a mid-level chef called how to handle a geyser has been applied and Rick realizes that his name is Geyser. The eye abruptly changes direction. Rick is taken aback, because now he is looking directly at him. The chef is taken aback and asks himself if he found him and probably that he just discovered his skill. Rick looks in horror and notices that he has definitely been found. The eye rushes towards him. Black smoke comes off it. It dissipates. Smoke covers the entire area and Rick also notices the strange smoke. Rick looks at the fillet knife and thinks what would be the best way to attack it instead of his sword. He puts his hand in his pocket and decides to use something else. The guy takes out a gun and prepares to shoot and realizes that his shots are not very strong, since he is not a marksman. Rick frowns and realizes that this way they will at least do some damage. The eye is looking right at him. The gun is aimed at the enemy. The guy squeezes the trigger. Rick is indignant that his finger does not move and that he cannot pull the trigger. He looks at the smoke and assumes that it is all because of him. The guy is standing with a gun in his hands. He tries, but it does not work. Rick looks at the trigger and notices that his fingers are moving on their own. The gun falls out of his hands. The gun appears in its original form, while Rick came to the conclusion that the eye is controlling it. The cook closed his eye. Smoke envelopes his body, and the guy denies what is happening. His knees are in the smoke. His face is also in smoke, and he thinks that if this continues, it will simply eat him. The eye looks straight at its target. It hangs above him, and Rick decides to push it away with magic. Smoke seeps over the fence. He falls to the floor. The guy bares his teeth. There is only smoke between the eye and his enemy. The eye looks straight ahead. Rick tries to catch his breath, and is glad that his sensations have returned. The gun has materialized. Rick takes it in his hand and understands that it is difficult for him to remain in this state for long, so he should hurry. Rick is ready to shoot. The eye is in the sights and the guy decides to finish him off in one blow. The bullet flies in a spiral trajectory. Rick frowns and realizes that the bullet has escaped and that with such a range of attack, his plan is simply impossible to carry out. He looks at the smoke and is indignant. The soldiers' eyes shine and they advance. They are walking towards him. Rick stands in front of the squad and understands that this time he began his attack with the hands of the soldiers. The guys reload their guns. Rick is in everyone's sights. He runs. Rick decides that he'd better run away first. The squad opens fire on him. Bullets rush into the wall. They shoot. The wall shatters into small boulders. The soldiers hold their fire at the empty wall. The eye looks closely. It tenses up. Against the backdrop of the mountains, someone asks what kind of thing this is and is indignant, because as if they didn't have enough vampires, now they have a monster that can control people, to which Rick agrees and adds that it looked like he can even erase people's memories before they die, using them as his weapon. Cheryl reaches out to him and says that in that case, they could all end up under his control, and Carl explains that Rick fought him off with magic, but no one knows what could happen to the other soldiers. Everyone is sadly thoughtful. Dave turns and asks what he's going to do, to which the cook remarks that the mouse needs to be cornered. Dave is indignant that he barely survived for such statements, and asks if it would be too dangerous, and the brunette agrees with the words that they can even start attacking each other by mistake. Rick smiles and retorts that in this case they just need to attack from afar. Chuck is perplexed, asking what he means, and Cheryl says that everything is as she thought, that he definitely has a plan. Rick looks at the clouds and says that he was very surprised when he saw this in real life, but as he expected, they will easily deal with him, to which someone asks what kind of method he wants to use. The cook smiles and asks Chuck to shoot him. Chuck is horrified. Dave is perplexed about the plan. Cheryl replies with a smile that this is a great idea and that then there will be no risk and that this thing will then release its smoke on them, to which Rick agrees, because the shot from the awakened shooter will be the best. In addition, one should not forget that Chuck's attack range is also huge. Rick puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that he is the right man for their operation. The cook looks at the scared guy and asks him to take care of this monster, to which he accepts the order. Rick smiles. Carl bares his teeth, saying that it looks like their spirits are rising again, and Dave notes that Rick is a good guy, so he tolerates him. The brunette runs and shouts to Rick that the food truck is ready, to which Rick praises him. Dave points back and asks why they need a food truck, because he himself just said that they just need to shoot him, to which Rick retorts that they need to support Chuck so that he can do a good job of this task, and given that they want to finish off the eye in one go, then this is simply necessary. Dave smiles and continues that if he thinks about it, it would be better to eat something right now, if they will eat it later anyway, to which he asks them to wait a little and he will prepare a dish fit for a real shooter. Chuck is still horrified. Rick destroys the carrot. Rick frowns and says that this time the dish is homemade. He stands at the table and continues that he will have to cook a dish from white spider meat. Something is frying. Rick stirs the liquid. Rick continues chopping carrots, saying that his priority is to maximize the shooter's sensitivity and that shots are something that must be taken into account by various factors, especially wind. The cook wipes his face and says that he needs to give the guy a way to easily understand these factors. Something is cooking. Rick puts the ladle on the table. The room is filled with steam. The ventilation helps to get rid of it. Rick looks at the table and reads the sign from the system that the cooking of the meat was complete. Rick sees magical surges and the system continues that he cooked the meat with a theme and that a common magical property called feeling was important and that all of the taster's senses will be enhanced. Rick looks at the food and wonders if this will be enough. In the background of the food truck, Chuck admits that Sergeant Rick was right again, to which he is perplexed and hears the explanation that he meant that they needed to first find out the reason why they were attacked. The guy bows and says that he apologizes. The door is open and Rick counters that it's not like that and that he didn't expect the monster to control the soldiers either, and Chuck insists that's why it's good that they figured it out. Rick is awkward and he realizes that Chuck is still thinking. Chuck looks at the floor and hears an apology in response. He looks at him too. Rick looks at him sadly and realizes that this guy is trying to be as productive as possible, and that it's not a bad quality because he also lives only to see results, if that's even possible. He continues that he has this cold side anyway. Chuck looks at the floor. Rick puts his hands on his shoulders, accepting his apology, and asking him to raise his head. Chuck awkwardly looks at the floor and hears a suggestion that they just take and forget about what happened because they are now facing a common enemy. Chuck is ready to cry. He screams that from now on he will obey his orders without question. Rick smiles and removes his hands. Chuck confidently looks forward. Rick points to the food and says that he will now give him an order, namely to enjoy the food that is in front of him, to which he accepts the order. Rick thinks about the eye and reasons that the eye monster is in the center of the tank battalion, which is located nearby. Also, in order to lure this thing into the sniper's field of action, the entire squad was sent to the battalion. Jack stands near the magic and calls everyone forward. Sparks in the sky lit up and Rick narrates that, as they expected, the bombardment began immediately. The mages cast a spell and someone says that the mages and riflemen took up an interception position. The people with shields hear that they must protect their allies while in a defensive position. Rick summarizes that this is how their counterattack began. Rick stands next to Chuck and says that everything is going well and that everyone is coping. He looks at the sniper and asks how he is and if everything is okay. Chuck holds the rifle very nervously and gives him a positive answer with an explanation that he thinks he is already much better. Rick looks at him and realizes that the effect of his cooking is too strong and that it is a problem for him. Chuck is shaking all over and Rick realizes that it is becoming difficult because his senses are too heightened. He looks through the scope and says that it took him a while to adapt. He looks towards the mountains and says that he can clearly see the dust in the air and feel the currents of air on his skin and even the smell of rotting corpses throughout the city. Rick crouched down and asked if this was true, to which he confirmed and said that he was ready to hit the target, to which he said that this was good. Rick stood up and asked if he saw the eye monster. Chuck looked for it and said that he found it. He saw it in the scope and noticed that it was constantly emitting something similar to smoke. Rick smiled and said that if he was ready, he can start firing. The sniper took aim and said that he was starting to fire. He squeezed the trigger. The eye moved and he tried to predict where. The eye looked clearly into his scope. The barrel pointed forward. The leaf fell to the ground. Chuck is worried. The trigger is pulled. Rick watches as the shock wave from the shot passes over his comrade. Shell casings fly through the air. Chuck looks through the scope. He is terrified. The bullet flies straight towards the target. It flies for a long time. It flies for a very long time. The eye looks at it. The bullet is aimed at its pupil. It is very close. Really close. The bullet pierces the eye right through. The eye cracks from the point of impact. The monster is bleeding. It falls to the ground. The monster crumbles into pieces. A shock wave comes from the mountain. The soldiers are standing around the corpse of the eye. Rick hears a guy from a squad of warriors say that they have confirmed that the monster is dead. Rick imagines Carl and orders them to clean up. The soldiers are rolling out the tanks. The soldiers look around and ask what is wrong, because instead of people there are just skulls and military uniforms scattered everywhere. Rick examines the uniform. He sees what is left and states that when he got inside, this guy was a living person. He turns around and orders that they be sure to preserve their remains because they were soldiers, so they should give them a proper burial. The pendant lies on the ground as they take the order. Dave asks what about Chuck and is told that he has passed out. He remembers that he probably couldn't handle the heightened senses and that he needs to rest, and then he will be okay. Dave looks at the cook and states that fortunately the others are okay too and that they were strong enough, to which Rick praises them. He smiles and asks if they can continue collecting loot then. We are transported to Inya County, Gangwon Province, where a blue sky surrounded the mountainous area. A light haze covered the mountains. The fog receded into a tunnel. Red lights were shining brightly on the walls of the room. Drops of water fell on the floor. Looking around the room, the guy said that a long time had passed since he arrived there. Sitting at the table, Angelica stated that this guy, the manager, became her first subordinate, due to the fact that he was a special agent. He had more than enough knowledge about the world around him. Raising her glass, she emphasized that she managed to establish control over this place. There was a smile on her face. The guys listened with a satisfied look that she really liked this world. It was the best place for her to become stronger. Looking at them, Angelica emphasized that it was because those vile holy knights and vampire hunters did not live there. Closing his eyes, Lucas replied that it was true. There were creatures with similar goals, but this was considered something from the realm of fantasy. Standing in front of the vampire, he added that no one would be prepared for the appearance of a creature like the queen. The girl lowered her head and replied that everything was going according to plan. She put the glass on the table. Her face was serious. Angelica, her eyes shining, thought that one day a strange idea came into her head and everything went downhill. To invade and capture the military facilities of the human race. No one should manage to do it before them. Putting her hands on the table, she noted that the more she ignored this idea, the stronger it became. Clenching her hand into a fist, Angelica added that she could not get rid of it. She calmly noted that she needed to somehow knock it out of her head. To do this, she needed more blood. Looking at the lantern, the girl asked if those who killed Ozzy were soldiers. The guy with a smile on his face said that they were. Judging by their surveillance, they were members of a large squad. They have exact coordinates. Folding her hands, the vampire noted that she could not forgive them. She raised her eyebrows. Sitting in front of the guys, Angelica said that because of her idea, she could not participate personally, so she would leave it to them. A scream was heard in the building. Looking out the window, Rick reported that if the information was to be believed, the rate at which vampires were multiplying was enormous. They were probably still doing it. Standing in front of the table, MC noted that they knew about them now, so he would be more careful, and Carl asked if the gap between them would widen over time. The protagonist with a serious look suggested that this was the best time for a preemptive attack. The guys were scared by his words. Looking at them, Rick said that this was why they were looking for tanks. Since the awakened engineer knew how to use them, there would be no problems. Chuck raised his hand and said that he also thought they should hurry. MC shifted his gaze. Dave cried out with a satisfied look that if the commander decided so, they should attack, so everyone should prepare for the operation. The protagonist closed his eyes. Putting his hand on the table, Rick said that they must be tired after the fight, but they can't waste time. Then he would go and talk to Jack. Puzzled, Carl asked why he would go talk to him. The guy imagined himself talking to Jack and telling him that his command skills had improved significantly. He no longer looked clumsy. On the contrary, He was now an amazing strategist, giving reasonable advice and instructions. Surprised, Dave asked again if the protagonist was saying that his command skills had really improved. Standing in front of them, Rick replied that they had. Closing his eyes, he said that this was good news. His abilities would help them properly structure the operation. MC imagined the man's self-confident face and said that his ability had not originally been command, so now he trusted Lieutenant Jack with the operation. Carl calmly clarified what the protagonist would do now. Smiling, MC said that he would cook. Putting his hands on his hips, Jack asked if they had said that they had completed the fortification, and if they could tell him more about the location of their outer posts. He touched the map lying on the table. The guy, looking satisfied, said that if they wanted to attack this part, it would be better to go there. Rick came to the kitchen and thought that Jack's command skills were a definite plus. Now he just needed to concentrate on cooking. He started chopping carrots. The guy's face was serious. Looking at the soup, MC noted that there was one dish in mind that would help against vampires. There was a chance that it would not work, but if he hit the target. Stirring the soup, he emphasized the fact that he could earn a huge amount of experience points. Steam rose in the room. The plot takes us 2 days later, to the vampire lair. Sunlight illuminated the mountain in which the tunnel was located. A strange sound was coming from it. The dumbfounded guys asked what kind of vibration it was and whether it was an earthquake. They looked outside and said that something was moving in front. Watching what was happening, the stranger shouted that it was a tank. A huge number of tanks and soldiers were approaching. He asked with a dumbfounded look if they would attack at sunrise. Soldiers and equipment were preparing for battle. MC furrowed his brows. Looking towards the lair, he noted that they expected this, but he didn't think they would fence off the entire mountain area. Looking at the bandits, Rick pointed out that as expected of vampires, they had made it less exposed to sunlight. A smile appeared on his face when he thought that they had information from Mia's spirit. Raising his hand, MC yelled that they would start with the tanks. He lowered his hand. Explosions began to ring out. The dumbfounded guy yelled that the B-13 base had already been destroyed. The tanks were shelling the vampires' hideout. The boys were surprised when they heard a voice saying that everyone needed to return to the cave. They looked up and listened carefully. The soldiers' weapons were awesome, but right now the sun was at its peak, which made them even worse off. Angelica looked up at the sky and stated that they just needed to fight where there was no sun. The vampires began to run away. The tanks fired at the monsters, who were discussing that this was the Queen's order, which meant that they should quickly hide in the bunker and not come out. This was a bunker designed to protect against nuclear war, so the tank would not help them. Turning around, the guy screamed for them to hurry up. The frightened guy said that if the area under the sun is the habitat of people, then the darkness is their territory. Clouds covered the mountains from the sun's rays. The tanks moved along the canyon. Standing in front of the gate, Rick said that these were very thick iron doors, but with their gun they would definitely be able to get inside, as expected. Turning around, he said that he was ready for anything. He looked back and asked Cheryl to bring him something. The girl was walking towards him. In her hands was a carrier. She put the cage on the ground. There was a smile on the face of the protagonist. The beast from the cage made strange sounds. The protagonist looked at Michael. Dave pointed at him and said that Michael was the only one who ate iron. Rick, with a satisfied look, emphasized the fact that he would chew it all up quickly. Stroking the beast, he noted that everything was on their side, so it was not dangerous. Closing his eyes, MC called him a good boy. He began to walk towards the door. MC stood in front of the iron gate. Holding Michael in his arms, he asked if the beast would be able to eat it. Compared to the food he cooked, the door might not seem as tasty, but there was a lot of it. The beast's face was serious. Looking at the door, Rick said that this was a chance to eat his fill after so long. He lowered his gaze. The vampires gathered in the bunker and said that people like humans made them run away. The irritated man asked everyone to calm down, because now they had an advantage. He gritted his teeth and said that no one could defeat them in the dark. Besides, they say that the blood of the strongest gives more strength. If they hunt these people, they will become incredibly strong. He smirked and noted that this was a new opportunity. There was silence in the bunker. The wary man asked the guy if he heard anything. He seriously noted that he heard something like clanging on metal. Michael was trying to chew through the door. Watching the beast, the soldiers cried out that it was amazing. He was eating this door with incredible speed. Their victory depended on him. Michael continued to chew on the iron with a satisfied look. Rick smiled and thought that, as expected, using Michael was a good idea. Watching the beast, the protagonist thought that as he continued to eat the thick iron door, his appearance changed. Dust rose. Michael's appearance changed. Now he began to resemble a fox. Continuing to devour the door, the beast transformed further. The soldiers were scared. There was surprise on their faces. A huge black tiger was devouring the door. It opened its mouth wide. Watching it, the protagonist said that Kaman was a good boy. He would make him something tasty when they returned home. The puzzled guys asked why he was named Kaman. Closing his eyes, Dave answered that it was the name of a tiger that lived near their military base. He remembered how he and Rick looked at a cat and told that when they were cadets, there was a cat that often came to visit them. The guys looked at the tiger and said that then come on really suited him. A soldier ran to them shouting that rations were ready. Inspecting the mountainous terrain, the protagonist said that Michael would need time to make a hole, and in the meantime, it was time for them to fill their stomachs. He prepared food especially for vampires. The vampire was sitting at the table. She put her hand on the table. Angelica asked with a serious look what these guys wanted to do. The soldiers were having lunch and were discussing how delicious the onion and garlic soup was, and they also had to try the garlic oil. It was simply amazing. Standing in front of the guys, MC asked them to eat well, and then thought that if the entire lunch consisted of garlic, the chance of winning would increase significantly. Dave approached him and asked where he got so much garlic, to which he received the answer that it was high-quality garlic grown by awakened farmers who settled near their base. He remembered sitting in front of the vampire, holding a head of garlic in his hands, and said that when he took it out in front of the vampire they caught, the monster was disgusted. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy listened as MC added more holy water made by healers and replied that these are all things that vampires hate. Rick, with a satisfied look, said that this is true. He imagined himself standing at the kitchen table and thinking that there really wasn't enough garlic and holy water for everyone. The protagonist stood in front of the projection and emphasized that with the new skill he had acquired, it wasn't a problem. Looking at the screen, he read that the skill, 5 loaves and 2 fish, was no longer a miracle, but a reality. Gusts of wind blew around the guy as he read that with a small amount of food, he could feed many. The guys smiled at each other. Tears appeared on their faces. Looking at his body, Rick read that he had provided a dish prepared with the utmost sincerity to 100 or more people in one serving, his inherited talent blossoming. A message popped up saying that the talent, large-scale cooking, is an inherited talent. The cooking speed becomes very fast, the deterioration of the dish quality is extremely rare, the use of mana is reduced to the limit, the bonus after finishing cooking is gaining experience points. A blue aura circled around him. MC with a satisfied look emphasized the fact that he no longer had to worry about cooking for everyone. Carl was suddenly taken aback when he saw a bright flash. Chuck also began to emit light. Their camp was illuminated by mana. Rick closely watched what was happening. A message popped up saying that this is a meal that gives the light of resistance to demonic forces. The statistics of the one who eats the meal increases significantly. In the battle with creatures belonging to the demonic force, a large bonus is earned. Light began to emit from the guys. They were shocked. Watching his comrades, Rick cried out that they were moving. The stunned vampires asked what kind of shaking was happening. The guys waved their hands and screamed that it was impossible for the soldiers to attack them, because this bunker was designed to survive a nuclear explosion. Lucas came to them and asked them to calm down. The vampires turned around. Lucas and Angelica appeared in front of him. The guy asked them to think about why they waited for the night, and then asked if the darkness was priceless, because this was their habitat. The guys knelt down and listened to how this was a bunker where no light source could pass. These ignorant burglars would not be able to resist them. The guys' faces were serious. Lucas smiled and screamed that the Queen's line would protect them. The girls' eyes began to glow. The people suddenly went wild. They raised their weapons above their heads. The girl closed her eyes with a satisfied look. Touching Lucas with her hand, she asked if it was true that she did not need to engage in battle. Closing her eyes, the guy answered that it was true, they were quite enough. Angelica noted with glowing eyes that she would then return to her room. She would lie down and sleep. After all, she was on her feet all day. Turning around, the vampire said that she was leaving this place to him. Bowing, Lucas accepted the order. Angelica left from there. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped the room. It began to spread. The vampires were taken aback by what they saw. Lucas's face was puzzled. The girl stopped in the corridor. A bright flash sounded in front of her. The stunned vampire saw a bright outline of a person in front of her, after which she wondered if this was the aura of a holy knight to confront demonic forces. Frowning, Rick thought that it was difficult to get there. Angelica's evil deeds, which mixed in a large group of survivors, would end today. The guys rushed into battle. The glow enveloped the corridor. Squinting, the guy cried out that these were soldiers. The light was too bright to look at. He held a blade in his hands. The vampires ran to attack, saying that they should not let them get inside. The humans ran towards the monsters. A fierce battle began. The aura of different colors enveloped the guys. Lucas stretched out his hand to stop his comrades and said that these people were especially strong. They needed to direct all their forces at them. The tiger swung its paw. The guy was scared. The huge beast was killing the monsters. Michael's gaze was furious. Streams of dark energy emanated from its paws. The vampires were furious. The beast destroyed them with one swing. Watching the battle, the soldiers shouted that the queen had finally appeared. Frowning, Rick cried out for the guys to deal with her, and not stand there. The main character was suddenly taken aback. The queen was holding one of the soldiers. Veins appeared on his face. Frowning, Angelica asked who these vile knights were. The guys frowned and asked what kind of trap it was. The vampire turned her gaze and ordered him to answer her question about who was the strongest. The guy gritted his teeth and said nothing. His eyes suddenly began to glow. The soldier began to stretch out his finger. He pointed straight ahead. Angelica continued to hold him back. The guys were surprised. The dumbfounded MC wondered why the hostage was pointing at him, since Carl was there. The man suddenly turned around. The vampire's face was serious. Standing in front of him, the girl said that the main character did not look strong. The dumbfounded soldier said that Rick might not look like that, but his strength could not be judged by his appearance. Even before awakening, he dealt with monsters with a kitchen knife. The queen, with a smile on her face, asked to tell more about him. The traitor imagined how MC fights and said that he was the one who dealt with the White Queen and the giant monster that controlled the bandits. The protagonist stood in front of a huge creature while the soldier shouted that the sergeant even finished off the boss in the black sand dungeon by himself. While the guy stood motionless, Angelica noted that although he looked weak, he must be a real warrior inside. The frightened MC fell into thought that if he thought about it, he really always defeated everyone himself. Looking at the vampire, Rick thought that this was dangerous. The guy was telling her too much. She had the power to control people, like that monster. Squeezing the soldier's neck, Angelica asked if she could assume that their combat power would be significantly reduced if she dealt with him. The stunned hostage cried out that this was not the right word. Watching the fight with the monsters, he reported that more than 70% of their power came from the sergeant's boosts. Looking at his comrades, the guy emphasized the fact that if MC died, their squad would not be able to survive in this world. The girl grinned and summed up that the sergeant had given them boosts. The soldiers were scared. Rick was stunned and thought that he was now target number 1. The girl let go of the hostage. He fell to the ground. Veins appeared on his face. Angelica, smiling, noted that if the protagonist died, she would quickly deal with the rest. The guys were scared by what they heard. A dark aura began to hover in the bunker. The black fog was spreading towards the military. The guys covered the sergeant with themselves, shouting that they needed to prepare for an attack. MC was scared. A dark aura was hovering around the vampire queen. Her eyes were slightly glowing red. The fog was reaching Rick. Carl turned around, puzzled. The guy frowned in fear. The fog almost reached the protagonist. Dark mana touched him. Suddenly, a purple flash was heard. The soldiers began to look around. The protagonist disappeared from sight. Frowning, Carl emphasized that the sergeant had disappeared.